Once a prodigious beastmaster, Ling Hao unexpectedly fell from grace, his spiritual veins obliterated, relegated to the status of a family disgrace subjected to scorn. On the day of his grand wedding, in full view of the public, he was forcefully abandoned by his haughty fiancée, enduring profound humiliation and despair. A bloodied cough, however, inadvertently activated a family heirloom, a mysterious pendant. From that moment forth, he discovered he possessed the ability to see through the hidden bloodlines, evolutionary paths, and weaknesses of myriad mystical beasts. Astonishingly, even his damaged beast conjuring space began to mend itself gradually. Meanwhile, his pet, a gluttonous mouse ridiculed by all for its lethargy, revealed information that was utterly preposterous. Bloodline potential? Status: hungry. Is this creature truly nothing more than a lowly mortal grade? Thus began the ascent of a new Beast Master King, as Ling Hao vowed to repay every ounce of humiliation he had suffered 100-fold, embarking on an extraordinary journey with his rather peculiar spirit companion. Chapter 1. A desperate situation. On the Tianxin continent, in Qingyang City, the Ling family. The early morning sun pierced through the sparse clouds, casting a golden glow over the training grounds, yet failing to penetrate the cold, dilapidated corner of a shabby courtyard. Ling Hao sat upon the frigid stone steps, his thin garments insufficient to ward off the morning dew's chill. The distant clamor of the training grounds echoed faintly, mingled with the crisp calls of beasts, as victors reveled in their triumph after the family's annual assessment. He was the first to leave the venue that day. Rather than being eliminated, it felt more like a mere formality. Beast Master Apprentice, third stage, 3 years without any progress. The words inscribed on the spirit's stone tablet, accompanied by the indifferent proclamation of the steward, lingered hauntingly in his mind. Once he was the brightest talent of the Ling family. 8T10. He sensed the beast conjuring space by 12. He reached the pinnacle of Beast Master Apprentice, hailed as an unparalleled genius not seen in a century in Qingyang City. Yet, a calamity 3 years prior had reduced everything to ruins. With his beast conjuring space damaged and his spiritual power completely stagnated, he plummeted from the heights straight into the mire. A rustling sound at his feet drew his attention. A plump, gray creature gnawed at a shriveled nut, his only contracted mystical beast. This little fellow barely qualified as a lowly mortal grade, and he had affectionately named it Little Gray. For the past 3 years, it had remained steadfastly by his side, seemingly possessing no talents beyond eating and sleeping. Little Gray, do you think this is all we are destined for? Ling Hao murmured softly. Little Gray lifted its head, its bean-sized black eyes filled with bewilderment, let out a tremendous yawn, and returned to its struggle with the nut. Outside the courtyard, boisterous laughter and mockery resounded. Look, our genius young master is once again having a heart-to-heart with his divine beast. A group of richly dressed youths blocked the entrance, led by the eldest elder's grandson, Ling Hao. Brother Hu, what breed do you think this fat rodent is? I reckon it couldn't even defeat a common guard dog. Always paired with a useless beast, a perfect match. Coming in last again in the assessment, what a disgrace to our Ling family. Ling Hao clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms, leaving traces of blood. Yet, ultimately, he released them over the past 3 years. He had learned the art of enduring. Retorting would only invite further humiliation and physical blows. Instinctively, he reached for the aged black pendant hanging around his neck. Its material was indeterminate, the surface coarse, etched with indistinct patterns. This was the only relic left by his mother before her disappearance. Now his sole source of solace. That moment, the courtyard door was violently pushed open with a loud bang. The family steward, Ling Fu, stood at the threshold, his face devoid of pretense, dripping with disdain. Young Master Hao, the family head and elders request your presence in the council hall. He paused, a sneer curling his lips. The Su family has arrived, claiming it concerns the marriage contract. Ling Hao's heart sank like a stone. The Su family, one of the 3 great families in Qingyang City. Su Qing, the girl with whom he had shared childhood dreams and a betrothal, had a wave of ominous foreboding pierced through him like an icicle. Inside the council hall, the atmosphere was so tense it could have wrung water from stone. Family head Ling Xiaotian sat in the main seat, his expression complex. Flanking him were several elders, with the eldest, Ling Zhenying, wearing a barely concealed smirk. Seated in the guest position was Su Lei, the head of the Su family, sitting upright with an air of arrogance. Beside him stood a young woman, clad in a flowing azure gown, her figure graceful, her features as exquisite as jade. It was none other than Su Qing. Yet, the warmth that once resided in her eyes had been replaced by an icy indifference. At her feet lay a majestic white wolf pup, its fur faintly shimmering with azure light, unmistakably a low-grade wind wolf cub, gazing at Ling Hao with a wild, disdainful glare. Ling nephew has arrived. Su Lei spoke first, his tone devoid of warmth, yet imbued with an undeniable air of authority. We have come today, regarding the betrothal of my daughter, Su Qing, to you. Ling Hao stood silently in the hall, the scrutinizing gazes from all directions piercing him like needles, some filled with pity, others with ridicule, but most simply indifferent. Su Lei continued, "It is not that our Su family is mercenary, it is merely that your current situation does not befit Qing. She has been chosen by an elder from the Winming Academy as an inner disciple, her future prospects boundless." He paused, his voice turning frigid. "It would be best to annul this marriage contract." As those words fell, the hall descended into a profound silence. Ling Hao felt a surge of hot blood rush to his head, his body trembling slightly. He turned to Su Qing, his voice hoarse. "Is this your wish?" Su Qing parted her red lips, her words striking the ground like icy pearls. "Ling Hao, face reality. We are from two different worlds now. Do you intend to bind me with a marriage contract to be your lifelong burden?" The wind wolf at her feet let out a low growl, as if in agreement with its mistress. Su Qing, Ling Xiaoyun, seated at the end, rose abruptly, his face ashen. Yet he was coldly interrupted by the eldest elder, Ling Zhenying. "Xiaoyun, the head of the Su family, speaks the truth. However's current circumstances truly do not merit Su Qing's consideration. Annulling this contract is in the best interest of both parties." Ling Xiaoyun clenched his fists, trembling with rage, yet under the oppressive gazes of the elders, he was forced to sit back down, powerless. In that moment, Ling Hao gazed at the white hairs at his father's temples, at the humiliation reflected in his eyes, and something within him shattered irreparably. He took a deep breath, suppressing the tumultuous emotions, fixing his gaze upon Su Qing, and gradually straightening his previously slightly hunched back. "Very well." His voice emerged unexpectedly calm. "The marriage contract can be annulled." A satisfied smile spread across Su Lei's face, and a flicker of barely perceptible relief crossed Su Qing's eyes, only to be frozen by Ling Hao's next words. "However, it is not that I am unworthy of you." Ling Hao enunciated each word clearly, his voice echoing against the pillars of the council hall. "But rather, you, Su Qing, are unworthy of the heights I, Ling Hao, shall reach in the future. The humiliation of today shall be etched in my heart. When we meet again, I shall ensure that you, the Su family, and all those who mock me today can only gaze upon my departing figure in awe." His resolute words reverberated through the council hall like a thunderclap, as Su Qing's fair face flushed crimson, a mixture of shame and anger. "You, arrogant!" The wind wolf beneath her growled menacingly, baring its teeth. Su Lei's expression darkened. The eldest elder, Ling Zhenying, bellowed in outrage. "Ignorant youth, dare you speak so arrogantly? Apologize to the head of the Su family and Miss Su at once." Ling Hao merely cast a cold glance over the assembly, uttering not a single word more, before turning on his heel and striding out of the council chamber. The disdainful snort of Su Lei and the furious reprimands of the grand elder fell upon deaf ears, for he had long ceased to care. Upon returning to the dilapidated courtyard, he shut the door, and the fought of strength he had so desperately maintained crumbled in an instant. A wave of immense humiliation, fury, and resentment surged forth like a tidal wave, causing his blood to boil violently. He felt a sudden sweetness rise in his throat. Poof! A spray of crimson blood erupted from his lips, splattering onto the black pendant that hung upon his chest. Ling Hao collapsed to the ground, his consciousness gradually fading. Unbeknownst to him, the blood he had spilled was slowly being absorbed by the ancient and tattered pendant. The indistinct patterns on its surface glimmered with a faint, imperceptible light before vanishing once more. The last sight that graced his vision was the sight of little Gray clumsily approaching, nuzzling its furry head against his cheek. An endless darkness enveloped him. Just as he succumbed to unconsciousness, the pendant that had absorbed his blood suddenly emanated a gentle warmth in a dark radiance. A peculiar force began to flow into his body, stealthily probing towards the severely damaged beast-controlling space. Chapter 2. The Pendant's Anomaly and the Revelation of All Things. Endless darkness enveloped him, entwined with a bone-chilling cold, dragging Ling Hao's consciousness into a profound abyss. Past humiliations played out like a relentless tormentor, the glaring crimson letters on the spirit stone tablet proclaiming his meager third-class beast mastery burned painfully in his eyes. The mocking faces of Ling Hu and others twisted grotesquely as they jeered, while Su Qing's icy disdain flickered in her gaze upon turning away. His father's clenched garments, a testament to suppressed humiliation, etched a scene of despair that relentlessly tore at his spirit, pushing him toward the precipice of hopelessness. Just as his awareness teetered on the brink of being devoured by darkness, a flicker of light suddenly ignited. This radiance emanated from his chest, from the ancestral black pendant that had been passed down through generations. It shed its previous dullness, and the once obscured patterns on its surface awakened, flowing like a suspended galaxy. Exuding a profound and ancient glow, a warmth suffused with undeniable power surged through his meridians, ultimately converging within the already fractured, silent space of beast mastery in his dantian. Like a long-awaited rain to a parched land, the warmth spread, subtly yet distinctly mending the shattered barriers of space. Though merely a feeble restoration, it breathed a flicker of life back into the dormant realm that had languished for 3 years. The warm current did not cease. It broke free from the confines of his meridians and surged towards his brow, where the sea of consciousness resided. A resonant hum echoed in his mind, a thunderous toll that simultaneously unleashed a sharp pain and a refreshing coolness. Ling Hao's eyes shot open, his body springing up from the ground like a coiled spring, gasping for air as cold sweat trickled down his brow, soaking his hair. Outside, the sun had already begun its descent, casting the remnants of red light through the window, creating elongated, warm shadows upon the floor. Before he could gather his thoughts, a torrent of information surged into his mind, overwhelming him with dizziness. The world around him seemed to have been thoroughly cleansed, revealing even the trajectories of floating dust in the air. The distant sounds of training from the martial arts field, the rustling of leaves in the wind, and the faint scurrying of insects underground rang clear in his ears. His senses had magnified exponentially. Instinctively, he glanced down at the small gray creature rubbing against his pant leg, its tiny head nudging against the back of his hand. In that moment, lines of faint golden, translucent text appeared like a brand in the depths of his consciousness. Name, unknown rodent beast, bloodline potential. Current level, low-grade mortal skills, nah. Status, hungry, concerned for host, desiring energy, hidden information. Detected extremely high-level bloodline seal. Requires special energy or opportunity to unlock. Ling Hao stood frozen, blinking rapidly, the faint golden text still hovering clearly in his mind. His heart raced as an unbelievable thought burst into his consciousness. I can see the information of Xiao Hui. He abruptly turned his gaze to the corner where a gray-spotted spider was diligently spinning its web. Name, gray-spotted spider, bloodline potential, low-grade mortal, current level, none skills, web spinning. Venom, status, busy. He then looked outside at the half-dry weeds in the yard. Name, iron wiregrass, years, 3, utility, weak blood circulation effect, status, about to wither. In his line of sight, regardless of whether it was a living creature or a spiritual plant, their basic information automatically manifested in his mind. Exhilaration surged within him like molten lava, instantly dispelling the accumulated humiliation and despair of 3 long years. Ling Hao grasped the pendant at his chest tightly, feeling its ancient texture beneath his fingertips. Though the pendant had returned to its original state, he could distinctly sense a newfound bond of flesh and blood connecting him to it, a gentle flow of warmth continuously nourishing his beast mastery's space and soul. It was the blood. It was the pendant. He murmured, his eyes suddenly stinging with unshed tears. 3 years. A full 3 years. From the day his talent was awakened and failed, he had endured scorn and ridicule, even his father growing increasingly silent. Now he finally glimpsed the dawn of hope. Chirp! Xiao Hui, startled by the mix of laughter and tears from its master, gently pawed at his wrist, emitting an anxious sound. Ling Hao took a deep breath, suppressing the tumult of emotions, and cradled Xiao Hui in his arms. The little creature's soft, warm fur soothed his heart. So, you are not so simple after all. He stroked Xiao Hui's tiny head, his gaze intense. An extremely high-level bloodline seal, desiring metallic energy? Suddenly, he recalled how Xiao Hui had always nibbled on the iron objects in their home, thinking it was mere mischief. It was, in fact, an instinctual need. Fear not. From this day forth, I shall never let you go hungry again. A fierce light ignited in Ling Hao's eyes. Su Qing, the Su family, Ling Hu. The humiliation you inflicted today, I, Ling Hao, shall repay 100-fold. The immediate priority was to find energy for both Xiao Hui and himself. Ling Hao sprang into action. His heightened senses sharpened his awareness, while his newfound ability to perceive all things was like adding wings to a tiger. He rummaged through the dilapidated courtyard and soon discovered several nearly withered herbs beneath a loose stone in the corner. Name: blood-stanching grass. Years: 1. Utility: weak hemostatic effect. Status: about to expire. He then found a dusty piece of or the size of a pigeon egg in an abandoned jar under the bed. Name: inferior iron, or composition, mostly ordinary iron, containing extremely trace amounts of fine gold dust. Status: absorbable. This is it. Ling Hao's eyes sparkled. Xiao Hui eagerly approached, its tiny nose sniffing, its tail wagging in apparent interest. As night quietly descended, a dim yellow oil lamp flickered to life in the courtyard. Ling Hao sat cross-legged on his bed, cradling the wilted, blood-stanching grass and the inferior iron ore in his palms, while Xiao Hui lay on his legs, eagerly staring at the ore, occasionally licking its lips. He attempted to circulate the family's most basic qi induction technique. For the first time in 3 years, he felt the ethereal energy of heaven and earth. The thin stream of energy slowly flowed into his body. Although most of it still seeped through the damaged beast mastery space, a small portion was successfully absorbed. Simultaneously, the pendant on his chest continued to emit warmth, enhancing the restoration process. Ling Hao offered the iron ore to Xiao Hui. The little creature immediately clutched it excitedly, gnawing away. The hard ore crumbled under its teeth like a biscuit, with trace amounts of metallic energy gradually integrating into its body. Ling Hao chewed the blood-stanching grass, the bitter juice sliding down his throat as the weak medicinal power spread within him, bringing a flicker of strength back to his weary body. Feeling the long-lost flow of energy within him and watching Xiao Hui happily munching away, Ling Hao slowly clenched his fists. The flame of hope had been ignited. The path ahead may be fraught with thorns, yet he was unafraid. The first step: alleviate Xiao Hui's hunger and ascertain the energy it required. The second step: seek more resources, restore the beast mastery space, and elevate his strength. He raised his gaze towards the night outside, where the moonlight filtered through the window paper, casting mottled shadows on the ground. Tomorrow shall herald a brand new beginning. Chapter 3: A fortuitous find in the market. Initial brilliance unveiled. The next morning, as dawn broke, Ling Hao concluded his brief meditation, feeling the ethereal energy within him, slightly more robust than the previous day, and the barely perceptible yet genuine signs of restoration in his beast mastery space. He exhaled a long breath of turbid air. Despite a sleepless night, he felt invigorated and full of vitality. The once dull eyes now gleamed with a sharpness akin to that of an eagle, sparkling with both hope and cunning. With a creak, he pushed open the dilapidated wooden door, allowing the refreshing air to fill his lungs. Little Gray nimbly darted onto his shoulder, its tiny nose twitching as if brimming with curiosity about the world beyond. After last night's meager meal of low-quality iron ore, its fur appeared slightly shinier, and its eyes sparkled with liveliness. "Let us go, Little Gray." Ling Hao gently patted its small head. "Today is pivotal for our first bucket of gold." He was in dire need of money and resources. Whether to repair his space or to feed Little Gray, this seemingly insatiable beast, he required substantial funds. The meager resources dispensed monthly by the family had long since been siphoned off by the elders, leaving him with little to rely on. The trading market in Qingyang City, located in the east of the city, was the largest marketplace in the vicinity. The crowd was bustling, the noise overwhelming. Shops lined the streets, while numerous vendors spread out animal skins and coarse cloth, hawking a variety of goods: medicinal herbs, ores, beast bones, low-tier beast cubs, and even some obscure ancient artifacts. As soon as Ling Hao entered the market, his innate ability to discern the essence of all things activated spontaneously. Name: 10-year-old greenwood vine. Status: most of its medicinal properties have dissipated. Its efficacy is mediocre. Name: black iron ore. Status: ordinary iron ore, with a high impurity content. Name: claw cat cub. Bloodline potential: inferior grade and soldier rank. Status: healthy and lively. A torrent of information flooded his mind, initially causing discomfort, but he quickly acclimated. He resembled a seasoned appraiser, his gaze swiftly scanning each stall. Most items were transparent to him, revealing themselves as either counterfeit, inferior, or grossly overpriced. With only a pitiful few silver coins in his pocket, painstakingly saved through frugality with his father, he knew he had to spend wisely. Suddenly, Little Gray became restless, pawing at his ear and pointing its nose toward a secluded corner. Intrigued, Ling Hao followed its lead. There stood an elderly man's stall, forlorn and neglected, displaying mostly rusted metal scraps and withered plant roots, as if salvaged from some ruinous site. The old man dozed, seemingly indifferent to commerce. Ling Hao's gaze swept over the so-called treasures, and information flashed through his mind. Broken bronze spear tip, common iron, ancient, without special value. Withered snake, saliva root, completely devoid of medicinal properties, worthless. dull gray stone. When his eyes landed on an unremarkable fist-sized gray-brown stone, the feedback sent his heart racing. Name: sinking iron meteorite. Composition: the core is pure sinking iron, containing a hint of Earth's pulsating energy, mixed with trace amounts of an unknown metal. Effect: an excellent material for forging of earth and metal attributes. Can also be absorbed by specific mystical beasts to enhance bones and claws. It holds a strong allure for treasure-hunting weasels. Status: energy contained within. Sinking iron meteorite. Ling Hao suppressed his excitement. This was undoubtedly a treasure. Its value far exceeded the few silver coins in his pocket. Moreover, it would greatly benefit Little Gray. Feigning casualness, he crouched down, first examining the broken spear tip, then touching the withered snake's saliva root, shaking his head in false disappointment. Finally, he picked up the dull gray stone as if it were an afterthought. "Old sir, how much for this stone used to weigh down a cloth?" he asked in a nonchalant tone. The old man lazily opened his eyes, glancing over, and replied, 3 silver coins. Take it. To him, it was merely an ordinary stone for propping things up. Ling Hao's heart leaped with joy, though he feigned a frown. Weighing the stone in his hand, 3 silver coins for a broken rock. 1 silver coin, or I'll just leave it. He made a show of setting it down. Fine, one it is. Just take it. The old man waved his hand impatiently, returning to his nap. Ling Hao quickly produced a warm silver coin from his pocket, placing it on the stall while clutching the sinking iron meteorite tightly in his hand, his heart pounding. What a windfall. However, just as he rose, ready to find a safe place to examine the meteorite, a mocking voice rang out from behind him. "Oh, who do we have here? Is it not the talented young master of the Ling family? What brings you to rummage through the trash instead of nurturing your fat little mouse at home?" Ling Hao paused, slowly turning around. Indeed, it was Ling Hao. Accompanied by 2 lackeys, he had stumbled upon this scene. A smirk of derision plastered across his face. His gaze fell upon the gray stone in Ling Hao's hand, and he scoffed, "Buying a stone to weigh down a cloth for 1 silver coin? Ling Hao, have you gone mad with poverty, or has your brain been caught in a door?" Ha ha. His 2 companions joined in the raucous laughter, drawing curious glances from the surrounding crowd. Ling Hao's expression turned icy, but he wished to avoid unnecessary conflict. He tucked the meteorite into his cloak and replied coolly, "What I choose to buy seems to be none of your concern." With that, he attempted to walk away. "Stop." Ling Hao stepped in front of him, his smile morphing into a malicious grin. "Who says it's none of my business? I desire that stone in your hand. I'll give you 2 silver coins for it. You can earn a coin for yourself and have a decent meal with your fat mouse." Ha! It was clear he sought to provoke and humiliate Ling Hao for his amusement. Ling Hao's brow furrowed. "I won't sell." Ling Hao's expression darkened, his tone laced with menace. "Ling Hao, don't push your luck. A worthless fool dares to defy me? I'll ask you one more time. Sell or not?" His 2 lackeys stepped closer, subtly encircling Ling Hao, their aura radiating the pressure of mid-tier beast tamers. Ling Hao patted the beast pouch at his waist, and a half-man-high, tusked beast shadow flickered within, emitting a low growl. The onlookers retreated, wary of being drawn into the fray, their gazes toward Ling Hao filled with sympathy or schadenfreude. Ling Hao took a deep breath. Had this been yesterday, he might have swallowed his pride, but today Little Gray seemed to sense the hostility, its fur bristling. Tiny eyes fixated on the tusked beast, issuing a low growl that belied its small stature, emanating an unexpected aura of intimidation. Ling Hao gently patted Little Gray, signaling for it to remain calm. He gazed at the arrogant Ling Hao and suddenly smiled. "Ling Hao, you claim this is garbage." Ling Hao slowly withdrew the sinking iron meteorite from his cloak. "How about we place a bet?" "A bet? On what?" Ling Hao was taken aback, not anticipating this reaction from Ling Hao. "Let us wager whether this stone in my hand is truly garbage," Ling Hao declared, his voice rising deliberately. "If it is garbage, I, Ling Hao, will immediately bow to you and promise to avoid you from now on." "Oh." Ling Hao's interest piqued. He scoffed. "And if it's not?" "If it's not," Ling Hao locked eyes with him, "you will return the blood-condensing grass you just purchased and loudly proclaim, 'Ling Hao, I am blind to true value.' How does that sound?" Ling Hao had indeed spent 10 silver coins on a decent blood-condensing grass, which he was now toying with in his hand. The notion made him want to laugh out loud. How could this broken stone possibly be anything but trash? This fool was practically insulting himself. "Fine, I'll take your bet." Ling Hao, eager to cement his victory, quickly agreed. "Everyone heard that. Bear witness for me. Ling Hao, you must prove it to everyone now. If you fail, don't blame me for making you kneel in public." All eyes turned to the dull gray stone in Ling Hao's hand. Ling Hao spoke no more. He approached a vendor selling hatchets, borrowed a thick-bladed hatchet, and placed a stone upon a slab of bluestone on the ground. Under the curious gazes of the crowd, he summoned the meager essence of his inner energy, raised the hatchet high, and brought it down with force upon the stone. Clang! A sharp sound rang out, and sparks flew. The blade of the hatchet actually chipped, creating a notch. The surface of the stone cracked in response, shedding fragments and revealing a dark core within, which shimmered with a metallic luster and displayed faint, earthy yellow patterns swirling within. An aura of dense and heavy energy instantly permeated the air. What is this? Among the onlookers were those with discernment, who gasped in astonishment. Heavy iron. It is the essence of heavy iron meteorite. An old craftsman exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief, observing the color and aura. Noting its exceptional purity, it even contains a trace of earth vein power. A treasure indeed, worth at least 100 gold coins. Boom. The crowd erupted in excitement. Eyes became fervent, casting greedy and envious glances at the meteorite, filled with yearning. 100 gold coins. Heaven's mercy. What incredible fortune has this young man from the Ling family stumbled upon? A silver coin. He has hit the jackpot. Ling Hao's smile froze entirely, leaving him dumbfounded, soon turning the color of a pig's liver. His two companions beside him were equally stupefied. Ling Hao picked up the invaluable heavy iron meteorite from the ground, leisurely brushed off the stone powder from its surface, and then turned to face the ashen-faced Ling Hao, extending his hand. Young Master Ling Hao, a bet is a bet. The blood, please. His tone was calm, yet it struck like a resounding slap across Ling Hao's face. Moreover, Ling Hao added, his voice resonating clearly in the ears of everyone present. Isn't it time for you to utter those 3 words? Ling Hao trembled with rage, pointing a finger at Ling Hao, wishing he could unleash his ferocious hound to tear him apart. Yet, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he could not backtrack. If he reneged, he would never be able to hold his head high among the younger generation in Qingyang City again. He deeply regretted provoking this cursed waste. Ultimately, under the scrutiny of countless gazes, Ling Hao spat out those 3 words through gritted teeth. I, Ling Hao, am blind to the truth. He then forcefully threw the 10 silver coin worth blood into Ling Hao's hand and, along with his companions, squeezed through the crowd to flee, leaving behind a chorus of suppressed laughter. Ling Hao held the heavy iron meteorite and the blood, feeling the complex, astonished, and even slightly reverent gazes around him, finally releasing the pent-up frustration he had endured for 3 years. This was merely the beginning. He glanced at the excited little gray creature on his shoulder, who was eagerly pawing at the meteorite, smiled faintly, and paid no heed to the clamor behind him as he swiftly departed from this place of trouble. With a fortune in hand, he needed to convert it into tangible strength as soon as possible. Following this incident, the tales of the wasteful Ling Hao stumbling upon a treasure and outsmarting Ling Hao would undoubtedly spread throughout every nook and cranny of Qingyang City. Chapter 4. Snatching from the tiger's mouth, hidden peril. Clutching the palm-sized, icy-cold heavy iron meteorite, Ling Hao felt as though a red-hot iron weight pressed against his chest, tightening his heart. He suppressed the tremors in his fingertips, instinctively quickening his pace, eager to escape the rising clamor of the market. The gazes directed at him had long transformed from mere curiosity to unabashed heat and greed, piercing him like countless needles, stiffening his spine. He had been well aware of the principle of guilt by association since the very first day he set foot in the marketplace. With his current meager cultivation at the 3rd tier of Beast Tamer, this meteorite, valued at 100 gold coins, was akin to a death warrant. Little Gray, keep a close watch on our surroundings, he whispered to the small gray creature perched on his shoulder. The little fellow seemed to sense the dangerous atmosphere in the air. Its normally drooping ears perked up suddenly, no longer rubbing its furry head against his neck, but instead tensed, its bright black eyes scanning the crowd with the vigilance of a predator. He deliberately avoided the bustling main street, opting for narrow, dimly lit alleys with peeling walls. As his footsteps echoed on the bluestone path, splashing tiny droplets of water, he twisted and turned, attempting to shake off any potential pursuers lurking in the shadows. However, the pricking sensation of being watched clung to him like a shadow, unshakable. What troubled him further was that this feeling did not originate from a single source, but rather from multiple directions, some near, some far, some obvious, and others concealed, like a pack of lurking wolves, waiting for him to show signs of fatigue. His brazen act of acquiring the heavy iron meteorite at a bargain price had ultimately drawn too much attention. Just as he rounded the final corner, about to step onto the main bluestone thoroughfare leading to the Ling family estate, 3 figures emerged from the shadows at the alley's entrance, blocking his only escape route like specters. The foremost was none other than the returning Ling Hao. His face, usually handsome, was now darkened with fury, the veins on his forehead bulging, and his glare fixed on Ling Hao, as if he wished to devour him whole. Beside him, in addition to his 2 ever-present lackeys, a half-human tall hound had been released, its glossy brown-black coat glistening, drool dripping from its jaws, and its ivory fangs gleaming ominously under the dim light. Emitting a low growl of threat, its blood-red eyes locking onto Ling Hao, as if it were poised to pounce and shred him to pieces at any moment. Ling Hao. The two syllables escaped Ling Hao's clenched teeth, charged with intense malice. You made me lose face in front of everyone, and you think you can just walk away? Ling Hao abruptly halted, taking a deep breath as the tumultuous blood within him calmed slightly. He slowly turned around, and as expected, he found himself blocked by two unfamiliar, towering men. Both were bare-armed, their muscular limbs adorned with vicious scars, their eyes fierce like wolves, exuding the aura of hardened ruffians who had long roamed the streets. Clearly hired mercenaries by Ling Hao. Judging by the faint fluctuations of their inner energy, they were at least at the 6th or 7th tier of Beast Tamer. Ling Hao was willing to invest heavily to reclaim his dignity, even willing to involve outsiders in their family feud. Surrounded and trapped. Ling Hao, it was you who agreed to the bet, and many witnesses were present in the marketplace. Now that you've lost, you wish to turn the tables and forcibly seize it? Ling Hao's voice was calm, yet his gaze was as sharp as a hawk's, secretly channeling the scant essence of his inner energy throughout his body. His muscles taut like a drawn bowstring. The heavy iron meteorite in his arms felt cold and hard, now serving as his only source of solace, as if it could provide him with a glimmer of strength. Forcibly seize it? Ling Hao erupted into a derisive laugh, revealing a mouthful of gleaming white teeth. This young master is merely reclaiming what rightfully belongs to him. How is that a forcible seizure? You, away stuck at the 3rd tier for 3 years, are not worthy of possessing such a treasure as the heavy iron meteorite. If you're wise, hand over the meteorite, sever an arm, and kneel before me to beg for forgiveness. I might just consider sparing your worthless life. No sooner had he finished speaking than the hound beside him advanced menacingly. The pressure of a low-tier demon beast weighing heavily upon Ling Hao's heart. The two mercenaries simultaneously drew their short blades, the metal gleaming coldly in the sunlight as they closed in. Just as tensions reached their peak, the little gray creature on Ling Hao's shoulders suddenly stood upright, unleashing a shrill cry that belied its small stature. The sound was piercing and resonant, sharp as metal scraping, causing the hound's forward motion to falter. A flicker of surprise and wariness flashing in its crimson eyes. Upon witnessing the scene, Ling Hao's fury intensified. A worthless wretch, accompanied by such a peculiar pet. He bellowed fiercely. Indeed, both you and that filthy rodent are problematic. Capture them both. Kill that mouse first and seize the fallen essence. The moment the command was issued, the fierce canine beast reacted with alacrity, letting out a thunderous roar that echoed through the air. Its massive form lunged at Ling Hao like a bolt from a crossbow, its gaping maw aimed directly at his throat. Simultaneously, the two mercenaries behind him sprang into action, their daggers slicing through the air with a whistling sound, aiming for his vulnerable back. In an instant, the crisis of life and death erupted. Ling Hao's pupils constricted to pinpricks. 3 years of suppression, honed through countless brushes with death, awakened his instinct for combat in a thunderous resurgence. The mysterious ability to perceive all things in his mind erupted like a dormant volcano, a torrent of information flashing through his consciousness. The fierce canine beast, low-grade beast of the soldier rank. Weakness, old injury on the left hind leg. Sparse fur in the abdominal area, relatively weak defense. Skills, savage bite, powerful pounce. Status, extremely excited, slightly overconfident due to Xiao Hui's shrill cries. Mercenary A, Beast Tamer. 6th rank. Weakness, unsteady lower body, hidden injury on the left shoulder. Attack route, direct stab to the right kidney. Mercenary B, Beast Tamer, 7th rank. Weakness, slightly slower reaction speed. Attack route, horizontal slash to the calf. All information was synthesized in an instant. Ling Hao's body reacted even faster than his mind, his feet sliding half a step to the right, narrowly evading the bloody wind of the canine beast's lunge, while simultaneously allowing Mercenary A's dagger, aimed at his kidney, to graze past his side, the blade tearing through fabric and leaving a shallow crimson mark. Before he could regain his footing, Ling Hao's feet suddenly surged with power, his body spinning like a top, his right leg sweeping out like an iron rod, striking fiercely at Mercenary A's already unstable calf. Crack! The sharp sound of bone snapping accompanied Mercenary A's anguished scream. Ling Hao's furious kick shattered the mercenary's tibia, causing him to lose balance and crash heavily to the ground. The dagger slipping from his grasp and skidding across the floor, sparking as it went. On the other side, Mercenary B's horizontal slash also missed, the blade grazing Ling Hao's pant leg before striking the adjacent wall, sending fragments flying. Yet Ling Hao, propelled by the momentum of his spin, pressed forward, launching himself at the recently grounded canine beast, which was still adjusting its stance. Without a weapon, he channeled all his remaining energy into his right fist, targeting the beast's vulnerable abdomen. Bang! A dull thud resonated as Ling Hao's fist collided with the soft underbelly of the canine beast, his energy erupting forth. causing the creature to emit a roar of pain as it staggered back 2 paces, a flicker of fear finally evident in its eyes. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. From the moment the canine beast lunged to Mercenary A's fall, it was but a fleeting breath. Ling Hao, at the alley's entrance, stood dumbfounded, the sinister grin on his face freezing instantly, replaced by disbelief and shock. He could hardly believe his eyes. This worthless wretch, whom he had bullied for 3 years, how could he possess such rapid reflexes and terrifying strength? In a single confrontation, he had not only incapacitated his hired thug, but had also repelled his fierce beast. However, Ling Hao's cultivation ultimately remained a significant flaw. The explosive sequence had nearly drained the last remnants of his energy, leaving his breath ragged, his chest heaving, and cold sweat beading on his forehead. You worthless fool. You're seeking death. Ling Hao finally snapped back to reality from his astonishment, utterly enraged, his eyes burning with fury. He ceased merely directing the canine beast, and instead drew a dagger from his waist, his gaze fierce as he charged forward. Meanwhile, Mercenary B steadied himself and swung his blade toward Ling Hao's back once more. Ling Hao suddenly found himself besieged from 3 sides, the danger escalating. The claws of the canine beast grazed his arms and back multiple times, leaving deep gashes that bled profusely, quickly soaking his clothes and rendering him a pitiable sight. Mercenary B's dagger was relentless, each strike imbued with lethal intent, the chill of the blade almost piercing his skin. Xiao Hui leaped anxiously on his shoulder, squeaking in distress, its tiny paws flailing as it attempted to leap and bite at Ling Hao's neck, but Ling Hao firmly restrained it. It was far too small, and charging in would be tantamount to courting death. He could not afford to clash head-on. He needed to devise a means of escape. Ling Hao's mind raced, his gaze darting across the battlefield in search of an opportunity. Just then, his eyes locked onto the bulging pouch at Ling Hao's waist. The remnants of coins left after purchasing the blood-condensing herb and hiring mercenaries, now swaying heavily with his movements, evidently filled with silver coins. A daring plan formed in the blink of an eye. He deliberately slowed his evasive movements, bracing his back against Mercenary B's dagger strike with a heavy blow. With a splutter, Ling Hao coughed up blood, yet the tremendous force propelled him like a cannonball directly toward the charging Ling Hao. You foolish creature. Ling Hao, seeing him voluntarily approach, felt a surge of ecstasy, a sinister grin spreading as he raised his dagger to stab at Ling Hao's heart. Yet Ling Hao's target had never been him. At the moment they were about to collide, Ling Hao's body twisted in an uncanny maneuver, slipping away from the dagger's lethal edge like a slippery eel. His right hand shot out like lightning, not to attack, but to seize the pouch at Ling Hao's waist. Yanking it fiercely, rip! The sound of tearing fabric pierced the air. Ling Hao's pouch, along with a portion of his silken garment, was brutally yanked away. However, Ling Hao's shoulder was also slashed by Ling Hao's dagger, a deep gash appearing that exposed bone, blood gushing forth to stain half of his shoulder. My money! Ling Hao froze, gazing at the empty space at his waist in shock, instinctively exclaiming in horror. Now was the moment. Ling Hao, gritting his teeth against the searing pain in his shoulder, summoned the last remnants of his strength to hurl the heavy pouch toward the alley's far end, aiming for the 2 mercenaries who had paused momentarily due to their fallen companion. Coins. The ground is littered with coins. Grab them, he shouted hoarsely, his voice raspy from blood loss, yet filled with a hypnotic allure. In the sunlight, the pouch burst open in the air, dozens of gleaming silver coins cascading down like flowers scattered by celestial maidens, landing on the cobblestone path with a delightful clinking sound, rolling chaotically everywhere. The shimmering silver instantly captured everyone's attention. Mercenary A, who had just struggled to his feet clutching his broken leg, and Mercenary B, poised to attack again. Both became transfixed by the rolling coins, their eyes widening with greed. The desire surged within them like a wildfire, overpowering their allegiance to Ling Hao. In that moment, the coins on the ground held far greater significance than Ling Hao's commands. Money, it's mine. Both men simultaneously howled, diving toward the scattered coins, even shoving and cursing each other as they vied for a single coin that rolled to their feet. Ling Hao, too, was momentarily dazzled by the glittering coins, his eyes flashing with pain as he looked at the scattered wealth on the ground, which represented his remaining savings. Even the fierce canine beast hesitated, its assault faltering as it tilted its head in confusion, watching the rolling silver, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. This brief moment of chaos presented Ling Hao with his sole opportunity for escape. Without a moment's hesitation, ignoring the agonizing pain in his shoulder and the scattered coins, he turned and poured every last ounce of strength into his legs, accelerating to the utmost, dashing toward the alley's opening where a gap had appeared due to the scramble for coins. Xiao Hui, hold on tight, he whispered hoarsely, his voice trembling from exhaustion. How? The sharp-toothed mastiff finally reacted, letting out a roar directed at Ling Hao's retreating figure, ready to pursue. Forget about him. Grab the money first. That is my money. Ling Hao shouted in a fit of rage, disregarding the chase after Ling Hao, bending down to join the fray for the silver coins. In his eyes, those coins were far more valuable than the life of a worthless wretch. Thus, relying on his wits and fierce determination in the face of despair, Ling Hao managed to tear a path from the deadlock. He bolted forward, not daring to look back, blood dripping from his shoulder down his arm, leaving a sporadic trail on the cobblestone path behind him. The excruciating pain and overwhelming fatigue crashed over him like a relentless tide, causing his vision to darken. Yet he gritted his teeth, his lips torn and bleeding, fixated solely on one thought: home. If only he could return to the safety of the Ling family's territory. He would find temporary refuge. However, just as he dashed out of the alley and was about to step onto the bustling main road, a familiar sight of the Ling family archway in the distance, a chilling and bone-piercing intent to kill surged forth from the shadows on his right. Like a long-hidden venomous snake suddenly striking, the intensity and ferocity of that murderous intent far surpassed that of Ling Hao and the mercenaries before. Swift, accurate, ruthless, a shadow darted forth from the darkness, wielding a short dagger that shimmered with a ghostly light, aimed directly at the vital point on Ling Hao's back. The timing, angle, and force of this strike were executed with extreme precision, clearly the work of a true assassin. Ling Hao's body was instantly engulfed in cold sweat. He could even feel the icy sensation at the back of his heart, leaving him no time to evade, not even a moment to think. The shadow of death enveloped him like never before. Who was lurking in the shadows to take his life? Chapter 5. The Deadly Gambit, a Mysterious Ally. The chilling intent to kill was faster than thought itself. Ling Hao's blood seemed to freeze in that instant, the shadow of death solidifying, pinning him in place. He could even feel the tremor of his skin from the invisible edge of that lethal strike. There was no escaping it. Absolutely no escaping. The strength of a third-tier beastmaster felt as insignificant as an ant in the face of this meticulously planned assassination. Just as the fatal moment approached, his little gray companion let out the sharpest, most urgent shriek it had ever produced. That sound was no longer a threat, but a mournful cry that seemed to burn with the essence of life. A barely perceptible, faint silver ripple emanated from the little gray, rapidly expanding and enveloping the space just behind Ling Hao. Innate skill, spatial ripple, flashed in his mind. Pop. A soft sound akin to a bubble bursting echoed. The deadly strike seemed to encounter some minute obstruction, veering off by mere inches. What was originally aimed at his vital point instead plunged into the area just beneath Ling Hao's right shoulder blade, mere inches away from his heart. The searing pain surged over him like a tidal wave. He could vividly feel the cold metal tearing through his flesh, grinding against bone. A torrent of blood spewed forth. Yet, that slight deviation granted him a fleeting chance to breathe. The instinct for survival overwhelmed everything. Without even a glance at his assailant, he propelled himself forward with the force of the impact, tumbling in a desperate roll, crashing against the wall at the alley's end. The wound on his shoulder struck the wall again, nearly knocking him unconscious. The little gray lay limp in the crook of his neck, its breath feeble, as though that last effort had drained all its strength. He struggled to turn his head. From the shadows emerged a middle-aged man clad in gray, his features unremarkable and devoid of any distinct characteristics. He held a slender, blood-dripping black dagger, his gaze as frigid as ancient ice, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, solely radiating pure, professional intent to kill. Name: level, Beastmaster, above. Status: professional assassin. Attribute: dark energy. Threat level: extremely high, unmatched. The information was vague, but the term Beastmaster plunged Ling Hao's heart into despair. A killing strike from a level so far beyond his own. The opponent had no intention of leaving him any escape. Who was it? Ling Hao could never afford such a high-level assassin. The Su family? Just because of the conflict over the annulment? Or perhaps the Grand Elder? Or something related to the disappearance of his parents years ago? Countless thoughts whirled in the midst of his agony, yet none provided answers. The assassin seemed momentarily taken aback by the failure of his previous strike. His gaze sweeping over the feeble little beast on Ling Hao's shoulder, a flicker of surprise passing through his eyes, quickly replaced by a more intense murderous intent. He wasted no words. His form blurred once more, like a specter closing in, the black dagger transforming into a venomous serpent, aimed directly at Ling Hao's brow. The speed was even greater than before. Ling Hao's pupils dilated, his vision consumed by that glimmer of death. He lacked even the strength to raise his arm. Was he truly to perish here? Just as hope had flickered, he felt an overwhelming sense of unwillingness, a profound reluctance to succumb. At the moment when darkness threatened to engulf his consciousness, A peculiar humming sound abruptly resonated. It did not emanate from the assassin, nor from Ling Hao. Rather, it came from within his embrace. That black pendant, pressed against his chest, and having absorbed his blood, suddenly radiated an intense heat without warning. A force far more powerful than before, ancient and primal, surged forth as if a slumbering dragon had been awakened, erupting with a thunderous roar. The assassin's expression changed for the first time. His forward momentum abruptly halted, his eyes filled with bewilderment. That force did not attack directly, but instead formed an invisible barrier. Imperceptible to the naked eye yet undeniably real, just enough to shield Ling Hao. Simultaneously, the previously indistinct patterns on the pendant's surface began to flicker wildly, projecting an exceedingly fine, yet profoundly concentrated beam of dark light, shooting forth at a speed beyond visual perception. Not aimed at the assassin, but towards a shadowy corner deeper within the alley. Thud! A faint sound, akin to striking an object, resonated from the shadows. Immediately after, a soft grunt of surprise and pain echoed from that corner. Almost simultaneously, a distinctly different wave of gentle, yet unfathomable power emanated from that corner, instantly enveloping the entire alley. The Beastmaster-level assassin appeared to be struck by a heavy blow, letting out a muffled groan as he staggered backward uncontrollably, his hand trembling around the dagger, his gaze filled with terror and disbelief as he stared at the shadowy corner. "Who?" the assassin barked, his voice laced with newfound fear. Ling Hao also strained to turn his head. In the deepest part of the alley, shadows twisted, and a figure slowly emerged. Clad in a faded gray robe, slightly stooped, the newcomer held what appeared to be an ordinary wine gourd, his face marked with a hint of helplessness and drowsiness, as if he had just been roused from a deep slumber. It was none other than the mysterious elder from the market who had sold him the meteorite iron essence. At this moment, he bore no trace of the slovenly demeanor he had in the market, though still dressed simply. The light in his eyes, when opened and closed, occasionally revealed a glimmer that sent chills down one's spine, exuding an aura profoundly at odds with the surrounding environment. He first cast a glance at the severely injured Ling Hao and the feeble little beast on his shoulder, a barely perceptible frown crossing his brow, his eyes flickering with a complex and inscrutable light, as if surprised yet somehow understanding. Then, he finally directed his gaze towards the assassin, who appeared to be on high alert. TSK, the members of the Shadow Kill Palace are becoming increasingly unrefined. The elderly man took a sip of his drink, smacking his lips with a hint of mockery. To employ a shadowless stab against a mere child who is only at the third tier of beast mastery. Is he not worried that word of this will circulate and provoke laughter? The Shadow Kill Palace. A wave of shock surged through Ling Hao's heart. That is the fearsome assassin organization that sends shivers down the spine of the continent. Their prices are exorbitant, and they never miss their target. Who could possibly be spending such a hefty sum on his life? The assassin's pupils constricted, clearly taken aback at having his origins exposed. He fixed his gaze on the elderly man, his voice hoarse. "Who are you? Why interfere in the affairs of the Shadow Kill Palace?" Before he could finish his sentence, the old man impatiently waved his hand. "Enough, enough. Do not attempt to intimidate this old man with the Shadow Kill Palace." The old man yawned again. "I've decided to spare you. You have 3 breaths to leave. Otherwise." The murky depths of his eyes opened slightly, a glimmer of a terrifying pressure, akin to the tip of an iceberg, quietly seeping out. Just a mere hint. The Beast Master-level assassin instantly felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, his complexion turning ashen, as if he had encountered something horrifying. He could hardly speak, his body trembling uncontrollably. He had no doubt that this seemingly ordinary old man possessed the capability to erase him in an instant. Without a moment's hesitation, and not daring to utter another word, the assassin respectfully clasped his hands towards the old man and, like a frightened rabbit, shot backwards, disappearing into the intricate depths of the alley with several leaps. Not daring to look back, the crisis seemed to have been temporarily averted. In the alley, only the severely injured Ling Hao, the enigmatic old man, and the lingering scent of blood remained. Ling Hao strained to hold onto the last vestiges of his consciousness, looking at the old man, his mouth opening to speak. But only a series of gasping sounds escaped, blood continuing to trickle from the corners of his mouth. The old man approached him, crouching down to assess his injuries. Then glancing at the pendant still slightly warm in his embrace and the small beast, his expression growing increasingly complex. "Kid, your knack for attracting trouble rivals that of your father in his youth," the old man muttered softly, his voice barely audible. Yet it sent a jolt through Ling Hao's spirit. "He knows my father?" Before Ling Hao could ponder further, the old man sighed, producing a small pill exuding a faint fragrance, glistening a vivid green, and unceremoniously shoved it into Ling Hao's mouth. "Consider yourself fortunate, encountering an old man like me on a whim. Otherwise, today would have truly marked your end." The pill dissolved instantly. A torrent of vibrant yet gentle vitality surged through his limbs, rapidly mending his grievous injuries. Even the terrifying penetrating wound in his shoulder was ceasing to bleed and healing at an observable rate. His heavy eyelids could no longer bear the weight. And an overwhelming fatigue, coupled with the comforting effects of the medicine, washed over him, leading Ling Hao's consciousness into a warm darkness. Just before he completely lost awareness, the last thing he heard was the old man seemingly speaking to himself. The Shadow Kill Palace. It seems the waters of Qingyang City run deeper than anticipated. Kid, when you wake, we shall have a proper discussion. Chapter 6. The Mysterious Old Man, Undercurrents in Motion. Warmth, akin to the melting snow water of early spring, gradually seeped into his bones from his limbs. Each cell that had once curled up in agony now greedily unfurled, drawing in this overwhelming vitality as if parched land were finally receiving rain. Ling Hao's consciousness struggled to surface from the boundless darkness, the tearing pain long since vanished, replaced by a sense of buoyancy that felt lighter than any moment in the past 3 years. He suddenly opened his eyes, yet instead of the familiar sight of a dilapidated roof letting in the wind, he beheld the aged, rough-hewn wooden beams of an unfamiliar room. The air was thick with a rich but not overpowering medicinal aroma, mingled with the musty scent of aged timber, warm and dry. Instinctive caution seized him. He instinctively attempted to sit up, only to realize he was lying on a wooden bed strewn with hay, the rough texture beneath him surprisingly clean. A slight itch emanated from his shoulder blade. Turning his head, he saw that the deep wound had been meticulously bandaged with white cloth. The once penetrating injury, now merely a tingling sensation of healing flesh, evidently no longer a serious concern. Squeak, squeak. A familiar sound came from beside his pillow. Xiao Hui was curled up there, its round body gently rising and falling with each breath, its small paws resting on his wrist. The previously subdued aura of the little creature had steadied and grown robust, its gray fur now shinier and smoother, evidently having received careful nursing. Ling Hao's anxious heart eased somewhat, yet a myriad of fragments flashed through his mind. The dire situation in the alley, the bone-chilling intent to kill, the sudden appearance of the mysterious old man, and the astonishingly effective pill he had taken. He immediately focused inward. Deep within his dantian, the previously shattered beast mastery space had miraculously repaired a small portion. Although the overall structure remained web-like with cracks, the newly formed area radiated a soft glow, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth at an astonishingly accelerated rate, several times faster than before. His soul power also surged, solidifying like silk, faintly hinting at the threshold of the 4th tier of beast mastery. Meanwhile, the ancestral black pendant on his chest continued to rest quietly against his skin, cool to the touch, as if the glimmer that had erupted in his moment of peril was merely a fleeting dream. Yet Ling Hao knew clearly that it was no dream. It was that pendant, perhaps along with that enigmatic old man, who had granted him a second chance at life. Awake? A voice, aged yet robust, emanated from the corner of the room, shattering the silence. Ling Hao whipped his head around, and there sat the mysterious old man who had saved him, beside the fire pit, leisurely waving a worn-out fan, gently stirring the medicinal pot suspended above the flames. The bubbling concoction released wisps of steam that enveloped his face, and the flickering firelight illuminated the deep creases of his visage, imbuing him with an air of inscrutable depth. "Thank you, Senior, for saving my life." Ling Hao, disregarding his lingering injuries, immediately rolled off the bed and bowed deeply to the old man. Regardless of the old man's intentions, he had saved both his and Xiao Hui's lives, a debt of gratitude as heavy as a mountain. Enough with the formalities. The old man replied without turning his head, the fan continuing its leisurely pace. "How do you feel? The effects of the blood-replenishing pill should have been digested by now, right?" The blood-replenishing pill. Ling Hao's heart surged with tumultuous waves. That was a legendary 3rd-tier pill. A single one could bankrupt an ordinary family. It was said to mend bones and revive the dead. No wonder his near-fatal injuries had healed so swiftly. What on earth is this old man? How could he so casually produce such a precious medicinal pill? "Thank you, Senior, for your generous gift. I have no major concerns now." Ling Hao forcibly suppressed his astonishment, his tone growing increasingly respectful. "May I know your esteemed name? This gratitude shall never be forgotten, and I will surely repay it in the future. A name is merely a title. You may call me Old Amo." The old man interrupted, finally turning his head. Those seemingly murky eyes fell upon Ling Hao, their gaze imbued with penetrating power, as if they sought to see through him entirely. "Kid, you certainly have a resilient fate." The shadowless stab of the Shadow Kill Palace, delivered by a beast master-level assassin. Don't think that just because you are a mere beast tamer, you would have survived such an encounter. Even an ordinary beast master would find themselves 10 times dead. He paused, his eyes subtly sweeping over Ling Hao's chest, a meaningful smile gracing his lips. You have quite a few secrets about you. Ling Hao felt a tightening in his chest, instinctively pressing his fingers against the pendant that hung before him. Its familiar icy touch sending a shiver through his being. It seemed that old Mo had seen through his subtle gesture, letting out a derisive chuckle. Rest assured, I, an old man who has lived for more than half a lifetime, have no interest in the privacy of others. But you, he shifted his tone, suddenly serious. How did you come to provoke the people of the Shadow Kill Hall? Is it merely because of that debauched young master of the Ling family? Ling Hao let out a bitter smile, recounting the events of how he stumbled upon the rare iron meteorite essence in the market, his ensuing conflict with Ling Hao, and ultimately, his ambush in the alley. He omitted the unusual movement of the black pendant and the ability to perceive all things, simply stating that Xiao Hui had provided an early warning, and he managed to evade capture due to his familiarity with the terrain until he encountered the assassins. Ling Hao. Old Mo shook his head, a hint of disdain crossing his features. That good-for-nothing lad has the heart of a thief, but lacks the courage. And he certainly does not possess the financial means to enlist the Shadow Kill Hall. Their involvement comes at a price that a mere branch of the Ling family cannot afford. Their targets are never nameless individuals. He picked up a wine gourd from beside the fire pit and took a hearty swig, the fiery liquor causing him to squint. It seems someone is using your conflict with Ling Hao as a pretext to orchestrate your demise. Furthermore, they seek to leave no trace, which is why they have resorted to the Shadow Kill Hall, known for their ability to erase all evidence after the deed is done. A cold sweat instantly broke out on Ling Hao's back. If it were not for old Mo's timely appearance, he would have already been a lifeless corpse. Unaware of who had taken his life, who could it be that harbored such a deep-seated intent to eliminate him? Why would a mere waste who had stagnated for 3 years warrant the attention of the Shadow Kill Hall's assassins? Senior, you mentioned in the alley my father? Ling Hao hesitated for a long moment, mustering the courage to voice his greatest curiosity. The old man's vague mumblings had registered clearly in his mind. It was no mere illusion. Old Mo's motion of fanning himself suddenly halted, a spark from the fire pit leaping to his clothing, yet he remained oblivious. After a brief silence, he finally spoke, his voice tinged with nostalgia. Ling Xiaoyun was quite the reckless character in his youth, causing no shortage of trouble. I never imagined his son would prove to be even more troublesome. He indeed recognized his father. Moreover, the familiarity in his tone suggested a deep camaraderie. What is your relationship with my father? Ling Hao pressed, his heart racing uncontrollably. With his parents missing for many years, he knew almost nothing about them. An old acquaintance. Old Mo replied curtly, his tone indifferent, clearly unwilling to delve further into the topic. He shifted his gaze back to Ling Hao, scrutinizing him. Boy, have you recently offended anyone particularly significant? Or have you discovered anything unusual pertaining to your parents? Ling Hao racked his brain, recalling the events from 3 years ago when he had failed to awaken his powers, to being marginalized by his family, and finally, today's peril in the market. Besides the daily bullying from Ling Hao, he had never held grievances with outsiders. As for his parents, he shook his head, his voice tinged with bitterness. Aside from today's incident, there have been no other peculiarities. I was still very young when my parents disappeared, and I know very little about their past. Old Mo studied him intently for a long while, seemingly confirming that he spoke the truth. After a significant pause, he sighed, his voice laden with complexity. Very well. Since fate has brought us together, I cannot allow you to be quietly disposed of. However, remember this, the Shadow Kill Hall will not rest easily after a single failed attempt. Their next strike will be far more covert and ruthless. Your future days may not be peaceful. Ling Hao's heart sank. Being targeted by such a vast assassin organization felt like a sword poised to fall at any moment, robbing him of peace day and night. Please, senior, guide me. He bowed again, his demeanor exceedingly earnest. Old Mo stroked his sparse beard thoughtfully and mused. First and foremost, you must not return to that small courtyard of the Ling family. The fact that the enemy was able to ambush you outside the market indicates that your movements have been thoroughly monitored. There may even be spies within the Ling family itself. An insider within the family? Ling Hao's face paled. He had always thought that Ling Hao's harassment was merely the cruel amusement of a spoiled brat, never realizing that it was entangled in such a complex conspiracy, with potential enemies lurking even within his own family. Secondly, and most importantly, power. Old Mo's voice suddenly rose, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. In this world, all schemes and intrigues are mere paper tigers in the face of absolute strength. You must elevate your cultivation as swiftly as possible, at the very least. You need the ability to protect yourself. His gaze swept over Ling Hao before landing on the sleeping Xiao Hui beside him, a slight smile gracing his lips. You and this little beast both possess potential, but you lack the resources to refine it. With that, he stood up, removing a pot from the fire pit and pouring the dark green liquid into a coarse ceramic bowl. The liquid exuded a rich vitality that made Ling Hao's inner energy stir with anticipation merely by inhaling its scent. Drinking this will fortify your foundation, helping to stabilize your newly restored beast control space, and it will also nourish your soul power. Old Mo handed the bowl to Ling Hao, adding, I will preserve the remaining liquid, giving your little beast a drop daily. It should suffice for a month, and perhaps it will even help awaken its intelligence. Thank you. Old Mo. Ling Hao accepted the bowl with both hands, overwhelmed with gratitude. This favor far exceeded the realm of mere life-saving. Don't be too hasty in your thanks. Old Mo poured cold water on him. I won't be leaving Qingyang City for the time being, but I cannot be there to protect you at all times. This is merely my temporary refuge, relatively concealed. For now, focus on recovering and familiarizing yourself with the newfound powers within you. He approached the door, cracking it open to gaze at the lush forest outside, his tone taking on a hint of mystery. As for the future, once you have healed, I will take you to a place. There, you will find the opportunities you need. Whether you can seize them will depend on your own fortune. Ling Hao's heart stirred, realizing that this could be the key to altering his fate. He nodded earnestly. I assure you, I will not disappoint your expectations. Let us hope so. Old Mo waved his hand, resuming his languid demeanor. Now, I must go down the mountain to procure wine and check on the happenings in the city. Stay put and do not wander. There are provisions and water on the table. Help yourself if you become hungry. With that, he grasped the wine gourd and swiftly vanished beyond the door, leaving only the echo of the wooden door creaking shut in his wake. The room fell silent once more, with only the steady breaths of Xiao Hui and the warm sensation of the medicinal liquid in Ling Hao's hands remaining. He gazed at the dark green liquid in the bowl, feeling the surge of vitality and the growing strength within him, his expression gradually hardening with resolve. The pursuit by the Shadow Kill Hall, the enigmatic puppet master behind it all, the mystery of his parents' disappearance, and the unfathomable Old Mo, all of it wove together into a colossal net, ensnaring him in a whirlpool of unimaginable depth. But this time, he would no longer be the helpless prey. He inhaled deeply, downing the medicinal liquid in one gulp. The bitter taste spread across his tongue, quickly transformed into a warm current surging into his dantian. No matter how treacherous the road ahead, he was determined to press onward, to grow stronger. He must become powerful swiftly. Only with sufficient strength could he unravel all mysteries, protect those he wished to safeguard, and establish his footing in this turbulent world. Chapter 7. Fortune from Misfortune, the Dark Knight's Assassination. The warm medicinal liquid coursed through his abdomen, instantly transforming into a surging yet gentle warmth that flowed through his limbs like spring rain nourishing the fields. Ling Hao dared not be negligent. He promptly sat cross-legged back on the wooden bed, fingers forming seals as he activated the family's well-versed technique, the Qi guiding formula. This time, the smoothness of his cultivation surpassed all previous experiences. There was no longer the sluggish sensation in his meridians. His energy surged like a rushing stream, navigating through his channels without obstruction. The residual potency of the blood creation pill now transformed into countless minuscule soldiers, meticulously cleansing the impurities that had congested his meridians, nurturing the fragile veins that had weakened due to 3 years of stagnation. The once feeble vitality, diminished by grievous injuries, surged with a visible rapidity, causing a layer of dark, viscous substance to seep from the surface of his skin, an expulsion of the toxins and waste that had long been hidden within. Even more astonishing was the transformation occurring in his dantian. The beast-controlling space, restored by the powers of the Elder Mo's elixir and pendant, awakened like a newly unsealed spring, actively and efficiently absorbing the thin, ethereal energy of the world. This energy, refined through the Qi drawing technique, was transmuted into pure soul power, continuously accumulating within the rejuvenated spatial area, rendering the radiant glow increasingly pronounced. Time slipped away unnoticed as the world outside darkened. When Ling Hao opened his eyes once more, the night had completely enveloped the earth, with sparse stars twinkling in the indigo sky. A dim oil lamp flickered within the wooden cabin, casting shadows on the walls that danced in and out of visibility, while Elder Mo had yet to return. He exhaled a long breath, the air rich and robust, and a glint of vitality flickered in his eyes. As he moved to stretch, a series of faint crackling sounds emanated from within him, every muscle brimming with a long-forgotten sense of strength. The wound on his shoulder now only itched lightly, indicating its nearing recovery. He immediately focused inward. Within his dantian, the area of the beast-controlling space had expanded yet again. Although still diminutive in comparison to the overall damage, it resembled a stable star, radiating a soft, luminous glow. Remarkably, his soul power had firmly stepped into the 4th tier of beast control. Ling Hao's heart raced with exhilaration. From the brink of death to fortune from misfortune, In just one day, he had not only activated the mysterious pendant and restored the beast controlling space, but he had also shattered a 3-year-long bottleneck. This advancement, a mere step for others on the path of cultivation, marked a monumental rebirth for him. Squeak. The little gray creature beside his pillow stirred awake, energetically leaping into his palm, nuzzling its small head against his fingers. Its eyes sparkled with newfound vitality, and beneath its gray fur, its muscles had grown notably firmer, undoubtedly benefiting greatly from Elder Mo's elixir. Ling Hao's heart fluttered with excitement as he once again activated his ability to perceive all things. Name: Treasure-Seeking Weasel, Bloodline Potential. Current level: Superior Mortal Tier skills, Keen Gaze, High-Speed Movement, Gnawing, Spatial Ripple. Status: Healthy, Joyful, Significantly Increased Affection for Host. Hidden Information: Bloodline Seal, within has loosened, exhibiting a strong desire to devour high-quality metals and spatial artifacts, awakening skills with boundless potential. Indeed, the little gray had also experienced a breakthrough. Not only had it ascended from the inferior to superior mortal tier, but it had also awakened an entirely new skill, Spatial Ripple, although currently weak and still awakening. Recalling its strange scream that had repelled the fierce hound earlier that day, the potential for this skill was undoubtedly limitless. Good companion. Ling Hao joyfully cradled it in front of him, gently scratching its chin with his fingertips. From now on, the two of us shall fight side by side. The little gray contentedly squinted its eyes, emitting a satisfied squeak. After a fleeting moment of joy, Ling Hao swiftly regained his composure, beginning to assess his current predicament. The threat from the Shadow Kill Palace loomed like a sword of Damocles. While Elder Mo had provided shelter, he could not forever act as his shield. To survive and unravel the mystery of his parents' disappearance, there was but one path. Strength must be acquired with haste. Strength, however, was inextricably linked to resources. He instinctively reached for the cold touch of the dense iron meteorite in his possession, its icy sensation sharpening his awareness. It was his most valuable asset at present. Yet selling it outright posed too great a risk, likely attracting unwanted attention. Should he allow the little gray to absorb it? Information suggested that the meteorite could be refined by specific mystical beasts, but considering the little gray had just broken through, hastily absorbing such immense energy could lead to catastrophic consequences. It seemed he could only place his hopes on the opportunity mentioned by Elder Mo. Ling Hao pondered. That enigmatic elder was currently his sole hope for resolution. He rose and approached the window, cautiously peering outside through the narrow crack, illuminated by the faint starlight. The city of Qingyang was anything but tranquil under the night's veil, as distant roars of beasts and shouts from martial artists echoed in the air. The earlier conflict with Ling Hao and the blunder of the Shadow Kill Palace had likely stirred considerable unrest within the city. He could only imagine how many eyes were lurking in the shadows, watching him, the once powerless figure who had unexpectedly turned fortunate. As he focused intently, the black pendant resting against his chest, which had remained cool until now, trembled unexpectedly, almost simultaneously. An extremely subtle yet chilling sensation of being watched slithered through the wooden cabin, akin to the flick of a serpent's tongue, skimming silently over the space, so swift it felt like an illusion, yet laced with a spine-chilling malice. Ling Hao's hair stood on end in an instant. This sensation was identical to that experienced earlier in the marketplace when he had been followed, yet it felt even more concealed, even more perilous. Had they truly tracked him here? Were they remnants of the Shadow Kill Palace, or a hidden traitor from the Ling family? He instinctively extinguished the oil lamp. The wooden cabin was plunged into impenetrable darkness. Ling Hao held his breath, pressing his body tightly against the shadowed wall, while the little gray sensed the threat. Immediately stifling its presence and crouching on his shoulder, its glossy eyes fixated on the window, its fur bristling in alarm. In the darkness, his hearing sharpened to an extraordinary degree. The rustling of leaves in the night breeze, the distant sound of a watchman striking a board, the hurried rhythm of his own heartbeat, even the faint scurrying of a mouse in the corner, resonated as clearly as if they were right beside him. That icy sensation of being watched drifted like a specter around the cabin, appearing and disappearing, as if meticulously scrutinizing the interior for the opportune moment to strike. Ling Hao's heart felt as though it might burst from his chest. Although he had now advanced to the 4th tier, confronting an adversary capable of eluding Elder Mo and tracking him here would spell certain doom. Time stretched in the suffocating silence, each passing second akin to a torturous eternity. Just as Ling Hao clenched his fists, preparing to brave an escape through the rear window, a cold huff pierced the air, a sound that reverberated deep within his mind. It came without warning, yet carried an undeniable pressure. The invasive gaze, akin to a festering sore, vanished instantaneously, as if punctured by a needle. Almost immediately, a faint muffled thud echoed outside the cabin, as though a heavy object had fallen, and then silence reigned once more. Ling Hao stood frozen, his back drenched in cold sweat. He dared not move until half an incense stick's worth of time had passed, and he was certain no anomalies remained, before finally exhaling slowly. That cold huff had unmistakably not belonged to Elder Mo. Elder Mo's voice was aged and languid, while this sound was younger, sharper, imbued with an air of disdain for all things. Who could it be? Who had intervened and frightened off the voyeur? Were they friend or foe? The temporary refuge that Elder Mo had assured him of seemed far from secure. Ling Hao gradually sank to the floor, leaning against the cold wall, tightly gripping the now silent pendant in his hand. The night outside deepened, and in the darkness of Qingyang City, it felt as though countless eyes were vigilantly watching him. The fortunate, yet still powerless one. Never before had he yearned for strength so desperately. This night was destined to be sleepless. Chapter 8. The Return of Elder Mo and the Scheme of the Auction. As dawn approached, the morning mist enveloped the world in a hazy embrace. The door of the wooden cabin creaked open, and Elder Mo, reeking of dew and faintly of wine, staggered in. He cast a glance at Ling Hao, who sat alert against the wall, and the equally vigilant little gray on his shoulder, a glimmer of subtle satisfaction flickering in his murky old eyes. "Ah, lad, your vigilance is commendable," he remarked. Elder Mo casually placed the wine gourd on the table and yawned. "Did you sleep well last night?" The tension that had gripped Ling Hao began to ease slightly as he stood up and managed a wry smile. "Thanks to your benevolence, my injuries are no longer severe. However, it seems last night was anything but tranquil." He recounted the chilling sensation of being watched and the mysterious cold snort he had encountered. Upon hearing this, Elder Mo's languid demeanor shifted, and he walked to the window, scrutinizing the window frame and the ground outside. He even squatted down to pick up a bit of soil, sniffing it. "Humph, that persistent specter," he muttered, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. "It appears the Shadow Kill Palace is determined to claim your life, having sent a shadow bat to track you." A shadow bat? Ling Hao felt a shiver run down his spine. This creature, a high-grade beast trained specifically for tracking and surveillance, emitted a faint aura and moved with astonishing speed, making it exceedingly difficult to detect. Elder Mo continued. "As for that cold snort, it adds an intriguing layer. Clearly, there are more than one set of eyes upon you in Qingyang City. Someone wishes to see you survive beyond the clutches of the Shadow Kill Palace, or perhaps they simply wish to ensure you do not perish at the hands of others." A chill crept up Ling Hao's back. He felt as if he had become bait, pulled and tugged by various unseen forces. "Well, there's no need to worry about that, bad." Elder Mo waved his hand dismissively, his tone confident. "The one who struck is no weakling. They acted decisively. And that beast has likely been reduced to a mere puddle of muck by now. As for their identity, it remains elusive for now, but at least it appears they harbor no ill intentions toward you." Ling Hao felt a slight relief, yet the urgency within him intensified. Elder Mo turned to regard Ling Hao, appraising him from head to toe before nodding slightly. "Indeed, you have absorbed the essence of the blood-replenishing pill quite thoroughly, and, as a result, have fortuitously broken through to the fourth tier. You possess quite the tenacity." He paused, his tone turning serious. "However, with such limited power, should the Shadow Kill Palace send someone again, luck may not favor you a second time. Speak, what are your plans? You cannot simply hide away with this old man indefinitely." Taking a deep breath, Ling Hao retrieved a dark, shimmering core from his bosom, the Stygian iron meteorite, and presented it with both hands. "Elder, this object brings me more misfortune than fortune. I wish to offer it to you, hoping you might illuminate my path forward." This was a meticulously considered decision. Treasures, no matter how precious, were meaningless without life to claim them. Securing Elder Mo's further guidance in exchange was the wisest choice at present. Elder Mo glanced at the valuable meteorite but did not take it. Instead, he chuckled derisively. "You think to test me with this trinket? If I were to covet such a thing, I would not have saved you yesterday, nor would I have gifted you the blood-replenishing pill." He gestured toward the pendant around Ling Hao's neck. "That trinket is far more intriguing than this worthless rock." Ling Hao's heart raced, instinctively clutching the pendant. Elder Mo had indeed recognized its extraordinary nature. "Put it away." Elder Mo waved his hand. "This item will prove invaluable for your little weasel in the future. Consuming it now would be a waste. As for your path forward." He stroked his chin thoughtfully, a glimmer of shrewdness crossing his eyes. 3 days from now, the Baibilu in Qingyang City will host a quarterly auction. Within, you may find items that could swiftly elevate your strength. An auction? Ling Hao was taken aback, then his expression darkened. "Elder, I am devoid of resources." The pouch of money he had seized from Ling, who had long since vanished in some alleyway. "Who said you were to buy?" Elder Mo shot him an exasperated glance. "You are to sell." "Sell? Sell what?" Ling Hao was even more perplexed. Elder Mo remained silent, rummaging through what appeared to be empty sleeves, muttering to himself. "Where did I put it? I recall not discarding the remnants from the last few failed concoctions. Moments later, he indeed produced a small jade vial. The vial appeared ordinary, even somewhat crude, but it was sealed tightly with beeswax. Here, sell this. Elder Mo tossed the vial to Ling Hao. Ling Hao caught it, feeling its weight in his hands. He instinctively activated his identification ability. Name: Inferior Soul Strengthening Liquid. Ingredients: a mixture of various residual soul condensing herbs. Diluted and containing trace impurities. Effect: slightly enhances the soul power cultivation speed for beast tamers at the apprentice level. Effect lasts for 2 hours. Long-term use may develop resistance and effect potential due to accumulated impurities. Status: medicinal properties still present. Evaluation: a crude and wasteful failure. Yet it retains a faint allure for low-tier beast tamers. Ling Hao's lips twitched slightly. This description was akin to the peak of refuse. Was Elder Mo intending to humiliate him? Elder Mo seemed to read his thoughts, chuckling. What? Do you disdain it? To you, it may seem worthless. But for those young scions stuck at the 5th or 6th tier of beast tamers, this negligible effect is the opportunity they crave. This concoction is perfectly suited to their consumption level and will not attract undue attention. Remember, Elder Mo lowered his voice, his eyes glinting with the cunning of a wily fox. When you go to Baibalu, seek out their appraiser directly. Claim it is a family heirloom, something your ancestors acquired, and you are unsure of its specifics, merely believing it might offer slight benefits to soul power. Let them appraise it themselves and give you a base price. Will they believe me? Ling Hao questioned, skepticism creeping in. Humph, the appraisers at Baibalu have discerning eyes. While they may not recognize that this is a product of my haphazard concoction, they will certainly test its medicinal efficacy. Elder Mo asserted confidently. This vial should fetch you at least 50 gold coins as a base price. At auction, with a bit of luck, it could reach 70 or 80 gold coins. That sum would suffice for you to procure some decent cultivation resources at the auction. Ling Hao's eyes lit up. 70 or 80 gold coins. This was undoubtedly a fortune for him, enough to acquire numerous cultivation resources. However, Elder Mo's tone shifted as he continued. The auction is a mixed bag of dragons and snakes. The risks are significant. The Ling family, the Su family, and even other factions may recognize you. You must find a way to disguise yourself. Disguise? Ling Hao fell into contemplation. Suddenly, a detail he had observed while deciphering the information resurfaced in his mind. He glanced again at the evaluation of the inferior soul strengthening liquid, a crude and wasteful failure. A bold idea took shape within him. He lifted his head, his gaze intense as he looked at Elder Mo. Elder, do you have any other failed concoctions? Preferably something that could alter skin color, aura, or give someone a sickly appearance. Elder Mo was initially taken aback, but soon understood his intent, bursting into hearty laughter. Good lad, your mind works swiftly. Indeed. I have plenty. I've concocted numerous failed products. With enthusiasm, he fished around in his sleeves again, quickly producing several small bottles of varying colors, each with a peculiar scent. This is yellow powder. When mixed with water and applied to the face, it will make you look as pale as a consumptive. This is stagnation powder. Inhaling just a little will cause your breath to become erratic, resembling someone recovering from a long illness. And this one, swelling water. Applying it to your wrists and ankles will create a puffy appearance. Elder Mo proudly detailed his failed creations, while Ling Hao's forehead broke into a cold sweat. What strange concoctions did this elder regularly brew? Yet, he could not deny that these items were precisely what he required. Thank you, Elder. Ling Hao solemnly accepted the small bottles. Using these dubious concoctions for disguise would likely raise the least suspicion. Enough with the formalities. Elder Mo waved his hand. Today, focus on familiarizing yourself with your new realm and practicing your disguise. Tomorrow night, I will take you nearby Bailu, and the rest will depend on your own fortune. With that, Elder Mo picked up his wine gourd again, mumbling that he was out of wine, and stumbled out the door once more. Ling Hao tightly gripped several small vials in his hand, casting a glance at the chunk of heavy iron meteorite, his eyes shimmering with unwavering determination. The upcoming auction represented his inaugural independent venture, a pivotal step towards amassing resources and ascending to greatness. Though peril lurked at every corner, opportunities thrived concurrently. Chapter 9. A New Disguise, an initial foray into the shadow market. During the day, Ling Hao refrained from hastily adopting a disguise. Instead, he settled into a tranquil state, diligently fortifying his recently attained 4th-tier Beastmaster cultivation. Seated cross-legged upon his wooden bed, he repeatedly channeled the Qi induction technique. The partially restored Beastmaster space resembled a diminutive yet efficient vortex, tirelessly siphoning the ethereal energies of heaven and earth. While its pace could not rival that of true prodigies, it marked a stark contrast to the stagnant state he had endured over the past 3 years. Soul energy coursed through his meridians, gradually solidifying with each cycle he completed. He meticulously attuned to the subtle shifts in his burgeoning power, familiarizing himself with this rejuvenated vessel. Meanwhile, Xiao Hui cradled the bowl of medicinal liquid left by old Mo, cautiously licking it. With each lick, its silvery gray fur glistened more vibrantly, and its aura grew increasingly stable. Occasionally, it would lift its head, its dark, glossy eyes glancing at Ling Hao in his meditative state before returning to its meal with contentment. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting shadows throughout the room, Ling Hao slowly concluded his training, a fleeting glimmer of brilliance in his eyes. His fourth-tier realm was now firmly established, even hinting at a tentative step into the mid-fourth tier. Sufficiently prepared, he took a deep breath and retrieved the peculiar little vials bestowed by old Mo. The first to be opened was the yellow moss powder, releasing a faint, musty bitterness that assaulted his senses. Following old Mo's casual instructions, he poured a small quantity into his palm, mixed it with a bit of water to form a paste, and carefully applied it to his face, neck, and arms, any exposed skin. Upon contact, the ointment elicited a slight tingling sensation. Moments later, the reflection in the mirror revealed a drastically altered visage. His complexion turned sallow and sickly, with faint patches reminiscent of lichen appearing on his cheeks and forehead. Next came the stagnation powder. He held his breath, meticulously fanning a pinch of powder towards his nostrils. An indescribable heaviness surged into his chest, constricting his breathing, which became erratic, now rapid, now faint, mirroring that of a chronically ill patient, lacking vitality. Lastly, he applied the edema water, a colorless, odorless viscous liquid, gently smearing it on his wrists and ankles. The skin there quickly swelled, taking on an appearance of bloated frailty. Having completed these transformations, Ling Hao turned back to the copper mirror. The figure staring back bore no resemblance to his once handsome self. Instead, he appeared a ghostly wretch. Yellowed skin and a feeble presence suggesting he could be toppled by a mere gust of wind. Even his gaze was obscured by an artfully feigned weakness and muddiness. Perfect. Ling Hao marveled at his own handiwork. Old Mo's seemingly failed concoctions were nothing short of miraculous in terms of disguise. Even Xiao Hui curiously approached, circling around the transformed Ling Hao, sniffing intently before confirming its master's identity and affectionately nuzzling his swollen hand. My little companion, you must remain tucked away tonight, concealed from sight. Ling Hao placed Xiao Hui into a specially designed pocket within his inner garment and donned a coarse, patched robe that old Mo had procured from an unknown source. As the moon ascended to its zenith, old Mo returned punctually, surveying Ling Hao's guise. He circled him twice, nodding in satisfaction. Not bad, quite intriguing. Unless an expert with overwhelming soul power deliberately investigates, no one shall recognize you. Let us proceed. I will guide you to familiarize yourself with the vicinity of the Baibalu. The rest is up to you. Old Mo did not escort Ling Hao along the main thoroughfare, but rather led him through a labyrinth of narrow alleys and shadows. The old man seemed intimately acquainted with every nook and cranny of Qingyang City. The night in Qingyang City was far from slumbering. It pulsed with a different kind of vibrancy. Numerous vendors, unseen during daylight, emerged in shadowy corners, trading in obscure or illicit goods. A clandestine and agitated atmosphere permeated the air. Ling Hao lowered his head, hunched over, mimicking the gait of a frail individual, cautiously trailing behind old Mo. His pitiful appearance and feeble aura prompted passers-by to steer clear, wary of contagion, thus alleviating much potential trouble. After the passage of incense time, old Mo halted at an alleyway entrance, gesturing towards a resplendently lit, imposing three-story pavilion ahead. The structure, predominantly crafted from redwood, was adorned with intricately carved beams and painted eaves, with bright lanterns hanging at the corners. A massive golden plaque inscribed with Baibalu hung above the entrance. Even at night, the entrance bustled with patrons. Finely dressed warriors and beastmasters flowed in and out, flanked by formidable-looking guards, exuding an aura of grandeur. That is Baibalu. Tomorrow at noon, the auction will be held within, old Mo murmured. You should now proceed to the side appraisal room. It is staffed 24 hours a day. Remember my words. Speak little, feign ignorance, obtain a number and an appraisal, then leave immediately. Do not linger, and return straight to the wooden house. Understood, senior. Ling Hao lowered his voice, deliberately adopting a hoarse tone. Old Mo patted his shoulder, his figure melding into the shadows behind him, vanishing from sight. Standing alone in the dimness, gazing at the brightly illuminated Baibalu, Ling Hao took a deep breath, suppressing the tension within. He was now a stranger, a frail youth named Huang San. He tugged at the frayed edges of his garment, lowered his head, coughed twice, and staggered towards a small door on the side of Baibalu. An inconspicuous sign hung there, entrance for appraisal. In stark contrast to the raucous main entrance, this area was much quieter. Two drowsy attendants lounged at the entrance, Ling Hao approached and, with a rasping voice, said, "Gentlemen, I wish to have something appraised." One attendant, startled awake, glanced up, and upon seeing Ling Hao's dismal appearance, immediately donned a look of disdain, waving his hand dismissively, as if shooing away a fly. "Go away. What kind of a wretched creature are you? Baibaolu is no place for you. Don't die here, bringing us misfortune." Ling Hao felt a surge of indignation, but maintained a demeanor of fearfulness and humility, cautiously retrieving the rough jade vial from his bosom. "Kind sir, I beseech you, this is a family heirloom. I merely wish to ascertain its value to exchange for some medicine." The second attendant, seemingly more cautious, cast a glance at the jade vial. Although it appeared crude, the seal remained intact. He furrowed his brow, inquiring, "What is this item?" I do not know. I only know it feels cool to the touch and has a certain fragrance." Ling Hao continued to feign ignorance. The cautious attendant hesitated for a moment before finally standing up. "Follow me. But I warn you, if you attempt to pass off garbage, you will regret it." "Of course not. I would never." Ling Hao bowed repeatedly, trailing behind the attendant as they entered through the side door. Inside was a narrow corridor, dimly lit. The attendant led him to a door marked with a sign bearing the number 7. "You may enter. Master Lu is on duty tonight." Ling Hao expressed his gratitude and pushed the door open. The room was modest, simply furnished with a table and 2 chairs. An elderly man, thin and bespectacled, scrutinized a piece of beast bone under the light. Without raising his head, he impatiently remarked, "Place your item on the table. You understand the rules? The appraisal fee is 10 silver coins, non-refundable, regardless of authenticity." Ling Hao's heart sank at the mention of 10 silver coins. He was utterly penniless. Old Amo had not mentioned this at all. He steeled himself and placed the jade bottle upon the table, his voice faltering as he spoke. "Master Lu, I have no money. Please take a look first. If it is valuable, could you deduct it from there?" Only then did Master Lu lift his head, peering through his crystal spectacles to scrutinize Ling Hao. Upon seeing his bedraggled state, a frown creased his brow. His gaze fell upon the crude jade bottle, and a flicker of disdain crossed his eyes. What treasure could possibly reside within such shabby packaging? Initially inclined to dismiss him outright, his professional instincts compelled him to grasp the bottle. It felt slightly heavy in his hand, the beeswax seal intact, as he scraped away a bit of the wax. An exceedingly faint yet remarkably pure fluctuation of soul energy emanated forth. Master Lu's spirit surged instantly. The derision that had adorned his face vanished, replaced by an intense focus and astonishment. He cautiously poured a drop of the liquid onto a jade plate, first observing its hue with meticulous attention, then retrieving several delicate tools, even producing a special test paper to dab, scrutinizing the color change with keen interest. His expression grew increasingly grave, his breath quickening ever so slightly. "Where did you acquire this?" Master Lu abruptly lifted his gaze, his eyes piercing as they fixed on Ling Hao. Feeling a chill run down his spine under that scrutinizing stare, Ling Hao nonetheless recalled Elder Mo's instructions and feigned confusion and fear. I inherited it from my ancestors, hidden away in the Kong hole. My mother told me just before she passed that it might be worth something." "Master Lu, this isn't poison, is it?" Master Lu scrutinized him intently, as if searching for any crack in his facade. Yet, the disguise that even Elder Mo acknowledged was surely beyond the discernment of a mere appraiser. After a prolonged examination, all he could perceive was a face waxen and numbed by illness, with eyes cloudy and bewildered. Master Lu retracted his gaze, inwardly concluding, "It seems I have stumbled upon a hapless wretch of fortune, utterly unaware of what this is." Although the concoction had been crafted with considerable roughness and was riddled with impurities that significantly hampered its efficacy and potential, the core ingredients were genuine soul-condensing herbs. Potent indeed for beast tamers, perfectly suitable for the younger scions of affluent families or those from lesser clans. This substance would be ideal for auction. Its price would neither be too high nor too low, ensuring a market. He swiftly formed a judgment in his mind, his demeanor returning to calm as he replied, "Well, this can be considered a decent low-grade soul energy auxiliary elixir. Although its quality is mediocre, its efficacy remains acceptable. Are you certain you wish to entrust us at Baibaolu for the auction?" "Auction? How much can it sell for?" Ling Hao aptly displayed an expression that blended greed with trepidation. "The starting price is 50 gold coins. The final sale price will depend on luck, and we will charge a 10% commission," Master Lu stated matter-of-factly. 50 gold coins. Ling Hao feigned a look of shock so profound he nearly fainted, his breath growing more rapid. Sell. I will sell." A flicker of barely concealed contempt flashed in Master Lu's eyes as he swiftly produced a contract for Ling Hao to imprint his hand. He then handed him a wooden tag inscribed with the number 73. "With this tag, you may settle the account within 3 days after the auction concludes. You may leave now." With a wave of his hand, Master Lu's attention returned to the vial, as he began meticulously drafting the appraisal report and auction description. Ling Hao expressed endless gratitude as he accepted the wooden tag, carefully tucking it into his bosom. He hunched over, coughing as he exited the appraisal room with labored steps. It was not until he emerged through the side door of Baibalu, re-entering the frigid night, that he slowly straightened his back. On his waxen face, a glimmer of uncontainable excitement flickered in his once dull eyes. The first step had been a success. Daring not to linger, he promptly retraced his steps towards Elder Mo's wooden cabin along the route etched in his memory. However, just as he was about to turn into a darker alleyway, he sensed two figures who had been idly leaning against the wall, exchanging glances before silently following him. Their eyes, deliberately or inadvertently, swept over Ling Hao's somewhat bulging chest, where the auction tag was concealed. In the darkness, the gaze of the predator quietly converged once more. Chapter 10. The Yellow Bird Awaits. Elder Mo takes action. The cold sensation of being watched clung to his back, akin to a parasite. Ling Hao's heart sank abruptly. He had indeed been targeted. Were they from Baibalu? Or were they the hyenas that had been lurking outside the entire time? He dared not look back, maintaining the guise of a frail invalid. Yet his steps quickened as he sought to plunge into the depths of the darker, narrower alleyways ahead, where he felt more familiar. However, the footsteps behind him grew noticeably quicker. They tread boldly upon the cobblestones, their sound resonating sharply in the stillness of the night, mocking and oppressive. Reminiscent of a cat pursuing its prey. "Hey, sickly wretch, stop right there." A coarse voice boomed, rife with menace. "Hand over the Baibala tag, and we might show you some mercy." They were indeed after the auction tag. It was likely that they had witnessed his conversation with the attendant at the appraisal room and his presentation of the jade bottle. While they may not recognize the value of the elixir, the Baibala auction tag itself represented potential wealth. Ling Hao chose to ignore them, exerting himself to dash forward into the enveloping darkness of the alley. Damn it! Refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a penalty. Chase him. Anger and urgency echoed behind him, their footsteps hastening. The alley was shadowy and damp, filled with myriad turns. Ling Hao relied on his memory and heightened senses to navigate swiftly, attempting to shake off his pursuers. Yet the two men were evidently well acquainted with this territory. Relentless as sharks smelling blood, their proximity ever diminishing. The speed of a 6th or 7th tier Beast Tamer was far beyond that of his feeble 4th tier disguise. This predicament could not continue. A glint of determination flashed in Ling Hao's eyes. He abruptly turned a corner, hastily retrieving the swelling water Elder Mo had given him. He smeared a handful of grime mixed with the potion upon the wall, waiting for the opportune moment before flinging it backward. Simultaneously, he lowered his voice, urgently instructing the little gray creature nestled in his arms. "Little gray, disrupt the one on the left." A handful of the murky mixture splattered messily onto the two pursuers. "What the hell is this? Ugh, so disgusting," they exclaimed instinctively, raising their hands to shield themselves, their pace momentarily faltering. While it caused no real harm, it certainly incited their fury. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, a silver-gray shadow shot forth from Ling Hao's embrace like lightning, lunging at the man on the left, who possessed slightly lower skills. "What is that?" The man startled, instinctively swatting at it. Little Gray, however, was exceptionally nimble, twisting midair to evade the hand, its tiny claws glinting sharply as they aimed for his eyes. "Ah, my eyes!" The man screamed in agony, managing to shut his eyes just in time to avoid a fatal blow, yet he bore several fresh scratches upon his eyelids and cheeks, stinging painfully. Little Gray, having struck true, showed no inclination to linger. Utilizing the recoil, it gracefully landed back on the ground and darted beneath Ling Hao's garments. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. "You worthless fool, can't even handle a rat." The other 7th tier Beast Tamer cursed, accelerating once more. In mere strides, he closed in on Ling Hao, a sinister grin spreading across his face as he reached for the nape of his neck. "Come here." Ling Hao could even smell the sweat and murderous intent wafting from his pursuer. There was no escaping. He abruptly turned, resolute determination flashing in his eyes. All the meager energy within him surged into his right fist, preparing for a direct confrontation. Just then, a voice interjected, "TSK, making such a ruckus late at night. Can't a man enjoy his drink?" A languid voice, tinged with a hint of inebriation, abruptly echoed above the alley. Following this, a shadow descended silently from the low rooftops like a colossal bat, landing delicately and precisely upon the shoulder of a 7th tier beastmaster. The man's forward momentum came to an abrupt halt, as if an invisible mountain had suddenly pressed down upon him. The smirk on his face instantly morphed into a visage of horror and agony, as he felt the bones in his shoulder creak under the unbearable weight. With no strength to resist, he crumpled to the ground with a thud, his knees cracking the cobblestones beneath him. He hadn't even caught a glimpse of his assailant's face. Another man, who had just wiped the grime from his face and was still shedding tears, was seized with terror at the sight. With a frantic scream, he turned to flee. Yet, the shadow merely waved a hand, without even glancing in his direction. Whoosh! A barely audible sound sliced through the air. The fleeing man collapsed as a gnawed chicken bone pierced the back of his head, rendering him unconscious. The alley was instantly enveloped in a deathly silence. Ling Hao, frozen in a stance of readiness, gaped at the unfolding scene. The moonlight struggled to filter through the narrow eaves of the alley, illuminating the sudden appearance of the shadow, clad in a faded gray robe. With a swaying wine gourd in hand, it was none other than old Mo. One foot casually rested on the shoulder of the kneeling man, who was ashen-faced and trembling uncontrollably, too terrified to breathe. Old Mo let out a belch, glanced disdainfully at the stepping stone beneath his foot, and remarked, "With such meager skills, you dare attempt to rob someone? Truly unprofessional." He then lifted his gaze to Ling Hao, who remained rigid in shock, raising an eyebrow. "Well, if it isn't young brother Huang-san, out and about at night, instead of resting at home to recuperate, and look at the trouble you've stirred." Ling Hao finally snapped back to reality, hastily dispersing the energy coiled in his fist, feeling a mix of relief and gratitude. Old Mo had been following him all along. Or perhaps he had not strayed far at all. "Thank you, senior, for your timely rescue," Ling Hao croaked, maintaining his guise. "Enough with the act, it's quite off-putting." Old Mo waved his hand dismissively, producing a small porcelain vial from his robe and tossing it to Ling Hao. "Apply this concealment liquid and quickly return to your original appearance. Just looking at your sickly face makes me want to vomit." Ling Hao caught the vial and obediently applied a small amount of the liquid to his face and hands. The pallor and swelling swiftly dissipated, and his breathing eased, soon restoring his true visage. Xiao Hui emerged from his cloak, curiously sniffing the air infused with the scent of the concoction. Old Mo nodded in satisfaction and then kicked the ashen-faced man at his feet. "Now speak. Who sent you? Or were you just two fools trying your luck?" The man trembled, stammering, Pardon. No one sent us. It was just us two. We saw this lad emerge from the side door of the Baibao building. And thinking he looked easy to bully, we thought we'd try to make a little profit." "TSK, what a letdown." Old Mo seemed disappointed. Delivering another kick. "Scram, and drag your companion with you. If I catch you two here again, I shall break your legs and feed you to the dogs." Yes. Thank you for your mercy, senior." "Thank you." The man, as if granted reprieve, scrambled to his feet, hoisting the unconscious companion and fleeing into the shadows in a disheveled manner. Old Mo then clapped his hands together, as though he had accomplished something trivial, and approached Ling Hao. "Did you obtain the plaque?" Ling Hao promptly produced the wooden plaque marked with the characters. Old Mo gave it a cursory glance and nodded. "Ding grade, not bad. What is the base price?" 50 gold coins. That's about right." Old Mo stroked his chin, contemplating. "With this sum, you won't acquire anything of great value at the auction, but you might procure some basic foundational elixirs or source some decent metal scraps for your little weasel to nibble on." However, he paused, his tone growing serious. "After this ruckus, your identity as Huang-san is effectively compromised. You must alter your appearance for tomorrow's auction." Ling Hao nodded earnestly. "I understand, senior. Let us head back for now. Tomorrow, I'll provide you with some additional disguises." Old Mo hoisted the wine gourd and turned, leading the way with a swaying gait. Ling Hao followed behind, observing the elder's seemingly stooped figure, which nevertheless seemed capable of supporting the vastness of the night sky, his heart swelling with gratitude and curiosity. This old Mo, with unfathomable strength, appeared to act casually, yet always emerged at crucial moments. His connection to Ling Hao's father hinted at countless secrets. Who exactly was he? Why was he so willing to assist him? The waters of Qingyang City, shrouded in mystery due to the presence of this enigmatic elder, had become even more enigmatic. Nonetheless, Ling Hao understood that he had grasped the most vital lifeline. He must seize the opportunity at tomorrow's auction. Chapter 11. The Grand Auction, a Convergence of Fates. The next day, as noon approached, Ling Hao underwent another transformation. This time, under old Mo's meticulous guidance. He became a somewhat dull, dark-skinned peasant youth, garbed in a faded, dirt-scented coarse linen short coat. To any observer, he would appear to be a distant relative sent by a modest family or farm to gain experience. Much more presentable this time, old Mo declared with satisfaction, clapping his hands together before handing Ling Hao a small pouch containing 10 gold coins and some scattered silver coins. "Carry this to make it look authentic. The auction has rules. You need to prove your funds to enter. This amount is just enough to meet the threshold." Ling Hao accepted the pouch, understanding old Mo's meticulous nature. Once inside, speak little and observe closely. Your focus should be on two things. First, elixirs suitable for your current level of cultivation. And second, minerals rich in metal essence. Quality doesn't matter, quantity does, as they will serve as snacks for your little weasel. Old Emo advised. Stay calm, and don't let anyone provoke you into rash actions. The auction house is rife with fools eager to be taken advantage of. I understand, Senior. Ling Hao responded, nodding earnestly as he carefully concealed Xiao Hui in a specially designed breathable pocket within his inner garment. Off you go. I'll wait for you outside. Old Emo gestured, adding, rest assured, today the Baibao building will be much cleaner inside and out. Ling Hao felt a shiver run down his spine. Realizing this was another layer of protection offered by Old Emo, taking a deep breath, he strode toward the main entrance of the Baibao building. Today, the Baibao building buzzed with even more activity than the previous night. The streets overflowed with traffic and throngs of people, families from various clans in Qingyang City, wealthy merchants from nearby towns, and solitary beastmasters streamed in continuously. The number and aura of the guards at the entrance had noticeably intensified, their sharp gazes scrutinizing every individual entering. Ling Hao blended into the crowd, lowering his head and clumsily mimicking those around him as he paid the entrance fee of 10 silver coins and received an ordinary seat number, 127 in Area C, which was situated at the back and somewhat secluded, exactly to his liking. Upon entering the auction hall, a wave of clamor and heat washed over him. The hall was circular, divided into 3 tiers, the ground floor with general seating, the second floor with private boxes, and the topmost tier featuring the most luxurious VIP boxes, veiled by beaded curtains or sheer fabrics, obscuring the interior. Finding his designated seat, Ling Hao's gaze swiftly swept across the hall. Soon, he spotted a few familiar faces at a window in a second-floor box. Ling Hao, he had indeed come, accompanied by several young members of the Ling family. They were arrogantly pointing and laughing at something being discussed below. Given their position, it appeared they had secured a seat in Area B through the patronage of a faction allied with the Ling family. In another direction, the members of the Su family had also arrived. Regrettably, the beaded curtain concealed their presence, rendering it impossible to discern whether Su Qing was among them. Furthermore, he sensed several subtle, yet formidable auras emanating from the private boxes on the 3rd floor, likely belonging to the representatives of the Qingyang City Lord's Mansion and Fengming Academy, as well as other powerful figures passing through. Ling Hao lowered his head, striving to minimize his presence. Soon, an elderly man clad in a brocade robe, radiating vitality, ascended to the central auction stage, his voice resonating like a thunderous bell. Welcome, esteemed guests, to the quarterly auction of Baibaolu. I am Qian Sun, honored to serve as your auctioneer for this event. I trust you are all familiar with the rules. The highest bidder prevails, with bids accepted in both spirit stones and gold coins. After a brief introduction, the auction commenced in earnest. The initial items were mere appetizers, decent mundane weapons, low-tier herbs, and body-enhancing pills, with bidding remaining moderate, yet swiftly leading to their depletion. The atmosphere gradually intensified. Ling Hao patiently awaited his moment, silently observing the bidding rhythm and those who frequently placed bids. Next up was item number 37, 3 bottles of the 100 Refinements Bone Tempering Pill. This elixir, crafted from the essence of a century-old iron bone rhinoceros mixed with 13 distinct herbs, boasts remarkable efficacy in enhancing the physical prowess of beast tamers. The starting price was set at 80 gold coins, with increments no less than 5 gold coins per bid. Ling Hao's spirit soared. This was precisely the foundational strengthening elixir he required. 85, 90, 100. The price escalated rapidly, with competition primarily among the lower-tier cultivators and well-off martial artists in the audience. Ling Hao refrained from bidding until the price reached 130 gold coins, at which point he raised his paddle for the first time, deliberately altering his voice to a coarse timbre. 140. A 10 gold coin increment revealed a hint of determination. A counter bid of 145 followed. Ling Hao responded without hesitation, 150. This price appeared to exceed the expectations of most competitors, rendering the room momentarily silent. 150 for box number 127, going once, going twice. Any higher bids? Qian Sun surveyed the room. 155. A voice from the 2nd floor, belonging to Ling Hao, dripped with mockery. Ling Hao, sporting an expression of amusement, clearly had no genuine intention to win. He was merely entertained by the spectacle or sought to raise the stakes. Ling Hao felt a weight in his heart, but maintained his composure. 160. 165. Ling Hao immediately followed, his laughter growing louder, accompanied by the raucous support of his companions. Many eyes turned towards Ling Hao, who appeared to be a simple farmer among the bidders. Ling Hao paused momentarily, feigning hesitation. Just as Qian Sun prepared to count down, he abruptly lifted his gaze and, as if resolved to stake everything, shouted, 180. This represented a 15 gold coin increase, showcasing a facade of earnestness despite limited funds. The price momentarily stunned Ling Hao. 180 gold coins for 3 bottles of the bone-tempering pill was already somewhat inflated. He smirked, finding it uninteresting, and ultimately refrained from bidding further. 180 going once, twice, thrice. Sold. Congratulations to the friend from box number 127. The gavel fell. Ling Hao exhaled in relief, though a fine sheen of sweat broke out on his back. He had successfully passed the first hurdle. Subsequently, he made another bid, acquiring a substantial piece of black iron ore filled with chaotic metallic energy, which had gone unclaimed, perfectly suitable as sustenance for Xiao Hui. As time elapsed, the auction items continued to roll out, and the atmosphere grew increasingly fervent. Pills, beast armor, fragmented martial arts manuals, rare herbs, and even juvenile mystical beasts made their appearances, prompting the distinguished guests on the second and third floors to frequently engage, driving prices to unprecedented heights, leaving the audience in awe. Ling Hao transformed into a true spectator, refraining from further bids, simply observing and expanding his knowledge. Finally, the auction approached its climax. Qian Sun's voice rose with fervor. Next, we present the final 3 grand items of this auction. Esteemed guests, please prepare yourselves. The hall fell into a hushed silence, all eyes fixed on the stage. The first grand item. A maid presented a jade platter, draped in red silk. Qian Sun dramatically unveiled it. A gentle yet pure radiance emanated, revealing a white pill the size of a dove's egg, perfectly round, with what appeared to be clouds swirling within. The third-tier upper-grade pill, the soul-condensing pill. Qian Sun's voice brimmed with enthusiasm. This pill significantly enhances the soul power accumulation speed of Beast Tamers, proving exceptionally effective when breaking through minor bottlenecks. The starting price is 500 gold coins, with increments no less than 50 gold coins. The crowd erupted in astonishment. A third-tier pill, particularly a rare variant for soul enhancement, was an irresistible temptation for any Beast Tamer. Prices surged like wild stallions. 600, 700, 850. Bids cascaded, predominantly from the boxes above. Ling Hao's box excitedly shouted a few bids, but they were soon overwhelmed by higher offers. Ultimately, the soul-condensing pill was claimed by a mysterious patron in box number 2 on the 3rd floor for a staggering price of 1,300 gold coins. Ling Hao watched in shock, his yearning for power intensifying. The second grand item. Qian Sun's voice rang out once more. This time, a maid brought forth a massive iron cage, shrouded in a thick black cloth. An aura of ferocity and rage instantly enveloped the auction hall, causing many lower-tier mystical beasts to emit anxious low growls. Qian Sun swiftly pulled away the black cloth. Within the cage resided a magnificent and fierce bird of prey. Its body was adorned with dark green-black feathers, its gaze sharp as a blade, and its beak and claws glimmered with a metallic sheen. A single golden feather adorned its brow, resembling a crown. It relentlessly battered against the specially crafted iron cage, producing a jarring clang. This is a top-tier mystical beast. The Golden Crown Gale Falcon, Qian Sun proclaimed, with immense potential and unparalleled speed among its peers. Once tamed, it serves as an exceptional companion for tracking, reconnaissance, and combat. The starting price is 1,000 gold coins, with increments no less than 100. Another round of frenzied bidding ensued. Ultimately, it was secured by box number 1 on the 2nd floor for 2,200 gold coins. The atmosphere reached a fever pitch. Everyone held their breath, eagerly awaiting the final and most enigmatic grand item. Qian Sun took a deep breath, his expression turning profoundly solemn. He personally retrieved a small box crafted from rosewood, etched with runes, from backstage. Upon opening the box, soft silk lay within, cradling a palm-sized, battered, rusted fragment of dark red metal. Its irregular shape and peculiar patterns at the broken edges rendered it inconspicuous, devoid of any detectable energy fluctuations. The crowd exchanged glances, bewildered. Yet Qian Sun's voice resonated with an unprecedented gravity and mystery. The final item for auction, of unknown origin and material. According to the joint assessment of our 3 chief appraisers at Baibaolu, this object is highly likely to be related to ancient relics. The starting price is 3,000 gold coins, with increments of no less than 500. Let the bidding commence. A deathly silence engulfed the hall. Ancient relics? All gazes instantly ignited with fervent intensity. Breaths became heavy. In that moment, the black pendant resting against Ling Hao's chest suddenly radiated an intense heat, akin to a searing iron. Simultaneously, Xiao Hui in his pocket began to writhe restlessly, emitting a faint, yet piercing hiss. Ling Hao's heart raced, pounding as if it would burst from his chest. Chapter 12. The Fragments of Terror. Clouds gather from all directions. Ancient relics. Qian Sun's words reverberated like thunder, silencing the entire auction hall, only to be followed by a crescendo of fervent excitement. All eyes turned red, fixated on the dark red fragment, as breaths quickened and surged in unison. An ancient relic. A staggering opportunity capable of altering destinies and shaking the continent to its core. The beaded curtains in the third-floor box swayed violently, a powerful aura uncontrollably emanating, rendering many in the lower levels pale with pressure. Ling Hao's heart raced, nearly leaping from his throat. It was scorching. The pendant in his embrace felt like burning coals, an ancient, vast torrent of emotions, tinged with a sense of sorrow and urgency, crashing against his consciousness. The little gray creature in his pocket was particularly restless, its sharp claws unconsciously scratching at his inner shirt, emitting a faint hiss, revealing a primal fear and yearning emanating from the depths of its bloodline. This fragment. It must be obtained. A frenzied thought sprouted in his mind, only to be instantly shattered by the horrifying sky-high price. 3,500 gold coins. A hoarse voice from the A3 box shattered the silence, increasing the bid by 500, showcasing an unwavering determination to claim it. 4,000 gold coins. A mysterious bidder from the A2 box quickly followed suit. 4,005. The A1 box entered the fray. Prices soared like a wild stallion, rapidly surpassing 5,000. 6,000, becoming an exclusive game for the power players on the third floor. Meanwhile, just outside Baibao Building, danger lurked. In the shadowy alley, several assassins from the Shadow Kill Palace concealed themselves like statues. Target. Area B127. The fragment has appeared. The power players are competing, awaiting instructions. The leader whispered to the Jade Talisman. Observing the situation, the priority on the target increased. There seemed to be an unknown connection between him and the fragment. Perhaps a key. The Jade Talisman responded coldly. In the Ling family conference hall, the atmosphere was tense. An ancient relic fragment. The Grand Elder Ling Zhenying suddenly stood, his expression shifting. Quickly, mobilize all liquid assets. Send someone to deliver it post-haste. At any cost. No, wait. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. He immediately sent a message to Black Bat, instructing him to act according to the situation. If the Ling family fails to acquire it, then they would know what to do. He made a slitting gesture across his throat. His subordinates, trembling with fear, complied immediately. In the Su family's box, currents of intrigue flowed. Su Lei's expression was grave. 10,000 gold coins, far exceeding expectations. Chinger look. Su Qing's enchanting gaze was fixed on the fragment, subtly sweeping across a corner downstairs, where an inconspicuous farmer boy sat. Her delicate fingers lightly tapped the armrest, suddenly declaring, "Father, let us forego the bidding." What? Su Lei was taken aback. Su Qing's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile. The fragment is indeed valuable, but too hot to handle. Instead, we should focus on those who might succeed in acquiring it. Her gaze swept downstairs again. The farmer boy seemed to stiffen imperceptibly upon the fragment's appearance, and that faint yet peculiar fluctuation emanating from him. "Huaner," she whispered to her attendant beside her. "After the auction concludes, invite that friend from area B127 over for a chat. Just say that the Su family is interested in the or he just acquired." Yes, Mississippi. Inside the auction hall, prices had soared to 8,000 gold coins. The air felt as if it might ignite. 9,000. The A1 box's voice was icy. 10,000. The A2 box remained calm, yet the impact was earth-shattering. Silence fell over the entire hall. 10,000 gold coins. An astronomical figure. Just as Qian Sun was about to bring down the gavel, an unfeeling, distant voice emerged from the most mysterious A0 box, piercing the soul. 10,001. The dust settled. The fragment belonged to the 0 box. In the backstage settlement area, Ling Hao heavily accepted the pouch filled with gold coins. The pendant still radiated warmth, a reminder of the opportunity he had just missed. As he stepped out through the side door, preparing to merge with the crowd, 2 guards from the Su family immediately blocked his path, their demeanor haughty. The attendant Huaner stepped forward, her tone dripping with condescension. "This young sir, my lady requests your presence to discuss the or you just acquired." Ling Hao's heart jolted. Su Qing, how could she notice such a trivial matter? It must be a pretext. She must have discovered something. Was it the agitation of the little gray creature? Or perhaps his own emotions he failed to conceal perfectly? He must not go. He forced himself to remain calm, scratching his head innocently. "Su, Miss Su? I don't know what you're talking about. That just looked cheap. I bought it for my family's blacksmith shop to test." Huaner's brow furrowed, clearly unconvinced, her tone turning cold. "Young sir, the Su family is extending an invitation to you as a courtesy. Do not be disrespectful." A guard stepped forward, imposing pressure. Ling Hao inwardly cursed, contemplating an escape plan, when an unexpected turn of events occurred. Whoosh bang. A blinding crimson flare erupted atop Baibao Building, shattering the street's commotion. Enemy attack. Alert. The cries of Baibao's guards rang out. The crowd instantly descended into chaos. Screams, cries, and shoves erupted all around, almost simultaneously with the flare. Swoosh. 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 Multiple sleek black streaks, like venomous snakes emerging from their lairs, shot forth from rooftops and windows, targeting a steward of Baibao building who had just emerged from a hidden passage, clutching a Zeton wood box. Within that box lay the exorbitantly priced fragment. Hold. Leave the fragment. Commands echoed from within Baibao building, as several formidable figures soared into the air, their auras erupting, attempting to intercept the black streaks. Boom. A deafening explosion resounded at the entrance of Baibao building. The shockwave from the clash of energies sent nearby individuals and stalls tumbling. Dust enveloped the area, debris flying. A frenzied scramble for the fragment erupted in broad daylight. Miss, be careful. Huaner and the guards turned pale with alarm, instantly closing ranks to shield Su Qing, who had hurriedly emerged from within the building, leaving no time to consider Ling Hao. A fortuitous opportunity. Without a moment's hesitation, Ling Hao took advantage of the chaos, bending low and slipping into the panicked, fleeing crowd like a fish. Capture him. Huaner's frantic cries were drowned out by the tumultuous noise. Ling Hao did not look back, pushing his speed to the limit, desperately weaving through the gaps in the chaotic throng. Behind him, explosions, roars, and screams echoed. His heart raced, both grateful for the sudden turmoil that provided him a chance to escape and shocked by the frenzy incited by the fragment. Just as he was about to dash around the corner of a narrow alley, a cold, familiar murderous intent locked onto him once again, like a parasite. It was an assassin from the Shadow Kill Palace. They had not abandoned their pursuit, even amidst such chaos. A shadowy figure materialized ahead, like a wraith, wielding a slender black dagger, silently lunging for his throat. Swift, precise, lethal, more deadly than the last time. Ling Hao's pupils constricted. In his full-speed dash, he had no time to evade. He could even feel the icy breath of death emanating from the blade. It was over. In that critical moment, a cold snort seemed to echo from the heavens above. An invisible yet colossal force surged forth, striking the assassin with the precision of an unseen hammer. Uft. The assassin barely had time to scream before his body was flung back like a broken kite, crashing against a distant wall, sliding down lifelessly, unknown whether he lived or died. Above, a gray figure darted past, so swift it seemed a mere illusion. Little one, you run fast. A lazy voice directly resounded in Ling Hao's ear. Don't look back. Turn left, at the third alley. There's a cart of dung. Slip in. Ling Hao had no time to ponder. Obeying the instructions, he turned left, and indeed spotted a foul-smelling cart parked at the alley's mouth, its lid half open. He suppressed his discomfort and dove in without hesitation, pulling the lid shut. The stench enveloped him instantly, yet he felt an unprecedented sense of security. The cart soon lurched to life, departing from the scene of chaos and slaughter. The battle for the treasure house continues unabated, with roars and explosions echoing relentlessly. Meanwhile, Ling Hao, under the cover of a foul stench, stealthily distances himself from the eye of the storm. Yet, he is acutely aware that this tempest, ignited by the ancient fragments, has only just begun, and he seems to have unwittingly found himself at the very center of the storm. Chapter 13. Healing in the Secret Chamber, Under Currents Resurge. The noxious odor of refuse is nearly suffocating, with the only sounds in the enclosed space being the rumbling of wheels over cobblestones and the frantic beating of his own heart. Ling Hao curls up amidst the filth, suppressing the urge to vomit, his nerves taut to the breaking point. The distant sounds of battle and explosions gradually fade, yet the looming threat of death lingers like a shadow. Time drifts by, and at last, the carriage comes to a halt. A deep, rumbling cough from the driver echoes outside, followed by 3 gentle raps on the carriage floor. Ling Hao holds his breath, cautiously prying open a narrow gap. Outside lies an exceedingly narrow, dimly lit alley, the air thick with the damp smell of mold mingled with the stench of refuse, creating a more unbearable odor. Confirming that the surroundings are devoid of any presence, he swiftly emerges, his body covered in grime and in a state of utter disarray. Over here. A low, raspy voice emerges from the shadows. It is not old Mo. Ling Hao's heart tightens as he looks towards the figure, cloaked in a wide-brimmed hat that obscures its features, standing before a dark door that seems to meld with the wall, beckoning him forward. Is this an ally or an adversary? Instinctively, he adopts a wary stance. The stooped figure appears somewhat impatient, flicking a finger, causing a small wooden token inscribed with intricate cloud patterns to land precisely at Ling Hao's feet. One of the tokens old Mo had previously given him for communication. Feeling slightly reassured, Ling Hao picks up the token and hastily follows. The dark door silently glides open and swiftly closes behind him, severing all connections to the outside world. Beyond the door lies a narrow staircase leading downwards, its walls adorned with bioluminescent moss that casts a faint glow, providing illumination. The air is cold, yet carries a subtle fragrance of herbs, dispelling the foul odor clinging to him. The stooped figure remains silent, guiding the way. After descending several dozen steps, the space opens up before him. It is a concealed underground chamber. Though sparsely furnished with only a stone bed, a stone table, and a few mats, it is immaculately clean. The walls are etched with indistinct runes, seemingly designed to muffle sound and conceal presence. In a corner, an incense burner emits wisps of soothing smoke. Most astonishing to Ling Hao is the concentration of spiritual energy within the chamber, which far exceeds that of the outside world. Clearly, a spirit-gathering formation is at work here. Clean yourself up and change into fresh garments. Old Imo will arrive shortly. The stooped figure gestures towards a set of clean black robes laid out on the stone bed and a large wooden tub filled with clear water. Its voice remains hoarse and indifferent, and after speaking, it retreats into the shadows of the corner, almost as if it were a mere figment of imagination. Ling Hao suppresses a multitude of questions, expresses his gratitude, and quickly sheds his soiled clothes, plunging into the wooden tub. The icy water jolts him awake. Yet it also brings a sense of clarity. As he meticulously washes away the grime, vivid memories flood his mind. The harrowing battle at the treasure house, the interception by the maid Su Qing, the lethal strike from the assassin of the Shadow Kill Hall, and finally, the chilling sound of a desperate plea for help, each scene flashing rapidly before his eyes. Danger. An unprecedented peril. Yet he has survived. Moreover, fortune has favored him. For the over 100 gold coins weighing heavily in his possession are tangible resources. After hastily cleansing himself, he dons the slightly oversized black robes. The fabric may be plain, but it is remarkably clean and comfortable. He has barely settled down to catch his breath when the dark door of the chamber silently slides open once more. Old Imo stumbles in, still clutching the wine gourd. Yet his demeanor is now tinged with a measure of gravity. Ah, young one, your knack for attracting trouble is truly impressive, he observes, sizing Ling Hao up. In just half a day's time, you've turned Qingyang City upside down. Ling Hao forces a wry smile as he rises. I, too, am at a loss for why this is happening. Enough, I have a general understanding of the situation. Old Imo interrupts, his gaze sharpening. It appears that the young lady from the Su family has taken an interest in you, which is quite unexpected. Her perceptiveness suggests she has sensed something amiss with you. A chill runs down Ling Hao's spine. Old Imo continues, as for the Shadow Kill Hall, this time, the assailant is somewhat stronger than the last, but still limited. It seems the one who issued the task has not updated their assessment of your abilities, or perhaps their primary target is not you, but merely a convenient elimination. Not aimed at me. Ling Hao is momentarily taken aback. Do you truly believe today's chaos was directed at you? Old Imo scoffs. It was merely a fortuitous coincidence. Or perhaps you simply stumbled into the eye of a much larger storm. He takes a swig from his gourd, lowering his voice. That fragment is entangled in far greater matters. There were multiple factions attempting to seize it today. The Shadow Kill Hall, the Dark Guards of the City Lord's Mansion, and even shadows of foreign forces. Ah, Qingyang City has become quite lively. Ling Hao feels a chill run down his back. He has inadvertently become ensnared in such a vast vortex. Then, the fragment ultimately. It was taken by the occupants of Box 0. Old Mo's eyes glint with an inscrutable light. That individual is likely more formidable than I initially imagined. However, keeping the fragment safe will not be easy. I suspect the area outside is even more tumultuous now. Old Imo shifts his focus back to Ling Hao. For now, these matters are not for you to concern yourself with. The immediate priority is to enhance your strength. Without power, you are but a fish on the chopping block. Easily manipulated. With a sweeping gesture, several vials and a chunk of iron meteorite materialize upon the stone table. Bone refining pills, essence fortifying pills, and a special blood purification powder I formulated, which will gradually cleanse your body of impurities and the residue from that shoddy soul liquid. Coupled with the spirit gathering formation here, it should be sufficient for you to cultivate to the peak of Beast Tamer apprentice. As for this chunk of meteorite, Old Imo picks it up, flicking his finger to precisely slice a nail-sized piece from it. I'll be taking this for my own purposes. The remainder, once you reach the Beast Tamer realm, your little weasel can slowly absorb it. It will be adequate for its first critical evolution. Ling Hao watches the severed piece of meteorite with a twinge of regret. Yet he dares not voice any dissent, instead expressing gratitude. Thank you for your guidance, esteemed elder. Do not rejoice too soon, Old Imo retorts with a huff. I have provided you with resources and a place to cultivate. However, how much you can absorb and how quickly you can break through depends entirely on your own fortune. In half a month, I expect you to at least reach the 7th stage of Beast Tamer apprentice. Otherwise, prepare to be minced into paste by the next wave of assassins from the Shadow Kill Hall. Half a month to break through 3 stages. Such a task seems almost unimaginable. Yet, a fierce determination ignites within Ling Hao's eyes, and without hesitation, he resolutely nods. I will give it my utmost effort. Excellent. Old Mo seems satisfied with Ling Hao's attitude, fastening the wine gourd back to his waist. For the next half-month, focus on your cultivation here. Do not concern yourself with outside affairs. I will have the mute servant bring you food. With that, he takes the small piece of meteorite and wobbles out of the secret chamber. Ling Hao takes a deep breath, feeling the rich spiritual energy in the chamber. His gaze resolutely fixed on the pills laid out on the stone table. He picks up a vial of bone-refining pills, pouring out a pill the size of a longan, exuding a spicy aroma, and without a moment's hesitation, swallows it down. As the pill enters his stomach, it instantly transforms into a torrent of searing heat, coursing through his limbs. The excruciating pain feels as though his bones are being shattered and reformed repeatedly. Ling Hao lets out a muffled groan, veins protruding on his forehead, but he grits his teeth and channels his energy to guide the medicinal power through his body, simultaneously fervently absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. The path of cultivation has never been a smooth one. Just as Ling Hao embarked on his arduous training within the secluded chamber, 50 miles outside Qingyang City, in the Black Wind Gorge, the air was filled with the thunderous roars of battle. The brilliance of profound techniques illuminated the night sky, while the ferocious howls of beasts sent chills down one's spine. Several factions were engaged in a fierce clash, vying for the focus of their contention, a carriage under the heavy guard of the Baibao Tower, attempting to slip away unnoticed. In the study of the Su residence, Su Qing gazed intently at the crystal orb before her, which displayed a chaotic replay of the scene outside the Baibao Tower. Her eyes were fixated on the direction where a peasant boy had vanished into a refuse cart. Have you found anything? Her voice was icy. From the shadows, a voice replied, Miss, the refuse cart lost all trace after leaving the west of the city, as if all evidence had been wiped away. That boy seems to have evaporated. Su Qing's slender fingers gently tapped the table, her enchanting eyes narrowing slightly. Interesting. Continue the investigation. Also, pay close attention to the Ling family, especially to Ling Hao's recent movements. Yes, in the secret chamber of the Ling family, the expression of the Grand Elder Ling Zhenying was as dark as thunder as he confronted an injured man clad in black. Useless. With so many people, you couldn't even stop a single carriage? What about the fragments? The black-clad man trembled as he knelt. Elder, the other side had experts aiding them. Our losses were severe. The fragments were seized by a group of unidentified individuals with bizarre techniques. Fools. Ling Zhenying's fury erupted. What about Ling Hao? Is that little beast dead? Sir, we are unaware. In the chaos outside the Baibao Tower, it seems the Shadow Kill Hall's personnel were also thwarted, and then he vanished. Vanished? Again with the vanishing. Ling Zhenying's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Dig 3 feet into the ground to find him. I want him alive or dead. He must be connected to today's upheaval. In the Qingyang branch of the Shadow Kill Hall, a cold voice resonated through the hall. The target has escaped again. Suspected to be under the protection of a powerful individual. The mission level is elevated to the Xian grade. Halt all actions and reassess the threat posed by the target and its connections. Priority is to trace the whereabouts of the fragments. The undercurrents did not cease with the fall of night. Rather, they surged more violently through every corner of Qingyang City. Meanwhile, Ling Hao, blissfully unaware of the storm brewing around him, endured the excruciating pain brought on by the bone-refining pill, feeling a subtle increase in strength with each breath. He knew danger loomed, yet he remained oblivious to the larger net that was slowly tightening around him. Chapter 14. The Crisis of Breaking Through, an Unexpected Visitor. In the secret chamber, devoid of day or night, time for cultivation was lost. Ling Hao was utterly immersed in his fervent training. The effects of the elixirs left by Old Mo were astonishing. Coupled with the rich atmospheric xian qi in the chamber, his cultivation progressed at a visibly rapid pace. The bone-refining pill acted like a hammer, repeatedly forging and tempering his bones, bringing forth agonizing pain, yet yielding a more resilient physique and surging strength afterward. The foundation pill stabilized his dantian, solidifying the rapidly rising foundation to prevent an unstable realm. The blood purification powder, though mild, offered lasting effects, gradually clearing the impurities accumulated over the years in his meridians and the remnants of inferior soul-strengthening liquid, allowing the xian qi to flow more smoothly. He hardly slept, eating the meals delivered punctually by the mute servant, meals infused with a hint of spiritual energy, and quenching his thirst with pure water. Every moment was dedicated to operating the qi induction technique, guiding the medicinal power to break through barriers. Little Gray clutched a massive chunk of black iron ore, munching away with a crunch. With each bite, its silvery fur grew increasingly lustrous, and its aura steadily improved, occasionally flashing faint traces of spatial fluctuations. On the 5th day, Ling Hao effortlessly broke through to the 5th stage of beast mastery. By the 8th day, with the aid of a new bone-refining pill, he boldly shattered the barriers of the 6th stage. His rapid cultivation speed, if known, would surely astonish all of Qingyang City. However, with the elevation of his cultivation came emerging issues. The qi induction technique was far too rudimentary. Its efficiency in absorbing and refining Xian qi had begun to lag behind Ling Hao's rate of absorbing the medicinal power, and it could no longer perfectly harness the overwhelming soul power that surged after reaching the 6th stage of beast mastery. Whenever he exerted his full strength, the area of his dantian that had been restored glowed, showing decent efficiency, yet the surrounding damaged spatial barriers of beast mastery began to ache faintly, even vibrating subtly. It was as if they could not withstand the increasingly potent impacts of soul power. What alarmed him further was that the pendant on his chest would pulse slightly with every surge of his soul power during breakthroughs, seemingly resonating with the damaged space, both soothing and yearning for something. On the 10th day, as Ling Hao attempted to charge towards the 7th stage of beast mastery, the crisis finally erupted. The surging soul power, spurred by the medicinal effects, crashed against the 7th stage barrier like a flood breaching a dam. Yet, the route of the qi induction technique could not effectively guide this immense power, causing a torrent of soul power to uncontrollably batter the damaged spatial barriers. Crack! A sound akin to glass shattering resonated deep within his soul. The already cracked spatial barrier of beast mastery was now further marred by several new hairline fractures. An intense pain, originating from the core of his soul, swept through Ling Hao's entire being. Cough! He abruptly spat out a mouthful of blood, his complexion turning as pale as paper, his aura in disarray, the momentum he had just gathered dissipating in an instant. He had fallen into a state of demonic deviation. Squeak! Little Gray, frightened, dropped the iron ore and anxiously darted to his side, nuzzling against his cold hand. Ling Hao collapsed onto the stone bed, gasping for air. His eyes filled with fear and trepidation. He turned inward to inspect the newly formed fractures, overwhelmed by despair. The beast mastery space was the very foundation of a beast master. With the space damaged, the consequences could range from complete loss of cultivation to soul disintegration. Old Mo and the pendant had painstakingly repaired a small portion, and now, due to the inadequacy of his technique, it faced further damage. At this rate, let alone breaking through to the 7th stage within half a month, it would be a stroke of luck to merely maintain the current state without further deterioration. He must acquire a higher tier technique. Furthermore, it must be one that could gently nurture and stabilize the space. Otherwise, his path of cultivation might very well come to an end. But high-tier techniques are exceedingly rare. The Ling family's most profound technique, the Ling Wind technique, is merely of the yellow grade and is not to be passed on. Where could he find one? Just as Ling Hao found himself in a predicament, utterly at a loss, a faint sound echoed from the concealed staircase outside the chamber, delicate footsteps, not those of the mute servant. Someone was approaching, not the mute servant, and certainly not old Mo. Ling Hao's hair stood on end. Battling against the agonizing pain in his soul, he abruptly sat up, hastily tucking Little Gray back into his embrace, his gaze warily fixed on the dark door. He instinctively grasped a blunt knife from the stone table, used for cutting medicinal herbs. The footsteps halted outside the dark door. A profound silence ensued. Ling Hao's heartbeat reverberated through the stillness of the chamber like a drum. Thud, thud, thud. A slow, deliberate knocking sound emerged, imbued with a calm rhythm. Ling Hao held his breath, afraid to respond. After a brief silence, a gentle voice, seemingly laced with a hint of amusement, broke the quiet. The voice, piercing through the simple soundproofing array of the chamber, resonated clearly in Ling Hao's ears. Dear friend inside, there is no need to be alarmed. I harbor no ill intentions. I merely followed an intriguing trace of spatial fluctuations and happened upon this extraordinary place. I have come to pay a visit. Spatial fluctuations? Ling Hao's heart sank. Was it Little Gray? Or the aura he had inadvertently released during his failed breakthrough? This person could discover the secret chamber set by old Mo and penetrate the soundproof array to communicate. His strength was undoubtedly unfathomable. Who are you? Ling Hao suppressed his voice, striving to maintain a semblance of calm, though his grip tightened around the dull blade in his hand. Outside the door, a young man chuckled lightly, his tone remaining gentle, merely a curious passerby. It appears that my friend has encountered some obstacles in his cultivation. His breath is disordered, and the spatial fluctuations are imbalanced. If you would trust me, perhaps I could offer a modicum of assistance. Assistance? Ling Hao harbored no belief in such claims. At this location, at this moment, the emergence of a mysterious benefactor seemed implausible. Noticing the lack of response from within, the voice outside hesitated a moment before continuing. It seems my friend is quite wary. Very well, allow me to adopt a different approach. His voice suddenly lowered. laced with an imperceptible sharpness. I have a keen interest in certain trinkets belonging to the local lord, particularly a peculiar metal I recently acquired. I wonder if you have encountered it? Ling Hao's heart raced. A peculiar metal? Was he referring to the iron meteorite essence? The small piece that old Mo had taken. This individual was here for that. How could he know? How could he possibly find this place? Was it mere coincidence? Or had he been tracking him? Countless thoughts whirled in his mind, and cold sweat instantly soaked his back. The person outside was an enemy, not a friend. Moreover, he was likely far more formidable than the assassins of the shadow-killing hall. Inside the secret chamber, Ling Hao lay severely injured and isolated. Outside, a mysterious powerhouse with unclear intentions loomed. The deadly crisis that had just begun to ease now re-emerged in a different form. Chapter 15. Old Mo's Rescue. The choice of techniques. Inside the chamber, the air was as thick as iron. The gentle yet oppressive voice from outside slithered into Ling Hao's ears like a venomous serpent. The peculiar metal, the iron meteorite essence. This man was indeed after the small piece taken by old Mo. How had he tracked it here? What was his true purpose? To what terrifying extent did his power extend? Countless questions and fears detonated in Ling Hao's mind. The excruciating pain of his soul seemed trivial compared to the present crisis. He tightened his grip on the useless dull blade, pressed his back against the cold stone wall, and cold sweat streamed down his face as his mind raced. Contemplating any possibility for escape. A direct confrontation? Undoubtedly akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Negotiation? What leverage did he possess? Delaying tactics? Waiting for old Mo's return? When would old Mo return? In the midst of this silent standoff, the voice outside rang out once more. Still laced with an inscrutable smile. My friend seems to be in quite the predicament. It appears I have been too abrupt. How about this? I will exchange this item for a single truthful statement from you. How does that sound? Before the last word had left his lips, a faint glimmer pierced through the tightly shut dark door, gently landing on the floor before Ling Hao. It was a thin, pale blue jade slip. The slip's surface shimmered with iridescent light, emanating a soothing aura of tranquility. Inscribed upon it in ancient script were 3 small characters. Essence of Spirit Cultivation. Name: Essence of Spirit Cultivation. Rank: Low-grade profound technique. Effect: balanced and tranquil, adept at nurturing soul power, stabilizing beast master space, with slight restorative effects on spatial damage. Cultivation speed is steady, and it is not prone to the emergence of inner demons. Status: readable. Evaluation: incomplete technique, can only cultivate to the beast master realm, but is perfectly suited for the host's current condition, alleviating concerns of backlash from cultivation. The information feedback from the ability pierced through Ling Hao's thoughts, making his heart skip a beat. A profound technique. Furthermore, one that could nurture space and alleviate his present crisis. This was undoubtedly a stroke of fortune. The other party had offered such a valuable item merely for a single truthful statement regarding that metal. Faced with this immense temptation, Ling Hao grew even more vigilant. There is no such thing as a free lunch. The other party undoubtedly sought something greater. He forcibly suppressed the impulse to seize the jade slip and rasped, maintaining his wariness. What is your intent, senior? I am unaware of any peculiar metal. There was a brief silence from outside, followed by a light sigh, seemingly tinged with genuine regret. It is a pity. It seems you are neither the master of this place nor the person I seek. In that case, I shall take my leave. Footsteps echoed, and it appeared as though he truly intended to depart. Ling Hao was momentarily stunned. Was he really leaving? So easily? What about the jade slip? Just as his mind relaxed slightly due to this abrupt change. Boom. With a resounding crash, the sturdy, rune-engraved dark door exploded inward like parchment, sending countless splinters of wood and stone mixed with a fierce gust of energy hurtling toward Ling Hao. An ambush. The previous words and the pretense of leaving had all been a ruse to create an opportunity for this thunderous strike. Ling Hao had no time to react, instinctively crossing his arms to shield himself, while the residual soul power within him surged forth in a meager defense. Bang! He was violently hurled by the ferocious shockwave, crashing against the stone wall behind him before rebounding to the ground, a metallic taste flooding his throat as he spat out a mouthful of blood, his vision darkening, rendering him completely incapable of resistance. As dust swirled in the air, a slender figure slowly entered the secret chamber. The newcomer wore an immaculate moon-white robe, his handsome face suggesting he was around 27 or 28 years old, and a gentle smile lingered at the corners of his mouth. Yet, his eyes were as cold as a millennia-old glacial pool, devoid of warmth, slowly surveying the chaotic chamber before finally resting on the incapacitated Ling Hao. Why must it come to this? If you had cooperated willingly, you could have spared yourself much suffering. He spoke softly, his steps unhurried as he approached Ling Hao. Though his gaze scanned the surroundings with keen precision, as if searching for something, Ling Hao felt a chill run through him. It was over. This individual's strength surpassed all imagination, and his cunning was profoundly insidious. He was undoubtedly here for old Mo. Just as the young man in white was about to bend down to examine Ling Hao, a lazy voice, dripping with sarcasm, unexpectedly rang out from the doorway of the chamber. TSK, I wondered why I caught a whiff of that insufferable pretentiousness. It turns out the wind chaser of the Tiangong Pavilion has graced us with his presence. The young man in white abruptly halted, the gentle smile on his face freezing instantly, replaced by deep wariness and astonishment. He spun around swiftly. There stood old Mo, having returned unbeknownst to anyone, casually leaning against the shattered door frame, a gourd of wine in hand, appearing as if he had just awakened. His murky old eyes casting a sidelong glance at the young man in white, a smirk of unabashed mockery playing on his lips. Old Senior Mo, the young man in white exclaimed, his voice filled with disbelief. You, how could you be here? This outpost. What? Is it only permissible for your Tiangong Pavilion to burrow and pry for information while I, an old man, cannot find a place to rest? Old Mo took a swig of wine, swaying as he walked in, completely disregarding the young man's tense posture and the surging soul power at the ready, and approached Ling Hao, kicking him lightly. Hey, kid, you're not dead yet, are you? Seeing old Mo was like witnessing a savior. Ling Hao managed to shake his head with great difficulty. Only then did old Mo turn his gaze back to the young man in white, his expression sharpening. Wind chaser. You've quite the audacity, haven't you? Invading my abode, injuring my people, and damaging my door. How shall we settle this account? The young man's complexion shifted rapidly. Quickly retracting all hostility, he clasped his hands in apology and smiled. Forgive me, senior. I was unaware this was your sanctuary. Nor did I know this young brother was one of yours. I was merely tracking the aura of an item suspected to be related to the foreign meteorite. And I have caused much offense. I implore you to forgive me. He lowered his stance considerably, his tone respectful. Yet a flicker of unwillingness and curiosity lingered in his eyes. He was evidently extremely wary of old Mo, yet also deeply intrigued by his presence here. Shielding an apparently ordinary youth. Foreign meteorite? I have not heard of it. Old Mo probed his ear, resembling a piece of meat on a chopping board. All I have here is a bucket of slop. Care to take a look? The young man in the white robe twitched his lips, forcing a smile. Senior must be jesting. Since this is a misunderstanding, I shall take my leave. As he spoke, his gaze inadvertently flicked to the Yunling Ju jade slip lying on the ground. Wait. Old Mo called him back, pointing with his toe at the jade slip. Did you toss this in? Yes, just a token of apology from me, replied the young man. Humph, at least you have some discernment. Old Mo grunted. Get lost. Go back and inform those old geezers in your pavilion that the waters in Qingyang City are murky. They should refrain from sending any more rotten fish and shrimp, or they might drown. The young man's complexion shifted between shades of green and white. Ultimately, he dared not say another word. He cupped his hands once more, and with a flicker, vanished from the steps like a wraith, swift to arrive, swifter to depart. The secret chamber momentarily regained its tranquility. Old Mo then crouched down to examine Ling Hao's injuries, frowning slightly. Practicing recklessly and pushing beyond limits has once again damaged the space. This troublesome boy. He picked up the Yunling Ju jade slip, inspected it briefly, and grimaced. These fellows from the Heavenly Machine Pavilion only manage to peddle incomplete items to fool people. Nevertheless, it should suffice for you, for now. He tossed the jade slip to Ling Hao. Hurry and learn it. Stabilize your injuries. Although this technique is of a low tier, only capable of cultivating a beast master, its essence is balanced and harmonious, perfectly suited for your currently fragile constitution. Ling Hao received the jade slip, a surge of mixed emotions filling him, both trepidation and gratitude. Thank you, senior, for saving my life once again. Cut the pleasantries. Old Mo interrupted, his expression growing serious. The of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion has already been alerted. It seems that piece of heavy iron meteorite is more complicated than I anticipated. Kid, you've landed yourself in deep trouble. He stood up and paced back and forth. We can't remain here. Once you initially grasp the Yunling Ju and stabilize your injuries, we must change locations. Ling Hao's heart sank, and he hurriedly inquired, Senior, what about the Heavenly Machine Pavilion? A bothersome organization that fancies itself capable of peering into the workings of heaven, yet only stirs up chaos everywhere. Old Mo's tone was impatient. They seldom let go of what they set their sights on. Although we've temporarily scared off that young man, more troublesome characters will likely arrive soon. He glanced at Ling Hao, his gaze complex. You, kid, are truly a magnet for trouble. Quickly cultivate. If you wish to survive, strengthen yourself without delay. With that, Old Mo ceased further conversation, moving to the damaged doorway to set up simple wards and concealment barriers. Ling Hao gripped the Yunling Ju jade slip tightly. feeling waves of pain surge from the depths of his soul while contemplating the imminent threats. A profound sense of urgency washed over him. There was no time for hesitation. He took a deep breath and gradually infused his soul power into the jade slip. A torrent of information surged into his mind instantaneously. Chapter 16. The initial stages of Yunling and the resurgence of turmoil. The information from Yunling Ju flowed into Ling Hao's mind like a gentle stream, calm and clear. Unlike the crude simplicity of Inshi Ju, this low-grade mystical technique, although incomplete, possessed an intricately refined operational pathway. It emphasized the meticulous control and nurturing of soul power rather than merely pursuing speed of absorption. Under its guidance, the soul power became gentle yet resilient, akin to the soft spring rain that nourishes without a sound, especially focusing on the nurturing and fortification of the Beastmaster space. This was precisely what Ling Hao needed at this moment. He immediately cast aside distractions, enduring the excruciating pain, and cautiously guided the chaotic and turbulent soul power within him, which had become wild due to the failed impact, according to the method of Yunling Ju. The process remained agonizing. Each time the soul power coursed through the newly formed cracks, it brought stabbing pain. However, the gentle nature of Yunling Ju began to manifest. It did not charge recklessly like Inshi Ju, but rather slowly enveloped, soothed, and organized the restless power, extracting strands of pure soul power, as if employing the most delicate brushwork to attempt to mend the edges of the cracks. Though the pace was slow and the effects minimal, it was indeed mending. Furthermore, the turbulence of the soul power and the instability of the space, previously caused by the inadequacy of the technique, were gradually subsiding. Ling Hao's heart soared with joy as he fully immersed himself in the operation of this new technique, his spirit completely absorbed. Unbeknownst to him, a day and night passed. When he opened his eyes once more, though his complexion remained pale and the deep pain in his soul had not fully vanished, the terrifying sensation of impending soul power loss and spatial collapse had dissipated. His breath, although still weak, had become significantly steadier. He had taken the first steps into Yunling Ju. He successfully stabilized his injuries and completely transitioned his primary technique to Yunling Ju, although his cultivation level remained at the 6th stage of Beastmaster. And he had even regressed slightly due to his injuries and technique transition. His foundation was now more solid, and his soul power had become more refined and controllable. Squeak! Xiao Hui darted up to his leg, worry evident in its small eyes. It seemed to sense its master's improved condition, affectionately nuzzling against his hand. Ling Hao stroked its smooth fur, revealing a weary yet contented smile. At last, he had weathered another storm. Humph, finally not entirely foolish, Old Mo's voice came from nearby. He had returned at some point, seated at a stone table with a few small dishes and a jug of wine before him. The damaged hidden door had been temporarily covered with a large piece of beast hide. Thank you, Senior, for bestowing the technique. Ling Hao expressed his sincere gratitude. Were it not for Yunling Ju, he would have surely suffered irreparable harm to his Beastmaster space, even if he had survived. Why thank me? That was compensation from the hypocrites of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion, Old Mo scoffed, tossing a paper-wrapped bundle to Ling Hao. Eat something, then tidy up, we must leave. Ling Hao unwrapped the paper to reveal several steaming meat buns, their aroma enticing. He was indeed ravenous, and after expressing his thanks, he devoured them hungrily. Will the people from the Heavenly Machine Pavilion come again? Ling Hao asked between bites, a lingering fear evident in his voice. He is merely an outer observer for the Heavenly Machine Pavilion, not particularly powerful, but the trouble lies in their pack mentality. Once they latch on, they want to let go. Old Mo took a sip of wine, his gaze sharpening. Although I've temporarily frightened him off, he will certainly report what he has seen here. The more troublesome characters will come sooner or later. He looked at Ling Hao. Moreover, it's not just the Heavenly Machine Pavilion that has their eyes on you. Old Mo flicked a finger, and a small, nearly transparent scale-like object landed on the stone table. Last night, the mute servant discovered this while cleaning up outside. Ling Hao picked up the scale, feeling its icy touch. He activated his perception ability to examine it. Name, Stealth Lizard Scale, Effect. Upon activation, it perfectly conceals one's presence and form for a very brief period. Status, deactivated. Source, suspected standard issue for the Su family's Shadow Guard. The name Su family sent a chill through Ling Hao's heart. Had they also found their way nearby? Were they following clues from the previous auction, or employing other unknown means? That little girl from the Su family is more determined than I had imagined. Old Mo tapped the table. Your disguise has likely been seen through long ago. Her inaction now may either be due to caution regarding me, or perhaps she is waiting for a better opportunity. Or perhaps she intends to play the long game to catch a big fish. With the Heavenly Machine Pavilion in front and the Su family behind, along with the lurking Shadow Kill Palace and family traitors, Ling Hao felt as if he had a bun lodged in his throat, difficult to swallow. He felt ensnared in an invisible net, surrounded by perilous predators. Then we must find a safer location, old Mo interrupted him, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. It is time for your next round of training. He stood up. 300 miles west of Qingyang City lies a region known as the Black Miasma Forest, deep within which is an abandoned ancient Beastmaster sect's trial valley. The terrain there is treacherous, shrouded in poisonous miasma, and teeming with mutated venomous insects and ferocious beasts, making it an ideal sanctuary for you to conceal yourself and hone your skills. The Black Miasma Forest? The Trial Valley? Upon hearing this, Ling Hao felt not a shred of fear. Rather, a surge of intense anticipation welled within him. Within peril lies opportunity. Don't celebrate too soon, Elder Mo interjected, dousing their enthusiasm with cold reality. That place is no picnic. The miasma can erode your spiritual power, and the venomous creatures are relentless. And let us not even mention the ferocious beasts mutated by ancient sect experiments. Entering in your current state would be akin to courting death. However, Elder Mo shifted his tone, casting a glance at the small gray creature nibbling on a meat bun. For you and this little one, certain treasures within may prove immensely beneficial, particularly the unique toxic crystal iron found in the valley. While it harbors deadly poison, once treated, its core iron essence can significantly aid your little weasel's spatial attributes, potentially stimulating its dormant abilities. The little gray seemed to comprehend, letting out an excited squeak, its bright eyes sparkling. Ling Hao instantly grasped Elder Mo's intention. This was not only a chance to avert disaster, but also a genuine life and death trial. Moreover, it presented an opportunity for the little gray to evolve. I, the younger generation, fear not, Ling Hao declared resolutely. Please, senior, make the arrangements. Excellent. Elder Mo seemed to have anticipated this declaration, finishing his meal and preparing to depart. The mute servant will erase all traces here. We will leave the city under the cover of night. Half an hour later, as darkness enveloped the land, Ling Hao, having altered his appearance to resemble a dark-skinned, somewhat naive herbalist apprentice with a large medicine basket concealing the slumbering little gray, followed Elder Mo. The elder, having employed some method to completely suppress his aura, appeared as an ordinary old herbalist. Under the cloak of night, they slipped away from Qingyang City, guided by the mute servant through a secret underground passage. Just moments after their departure, several indistinct shadows descended upon the vicinity of the secret chamber like wisps of smoke. At the forefront was the returning Wind Patrol envoy from the Tianji Pavilion, his countenance icy as he cradled a spinning compass artifact in his hand. Two companions, clad in intricately patterned white robes, followed closely behind, their auras deeply profound. The aura has vanished? One of the companions murmured, furrowing his brow. Completely erased? What remarkable skill. The Wind Patrol envoy's expression darkened. It seems that Elder Mo is more formidable than recorded in the files. Search. Expand the perimeter. Even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground, we must uncover any leads on that fallen iron and the boy. Meanwhile, in another direction, a silent squad clad in Sioux family garb, moving like phantoms, stealthily sealed off several nearby streets under the guidance of a lithe woman veiled in a sheer fabric. Beneath the seemingly tranquil night sky of Qingyang City, turbulent currents brewed. At that moment, Ling Hao had already set forth with Elder Mo on the perilous and uncertain path toward the western Black Miasma Forest. A fresh challenge was about to commence. Chapter 17. The Perils of the Black Miasma Forest, a first test of skill. The night was as dark as ink, the stars and moon obscured. Ling Hao followed closely behind Elder Mo, whose hunched figure hurried along the desolate paths on the outskirts of the city, taking measured steps. After guiding them through the secret underground passage, the mute servant vanished into the shadows to deal with the aftermath. The two traveled in silence until they had distanced themselves nearly 100 miles from Qingyang City. As dawn broke, they paused briefly in a secluded mountain hollow. Take this. Elder Mo tossed Ling Hao a dull gray pill, exuding a peculiar odor. It would provide some resistance against the toxins of the Black Miasma Forest, though not for long. Once we enter, stick close to me, suppress your aura, and do your utmost to avoid disturbing the inhabitants within. Without hesitation, Ling Hao swallowed the pill. A sharp, spicy flavor surged down his throat, soon transforming into a refreshing sensation that spread throughout his body. After a brief rest, they resumed their journey. As they ventured westward, the vegetation grew increasingly dense and bizarre. A subtle, dizzying sweet and pungent aroma began to permeate the air. The sky remained perpetually gray, as if veiled by an invisible gossamer. By afternoon, a vast forest cloaked in a faint black mist materialized on the horizon. The Black Miasma Forest. Even before approaching, a chilling sense of oppression enveloped them. The black mist writhed like a living entity, obscuring most of their vision, and the forest was eerily silent. Devoid of the usual sounds of birds and insects, Only a profound stillness prevailed. Elder Imo halted, his expression now grave. Stay close. The paths here are ever shifting. He was the first to step into the faint black miasma. Ling Hao took a deep breath and followed closely behind. Upon entering the forest, the light dimmed instantly, as if they had plunged into dusk. The black mist not only obscured vision, but also bore a frigid, corrosive quality, attempting to infiltrate their pores and permeate their spiritual defenses. The pill Elder Mo provided continued to emit a cooling sensation, blocking most of the poisonous gas. Yet a slight influence persisted, inducing a mild sense of chest tightness and irritation. The ground beneath them became muddy and slippery, littered with decaying leaves and unknown beast bones. The surrounding trees twisted grotesquely, their branches clawing at the sky like ghostly talons, while thick, colorful moss clung to their bark, some even dripping viscous sap. The little gray poked its head out of the medicine basket, warily scanning its surroundings, its shiny black eyes filled with unease, instinctively repulsed by the environment. Elder Mo appeared quite familiar with the place, deftly leading Ling Hao through the gnarled trees and treacherous swamps, his movements surprisingly nimble for an elder. 3 steps to the left, poisonous thorn vines. Below, quicksand, circumvent it. Avoid that red mushroom. His low, frequent reminders allowed Ling Hao to evade numerous deadly traps that were nearly invisible to the naked eye. After about an hour of progress, the black miasma seemed to thicken further. Suddenly, Elder Mo stopped abruptly, gripping Ling Hao's shoulder and pulling him behind a massive, decaying ancient tree. Hush! Elder Mo gestured for silence, his gaze sharp as it fixed on a thicket saturated with dense black miasma to the left. Ling Hao held his breath, following his gaze. At first, he saw nothing, only the sound of his own heartbeat thundering in his ears. But soon, an exceedingly faint rustling sound reached him. Name: Black Miasma Mosquito. Level: Upper Mortal Grade. Characteristics: Sharp proboscis capable of piercing low-level spiritual defenses, injecting neurotoxin while siphoning blood and spiritual power. Vulnerable to fire and strong winds. Status: Hungry, attracted by human presence. The identification ability provided this information, tightening Ling Hao's chest. Suddenly, a dark cloud erupted from the thicket. It was a terrifying swarm of mosquitoes, each the size of a fingernail, composed of thousands of jet-black bodies with crimson compound eyes. They flapped their wings, producing a low-frequency buzz that sent chills down one's spine, surging towards the direction where the two were hiding like a wave of death. This is troublesome, Elder Mo muttered under his breath, though he remained unperturbed. Kid, pay attention. In the black miasma forest, avoid direct confrontation whenever possible. Instead of employing any powerful techniques, he swiftly produced a small paper pouch from his robes and tossed it forward. An acrid scent, a potent blend of sulfur and some herb, immediately filled the air. The horrific swarm halted as if encountering a nemesis, their advance stalling as they emitted agitated buzzing sounds, daring not to cross the invisible barrier of the odor, merely circling around and gathering in greater numbers. Move, Elder Mo commanded in a low voice, pulling Ling Hao along the edge of the fragrant barrier. Swiftly navigating in another direction, Ling Hao felt a chill run down his spine, simultaneously absorbing the first lesson of survival in the black miasma forest, to utilize the environment and evade danger. Skillfully circumventing a swarm of mosquitoes, the two continued their foray deeper within. As they ventured further, the trees grew ever more towering and dense, the miasma thickening to an almost tangible consistency, reducing visibility to less than 10 meters. The ground began to reveal ghastly, pale skeletons, some reminiscent of mystical beasts, while others clearly belonged to humans. The air was saturated with an escalating sense of peril. Click, click. A peculiar sound, akin to dry twigs snapping underfoot, emanated from the depths of the miasma ahead, its rhythm unsettling. Elder Mo paused once more, straining to listen, his brow furrowed. It was a bone scorpion, a troublesome creature, few in number, yet encased in a hard exoskeleton with a venomous tail that struck with precision. Just right, kid. It's time for you to stretch your muscles. Employ the spirit cultivation technique in conjunction with your little weasel. Strike swiftly and decisively, and avoid making too much noise. A shiver coursed through Ling Hao. He recognized this as Elder Mo's first real test in battle. Taking a deep breath, he quelled his anxiety and lifted the small gray weasel from his medicinal basket, placing it on his shoulder. The spirit cultivation technique activated gradually, a gentle flow of soul power coursing through him, momentarily suppressing the earlier sting within his soul, now replaced by the thrill of impending combat. He unsheathed the short blade at his waist, his gaze fixated ahead. The miasma writhed, and 3 enormous bone scorpions, each the size of a hunting dog, emerged, resembling charred branches with tails arched high, shimmering with a ghostly blue light. Their icy compound eyes instantly locked onto Ling Hao. Name: Bone Scorpion level, low-tier soldier, weaknesses, joint connections, compound eyes, soft flesh beneath the abdomen. Skills, claw strike, venomous tail stab. Little Gray, the one on the left, distracted. Aim for its eyes. Ling Hao commanded, darting toward the right Bone Scorpion. Squeak. Little Gray transformed into a streak of silver light, its speed astonishing. Lunging at the left Bone Scorpion's head, the creature reacted with remarkable swiftness, its massive claws snapping toward Little Gray, but the weasel deftly twisted midair, evading effortlessly. Its tiny claws glowing with a sharp brilliance as they raked toward the icy compound eyes. Simultaneously, Ling Hao had reached the right Bone Scorpion. Its venomous tail shot forth like lightning. Having anticipated its attack trajectory through his perceptive abilities, Ling Hao employed the precise control afforded by the spirit cultivation technique to narrowly evade the oncoming strike. The venomous stinger grazed his clothing. Now, he infused his short blade with soul power, not aiming to hack at the hardened exoskeleton, but rather to precisely pierce the delicate joint connecting its head to its body. Thud! A critical strike. The blade buried itself to the hilt. The Bone Scorpion froze momentarily, struggling a few times before succumbing to stillness. Meanwhile, Little Gray had left deep gashes on the compound eyes of the other scorpion, the searing pain causing it to thrash its head wildly, momentarily neutralizing the threat. The middle Bone Scorpion, witnessing this, emitted a piercing shriek and lunged at Ling Hao, its massive pincers poised to strike. Ling Hao had just drawn his short blade, his previous strength waning and new vigor yet to surge. He was on the brink of being ensnared. Roar! At that moment, Little Gray seemed incited by its companion's injury, or perhaps driven by the instinct to protect its master. Its silver-gray fur flared vibrantly. It opened its mouth, not to emit a sound, but to manifest a subtle distortion in the space before it. A barely perceptible ripple, akin to water waves, surged forth, sweeping across the middle Bone Scorpion. The creature's advance faltered abruptly, as if ensnared in an invisible quagmire, its movements becoming agonizingly slow and rigid, even its claws suspended in mid-air. Though the effect lasted but an instant, for Ling Hao, that moment sufficed. With a flash of determination in his eyes, he pounced like a leopard, his short blade once more finding its mark at the joint's weakness. Crack! The second Bone Scorpion collapsed to the ground. The last scorpion, injured in its eyes by Little Gray, seemed to sense fear and began to retreat slowly into the miasma. Ling Hao did not pursue, panting heavily. He gazed at the lifeless bodies of the two Bone Scorpions, then at the excited Little Gray on his shoulder, a wave of profound accomplishment swelling within him. Collaboration. This was his and Little Gray's first flawless synergy. The spirit cultivation technique's precise control of soul power, the perceptive insight into weaknesses, combined with Little Gray's timely spatial disruption ability. Elder Mo nodded slightly, a flicker of approval dancing in his eyes. Not bad. You're not completely foolish. Remember this feeling. In the Black Miasma Forest, every battle must be swift, accurate, and ruthless, utilizing every advantage at your disposal. He stepped forward, skillfully using his short blade to slice open the tail of a Bone Scorpion, extracting two small, luminescent blue venom sacs, and severing several pieces of the hardest exoskeleton. We shouldn't waste materials, they might prove useful later. After gathering the spoils, Elder Mo lifted his gaze toward the deeper recesses of the forest, where the miasma thickened like ink. Let us take a brief respite, then continue onward. The entrance to the Trial Valley lies in this vicinity. There are plenty of treasures awaiting us there. Ling Hao followed his gaze, only to behold an unsettling abyss of profound darkness. Greater challenges lay ahead. Chapter 18. The entrance to the Trial Valley, the emergence of toxic crystal iron. After a brief rest, Ling Hao felt the slightly agitated soul power from the battle stabilize under the flow of the spirit cultivation technique, and even gained a deeper understanding of the cultivation method due to the life-and-death combat experience. The fissures within his soul still throbbed faintly, yet they seemed enveloped by a newfound resilience. Little Gray, meanwhile, gnawed happily on a piece of the toughest exoskeleton from the Bone Scorpion that Elder Mo had severed, reveling in the treat, its silver sheen appearing even more pronounced. Let us move. Elder Mo rose, discerning the direction, and pressed onward into the depths of the densest miasma. The further they traveled, the more bones littered the ground, even encountering colossal and bizarre skeletal remains belonging to unknown mystical beasts, as if they had stumbled upon an ancient graveyard. The air grew increasingly viscous with poison. The effects of the pills Elder Mo provided were gradually waning, forcing Ling Hao to allocate a portion of his soul power to fend off the miasma's encroachment. Twisted and bizarre terrain began to emerge around them. Charred stone forests loomed like the fangs of colossal beasts, while the ground sporadically released bubbling toxic gas, bursting forth with a nauseating stench. Some vividly colored, grotesque plants took root upon the bones, swaying gently and exuding a perilous aura. Be cautious. Many things here are beyond my knowledge. Their toxins exceedingly peculiar. Elder Mo's voice took on a grave tone. Stay close to my footsteps. Do not stray. Ling Hao remained utterly focused, his mind taut with tension. Here, a misstep could spell irreversible doom. After about half an hour of progress, a vast opening revealed itself ahead. A colossal entrance to a circular valley, seemingly carved by a meteorite impact, lay before them. The valley's mouth was shrouded in an almost tangible black miasma, rolling like turbulent tides, obscuring any view of the interior. The walls of the entrance exuded an eerie dark red hue, riddled with honeycomb-like cavities, from which tendrils of pure toxic gas seeped. Most alarming was the ground at the entrance, strewn with countless ghastly white bones, some human, some belonging to mystical beasts, piled atop one another. Many bearing horrifying signs of corrosion and gnawing. Twisted creatures, resembling a grotesque amalgamation of centipedes and scorpions, scuttled among the bones, producing an unsettling rustling sound. Here lies the entrance to the Trial Valley. It resembles a colossal maw leading to the depths of hell, exuding an aura of death and foreboding. We have arrived. Old Mo halted his steps, his gaze sweeping over the scattered bones and venomous insects, a myriad of emotions flickering in his eyes. This accursed place always evokes a sense of discomfort upon each visit. He pointed towards the dark crimson rock walls, continuously emanating noxious fumes. Look closely at the depths of those crevices. Ling Hao focused intently, and through the thick miasma, he vaguely discerned that the rock walls within those openings seemed to be embedded with fragments of a crystal that shimmered with a faint metallic luster, yet bore a sickly, ghostly green hue. Name: Toxic Crystal Iron Mine. Composition: formed from a fusion of the essence of lethal miasma and pure iron. Its surface is cloaked in deadly toxic crystals, while the core consists of a weakly toxic pure iron nucleus. Utility: after special treatment, the iron core can be absorbed by specific mystical beasts, significantly enhancing their skeletal claws. With a minuscule chance of stimulating spatial attributes, the toxic crystals can be refined into potent toxins. Status: energy stable. Evaluation: highly dangerous. Direct contact without treatment will result in poisoning and death for beast tamers. Holds considerable allure for Xiaohui. Indeed, the toxic crystal iron is here. Xiaohui became exceedingly agitated, darting restlessly on Ling Hao's shoulder, its tiny claws pointing towards those crevices, issuing urgent squeaks filled with longing. The treasures lie within. Whether they can be obtained depends on your skill. Old Mo stood with his hands clasped, an expression of amusement upon his face. Warning: those crevices are the nests of bone-eating wasps. While each individual may be of mere mortal rank, their numbers, well, you can imagine. Moreover, their stingers can easily pierce through soul power defenses, injecting venom that could render your bones weak. Ling Hao surveyed the densely packed, toxic gas-emitting openings, as well as the occasional black, glossy wasps the size of fingernails creeping in and out, a shiver running down his spine. A frontal assault would undoubtedly be suicidal. He scrutinized the surroundings, his mind racing. What do bone-eating wasps fear? Based on previous experiences, Old Mo always left a glimmer of hope. His gaze flitted over the toxic insects, a hybrid of centipede and scorpion, crawling among the bones. Name: Decaying Scorpion Centipede. Rank: Low-tier soldier. Characteristics: prefers carrion. Possesses a strong craving for the wasp larvae and honey. Its exoskeleton can partially withstand wasp stings. Status: hungry. A thought flashed through Ling Hao's mind. Elder, could those decaying scorpion centipedes attract the attention of the bone-eating wasps? He inquired. Old Mo's eyes sparkled with surprise before he grinned. You're quite astute. Indeed, the centipedes are one of the natural enemies of the wasps, particularly fond of stealing their larvae. However, how do you intend to lure the centipedes to attack the nest? Those creatures are rather lethargic, unless there's an easy meal on offer. Ling Hao remained silent, redirecting his gaze to the ground where fresh carcasses of the decaying scorpions lay. Old Mo had only taken the venom sacs and the hardest exoskeletons, leaving behind a substantial amount of flesh and entrails. He approached, stifling the foul odor, and with a short knife, lifted a large piece of the decaying scorpion's still dripping entrails. Taking a deep breath, he exerted all his strength and hurled it towards a relatively clear area to the left of the wasp nest. Thud! The putrid entrails hit the ground, and the stench immediately permeated the air. The decaying scorpion centipedes, which had been sluggishly crawling among the bones, simultaneously raised their heads, their antennae waving frantically. In the next moment, they surged towards the entrails like cats sensing a fishy aroma, their speed suddenly increasing. Their commotion instantly drew the attention of the bone-eating wasps at the nest's entrance. Buzz! A more intense and sharper buzzing erupted from the nest. Countless black wasps, like an enraged storm, poured forth from the crevices, charging at the centipedes daring to pilfer food from their doorstep. In an instant, The swarm clashed violently with the centipedes. A chaotic melee ensued. Stingers and pincers flailed, exoskeletons shattered, and wasps were torn apart, creating a scene of utter pandemonium. Now is the time. Ling Hao seized the moment. Urgently whispering to Xiao Hui on his shoulder, "Xiao Hui, the third hole to the right, the brightest ones, go quickly." Xiao Hui, already poised for action, transformed into a silver streak, darting towards that hole. Its speed was astonishing, leaving a fleeting afterimage in the air. A few scattered bone-eating wasps attempted to obstruct its path, but were effortlessly evaded by Xiao Hui's agility. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Hui had penetrated the hole. Moments later, it shot back out like lightning, clutching 3 orbs the size of longan fruit, their surfaces encrusted with ghostly green toxic crystals. A faint metallic luster flickering from within. Success. However, just as Xiao Hui was about to return, a hissing sound erupted. A monstrous snake, thick as a bowl and covered in dark purple tumors, lunged out from the shadows of the rock wall, its foul maw wide open, aiming for the airborne Xiao Hui. It seemed to have been lying in wait for this very moment. Name: Miasmic Viper. Rank: mid-tier soldier. Characteristics: highly venomous, adept at ambush attacks, exceptionally fast. Status: hunting. Everything transpired too rapidly for Ling Hao to intervene. Squeak. Xiao Hui let out a cry, and in a life-or-death moment, its silver sheen flared once more. A subtle ripple of space emerged, not directed at the monstrous snake, but rather acting upon itself. The viper's ferocious strike seemed to collide with an invisible elastic barrier before it abruptly slowed. Its speed diminished. Seizing this precious instant, Xiao Hui twisted its body and narrowly evaded the snake's jaws, even losing a few silver hairs to the foul wind trailing from the snake's fangs. Terrified, it dashed back to Ling Hao's shoulder, dropping the 3 toxic crystal iron orbs before burrowing into his embrace, trembling uncontrollably. Meanwhile, the miasmic viper, having missed its strike, immediately fixated its cold gaze on Ling Hao below, its forked tongue flicking in and out, issuing a threatening hiss. Damn it, Ling Hao cursed, not anticipating a lurking threat. He positioned his short knife defensively, channeling the full power of the spirit binding technique. Beside him, old Emo furrowed his brow, seemingly contemplating intervention, but chose to observe how Ling Hao would respond. The miasmic viper coiled its body, launching itself like a spring, leaving behind only a streak of purple. Ling Hao's pupils contracted as he activated his perception to the utmost, barely managing to catch its trajectory. Aware he couldn't evade entirely, he leaned sharply to the right, while simultaneously condensing his soul power to shield himself. Thud! The snake's jaws clamped down on his left arm with brutal force. Agonizing pain surged through him. Yet at that moment, Ling Hao drove his short knife, infused with all his soul power, precisely into the viper's weak spot, 7 inches deep. Hiss! The monstrous snake emitted a piercing shriek, writhing violently as its venom coursed into Ling Hao. He felt his left arm grow numb, losing sensation as the toxin rapidly spread through his body. With a forceful kick, he sent the still struggling viper flying, staggering back as his complexion rapidly turned a shade of blue. Kid! Old Emo finally sprang into action, stepping forward, his fingers like lightning, swiftly sealing several acupoints on Ling Hao's left arm to temporarily halt the toxin spread. He then quickly shoved an antidote pill into Ling Hao's mouth. Coughing, Ling Hao expelled several mouthfuls of dark, toxic blood, feeling the numbing sensation slightly abate, but his left arm remained swollen and agonizing, immobilized. The venom of a mid-tier miasmic viper is enough to incapacitate you. Old Mo assessed his injuries, relieved that timely intervention would prevent fatality. Consider this a lesson. In the black miasma woods, one must never lower their guard. Ling Hao nodded with lingering trepidation, gazing at the 3 glimmering toxic crystal iron pieces on the ground, then shifting his attention to his poisoned left arm. This time, he had truly escaped the jaws of death. Meanwhile, the battle between the swarms and the scorpions drew to a close, both sides suffering grievous losses as they gradually retreated. The valley entrance fell silent once more, save for the thick, noxious miasma that continued to churn restlessly. Old Mo collected the 3 pieces of toxic crystal iron, assessed Ling Hao's condition, and cast his gaze towards the unfathomable depths of the trial valley. It appeared that he needed to find a place for Ling Hao to purge the poison and heal. This trial valley was even more tumultuous than he had anticipated. He assisted Ling Hao to his feet and swiftly departed from the perilous entrance, making his way toward a relatively concealed crevice in the cliffside. The initial encounter with the trial valley had left Ling Hao wounded and faced with numerous dangers. But this was merely the beginning. Chapter 19. Poisonous Refinement, Fortune from Misfortune. The refuge Old Mo discovered was a narrow crevice at the base of the cliff, obscured by clusters of enormous, pungent poisonous mushrooms. The interior could accommodate only 2 or 3 individuals, but was relatively dry, showing no signs of venomous insects or fierce beasts. He positioned Ling Hao at the innermost part, swiftly spreading a circle of insect-repelling powder at the entrance, and established a simple barrier to conceal their presence. Sit cross-legged and activate the soul nurturing technique, protecting your heart pulse and beast control space to the best of your ability. The venom of the miasmic viper is exceedingly potent. The antidote will only temporarily suppress it, and the purging process will be excruciating. Old Mo's tone turned grave as he produced several slender, glinting golden needles. Ling Hao did not dare to delay and promptly followed his instructions. The gentle flow of soul energy from the soul nurturing technique carefully enveloped his heart and the beast control space in his dantian. His left arm had entirely lost sensation. Swollen and blackened, even beginning to emit a faint odor of decay, as the toxin continued to insidiously erode his vitality. Old Mo's movements were swift as lightning, with several golden needles precisely piercing Ling Hao's left shoulder and several key points on his chest, delving deep into the marrow. A torrent of searing soul energy surged through the needles into Ling Hao's body, forcefully compelling the obstinate serpent venom to retreat along its original path. An indescribable agony erupted in an instant. It felt as though countless burning needles were piercing his veins in reverse, mingled with the corrosive pain of the toxin being forcibly stripped away. Ling Hao trembled violently, his teeth chattering together. His complexion shifting from a deep purple to a ghostly pallor, large beads of cold sweat soaking through his garments. He gritted his teeth, relying on his formidable willpower to maintain the operation of the soul-nurturing technique and protect his vital points. Xiao Hui anxiously darted about nearby, yet dared not interfere. Old Mo's expression was solemn as he channeled soul energy from his fingertips, carefully extracting the viscous, pitch-black toxin from the wound inflicted by the serpent's fangs. The venom dripped onto the rocky ground, sizzling as it corroded small pits into the surface. This process was slow and torturous. Ling Hao teetered on the brink of unconsciousness several times, only to be jolted awake by an even more intense pain. He felt as if his left arm were being ground and reshaped inch by inch. After an indeterminate amount of time, when the last trace of viscous black blood was expelled and bright red blood began to flow from the wound, Old Mo swiftly withdrew the golden needles and applied a thick layer of detoxifying and healing ointment. Ling Hao collapsed to the ground, panting heavily, his entire body drenched, as if he had just emerged from water, not wanting to move a single finger. Although his left arm remained painfully swollen, the numbness and feeling of erosion had vanished, replaced by a fiery pain, signaling the slow restoration of vitality. "You've got quite the resilience," Old Mo remarked, releasing a sigh of relief as he wiped the sweat from his brow. "The venom of the miasmic viper is quite troublesome. Had we waited just another quarter of an hour, your arm would have been irreparable." After resting for about an hour, Ling Hao had barely regained some strength. He introspected, astonished to find that, despite his weakened state and significant depletion of soul energy from the terrifying purging process, the soul nurturing technique seemed to flow more smoothly and harmoniously, with his soul energy becoming more refined. Even the sharp pain from the cracks deep within his soul had lessened considerably. It was as if that intense suffering, in some way, served as a tempering of his soul energy and willpower. "Do not rejoice too soon," Old Mo interrupted his thoughts, producing the 3 glimmering toxic crystal iron pieces. "Though the venom has been eradicated, its toxicity has already infiltrated your meridians and flesh. Ordinary methods will struggle to eradicate it entirely, and over time, it will leave hidden injuries that could affect your future cultivation." Ling Hao's heart sank once more, yet Old Mo swiftly shifted his tone, a peculiar glint flashing in his eyes. "However, misfortune often conceals fortune. We can utilize this residual toxin, combined with the toxic crystal iron, to create a poisonous refinement body." A poisonous refinement body. Ling Hao was taken aback. It is an ancient method of body refinement, fraught with risks, but if successful, it will not only eliminate the residual toxin within you, but also grant your body a degree of resistance to most toxins and miasmas, further tempering your muscles and blood. "The benefits are considerable," Old Mo explained. "Of course, the process will be even more painful than the previous purging." Ling Hao glanced at the 3 ominous-looking toxic crystal iron pieces, then felt the fiery pain in his left arm and twitched his mouth. Yet, thinking of the dangers of hidden injuries and his desire to grow stronger, his gaze once again solidified with determination. "I am willing to give it a try." "Excellent." Old Mo seemed to admire his tenacity. "I will guide you with the golden needles, channeling the residual toxins within you alongside a touch of the toxic energy from the outer layer of the crystal iron into your limbs and bones. The process will be exceedingly painful, and you must maintain the operation of the soul nurturing technique to keep your spirit clear. Otherwise, the toxins could overwhelm you, and even a deity could not save you." With that, Old Mo again retrieved the golden needles. employing a more complex and arcane technique as he sequentially pierced dozens of key points throughout Ling Hao's body. He then took one of the toxic crystal irons, channeling his soul energy to extract a fine, hair-like strand of eerily green poisonous gas, cautiously guiding it through the needles into Ling Hao's body. Humph! Ling Hao let out a muffled grunt, his body instantly tensing like iron. Pain. An indescribable agony. It felt as if countless tiny shards of glass, burning with toxic fire, were injected into his veins, raging through his bloodstream, searing and tearing at every inch of his meridians and muscles. This was 100-fold more painful than the previous purging. Unusual greenish patterns rapidly appeared on his skin, and he felt as though he were a fragile glass vessel on the verge of shattering. He bit down hard on his teeth, his gums bleeding, exerting all his effort to operate the soul-nurturing technique, guiding the gentle soul energy to protect his heart pulse and space, while also struggling to adapt to and even refine the rampant toxic fire. This was an exceedingly perilous tug-of-war. If the soul-nurturing technique faltered, or if his will relaxed even slightly, the consequence would be instant death from the toxins. Xiao Hui paced anxiously nearby, yet was powerless to assist. Time trickled by. Ling Hao's body oscillated between an eerie green hue and temporary normalization under the influence of the soul-nurturing technique, a relentless back-and-forth struggle. The ground beneath him became soaked with sweat, and even beads of blood seeping out. Old Mo was wholly focused, his soul energy meticulously controlled. Beads of sweat reappearing on his brow. Finally, when the toxic gas from the surface of the crystal iron had been completely extracted, leaving only a much duller iron core. Ling Hao's body jolted violently, the green patterns on his skin receding like a receding tide. He spat out a mouthful of foul-smelling stagnant blood, collapsing as if he had been pulled from the water, utterly exhausted, yet his eyes gleamed with an unusual brightness. I succeeded. He felt an unprecedented weakness. Yet an extraordinary sense of lightness emerged within his body. The swelling and pain in his left arm had significantly diminished, and the imperceptible threat of residual toxins had been entirely eradicated. More importantly, he could distinctly feel that his sinews, bones, and flesh seemed to have undergone a thorough tempering, becoming more resilient and tightly knit, with a markedly enhanced resistance to the surrounding poisonous miasma. How does it feel? Old Mo inquired as he put away the golden needle. Unprecedentedly good, Ling Hao replied, his voice hoarse yet brimming with excitement, though it hurts immensely. Pain is a sign of progress, Old Mo remarked, tossing him the iron core devoid of the toxic crystal. The pure golden iron energy within it was still relatively untainted, and its toxicity was nearly negligible. Let your little weasel have it. It just experienced a fright and deserves some nourishment. Ling Hao accepted the iron core, its warmth palpable, feeling the pure energy contained within. He handed it to Little Gray, who was already salivating with anticipation, immediately seizing it and taking a hearty bite, savoring it with evident delight as its silvery fur shimmered, showcasing its enjoyment. Observing Little Gray's state, Ling Hao's thoughts stirred, suddenly recalling the small piece of dense iron meteorite that Old Mo had taken earlier. Senior, about that meteorite you took, he ventured tentatively. Old Mo shot him a sidelong glance, seemingly aware of his inquiry, and produced a diminutive metallic sphere from his robe, covered in tiny pores, no larger than a pigeon egg. Here, I made you a little gadget using that scrap, along with some other materials. Ling Hao took the metallic sphere, feeling its slight weight, its surface smooth and unremarkable. Name, Concealment Array Core. Effect. When activated, it can create a small-scale, rudimentary concealment barrier that distorts light and isolates faint fluctuations, lasting for the duration of an incense stick. Its effectiveness against soul probing is limited. Status, not activated. Evaluation, handmade by Old Mo, it is better than nothing. Though merely a disposable trinket, Ling Hao treasured it immensely. In a critical moment, it could serve as a lifeline. Thank you, Senior, he said, solemnly stowing away the array core. Rest now. Old Mo waved his hand. Starting tomorrow, you will venture into the outer periphery of the Trial Valley for your training. I will delineate a specific area for you. Unless faced with life and death, I will not intervene. Whether you emerge as a dragon or a worm depends entirely on your own fortune. Ling Hao gazed at the churning black miasma beyond the crevice, his eyes not filled with trepidation, but rather ignited with fierce determination. With his newly forged toxic-tempered body, the spirit-nurturing art progressing, and the concealment array core in hand, he proclaimed, Trial Valley, here I come. Chapter 20. Solo Trial, Surviving the Crocodile's Maw. A night passed in silence. Ling Hao traversed through the operation of the spirit-nurturing art, and his newly born toxic-tempered body exhibited remarkable recuperative abilities. The wound on his left arm had scabbed over, the swelling subsided, and although still weak, it was no longer a grave concern. More importantly, his adaptability to the surrounding poisonous miasma had significantly improved. He now only needed to expend a small amount of soul power to resist the erosion. And the recovery rate of his soul power finally managed to keep pace with its consumption. Little Gray had also devoured most of the toxic crystal iron core. Its silvery fur growing increasingly lustrous, and when it darted about, it exhibited a subtle distortion in space, evidently having benefited greatly. At dawn, Old Mo thrust a rough beast skin map into Ling Hao's hands, on which an irregular circle was sketched with charcoal. This marks the outermost relatively safe area of the Trial Valley, approximately a 5-mile radius. Your task is to traverse it within 3 days and reach the other end at Snake Saliva Pool. During this time, I will not intervene. Old Mo's tone was flat yet resolute. Food, water, and healing, all must be handled by yourself. In the face of danger, you must determine whether to fight or flee. If you die, consider it your misfortune. Ling Hao took a deep breath and solemnly accepted the map. He understood that the true test of life and death was only just beginning. With no further farewells, he shouldered his reorganized pack, placing Little Gray atop his shoulder, and resolutely stepped out of the hiding crevice, his figure swiftly vanishing into the dense black miasma. Once he departed from Old Mo's aura, the surroundings seemed to come to life in an instant. The sensation of impending danger surged forth like a tidal wave from all directions. The decaying leaves beneath his feet might harbor venomous insects, twisted branches above could conceal monstrous serpents, and every wisp of miasma in the air could contain unknown toxins. Ling Hao activated the spirit-nurturing art to its utmost, his soul power radiating like a delicate web, extending several feet around him as he cautiously sensed everything. His perception abilities were also voluntarily triggered, revealing various plants and the faint signals of insects in his field of vision, aiding him in evading potential threats. Rotting poison pit. Contact may induce hallucinations. Coiled shadow spider. Its silk is resilient and infused with paralyzing venom. Ground-bursting poison spring. Ruptured bubbles will spray acidic liquid. He moved like the most prudent of hunters, pausing intermittently, relying on the map and his instincts as he painstakingly advanced toward his destination. On the first day, he progressed about a mile without incident. He encountered several waves of venomous insect attacks, but both he and Little Gray managed to detect and evade them in advance. During this time, he discovered a small rock crevice, collecting some filtered poison spring water that seeped through the rock layers, and fortuitously came across a few low-level herbs that could replenish stamina. As night fell, visibility in the black miasma forest dwindled to nearly zero, and various nocturnal poisonous creatures began to stir. Ling Hao dared not light a fire. Instead, he found a massive, hollowed-out, decaying giant tree, using the shell of a dried-bone scorpion to block the entrance. He and Little Gray squeezed into the cramped space, taking turns to keep watch as they anxiously endured their first night alone in the wilderness. On the second day, circumstances took a sharp downer. He stumbled into a grove densely populated with enormous, vibrantly colored mushrooms. These mushrooms sporadically erupted with rich clouds of spore powder, which not only possessed hallucinogenic toxicity, but also severely disrupted soul power perception. Just as Ling Hao cautiously navigated through, the ground beneath him suddenly collapsed. It was not the ground at all, but an enormous trap woven from viscous spider silk. A massive, bizarrely patterned spiderweb converged from all sides, and at the same time, a vibrant, ghost-faced spider, the size of a calf and adorned with 8 crimson compound eyes, lunged from behind the largest mushroom, its fearsome mandibles snapping at Ling Hao's head. A mid-tier soldier, and a terrifying ambush hunter skilled in illusions. Ling Hao was taken aback, channeling the spirit-nurturing art to its limit, enveloping himself in soul power as he struck fiercely at the converging spiderweb with his short knife. Yet the spider silk was exceedingly sticky and resilient, leaving only shallow marks upon impact. Little Gray shrieked, attempting to disrupt the giant spider with spatial ripples. But the spider's 8 compound eyes emitted mesmerizing light that partially negated the spatial interference. Just as he was about to be completely ensnared as prey, a fierce glint flashed in Ling Hao's eyes. He abruptly injected soul power into the concealment array core given by Old Mo. Buzz! An invisible wave instantly spread out, forming a small concealment barrier several meters wide, briefly distorting light and aura. The vibrant ghost-faced spider suddenly halted, losing its target, its 8 compound eyes spinning in confusion, and its attack slowed. Now's my chance. Ling Hao unleashed all his soul power, channeling the full might of the spirit-nurturing art into his short knife as he fiercely struck at the thickest strand of spider silk before him. Crash! The silk snapped in response. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, he rolled clumsily through the gap, not daring to look back as he fled desperately. The giant spider emitted a furious screech, relentlessly pursuing him, spewing forth large clumps of sticky webbing. Ling Hao pushed his speed to the limit, dodging left and right among the trees, narrowly avoiding capture on several occasions. After a full incense stick's time of frantic escape, he finally managed to shake off the terrifying spider. At the cost of nearly exhausting his soul power, his body mired in viscous spider silk and filth, looking utterly disheveled. He leaned against a gnarled tree, gasping heavily, his heart still racing from the encounter. The concealment array core had become ineffective, rendering it a mere disposable item. The perils of the trial valley far exceeded his expectations. After a brief respite, he was compelled to press onward. His provisions were dwindling, and his water supply was nearly exhausted. As dusk approached, just as he deduced from the map that he was nearing the serpent's saliva pool, a pungent scent of blood mingled with a hint of moisture wafted through the air. His heart tightened, and he cautiously advanced, navigating through a dense forest of toxic mushrooms. He soon beheld a modest black pool. The water was thick and inky, exuding a faint, unpleasant odor. This was indeed the serpent's saliva pool. However, the area was in utter disarray. Several large, fanged corpses of corrupted jackals lay scattered, their deaths gruesome, as if torn apart by immense force. The muddy ground surrounding the pool was marked with enormous, deep claw prints and drag marks. Clearly, a fierce battle had just transpired here. Ling Hao vigilantly scanned his surroundings. His perception abilities activated to their fullest. Name: Iron-shelled venom crocodile. Status: severely injured, enraged, lurking in the pool. Information: the sovereign of the pool's domain. With formidable defenses and terrifying strength, its tail could sweep away stone and fracture rock. Weaknesses: the interior of its mouth and the comparatively softer areas of its abdomen. A high-grade beast, yet it was still in a state of rage, despite its injuries. Ling Hao felt a chill run down his spine and instinctively wished to retreat. A beast in such a state was the most perilous. But at that moment, his gaze was drawn to something at the center of the pool. It was an unusual plant growing on a rocky outcrop, entirely emerald green, topped with 3 dragon eye-sized, translucent red fruits that emitted an alluring fragrance. A stark contrast to the surrounding stench. Name: Serpent's Saliva Detox Fruit. Effect: formed by absorbing the essence of the pool's toxic vapors. It can neutralize myriad poisons and contains pure life energy, remarkably effective for healing injuries and stabilizing one's foundation. Status: ripe. Ling Hao's heart raced. The detox fruit. Moreover, it was a spiritual fruit with extraordinary efficacy for healing injuries and stabilizing foundations. This was undoubtedly a fortuitous boon for his currently compromised spiritual space. The temptation was immense. Yet the risks were equally daunting. The iron-shelled venom crocodile was evidently guarding this spiritual fruit, having engaged in a fierce battle with the pack of corrupted jackals that sought to seize it. Although it was wounded, it was far beyond what a mere 6th-tier beast master like him could confront. What to do? Abandon hope? Or dare to take a risk? Ling Hao's eyes flickered with intensity, and ultimately, a fierce determination emerged. Wealth and glory lie in peril. If he missed this opportunity, he might never encounter it again. He meticulously observed his surroundings and swiftly devised an exceedingly risky plan. He signaled to Xiao Hui to conceal itself on the opposite bank of the pool to create a diversion. Then, taking a deep breath, he emptied the remaining toxic spring water from his water skin, and cautiously, using the rocky outcrops and withered aquatic plants for cover, he began to stealthily approach the detox fruit. Xiao Hui purposefully snapped a dry branch on the opposite bank, producing a sharp crack. Suddenly, the water in the center of the pool erupted violently, and a colossal creature surged forth. It was a giant crocodile, over 5 meters long, its body encased in thick, dark brown bony armor, resembling a moving fortress. One of its eyes had been gouged out, its body marred with deep claw marks, bloodied and battered, yet the remaining eye gleamed with a frenzied, savage light. Fixed intently on Xiao Hui across the water. Now was the moment. Like a cheetah, Ling Hao leaped from his hiding place, aiming straight for the detox fruit on the rocky outcrop. His movements were swift, but the iron-shelled venom crocodile reacted even faster. Though distracted by Xiao Hui, its instinct to guard the spiritual fruit alerted it to Ling Hao's intentions in an instant. With a deafening roar, the crocodile's massive tail swept toward him with the force of a thunderbolt. The speed was beyond Ling Hao's expectations. The terrifying wind pressure hit him like a wall, causing his pupils to constrict. There was no evading it. He desperately activated the spirit-gathering technique to its utmost, channeling all his soul power into his arms and bracing himself. Boom! It was akin to being struck head-on by a rampaging rhinoceros. Ling Hao coughed up blood as he was sent hurtling through the air like a broken kite, crashing heavily into the muddy ground beside the pool, several ribs surely fractured, and his internal organs felt as though they had been displaced, his vision darkening. The iron-shelled venom crocodile, having struck true, became even more frenzied, its single eye blazing with fury as it opened its gaping maw, exuding a nauseating stench, and lunged toward the crumpled Ling Hao. The shadow of death loomed once more. Chapter 21. battling for life at the crocodile's maw, a desperate counterattack. The foul wind pressure bore down upon him. The crocodile's cavernous maw, lined with sharp teeth, expanded rapidly in Ling Hao's eyes. The shadow of death was chillingly palpable. There was no evasion. The speed was too great. The disparity in power was insurmountable. Ling Hao could even see the writhing flesh and remnants of corrupted jackal fur deep within the crocodile's throat. Waves of agony and suffocation crashed over him, nearly compelling him to surrender. No, he could not perish here. A primal instinct to survive erupted within him like a volcano. The spirit-gathering technique surged with unprecedented speed, his remaining soul power pouring forth recklessly. He was not seeking defense. That was impossible. Instead, he focused all his soul power, along with the blood and energy that had been scattered from the earlier blow, into the short blade clutched tightly in his right hand. The ordinary short blade could barely withstand such ferocious energy, vibrating under the strain, with fine cracks beginning to appear. Just as the massive jaws were about to close around him, ready to sever him in half, Ling Hao let out a beastly howl, using the momentum of crashing to the ground to propel himself forward, charging into the crocodile's open maw like a moth to a flame, simultaneously channeling all his strength into the nearly shattered short blade, plunging it with a desperate resolve toward the comparatively soft underbelly of the crocodile's throat. With offense as his defense, he aimed to save himself. This all transpired in the blink of an eye. The blade pierced accurately into the tender flesh beneath the iron-shelled venom crocodile's jaw. However, the defensive capabilities of a high-grade beast were simply too formidable. Even in a relatively soft area, the muscle was exceedingly resilient. The blade penetrated less than 3 inches before becoming ensnared in the tough sinew. Simultaneously, the short blade could endure no more, shattering into countless fragments. Roar! The iron-shelled venom crocodile let out a pained and enraged bellow. The biting motion faltered for a moment due to the agonizing pain in its jaw. It was in this fleeting instant that Ling Hao felt a tearing agony in his shoulder as the crocodile's razor-sharp teeth grazed his scapula, tearing away a significant portion of flesh, blood gushing forth. Yet, he seized this surge of momentum and the force of the crocodile's thrashing head to roll away from the edge of its jaws, narrowly escaping. He crashed heavily against a rocky outcrop, momentarily losing consciousness, his body feeling as if it had been disassembled, his left shoulder a bloody mess, the crimson liquid swiftly staining his robe. Squeak! Seeing his master gravely injured, Xiao Hui was utterly frantic. It shrieked, every silver hair standing on end, its small frame unleashing astonishing energy. No longer targeting the crocodile's armored back, it transformed into a streak of silver light, darting directly toward the crocodile's uninjured eye. Speed. Unmatched speed. The iron-shelled venom crocodile had just regained its senses from the pain in its jaw when its single eye caught sight of a silver flash rushing toward it, instinctively closing its eye. Smack! Xiao Hui's sharp claws struck the crocodile's heavy eyelid with a resounding clash. Though it failed to blind the creature, it left behind deep, bloody gashes, the pain driving the crocodile into further madness. Roar! The massive head of the iron-clad poison crocodile suddenly whipped around, violently flinging Little Gray away, who collided against the stones at the edge of the pond with a mournful cry, struggling to rise for a moment. At this critical juncture, Ling Hao seized a precious opportunity to catch his breath. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain and dizziness, his gaze fixated firmly on the crocodile's lower jaw, where a broken dagger was embedded, blood oozing from the wound incessantly. That was its most significant vulnerability. The crocodile turned once more, its single eye ablaze with madness and bloodlust, its limbs clawing at the ground, its colossal body charging toward Ling Hao with the intent to obliterate the insect that had dared to wound it. There was no escape. His speed was insufficient. He had no choice but to fight. Blood surged in Ling Hao's eyes as he struggled to his feet, the spirit essence technique squeezing out the last vestiges of his soul power. He did not retreat. Instead, he braced himself to confront the charging giant crocodile. In the instant before their collision, Ling Hao's body lunged sideways, executing a desperate roll to narrowly evade the crocodile's frontal assault and the ensuing deadly bite. The immense body of the crocodile surged past him, propelled by its own momentum. Now was the moment. In the midst of his roll, Ling Hao's right hand shot out, not to strike, but to seize the hilt of the dagger lodged in the crocodile's jaw. Leveraging the crocodile's forward thrust, he summoned all his strength to pull down with all his might. A rip. The agonizing sound of leather being torn echoed. The broken dagger, propelled by the crocodile's own force and Ling Hao's desperate tug, wrenched the wound in its jaw open even wider, creating a gory, gaping tear. Blood erupted like a fountain, drenching Ling Hao. A horrifying roar erupted from the iron-clad poison crocodile, a sound of unprecedented anguish. Its massive form lost balance due to the excruciating pain, crashing to the ground, thrashing wildly, stirring up the muddy waters of the pond. An opportunity. Ling Hao was flung away, disoriented from the impact. But upon witnessing the crocodile topple, revealing its relatively softer belly, he knew this was his only chance. He spotted nearby a segment of thick, black bone, as wide as an arm, left shattered by the crocodile's earlier sweep, the remnants of some powerful, mystical beast. He scrambled toward it, seizing the heavy bone spur. Roaring as he charged toward the writhing giant crocodile, pouring all his weight and last reserves of strength into this strike, targeting the crocodile's relatively softer abdomen. With a thrust, the bone spur pierced precisely through the gaps in the crocodile's scales, embedding deep into its belly. The crocodile's enormous body stiffened abruptly, its frantic thrashing halting instantaneously. Its single eye widening in agony and disbelief, a hissing sound escaping its throat. Ling Hao, exhausted, released his grip and staggered back a few steps, collapsing into the mud, gasping for breath as he watched the colossal creature convulse a few times before finally lying still. It was dead. The ironclad poison crocodile of superior rank had been slain by him. An overwhelming fatigue and a sense of survival washed over him like a tidal wave, nearly causing him to faint. Yet he held himself upright, laboriously crawling to Little Gray's side. The little creature was significantly injured, but fortunately, no bones were broken. It was merely dazed from the impact. Ling Hao carefully cradled it back in his arms. Then, his gaze turned toward the 3 alluring antidote fruits resting on the rocky outcrop in the center of the pond. He struggled through the icy water, cautiously plucking the 3 fruits. The rich fragrance and life energy invigorated him. He did not consume them immediately. Instead, he returned to the shore, retrieved his bag, and painstakingly bandaged the bloody wounds on his shoulder, applying pressure to staunch the bleeding, before giving Little Gray a sip of fresh water. Having completed these tasks, he finally picked up one of the antidote fruits and placed it in his mouth. The fruit dissolved upon contact, releasing a sweet and gentle, yet overwhelmingly potent vitality that surged through his limbs. Wherever it flowed, the internal bruises, the torn flesh on his shoulder, and even the fissures in his soul space tingled, visibly mending and rejuvenating before his very eyes. The effect was astounding. He dared not waste it, immediately activating the spirit essence technique, channeling this pure energy to restore himself. When he opened his eyes again, though still weak, his injuries had stabilized significantly, and his condition had improved remarkably. Little Gray had also awakened, revitalized after consuming the juice of another antidote fruit. Gazing at the remaining antidote fruit and the massive crocodile's carcass, a flicker of excitement danced in Ling Hao's eyes. The moment of harvest had arrived. After resting for a brief moment to regain some strength, he began to process his spoils. Crocodile skin, bones, teeth, and especially the venomous glands, all represented valuable materials. Although he could not carry most of them, he collected as many of the finest parts as possible. Finally, he opened the crocodile's skull and indeed discovered a beast core the size of a dove's egg, of a muddy yellow hue, imbued with tremendous earth power and a fierce aura. A superior rank beast core, worth its weight in gold. Holding his bounty in hand, recalling the heart-pounding battle he had just endured, an indescribable sense of pride and confidence surged within Ling Hao. He had survived, and by his own strength, he had slain a ferocious beast of superior rank. Though the process had been harrowing and costly, every bit of it was worth it. He carefully stored the materials and the beast core, took one last glance at the corpse of the ironclad poison crocodile, then hoisted his bag and cradled Little Gray. Continuing onward toward the opposite bank of the snake saliva pond, his steps remained unsteady, yet more resolute. The trial was far from over. Chapter 22. Ancient Cavern's Legacy. Fortune and misfortune intertwined. Crossing the snake saliva pond, the black miasma on the opposite shore appeared somewhat diluted by the pond's waters, revealing jagged, steep rock faces and even older, twisted trees. Amidst the decaying atmosphere, there lingered a faint, peculiar energy fluctuation, distinct from the toxic miasma. Little Gray on his shoulders suddenly grew restless, standing upright, its little nose twitching vigorously, its silvery gray fur bristling, paws pointing insistently toward a section of rock wall cloaked in dense, dark green moss and thick, serpent-like vines, emitting urgent, sharp squeaks. Something was there. Ling Hao immediately heightened his vigilance. Little Gray possessed an extraordinary sensitivity to energy fluctuations, particularly after absorbing the poison crystal iron core, which seemed to have sharpened its perception even more. Its unusual reaction indicated that whatever lay beyond that rock wall was extraordinary. Was it an opportunity or a trap? In the Trial Valley, every choice could be a matter of life and death. Yet, the desire to grow stronger ultimately outweighed caution. He suppressed his aura, gripped his hunting knife, and carefully pushed aside the slick, slimy vines. Beyond the vines lay not a solid rock wall, but a narrow, deep fissure, barely wide enough for a person to pass sideways. A blend of ancient dust, faint medicinal aromas, and an indescribable chill emanated slowly from the depths of the fissure. Name: entrance to the hidden cave. Information: signs of artificial excavation, residual traces of extremely weak ancient prohibitive waves, extremely old, with most of its functions lost. Status: entrance concealed. Prohibitions nearly ineffective, but caution is still advised. A cave? Ling Hao's heartbeat quickened. This location was not marked on Old Mo's map. Taking a deep breath, he activated the spirit essence technique to shield himself and squeezed into the fissure. The fissure was initially extremely narrow, but after advancing a few meters, it opened up. A modest stone chamber came into view. Atop the chamber, several embedded night pearls had long been coated in dust, emitting a dim light that barely illuminated the surroundings. A stone bed, stone table, and mat were simply furnished, all covered in a thick layer of dust, whispering tales of a long-forgotten silence. In the corner lay the remnants of a decaying wooden frame. In the heart of the stone chamber, a complete skeletal figure remains in a meditative posture, leaning against the edge of a stone bed. Time has eroded its garments, yet it has left behind an inconspicuous gray ring upon one of its finger bones. On the ground before the skeleton lies a peculiar black jade box, inscribed with indistinct runes. However, the most captivating sight is the extraordinary plant that has taken root within the chest cavity of the skeleton. Its dark purple stalk supports 9 elongated leaves, sharp as blades, with serrated edges and veins shimmering with silver. At the apex, a fruit the size of a longan hovers serenely, seemingly encasing a miniature purple nebula within, slowly rotating and radiating a pure vibrational energy that stirs the very essence of the soul. Name: Star Soul Herb. Effect: it absorbs the residual souls of cultivators and the altered spiritual energy of the cosmos, with its fruit, the Star Soul Seed, containing pure soul essence. This can significantly nourish soul power, mend the wounds of the soul's origin, and slightly enhance soulful potential. Direct consumption risks soul power instability and the peril of bodily explosion. Status: the fruit is ripe, its energy vast yet contained. Evaluation: a rare sacred object of the soul. However, fortune may conceal misfortune. The host must exercise caution. The Star Soul Seed, a remedy for the wounds of the soul's origin. Ling Hao's breath became labored, and his eyes sparkled with uncontainable joy. The fissures in his soul space had always been a significant hazard. This Star Soul Seed was undoubtedly a blessing from the heavens. He could hardly restrain himself from rushing forward to harvest it. Yet, amid his excitement, 2 additional pieces of information from his discerning abilities struck him like a cold shower. Name: low-grade storage ring. Status: contains 1 cubic meter of space, with residual weak restrictions, easily breakable by soul power. Name: Spirit Sealing Jade Box. Effect: seals specific living energies or residual souls, isolating their aura. Status: the runes on the box are showing minute cracks, indicating a loosening of the seal. An extremely cold, vengeful, and hungry soul energy emanates from within. Warning: extremely dangerous. Sealing? Soul fluctuations? Danger. Ling Hao instantly snapped out of his ecstatic reverie, cold sweat trickling down his back. He abruptly halted, his gaze fixated on the black jade box. Indeed, on one side of the box, several threads finer than a hair were distinctly visible, wisps of nearly imperceptible, gray-black energy, steeped in endless resentment and deathly stillness, seeped out like smoke through the cracks. And the direction from which this energy was escaping was none other than that very Star Soul Herb. This bizarre plant was actually drawing nourishment from the energy leaking from the jade box. Just as Ling Hao grasped this subtle change, the cracks on the box rapidly expanded, spreading like a spider's web and enveloping the entire structure. A suffocatingly cold, deathly aura erupted with a resounding boom. The temperature within the stone chamber plummeted. The black mist coalesced violently in the air, morphing into a shadow the size of a fist, twisting and undulating without a distinct form. In the center of this shadow, 2 crimson points of light ignited suddenly, brimming with purest malice, hunger, and a desire for destruction. It emitted a piercing shriek that struck directly at the soul, causing Ling Hao's head to throb painfully. Immediately, that shadow lunged towards him with a breath-stealing speed, as if it had discovered a delectable feast. This was not a physical assault. It was a pure soul impact. A takeover, or consumption. Ling Hao's spirit was sent reeling. The protective soul power of the soul guard technique was effortlessly torn asunder before such a bizarre soul attack. The shadow surged into his mind's sea. Ling Hao clutched his head and let out a harrowing scream, feeling as though his consciousness was cast into an icy abyss, relentlessly pierced and torn by countless cold needles. His thoughts froze, memories became chaotic, and the essence of his soul was rapidly corroded and assimilated. His body stiffened, blood seeping from his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. As his life force ebbed swiftly, Xiao Hui, terrified, dashed toward him, desperately clawing and biting at the shadow, yet simply passed through the illusion without effect. It shrieked in urgency, ripples of space undulating, but could only momentarily halt the shadow, unable to prevent its insatiable consumption. Just as Ling Hao was on the brink of complete obliteration, with his soul about to be wholly replaced by that shadow, the black pendant that had lain dormant upon his chest suddenly became incandescently hot. A terrifying will, far older and more domineering than before, imbued with an aura of primordial savagery, seemed to awaken from the depths of the pendant in response to the external soul attack, erupting forth with ferocity. A concentrated beam of obsidian light shot from the pendant, plunging directly into Ling Hao's mind's sea. The obsidian light manifested within his mind's sea, not as a concrete form, but as a pure, supremely authoritative will of consumption and suppression. It loomed over the rampaging shadow soul like an abyss opening its maw, unyielding and irresistible. In that instant, the once arrogant shadow soul let out a silent, terror-filled wail. It instinctively sought to flee, yet was paralyzed as if confronted by its nemesis. With a sweeping motion, the obsidian light forcibly stripped, shredded, and ultimately annihilated the shadow soul. The intense heat from the pendant quickly dissipated, returning to tranquility, as if it had merely accomplished a trivial task. In the outside world, Ling Hao collapsed to the ground with a thud, supporting himself with his hands, violently coughing and gasping for breath, each inhalation pulling at the profound pain within his soul. Blood dripped from his 7 orifices onto the dust, a shocking sight. In that fleeting moment, he had truly teetered on the brink of soul disintegration. The power unleashed by the pendant had saved his life, yet left him with a chilling tremor emanating from the depths of his soul. Xiao Hui nestled into his arms, emitting a mournful whimper. After a lengthy pause, Ling Hao struggled to lift his head, his complexion as pale as a sheet. Yet his gaze bore a newfound gravity, as if steeped in the experiences of life and death. He regarded the now utterly shattered black jade box with trepidation, then touched the cool pendant resting against his chest. In the embrace of opportunity, a lethal peril lay concealed. He struggled to rise, first bowing deeply to the skeletal figure. Had it not been for the predecessor's seal, the residual soul would have wreaked havoc long ago. Yet, it was precisely this legacy that nearly led him to irretrievable ruin. The cycle of cause and effect is often ineffable. Subsequently, he removed the storage ring, gently channeling his soul power to effortlessly breach the restrictions. As his consciousness delved inside, he found the 1 cubic meter of space utterly vacant, save for a few stones in the corner, devoid of any spiritual energy. His gaze ultimately returned to the star soul herb. At this moment, having lost the energy supply from the jade box, the radiance of the star soul seed appeared even purer. Daring not to touch it directly, he carefully excavated the star soul herb along with a small clump of soil, using his hunting knife. He then scavenged a somewhat usable jade vial from the decayed wooden remains, delicately extracting the tempting yet perilous star soul seed and placing it within the vial, sealing it securely. Having completed these tasks, he dared not linger in this grim place, staggering out of the ancient cave with all his newfound treasures. Upon returning to the dim light of the black miasma forest, though still fraught with peril, Ling Hao felt a disorienting sense of having emerged into daylight. This expedition into the ancient cave had brought him face to face with death, yet also bestowed upon him unimaginable fortune, the star soul seed, capable of mending the essence of the soul, and a practical storage ring. More crucially, he had developed a deeper wariness and understanding of the ancestral pendant. The path ahead remained uncertain, yet his steps had grown increasingly resolute. He oriented himself and began his journey towards the Ghost Cry Forest, the final destination of this trial. Chapter 23. A Taste of the Soul Seed in the Ghost Cry Forest. Upon departing the ancient cave, Ling Hao's state was exceedingly dire. The soul felt as though it had been violently torn asunder and then reluctantly stitched back together, waves of illusory agony crashing upon him, far more unbearable than any physical wounds. The remnants of blood, dried upon his face, added an air of dishevelment and despair. He dared not linger in place, forcing himself to endure the discomfort gnawing at the depths of his spirit as he staggered toward the direction of the Weeping Woods, guided by the map. The closer he approached the Weeping Woods, the more bizarre the surroundings became. The trees around him were no longer mere distortions. They exhibited a posture of agonized struggle, their bark cracked and patterned with what resembled the faces of wailing souls. The miasma in the air transformed, no longer just toxic and corrosive but intermingled with a soul-churning, melancholic resonance that directly affected one's mood. Indeed, the Weeping Woods lived up to its name. Upon entering the forest, the ubiquitous, sorrowful wails, akin to the lamentations of countless wronged spirits, penetrated his mind, attempting to evoke fear, despair, and other negative emotions within him. The soul-nurturing art activated autonomously, generating a gentle veil of soul energy that barely resisted this intangible erosion. yet still left Ling Hao feeling perturbed, the sting of his soul seemingly amplified. He needed to recover swiftly. Otherwise, he would not only fail to traverse this cursed forest, but might also succumb to madness amidst the cacophony of ghostly cries. He found a relatively concealed nook formed by several colossal rotting stones, and signaled for Xiao Hui to stand guard outside. Sitting cross-legged, he did not hesitate to retrieve the jade vial from his storage ring. Inside the vial, the star soul fruit floated serenely, surrounded by swirling purple nebulas that emitted an alluring and pure wave of soul energy. Swallowing it whole posed a risk, but at this moment, he had no other choice. The wounds to his soul had to be stabilized at once, or the consequences would be dire. Taking a deep breath, he uncorked the vial. Instantly, an indescribable fragrance enveloped him, momentarily overpowering the surrounding decay and wailing. Without further hesitation, he tilted his head back and consumed the translucent fruit. The moment the star soul fruit entered his mouth, it did not dissolve into liquid, but transformed into a torrent of icy, unparalleled soul energy, rushing like a flood into his consciousness. Boom! Ling Hao felt as though a purple sea of stars had erupted in his mind. The vast energy flooded every inch of his awareness. The pain was excruciating, far more intense than the pressure he had experienced during the attack from the remnant souls. His consciousness felt as though it might burst from the sudden onslaught of this enormous energy. The soul-nurturing art operated at an unprecedented speed, desperately attempting to guide and refine this energy, but it was akin to a brook trying to divert a mountain flood, yielding little effect. Ling Hao clutched his head, veins protruding on his forehead, his body trembling violently, as faint purple lines surfaced upon his skin, indicative of uncontrollable soul energy spilling over. In this critical moment, the pendant at his chest radiated a familiar warmth once more. This time, it did not unleash its devouring power, but instead emanated a curious wave of calm and guidance. Akin to an experienced helmsman, assisting his nearly capsizing vessel to maintain its course amidst the storm of soul energy. Simultaneously, a trace of pure soul energy from the remnant soul previously consumed by the pendant seemed to be stirred, merging with the torrent of star soul energy, rendering it somewhat gentler. With the pendant's assistance, the soul-nurturing art finally began to synchronize with the rhythm, laboriously guiding the monumental star soul energy towards the core of his spirit, particularly targeting the cracked barriers of his beast mastery space. The pain persisted, yet it transformed from sheer destruction into a tearing and reshaping imbued with a sense of restoration. He could distinctly see the purple energy, akin to the most delicate starlight, gently enveloping each crack in his soul's essence, gradually seeping in to fill, reinforce, and mend, the fissures visibly healing at a slow but steady pace. Moreover, the entirety of his soul's essence, nourished by this energy, became denser, more transparent, and resilient. Time seemed to lose meaning as the horrific torrent of soul energy was gradually absorbed and refined, and when the agony receded like a receding tide, Ling Hao slowly opened his eyes. A fleeting glimmer of purple flashed within his gaze, which now held an unprecedented clarity and depth. He immediately turned his attention inward. At the core of his soul, the several fissures that had nearly caused his cultivation to collapse and his spirit to scatter had healed significantly. Only the faintest traces remained, yet they posed no serious threat. With time and care, he could fully recover. More importantly, his soul energy cultivation, propelled by the immense energy of the star soul fruit, surged forth effortlessly, achieving breakthroughs. Beast Mastery Level 7. Level 8. He had directly crossed 2 minor realms. Furthermore, his soul energy was now remarkably solid and concentrated, devoid of any hint of instability. The soul-nurturing art, too, had seized this opportunity to stabilize completely, operating seamlessly. Truly, a blessing in disguise. Ling Hao reveled in the surging power within him and the unprecedented clarity of his soul, unable to suppress the urge to let out a triumphant roar. The gloom that had plagued him for days dissipated, illuminating his path ahead. Squeak! Xiao Hui excitedly leapt onto him, sensing the monumental change in his master's state. Ling Hao stroked Xiao Hui, his spirits lifted. He glanced at the time and realized he had lingered at the edge of the weeping woods for far too long. It was time to move on. With his newfound strength, his confidence soared. Under the operation of the soul-nurturing art, the ghostly wails around him lost much of their influence. He no longer concealed his presence. Instead, he accelerated into the depths of the forest. With his enhanced capabilities, his senses sharpened, and he maneuvered through the forest's traps and venomous creatures with newfound ease. Occasionally encountering lower-tier or mid-tier venomous beasts, he swiftly dispatched or evaded them with the formidable power of his soul and his harmonious cooperation with Xiao Hui. Along the way, he even stumbled upon a small vein of poison crystal iron ore, and with his augmented strength and Xiao Hui's keen sense for metals, he successfully gathered several high-quality chunks of raw poison crystal iron. intending to process them later for Xiao Hui's sustenance. Just as he believed he could traverse the weeping woods unimpeded, distant sounds of clashing weapons and the roars of mystical beasts reached his ears, interspersed with human shouts of anger and alarm. Were there others? In the depths of the weeping woods? Ling Hao immediately stifled his presence and signaled for Xiao Hui to be quiet, stealthily approaching like a spirit cat, hiding behind a massive tree. Grotesque in form and reminiscent of a wailing ghostly face, he cautiously peered out. Before him lay a clearing where 3 young men and 2 young women were embroiled in a fierce battle. They were dressed in luxurious attire, yet many garments were tattered, appearing quite beleaguered. Surrounding them were 7 or 8 peculiar creatures resembling leopards, entirely black with claws glimmering ominously, known as ghost shadow leopards. These creatures were exceptionally swift, capable of concealing themselves and launching ambushes within the environment of the weeping woods, making them exceedingly troublesome foes. All 5 individuals exhibited considerable prowess, with the leader, a young man in lavish attire, having reached the initial stage of beast mastery, yet his soul energy appeared suppressed by the weeping woods, causing his efforts to falter. The glow of his sword dim. The other 4 seemed to be at the 8th or 9th level of beast mastery, currently forming a rudimentary formation, struggling to hold their ground amidst peril, with a shredded corpse lying on the ground, clearly that of a fallen comrade. "Miss, be careful," a maid-dressed woman cried, pushing the delicate-looking young woman in a pale purple dress out of harm's way, only to be viciously clawed by a ghost shadow leopard, leaving a wound deep enough to see bone, collapsing to the ground with a scream. Xiao Huan, the purple-clad girl, cried out in anguish, wanting to save her, but was ensnared by 2 other ghost shadow leopards. The young man in the lavish attire shouted in fury, yet could not break through the encirclement. Ling Hao surveyed the battlefield, his brow furrowed. He did not recognize these individuals. Their attire and demeanor suggested they were not affiliated with the local factions surrounding Qingyang City, but rather scions from affluent families of a larger metropolis. Should he intervene or refrain? Just as he hesitated, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The ghostly shadow leopard that had injured the maid seemed to have caught scent of a more delectable prey, its crimson gaze abruptly shifting towards the direction where Ling Hao concealed himself. It emitted a low, menacing growl, abandoning its current quarry and transforming into a wisp of black smoke, lunging directly at Ling Hao. Its movement instantly captured the attention of the remaining ghostly shadow leopards and the 5 individuals present. "Who?" the young man in ornate attire barked, his eyes narrowing suspiciously towards Ling Hao. Ling Hao inwardly cursed. His cover was blown, and he could no longer afford to remain passive. Since evasion was no longer an option, he resolved to fight. A glint of icy determination flickered in his eyes. It was the perfect opportunity to test the strength he had gained after his breakthrough. As the ghostly shadow leopard lunged at him, he advanced rather than retreating. Channeling the Yunling Ju, he concentrated his soul energy at his fingertips, forming them into a blade-like point, striking with precision at the creature's inevitable path of attack, landing a direct hit on its forehead. With a sickening sound, the concentrated soul energy pierced through the leopard's defenses, penetrating its skull. The leopard's momentum abruptly halted, the ferocity in its eyes dimming as it let out a whimper, collapsing heavily to the ground, convulsing twice before falling silent. A single fatal blow. It was swift and decisive. This spectacle caused the previously chaotic battlefield to fall into a stunned silence. Both the remaining ghostly shadow leopards and the weary 5 could hardly believe their eyes as they gazed at the seemingly ordinary young man in black, who emerged from behind the tree with an unflinching demeanor. A beastmaster 8th rank? He had just dispatched a mid-tier ghostly shadow leopard, renowned for its speed and cunning. In a mere instant? Who on earth was this individual? Chapter 24. An unexpected encounter, Su Qing's doubt. Ling Hao's sudden appearance, along with his thunderous strike that annihilated the ghostly shadow leopard, instantly subdued all creatures in the vicinity. The remaining few ghostly shadow leopards sensed a formidable threat, emitting low growls of warning as they temporarily ceased their assault, their crimson eyes warily assessing this unwelcome intruder. Instinctively, they detected a hint of danger emanating from this seemingly unassuming youth. The 5 surviving young individuals were equally perplexed. The young man in ornate attire tightened his grip on his sword, his gaze filled with scrutiny and a barely perceptible hint of trepidation. The other 2 male guards quickly positioned themselves protectively in front of their injured companion and the young lady in purple, anxiously watching Ling Hao. Ling Hao maintained a stoic expression, his eyes scanning the scene with rapid precision. His gaze briefly lingered on the maid, now crumpled and bloodied on the ground, before finally settling on the face of the young lady in purple. At that moment, his heart jolted. Although she appeared pale, her hair disheveled, and her clothing stained with blood, the delicate features and contours of her face unmistakably revealed it was Su Qing. How could she be here? In such a dire state? Where were the people from Wind Whisper Academy? Ling Hao quickly suppressed the tumult of emotions within him, forcibly averting his gaze to avoid direct contact with her eyes. At present, he bore a disguised appearance, and his aura had shifted dramatically from before. So Su Qing should not recognize him. Yet, she was astute. He could not afford to reveal any sign of weakness. His attention shifted back to the poised ghostly shadow leopards, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Since he had already made his move, there was no turning back. Not a single one of these beasts could be spared. My dear friend, the young man in ornate attire spoke first. His tone laced with both testing curiosity and a trace of arrogance. We are grateful for your assistance. We are from the Lu family of Tianfeng City, and we kindly request your aid in exterminating these vile creatures. The Lu family shall reward you handsomely. The Lu family of Tianfeng City? Ling Hao had heard of them. They were a family of considerable repute in a city far more prosperous than Xingyang. It was no wonder this young man, despite his youth, was already a beastmaster. His elevated status lent him a certain pride. Ling Hao chose not to acknowledge his gratitude, merely responding with a curt, secure the flanks. Before the words had fully left his lips, he sprang into action, enhanced by the Yunling Ju. His soul energy granted him a speed and precision that far surpassed his peers. He did not charge directly into the pack of leopards. Instead, he wove like a specter around the flank, targeting the outermost ghostly shadow leopard that was attempting to encircle him. The leopard reacted with remarkable swiftness, letting out a growl as its claws, glowing with a ghostly sheen, slashed towards him. Ling Hao did not flinch or evade. Instead, he concentrated his soul energy once more, executing a simple yet direct strike. With perfect timing, he targeted the vulnerable joint of the leopard's paw. Crack! The sharp sound of breaking bone echoed. The ghostly shadow leopard howled in agony, its front paw twisting grotesquely. Ling Hao did not pause. With his other hand, he formed a blade with his fingers and, taking advantage of its moment of imbalance, swiftly thrust into its throat. Another ghostly shadow leopard met its end. His movements were fluid and unencumbered. Each attack aimed with lethal efficiency, striking true with terrifying precision. This was not merely the result of the Yunling Ju and his keen perception, but also the instinctual combat prowess honed through countless brushes with death. Roar! The remaining 4 ghostly shadow leopards, now thoroughly enraged, simultaneously lunged at Ling Hao from various directions. Be careful, cried the injured maid, known as Xiao Huan, unable to restrain herself. The young man in ornate attire gritted his teeth and swung his sword at one of the leopards, while the other 2 guards desperately attempted to fend off another from the opposite side. Facing the 2 leopards converging upon him, Ling Hao remained unfazed. His footwork shifted, as graceful as willow fluff in the wind, narrowly evading a swipe of claws while simultaneously drawing close to another ghostly shadow leopard. He infused his elbow with soul energy and delivered a powerful strike to its soft midsection. Thud! The sound of impact resonated, sending the leopard sprawling, its insides ruptured, blood seeping from its mouth and nose. The final leopard, having lunged at Ling Hao from behind, was mere moments away from sinking its claws into his back. Swoosh! A flash of silver darted by. Xiao Hui appeared as if teleporting, its small paw emitting a faint spatial distortion as it fiercely clawed at the leopard's eyes. Yow! The ghostly shadow leopard yelped in pain, momentarily stunned. Ling Hao did not even turn around. With a swift motion, he drove his hunting knife precisely through its vulnerable underjaw, piercing straight into its brain. The battle concluded in mere moments. All 5 ghostly shadow leopards lay lifeless on the ground, the area strewn with chaos. The stench of blood mingling with the mournful cries of the ghost cry forest, creating an unsettling cacophony. Ling Hao slowly sheathed his knife, his breath steady, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. The small Xiao Hui on his shoulder shook off the droplets of blood from its claws, its vigilant eyes scanning the Lu family members. The Lu family stood in stunned silence, particularly the young man in ornate attire, whose face burned with humiliation. As a beastmaster, he struggled against a single ghostly shadow leopard, while this individual, an 8th-rank beastmaster, had dispatched 5 with the ease of slicing through vegetables. Such power was simply astonishing. Thank you for saving my life. The young man in ornate attire stammered, his earlier arrogance dissipating as he clasped his fists in sincere gratitude. I am Lu Qing from the Lu family of Tianfeng City. May I ask for your esteemed name? The Lu family shall certainly reward you handsomely in the future. A nameless individual, unworthy of mention, Ling Hao replied, his voice hoarse as he deliberately altered his tone. This place is ill-suited for lingering. It would be wise for you all to depart swiftly. He wished to avoid further entanglement with these individuals, especially with Su Qing present. He turned to leave. Please wait. Lu Qing called out hastily, a troubled expression crossing his face. To be frank, we ventured here in search of a spiritual herb known as star soul grass, to heal my aunt's injuries. We were ambushed by a horde of beasts, suffering losses in personnel, and we lost our map. You seem quite familiar with this area. Could you possibly? Star Soul Grass. Ling Hao's mind stirred. So they were here for that. He instinctively reached for his storage ring, where the Star Soul Grass lay quietly within. I have not heard of it, Ling Hao flatly denied, his tone cold. The Ghost Cry Forest is fraught with peril. Given your current state, any further foray would be tantamount to courting death. I advise you to return the way you came. Upon hearing the words, Lu Qing's face displayed an overwhelming sense of disappointment and unwillingness. At that moment, the previously silent Su Qing suddenly spoke. Her voice still cold but tinged with a barely perceptible hint of frailty and inquiry. Esteemed sir, I am grateful for your timely intervention in saving my maid, Xiao Huan. Her gaze settled on Ling Hao, scrutinizing him as if she sought to discern something profound within him. Ling Hao's heart quivered. He recognized her keen perception and feared she had begun to harbor suspicions. He kept his back to her and replied indifferently, I am but a wanderer from the mountains, navigating my own path. I take my leave. Without lingering, he swiftly vanished into the dense, miasmic woods nearby, disappearing in mere moments. Lu Qing opened his mouth, ultimately releasing a resigned sigh. Su Qing, on the other hand, gazed towards the direction where Ling Hao had vanished, her brows slightly furrowed, her beautiful eyes flickering with a trace of confusion and contemplation. Miss, what troubles you? The injured Xiao Huan, supported by her companions, approached weakly to inquire. It is nothing. Su Qing gently shook her head, retracting her gaze, though she couldn't shake the feeling that the figure's silhouette seemed oddly familiar. Furthermore, that small beast perched upon his shoulder. She couldn't help but feel that fleeting glimpse of the silver creature, along with the boy's decisive and precise combat style, resonated with some vague memory. Yet, the discrepancies in his cultivation, appearance, and voice left her unable to ascertain anything definitively. Perhaps it was merely an illusion. She dismissed the thoughts swirling in her mind, recognizing that her immediate priority was to survive and accomplish her task. Qinggu, what shall we do next? Lu Qing surveyed his wounded companion and the ominous depths of the ghost-crying forest, his expression darkening. The map is lost, and venturing further poses significant danger. We must first find a place to treat Xiao Huan's injuries, then devise a plan. Meanwhile, Ling Hao had distanced himself from the Lu family. Yet his heart remained tumultuous. Su Qing, the Lu family, the Star Soul Grass. What could have drawn them together? And why are they present in this perilous trial valley? Could it be in pursuit of fragments of the ancient ruins? He sensed he had unwittingly stumbled upon a far greater vortex of intrigue. I must quickly reunite with old Mo. He quickened his pace, heading towards the destination marked on the map. However, he remained unaware of the indistinct shadow lurking far behind him, almost merging with the black miasma, silently trailing his every move. In the shadow's grasp, a peculiar jade talisman flickered faintly. Target identified. Having had a brief encounter with the daughters of the Lu and Su families, the individual is now proceeding alone deeper into the ghost-crying forest. Strength assessment revised. Suspected to possess formidable stealth and explosive capabilities. Threat level elevated. Chapter 25. The Final Trial Path. Shadows Looming. Having escaped the Lu family, Ling Hao wasted no time, maximizing his speed towards the destination indicated on old MOS map. With his significantly enhanced strength, he navigated the ghost-crying forest with ease. As he activated the spirit cultivation technique, his soul power perception expanded manifold, allowing him to evade hidden dangers before they could manifest. Occasionally, reckless venomous beasts attempted to obstruct his path, but he and the small gray beast swiftly resolved them with thunderous efficiency, scarcely allowing for any significant noise. The deeper he ventured, the more the mournful wails of the ghost-crying forest intensified, even beginning to conjure various illusions that could disturb the mind. However, fortified by the nurturing essence of the Star Soul, Ling Hao's soul remained steadfast, rendering these illusions nearly ineffective against him. His heart was as clear as a mirror, his steps resolute. Approximately an hour later, the landscape ahead transformed dramatically. The oppressive miasma gradually thinned, and the twisted monstrosities of trees diminished, replaced by a relatively open valley strewn with black rubble. At the valley's end stood a towering black rock wall, smooth as a mirror and reaching into the clouds. Below it, a narrow opening, just wide enough for a single person to pass, could be discerned. That was the destination agreed upon with old Mo. Ling Hao felt a surge of joy and hastened his pace. However, just as he was about to step beyond the threshold of the ghost-crying forest, an almost imperceptible sensation of being watched pricked at him like icy needles. It was not from the front, but from the depths of the dense forest behind him. Someone was tracking him. Moreover, the tracking skills were remarkably adept. Had it not been for the recent surge in his soul power, he would have remained oblivious. Alarm bells rang in Ling Hao's mind, yet his footfalls did not falter, as if he were entirely unaware, continuing towards the opening. Meanwhile, the spirit cultivation technique was operating at full capacity, his soul power quietly radiating like a web in all directions. While he discreetly signaled to the small gray beast on his shoulder, the small creature understood and tensed its diminutive form slightly. Just as Ling Hao reached the center of the valley, exposed on all sides, a shadowy form, almost indistinguishable from the environment, suddenly shot forth from the left rear shadow. The speed was astonishing, targeting the vital point at his back with deadly intent. The attack's timing, angle, and ferocity were all exquisitely orchestrated. This was a highly trained assassin. Yet, Ling Hao was prepared. At the instant the shadow appeared, his forward momentum defied inertia, twisting sharply to the right. Simultaneously, the soul power he had been gathering erupted explosively towards the rear. The spirit cultivation technique surged. This maneuver was not intended as an attack, but rather to create a broad-based disruption of the opponent's perception and targeting. Clearly taken aback, the shadow had not anticipated that Ling Hao would not only be prepared, but also capable of executing such an intricate manipulation of soul power, causing the assassin's lethal strike to veer slightly off course. The shadow grazed past Ling Hao's side, drawing a trail of blood, but failing to inflict a fatal wound. In that fleeting moment of chaos, Ling Hao finally caught sight of his assailant, a figure cloaked in a gray-black bodysuit, their face obscured by a featureless mask. The aura emanating from them unmistakably indicated they were a mid-tier beast master, another from the Shadow Kill Hall, and they had dispatched a stronger assassin. Simultaneously, the small gray beast launched its attack. Instead of targeting the assassin directly, it unleashed an almost imperceptible ripple of spatial energy, precisely affecting the area where the assassin was about to land. As the assassin missed their strike and sought to shift tactics, they suddenly felt the ground beneath them give way, as if they were standing on a slick surface of ice, causing them to stumble. Although they adjusted at remarkable speed, that brief moment of imbalance was enough for Ling Hao to counter. He offered no respite, seizing the opportunity with his hunting knife in hand, soul power infused. And with the precision granted by the spirit cultivation technique, he aimed directly for the exposed carotid artery of the assassin. The assassin's eyes widened in shock, clearly unprepared for such a resilient target, yet their reflexes were as swift as lightning. They sharply turned their head, raising an arm to block. The knife sliced through their sleeve, spraying a mist of blood, but failed to strike a vital area. The assassin retreated, their murderous intent intensifying, as they flipped their wrists to reveal two pitch-black short blades glimmering with an eerie blue sheen, clearly ready to engage in earnest. Ling Hao's heart sank. His previous surprise counterattack had only inflicted a minor wound. The strength of a mid-tier beast master was far beyond what he could withstand in direct confrontation. He had to flee. He must dash into that opening. Old Emo had to be nearby. Without hesitation, he turned and sprinted, pushing his speed to the limit towards the black rock wall. Thinking of escaping? The featureless assassin scoffed, their form drifting like a specter, moving faster than Ling Hao. The distance between them dwindled rapidly. As the pursuers drew ever closer, Ling Hao abruptly channeled his soul power into the ground beneath him. A fragment of stone was propelled forward by his kick, hurtling through the air like a cannonball in an attempt to slightly impede his assailant. The assassin effortlessly shattered the stone with a swing of his blade, accelerating rather than slowing down. 50 meters, 30 meters, 10 meters. The mouth of the rocky cave loomed ahead, yet the assassin's icy killing intent had already reached Ling Hao's back. He could even feel the chilling aura emanating from the poisoned dagger. In this critical moment, a familiar cold snort echoed, as if it had descended from the heavens or detonated deep within his very soul. The rapidly pursuing faceless assassin suddenly stiffened. As though he had collided with an invisible wall, his forward momentum abruptly halted. The eyes beneath his mask widened in disbelief and terror. An indescribable, overwhelming pressure, vast and terrifying like a mountain, came crashing down upon him. Thud! He was helpless against this oppressive force, collapsing to the ground, his bones creaking under the unbearable weight. Unable to move even a finger, the dagger slipped from his grasp and clattered to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Ling Hao darted into the narrow cave entrance. Beyond the entrance lay a different world, a spacious, dry cavern within the mountain. Old Emo lounged lazily atop a stone pedestal, holding a gourd of wine, seemingly indifferent to the chaos outside. Senior. Ling Hao exhaled in relief, still shaken. TSK, you've been chased like a rabbit, Old Emo remarked, taking a swig of his drink. However, you reacted quite swiftly, not foolish enough to confront him head-on. Just then, the terrified voice of the faceless assassin echoed from outside. May I ask which senior is present? I am a steward from the Shadow Kill Hall, here on orders. If I have offended, I humbly request. Before he could finish, Old Emo impatiently furrowed his brow and flicked his fingers. An invisible force shot forth, and the assassin's voice abruptly ceased, his breath vanishing as if he were merely a fly swatted away. Ling Hao's heart raced at the sight. A mid-tier beast master from the Shadow Kill Hall, was so easily subdued by old Mo. Just how terrifying was this senior's power? Yet old Mo appeared to regard it as a trivial matter, his gaze shifting to Ling Hao, appraising him with a hint of surprise. You've repaired most of your soul origin? And you've even broken through to the 8th tier? It seems you've made significant gains these past few days. Ling Hao promptly recounted his encounters at the edge of the ghost wailing forest, mentioning the Lu family, Su Qing, the discovery of the ancient cave, the encounter with the remnants of souls, and obtaining the star soul essence, omitting the specific details of the pendant devouring the remnants, merely stating that he had fortuitously dispersed them with soul power. Old Mo listened, his eyes gradually taking on a playful glint. Star soul essence. Indeed a stroke of fortune for you. The little girl from the Su family and the lad from the Lu family have also become entangled in this, all in pursuit of the star soul grass. How intriguing, truly intriguing. He stroked his chin, musing, it seems this cursed place is becoming increasingly lively. The flies of the Shadow Kill Hall, the hypocrites of the Heavenly Secret Pavilion, and now the Lu and Su families have joined the fray. You, my boy, are quite the trouble magnet. Ling Hao forced a smile. I have no idea why enough. Old Mo waved his hand. Since you have completed the trial ahead of time and your strength is barely sufficient, we shall not linger here. He rose, his expression turning serious. You cannot return to Qingyang City. The Shadow Kill Hall has suffered repeated failures. The next visitors may not be mere stewards. That girl from the Su family is astute. She has likely begun to harbor suspicions about you. Then where shall we go? We will head to the Black Wind Pass. A glimmer of keen insight flashed in old Mo's eyes. It was the only route out of this region, a confluence of diverse factions, where news traveled swiftly and hiding was convenient. Coincidentally, I need to meet an old friend there and gather some information. Black Wind Pass. Ling Hao noted the name carefully. Rest for a night. We shall depart early tomorrow. Old Mo tossed Ling Hao a vial of elixir to stabilize his realm and tend to his wounds. Do not concern yourself with the bodies outside. The cleaners will handle that. Ling Hao accepted the elixir, settling down in a corner of the cavern to recuperate. Little Gray nestled in his lap, contentedly gnawing on a piece of toxic crystal iron. Outside, the night deepened, and the mournful sounds of the black miasma forest seemed to fade into the distance. Yet Ling Hao knew that temporary safety did not equate to an end to danger. The whirlpool of Qingyang City, the relentless pursuit of the Shadow Kill Hall, Su Qing's suspicions, and the enigmatic Heavenly Secret Pavilion along with the Lu family, all manner of troubles continued to shadow him. The road ahead remained perilous and uncertain. Chapter 26, The Black Wind Pass, A New Journey. After a night of rest, thanks to the dual effects of the elixir provided by old Mo and the soul-nourishing technique, Ling Hao's injuries and cultivation were thoroughly stabilized. The soul power of a mid-tier beast master surged within him, vibrant and substantial, while the cracks in his soul origin had healed by 90%, leaving only faint traces that no longer hindered his training. As dawn broke, old Mo led Ling Hao away from the temporary cave. To Ling Hao's surprise, old Mo did not choose to traverse the perilous path of the black miasma forest, but instead guided him to a smooth, mirror-like black rock wall. Old Mo casually struck a specific spot on the wall, infusing it with a unique soul power, and the wall silently slid open to reveal a narrow passage, just wide enough for one person, leading down into a deep natural tunnel. An ancient shortcut, sparing them the need to contend with the creatures of the forest. Old Mo nonchalantly remarked as he stepped inside. The tunnel was well ventilated, devoid of any oppressive atmosphere, and the walls occasionally bore remnants of long-expired illumination runes. The two traveled in silence, and after approximately half a day, they heard the sounds of water and light ahead. Emerging from the tunnel's exit, they were greeted by a stunning vista. A turbulent, ink-black river spanned before them, its waters rushing and crashing against the jagged stones on either side, producing a thunderous roar. Opposite the river stood a perilous pass built into the mountainside, its towering walls constructed of massive black rocks, exuding an air of ruggedness and menace. Above the pass, 3 weathered characters were inscribed in a flamboyant manner: Black Wind Pass. A grand suspension bridge connected the two banks, where imposing guards clad in armor stood, rigorously inspecting incoming travelers. On the bridge, a diverse throng of people moved back and forth: merchants laden with goods, weary lone travelers, fierce mercenary groups, and even some disciples of sects riding peculiar mystic beasts, their expressions haughty. The atmosphere here was starkly different from that of Qingyang City. It lacked the structure of civilization. Overflowing with wildness and chaos, the air tinged with a faint scent of blood and the thrill of adventure. The Black Wind Pass was a lawless zone where might ruled supreme. Old Mo took a swig of his drink, squinting at the pass across the river. Here, keep your sympathy and unnecessary caution to yourself. Show any sign of wealth or vulnerability, and you may find yourself devoured, leaving not a bone behind. Ling Hao nodded silently, further suppressing his aura and adopting a vigilant demeanor. Little Gray cleverly nestled deeper into his clothing, remaining out of sight. After paying a hefty entrance fee, the two crossed the suspension bridge, entering the Black Wind Pass. Inside, the streets were narrow and crowded, flanked by shops selling weapons, armor, beast materials, elixirs, and an array of dubious antiques. The air was filled with the cacophony of shouting merchants, haggling customers, and the low growls of mystic beasts, creating a raucous atmosphere. Scars adorned the faces of burly men. Lone travelers exuded an ominous aura, and some women, clad provocatively, bore enchanting yet lethal gazes. Old Emo seemed quite familiar with this place. He wound through the alleys, evading the clamor of the main streets, and eventually arrived at a dilapidated tavern named Drunken Beast. The tavern's sign hung askew. Its windows were grimy, and the door curtain was tattered, yet within, a cacophony of voices resounded. "Wait for me here. I need to see an old friend. Do not wander off or cause any trouble," Old Emo admonished, lifting the door curtain and stepping inside. Ling Hao obediently remained in the shadow at the entrance, his gaze warily scanning the surroundings. He sensed numerous eyes assessing him, the newcomer among them. But perhaps due to his composed demeanor or the tavern's reputed background, no one approached him to stir up trouble for the time being. The wait was not long. After about the time it takes to burn an incense stick, Old Emo emerged, his expression seemingly graver than when he had entered. Following him was a diminutive, shifty-eyed middle-aged man with a pair of whiskers, his eyes darting around with cunning calculation. "This is the one, monkey. Secure him a clean identity and find him a safe place to stay," Old Emo instructed the whiskered man. "Absolutely. You can count on me, Ho-san." The man, named Ho-san, assured, then turned with a broad grin towards Ling Hao, extending a wooden plaque and a key. "Just call me Ho-san, little brother. This is your identity token, Ling Shi, a herbalist from the outskirts of the Black Swamp. And here's the key to the stone house in the West District. Though modest, it is certainly safe and quiet." Ling Hao received the plaque and key, the former inscribed with a strange name and simple runes, appearing to be a form of rudimentary identification. He nodded nonchalantly. "Thank you, brother Ho-san." "Haha, no trouble at all," Ho-san replied, rubbing his hands together while subtly scrutinizing Ling Hao, seemingly eager to discern his relationship with Old Emo. Old Emo tossed a small pouch of gold coins to Ho-san and said to Ling Hao, "Go with him to settle in and familiarize yourself with the area. Remember, here, take everything you see and hear with a grain of salt. I have matters to attend to and will find you later." With that, Old Emo turned and melted back into the crowd, disappearing from view. Ho-san weighed the coin pouch, his smile widening. "Brother Ling Shi, let us be off. The West District isn't far from here." Ling Hao nodded silently, trailing behind. Ho-san appeared slick, but since he was a man of Old Mo's choosing, he was presumably trustworthy for the time being. As they walked, Ho-san engaged in seemingly casual conversation. "Brother Ling Shi, you seem quite unfamiliar here. Is this your first visit to Black Wind Pass? Though chaotic, this place brims with opportunities. If you possess skill and courage, you can acquire spirit stones, techniques, and beauties, anything you desire. Of course, you must also have the life to enjoy it, ha." Ling Hao merely responded with non-committal murmurs, choosing not to elaborate. Ho-san, undeterred, continued, "If you're looking for work or wish to gather information, you can always find me, Ho-san, at Drunken Beast, in Black Wind Pass. There's nothing that escapes my knowledge. The prices, I assure you, are fair." After traversing several even filthier and more dilapidated alleys, they finally reached a relatively tranquil residential area. The houses here were constructed from massive black stones, low and sturdy, resembling fortresses. Ho-san pointed to a stone house bearing the sign of West 73. "This is the one. It contains basic necessities, and someone will regularly deliver clean water and food. Avoid wandering around unnecessarily, especially at night." Handing the key to Ling Hao, Ho-san offered a few more warnings before departing. Ling Hao opened the heavy stone door, finding the interior sparsely furnished with just a bed, a table, and a chair, along with a separate washroom. Although basic, it was exceptionally clean and sturdy, with faintly etched soundproofing and protective runes on the walls. He closed the door and secured the bolt, allowing his taut nerves to finally relax somewhat. Black Wind Pass. This was to be his new abode. Approaching the solitary small window, he gazed out at the chaotic yet vibrant street below, his mind swirling with thoughts. Here, he must rapidly enhance his strength, gather intelligence, and ascertain the movements of the Shadow Kill Palace, the Heavenly Machine Pavilion, as well as the Su and Lu families. More importantly, he needed to discover a way to fully restore the Beast Mastery space and assist Xiao Hui in its evolution. The path ahead remained fraught with peril, yet it was rife with unknown possibilities. A new journey had undoubtedly commenced. Chapter 27. Undercurrents at the Pass, Whirlwind of Auctions. Inside the stone house, Ling Hao sat cross-legged on the stone bed, the essence cultivation technique slowly circulating, absorbing the far more potent celestial energy in the air of Black Wind Pass compared to Qingyang City, solidifying his 8th-tier cultivation. Xiao Hui curiously darted around the limited space, occasionally pawing at the rough runes on the walls, seemingly adapting well to the environment. After a while, Ling Hao opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of stale air. Despite the unfamiliar and dangerous surroundings, having this temporary refuge granted him a much-needed opportunity to catch his breath and strategize. The pressing task was to understand the intricate details of Black Wind Pass and swiftly acquire resources. The gold coins left by Old Mo were limited. Relying solely on them was not a sustainable plan. He recalled the slick Ho-san. This man was well-informed and represented a good entry point. Yet complete trust was out of the question. After a brief organization of his thoughts, Ling Hao returned to the Drunken Beast Tavern. During the day, the tavern was relatively quiet, with only a few tables occupied by patrons engaged in hushed conversation. Ho-san was seated behind the counter, conversing with a burly one-eyed man. And upon seeing Ling Hao enter, he immediately greeted him with a broad smile. "Oh, brother Ling Shi, have you settled in so quickly? Is there anything I can assist you with?" Ho-san warmly welcomed him, guiding Ling Hao to a table in the corner. Ling Hao ordered the cheapest ale and lowered his voice. "Brother Ho-san, as a newcomer, I wish to inquire about the customs of Black Wind Pass and where I might procure some cultivation resources or avenues to earn spirit stones." Ho-san's eyes lit up, and he chuckled. "You've come to the right person. In Black Wind Pass, the foremost rule is that there are no rules. The one with the strongest fist calls the shots. However, there are several major factions you should not provoke lightly. The Black Armored Army, which oversees the pass's guards. The Wanbao Building, which controls the largest auction house and shops. And the Chaobang, which dominates the docks and underground gambling dens. As long as you don't infringe upon the interests of these factions, generally, no one will meddle in your affairs. As for avenues to earn spirit stones," Ho-san continued, rubbing his fingers together, "there are plenty. You can venture into the Black Wind Mountains outside the pass to hunt mystical beasts or gather spiritual herbs. But it's quite dangerous and you might fall victim to others. Alternatively, you could take on tasks from the Mercenary Guild, or if you possess some skill, help others with alchemy or forging. Of course, the fastest and most perilous option is to engage in underground beast fights or gamble your life away." Ling Hao silently noted this information, which aligned closely with his expectations. He continued to inquire, "What auctions are upcoming at the Wanbao Building?" "What a coincidence." Ho-san slapped his thigh. "In 3 days, there will be a quarterly grand auction at Wanbao Building. I've heard there will be many valuable items up for bid, including a fragment of a mid-tier flying technique from the Xian level as the grand finale, which has caused quite a stir." Ling Hao's heart stirred at the mention of the mid-tier flying technique, but he quickly suppressed the thought. Such an item was beyond his reach. He merely asked out of curiosity, maintaining a calm tone, "What are the rules for purchasing auction items or consigning items?" "For consignments, Wanbao Building takes a 10% commission, and they handle authentication and security. Purchasing is simple, just bring spirit stones." However, Ho-san leaned in closer, his voice low and significant. "Whether you can safely bring home what you win is entirely up to your own abilities. Wanbao Building only guarantees safety within the premises." Ling Hao understood. This was exactly as he had anticipated. After pondering for a moment, he retrieved a small cloth bag he had prepared earlier from within his robes and pushed it towards Ho-san. "Brother Ho-san, I would like to ask you to keep an eye out for a few items." Ho-san took the cloth bag, opened it, and was greeted by the sight of 10 gleaming gold coins. His smile widened, and he swiftly tucked the bag away. "Brother, you are quite generous. Speak. What information do you seek?" "Firstly, any news regarding treasures or elixirs capable of repairing damages to the Beastmaster's spatial realm. Secondly, high-quality metallic spiritual materials or extraordinary objects imbued with spatial energy." Ling Hao articulated his most pressing desires. Upon hearing this, Ho-san narrowed his small eyes slightly, scrutinizing Ling Hao before returning to his usual demeanor, chuckling, "Repairing the Beastmaster's spatial realm? Such items are exceedingly rare and come with astronomical prices. However, special spiritual materials do appear from time to time. Fear not, I shall take it upon myself to inform you immediately should I acquire any news." "Thank you." Ling Hao nodded, engaged in a few light exchanges before taking his leave. Upon exiting the Drunken Beast Tavern, Ling Hao did not make his way directly back to the stone house, but instead wandered aimlessly through the western district, familiarizing himself with the layout of the streets and various shops. He noticed that many gazes lingered on his unfamiliar face, filled with scrutiny and curiosity. As he passed by a pharmacy named Baijiao Hall, his steps faltered slightly. He felt a gentle stir from the little gray creature in his arms. He composed himself and entered the pharmacy discreetly. The air was thick with the scent of herbs, and the shopkeeper appeared to be an elderly man, drowsy and lethargic. Ling Hao's eyes scanned the counter, ultimately resting on a pile of nondescript, charred branches in a corner. Name: Thunderstrike Wood Heart. Effect: contains a faint trace of pure yang thunderous energy, capable of dispelling malevolent spirits and slightly refining soul power. It possesses certain restraining properties against Een attribute and soul-based entities. Status: energy is on the verge of dissipating. Evaluation: misidentified as ordinary charred wood. Its value is exceedingly low, yet it is perfectly suited for stabilizing the awakening of the little gray creature's spatial abilities, preventing energy turbulence. Price tag: 5 silver coins for the entire pile. Ling Hao felt a surge of delight within, but maintained an impassive exterior as he casually selected a few common healing herbs and purchased them alongside the charred wood. This modest expenditure would not raise any suspicions. Upon returning to the stone house, Ling Hao presented the Thunderstrike Wood Heart to the little gray creature. The little one indeed took a liking to it, clutching it and nibbling away, and the silvery light surrounding it seemed to stabilize. In the following 2 days, Ling Hao kept a low profile, dedicating most of his time to training and acclimatizing to the environment of the Black Wind Pass. Leveraging his formidable soul perception, he memorized the primary passageways in the Western District, various faction strongholds, and potential danger zones. There was no news from Ho-san for the time being. On the evening of the 3rd day, however, Ho-san sought him out, his countenance imbued with a blend of excitement and mystery. Ling Shi, an opportunity has arisen, he declared, lowering his voice after entering the room. The detailed list for the Wanbao building auction has been released. Although the headlining treasures do not concern us, there are several items in between that are absolutely in line with your requests. Ling Hao's spirits lifted. What items? The first is a small vial of void spring water, rumored to have remarkable effects on stabilizing and minimally repairing the Beastmaster's spatial realm. Although the quantity is limited, the opportunity is rare. Void spring water. Ling Hao's heart raced. This was precisely what he urgently needed. The second item is a piece of gung metal spiritual iron, a high-grade metallic spiritual material suitable for forging a fine weapon. Ho-san continued. Moreover, according to insider information, the attention on these 2 items isn't too overwhelming, primarily concentrated among a few weapon makers and a handful of injured beastmasters. So the price shouldn't escalate to exorbitant levels. Ling Hao forcibly suppressed his excitement and calmly inquired, what is the starting bid? The void spring water is estimated to start around 200 spirit stones, while the gung metal spiritual iron is about 150 spirit stones. The final transaction price is uncertain, but it should top out around 500 to 600 spirit stones at most, Ho-san estimated. Ling Hao rapidly calculated in his mind. The gold coins left to him by old Mo converted to roughly a little over 100 spirit stones. Adding his meager savings along with earnings from selling the materials of the skeletal scorpion and some miscellaneous gains, he had barely over 200 spirit stones. It was simply insufficient. I don't have enough spirit stones, Ling Hao stated solemnly. I anticipated this, Ho-san replied, seemingly prepared, leaning in closer and whispering, brother, I have a quick money-making opportunity, but it depends on your courage to seize it. What opportunity? Under the Carriage Gang, there's an underground beast fighting arena. And tonight there's a match pitting a lower-grade lightning weasel against a mid-grade ironback mountain bear. The odds of betting on the weasel to win are 10 to 1. Ho-san's eye sparkled. I've received insider news that this lightning weasel is a mutation, incredibly swift, and its claws are laced with paralyzing venom. It has a high chance of winning. Just bet 10 spirit stones, and if victorious, you'll have 100. Enough to secure that gung metal spiritual iron. Beast fighting? Gambling? Ling Hao's brow furrowed. Such places are rife with corruption, and the so-called insider information could easily be a trap. The risks are too great. Ling Hao shook his head in refusal. Ho-san appeared somewhat disappointed, but did not press further. Then there's only one other option. Wanbao Building accepts items as collateral or direct consignment. If you have anything of value, you can take it for appraisal. Items as collateral? Ling Hao's mind stirred. He still possessed that high-grade iron-armored venom crocodile core and some star soul stones in his storage ring. But while the core had high value, it might not suffice. And the star soul stones must remain concealed. Suddenly, he recalled something. The storage ring he had obtained from the ancient cave. This item itself was of little worth. But the few rough stones inside, he promptly retrieved the ring, delving into it with his soul power to carefully sense the unremarkable stones. Previously overlooked, upon close examination, he discovered that these stones were ice cold to the touch, seemingly containing a subtle yet pure earth attribute fluctuation. Name: Earth Vein Stone Essence. Original effect: contains pure earth pulse power, usable for nurturing earth attribute mystical beasts or aiding in the cultivation of earth-based techniques. Current status: for unknown reasons, the internal energy has completely solidified and fallen silent, making it difficult to draw from. resulting in a significant drop in value. Hidden information requires stimulation by pure metal or thunderous energy to have a chance of reactivating some of its efficacy. Earth Vein Stone Essence. Although its spiritual energy has dissipated, if it can be reactivated, it might hold some value. At least it's better than its current state as a mere stone. A gamble. Ling Hao extracted a piece of Earth Vein Stone Essence and said to Ho-san, I have an item I wish to take to Wanbao Building for appraisal. I would appreciate it if Brother Ho could guide me. Ho-san gazed at the dull, gray stone devoid of any energy fluctuations, momentarily stunned, before hesitantly saying, Brother, this is just a common stone. Isn't it? Let us take a look first, Ling Hao replied calmly. All right. Though Ho-san was skeptical, he still led Ling Hao back to the Wanbao Building located in the center of the Black Wind Pass. The Wanbao Building was grand and imposing, with stern security. Ho-san clearly knew the appraisers here and directly guided Ling Hao to an elderly appraiser named Wang. Appraiser Wang examined the Earth Vein Stone Essence meticulously, employing various tools for testing, before finally shaking his head. This item does indeed contain a faint trace of Earth attribute fluctuation, but the energy is utterly dormant, indistinguishable from a common stone, and holds little value. If the young friend insists on consigning it, I can only offer a price of 10 spirit stones, he said. A hint of disdain in his tone. Ho-san beside him displayed an expression of I knew it. But Ling Hao felt a flicker of hope. The fact that the appraiser could detect a faint fluctuation suggested potential. After pondering, he suddenly asked, May I borrow some of your building's gung metal energy or thunderstone for a moment? Appraiser Wang and Ho-san were both taken aback, puzzled. Ling Hao elaborated. I would like to attempt something. Perhaps it could change its condition. If it fails, I shall cover the appraisal fee. Appraiser Wang frowned. Seemingly deeming Ling Hao's request frivolous, yet out of professional duty, he instructed an apprentice to retrieve a small piece of the lowest grade thunderstone, which contained a faint trace of thunderous power. Ling Hao took the leyline stone, channeling his soul energy to guide a faint arc of electricity, cautiously stimulating a specific point on the leyline stone's marrow. This was the optimal stimulation point for discerning the feedback of its abilities. 1 second, 2 seconds, and still no response. Ho-san had already begun to shake his head. Just as Master Wang was about to speak up to halt the proceedings, a low hum suddenly emanated from within the dull, gray stone. Following that, a fine crack appeared on the surface, from which a pure and rich earthen-hued radiance burst forth. Though it was fleeting, it carried with it a profound essence of the earth. In an instant, the glow receded, and the stone returned to its original state. Yet the crack remained tangible. Master Wang's eyes widened in disbelief as he snatched the stone to examine it more closely. His tone transformed. This is a leyline stone. After lying dormant for so long, it has indeed been activated, even slightly. While its efficacy may be diminished, it is nevertheless a rare Earth-type spirit artifact. It is sufficient for nurturing Earth-type profound beasts below the realm of cultivation. He looked at Ling Hao with excitement. Young friend, I was indeed blind earlier. If this item were to be sold, I could offer 300 spirit stones. No, 400 spirit stones. Ling Hao breathed a sigh of relief internally, yet maintained his calm demeanor. 500 spirit stones, non-negotiable. Furthermore, I wish to participate in the auction tonight, using this item as collateral. Master Wang pondered briefly, glanced at the stone, and gritted his teeth. Very well. It's settled at 500 spirit stones. I will handle the paperwork for you immediately. Ho-san was already dumbfounded. His gaze towards Ling Hao transformed entirely, filled with astonishment and curiosity. This youth named Ling Shi was far from simple as he appeared. Armed with the voucher issued by Wanbao Tower, Ling Hao felt a sense of assurance. 500 spirit stones, combined with his existing funds, might barely suffice for the purchase of the empty void spring water, while acquiring the gung metal spirit iron would depend on luck. As night fell, the Black Wind Alley was ablaze with lights, dark currents swirling. The Wanbao Tower auction was about to commence. Unbeknownst to Ling Hao, a pair of cold eyes had already locked onto him from the crowd. Chapter 28. The Auction Storm. Peril lurking. The auction hall of Wanbao Tower was even more boisterous and chaotic than Ling Hao had imagined. Lacking the elegant private boxes of the Baibao Tower in Xinjiang City, it resembled a vast circular coliseum. The ground floor was crammed with spectators, filled with the pungent aromas of sweat, alcohol, and raucous shouts. The second floor featured a ring of rudimentary partitions draped with curtains, providing a semblance of privacy for those of some standing or who wished to remain incognito. The air was thick with greed, restlessness, and an undercurrent of danger. Ling Hao paid the entrance fee of 10 spirit stones and received a plain mask that obscured half of his face. He blended into the crowd, settling into an inconspicuous corner. Xiao Hui was tightly nestled in his embrace, sensing the chaotic atmosphere around them, which made the little creature fidgety. Ho-san did not accompany him. In such a setting, his status as a local bully would only draw unwanted attention. Soon, the auction commenced. The event was hosted by a strikingly voluptuous red-haired woman, dressed revealingly, yet with a gaze as sharp as a blade, known as the Fire Scorpion. With just a few words, she ignited the atmosphere, and various pills, weapons, beast materials, and even beautiful slave girls were auctioned off one after another, with prices soaring amidst a cacophony of bidding, cheers, and curses. Yet Ling Hao's heart remained tense, awaiting the appearance of the two coveted items. At last, after a fierce round of bidding, the Fire Scorpion, with a playful smile, presented a transparent crystal vial containing a small portion of shimmering silver liquid, twinkling like stars. Next up was something many had eagerly anticipated, the empty void spring water. Though there were only a few portions, its effects were well understood by those in the know. For those with damaged beast spaces, this was a life-saving treasure. The starting bid was 200 spirit stones, with increments of no less than 20. As soon as the words left her lips, bidding erupted. 202, 206, 300. The price escalated rapidly, primarily from a few unstable beast masters evidently nursing hidden injuries, as well as representatives from several prominent families. Ling Hao refrained from bidding immediately, waiting until the price reached 400 spirit stones and the pace slowed, before he raised his paddle for the first time. Deliberately adopting a hoarse voice, 405. He added 50 spirit stones in a display of determination to secure the item. His bid attracted several curious glances, but soon the price was pushed higher again. 408. 500. Ling Hao responded without hesitation. 505. This was nearly all the spirit stones he could muster. The hall fell silent for a moment. Although the empty void spring water was rare, its limited quantity made this price somewhat inflated. 505 for the first time. The Fire Scorpion began her countdown. Ling Hao felt a slight relief. However, just then, a delicate voice emerged from a curtain partition on the second floor. 600. A direct increase of 50. Moreover, the voice carried an air of casual superiority. Ling Hao's heart sank. He recognized that voice. It belonged to the well-dressed youth who had previously been with Lu Qing and Su Qing. Lu Qing had also arrived, and was interested in the empty void spring water. Ling Hao clenched his teeth. He had to obtain it. Although his soul space had been largely restored, it was not fully healed, and the empty void spring water was crucial. 602. He bid again, this being his limit. The partition on the second floor was silent for a moment before a disdainful laugh echoed. 605. This spring water is mine. The assertive tone, coupled with the pressure of a beast master's aura, caused many in the audience who still wished to bid to withdraw. Ling Hao's fists tightened, his nails digging into his palms. In terms of financial power and strength, he was outmatched, and he could only watch helplessly. Ultimately, Lu Qing secured the empty void spring water for 650 spirit stones. A wave of disappointment washed over Ling Hao, but he quickly adjusted his mindset, placing his hopes on the next auction item. Soon, the gung metal spirit iron was brought forth, a piece the size of a human head, shimmering with a sharp platinum glow, exuding a rich metallic aura. This was a top-quality material for forging gold-type spirit weapons. The starting bid was 150 spirit stones. This round of bidding was even more intense, with numerous weaponsmiths and beast masters possessing gold-type profound beasts eagerly participating. Ling Hao seized the opportunity and re-entered the fray. This time, luck was on his side. Lu Qing seemed disinterested in the spirit iron. After a heated contest, Ling Hao ultimately secured the gung metal spirit iron for 380 spirit stones. Although he spent nearly 400 spirit stones, considering the potential of Xiao Hui after evolution, Ling Hao deemed it worthwhile. The transaction process took place in the back of Wanbao Tower, where dedicated guards maintained order, providing a temporary sense of security. Ling Hao utilized 380 of the 500 spirit stones he had pledged with the leyline stone and supplemented it with nearly all of his remaining savings to acquire the heavy, ice-cold gung metal spirit iron. He hastily stored it in his spatial ring. With just over 100 spirit stones left and the gung metal spirit iron in hand, Ling Hao dared not linger, immediately lowering his head and hastily exiting Wanbao Tower amidst the dispersing crowd. However, as he stepped out into the dimly lit streets, he felt the sensation of being watched return. And it was not just one pair of eyes. At least 4 or 5 malicious gazes were locking onto him from different directions. Clearly, his acquisition of the gung metal spirit iron had marked him as a target for some individuals. Ling Hao's heart raced. He quickened his pace, deliberately choosing the bustling streets in an attempt to shake off his pursuers. Yet, in the night of Blackwind Alley, the streets were a mix of characters, and his followers clung to him like a persistent shadow. Some even attempted to create chaos, trying to force him into a less crowded alleyway. Ling Hao's gaze was frosty, aware that the situation could not persist any longer. Seizing an opportunity, he abruptly veered into a relatively broad main street. then, without hesitation, sprinted towards the direction of the Drunken Boar Tavern, a place under the domain of Ho San, hoping to leverage its presence to intimidate any lurking threats. His sudden acceleration prompted his pursuers to drop their concealment, their footsteps rapidly closing in behind him. "Stop, you brat! Hand over what you have!" A series of low, menacing shouts echoed from behind, laced with a palpable aura of danger. Ling Hao did not look back. Instead, he pushed his speed to its utmost limit. Activating the spirit-nourishing technique, he infused his legs with soul power, propelling himself forward at a velocity nearly on par with those pursuing Beast Tamers of the 8th or 9th tier. The dilapidated sign of the Drunken Boar Tavern loomed closer. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind surged towards him from the side, swift and alarming. Ling Hao's instincts flared, and he threw himself to the side just in time. A poisoned throwing knife whizzed past, grazing his scalp before embedding itself deep into the wall ahead. A figure clad in dark attire descended from the rooftop like a bat, blocking his path, exuding an aura unmistakably belonging to a novice Beast Tamer. Simultaneously, 3 other pursuers encircled him, effectively cutting off any chance of retreat. These 3 appeared to be Beast Tamers of the 8th or 9th tier, their faces twisted with malice. Caught between a frontal and rear assault, and with an additional Beast Tamer present, the assailant sneered, "You run pretty fast, kid." His voice was hoarse, as he toyed with another throwing knife. "Hand over that Gungjin spirit iron and the spirit stones on you, and I might consider leaving your corpse intact." Ling Hao slowly rose, his gaze sweeping over the 4 adversaries, his heart plummeting into despair. A direct confrontation held no promise of victory. Just as he pondered an escape, the small gray creature in his arms seemed to sense the murderous intent and burst forth, perching on his shoulder, issuing a threatening low growl at the Beast Tamer. The Beast Tamer, momentarily taken aback by the sight of the small gray creature, was soon overtaken by incredulous delight and greed. "Is that a treasure weasel? And a mutated one with spatial attributes?" His voice became shrill with excitement. "Haha, fortune smiles upon me. I never expected such a delightful surprise. Kid, hand over both you and that weasel." He had astonishingly recognized the creature's origin and worth. Before his words could fully dissipate, he lunged forward. His movements were like a flash of lightning, claws outstretched towards Ling Hao's throat, while a formidable wave of soul pressure aimed to ensnare him. Simultaneously, the 3 accomplices charged in as well. Desperate straits. A flicker of despair and fierce determination flashed in Ling Hao's eyes as he prepared to fight for his life. Just then, a languid yet authoritative voice resonated from the tavern's rooftop. "Humph, you rabble dare to harass my patrons at the Drunken Boar?" A robust figure descended like a meteor, landing squarely between Ling Hao and the Beast Tamer. The ground trembled slightly upon impact. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, clad in a simple leather vest that revealed sinewy muscles and a chest marred by scars, the owner of the Drunken Boar Tavern, the butcher, loomed before them. A massive barrel of alcohol in hand. Merely by standing there, an aura of ferocity, akin to a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, emanated from him, instantly dispersing the Beast Tamer's soul pressure. The Beast Tamer's face paled, retreating several steps, uncertainty flickering in his eyes as he regarded the butcher. "Butcher, are you intervening?" The 3 accomplices turned ashen, paralyzed with fear. The butcher nonchalantly dug at his ear, casting a sidelong glance at the assailant. "What? You don't know the rules of my Drunken Boar? Harassing my patrons on my turf. Are you tired of living?" The Beast Tamer's expression shifted, clearly intimidated by the butcher. As he gritted his teeth, "This person is not a regular at your tavern. He possesses a priceless treasure. I don't care if he is a regular or not." The butcher interrupted impatiently, slamming the barrel onto the ground with a dull thud. "Once you step through my tavern's doors, or even linger by my entrance, you're under my protection. I'll give you 3 breaths to scram. Otherwise, I'll chop you up and feed you to the dogs." Domineering, utterly unreasonable. The Beast Tamer trembled with rage, but upon seeing the butcher's massive fists and fierce gaze, he ultimately dared not retaliate, casting a furious glance at Ling Hao before retreating hastily with his 3 subordinates, disappearing into the shadows. Finally, the butcher turned to Ling Hao, sizing him up, his gaze pausing for a moment on the small gray creature on his shoulder, before breaking into a broad grin. "Kid, you're lucky. That slippery host asked me to keep an eye on you. All right, it's over now. You can return to your den." With that, he hoisted the barrel and ambled back into the tavern, as though he had merely swatted away a few flies. Ling Hao remained rooted in place, his back drenched in cold sweat. He solemnly clasped his hands towards the tavern. "Thank you, Senior, for coming to my aid." Though he remained unaware of the butcher's motives in assisting him, he would remember this favor. Not daring to linger outside any longer, he hastened back to his stone dwelling in the Western District. Securing the stone door and fastening the bolt, he leaned against the frigid stone, exhaling a long sigh of relief. This night had been fraught with peril. Not only had he failed to acquire the empty void spring water, but he had nearly lost his life over the Gungjin's spirit iron and the small gray creature. The dangers of the Black Wind Pass exceeded his imagination. Yet, he also realized that Elder Mo's arrangement for him to come here and establish connections with Ho San and the Butcher seemed to possess deeper intentions. He retrieved the Gungjin's spirit iron, observing the small gray creature curiously sniffing at it. He needed to elevate his strength swiftly. Otherwise, the next encounter might not yield such fortuitous outcomes. A resolute glimmer flickered in his eyes as he began to contemplate how to utilize the Gungjin's spirit iron to maximize the enhancement of both his and the small gray creature's abilities. Unbeknownst to him, everything that transpired tonight, including the Butcher's intervention, was being observed with cold detachment by a pair of indifferent eyes hidden in the shadows. Through a special magical mirror. On the other side of the mirror, a chilling voice echoed. Target has returned to stone dwelling number 73 in the west. Suspected connection to the Butcher of the Drunken Boar. In possession of Gungjin's spirit iron and a suspected mutated treasure weasel. Recommend reassessment of target value and action plan. Continue surveillance, awaiting further instructions. Chapter 29, Gungjin Body Refinement, The Dark Knight's Malice. Within the stone dwelling, silence reigned. Broken only by Ling Hao's slightly hurried breaths and the faint crunching sounds of the small gray creature consuming the Gungjin's spirit iron. Watching the little one devour the iron with delight, its silver aura pulsating and its presence growing increasingly sharp and tangible at a visible pace. Ling Hao felt a modicum of comfort. This Gungjin's spirit iron was indeed well utilized. However, his own crisis had not yet abated. The failure to procure the empty void spring water left lingering threats in the realm of the soul. Powerful enemies lurked outside, including the Shadow Kill Palace, unknown factions, and possibly even Lu Qing's covetous gaze. The Butcher might save him once, but he could not rely on such luck repeatedly. Strength. He needed to elevate his strength post-haste. His gaze fell upon the substantial chunk of Gungjin's spirit iron. The small gray creature could only consume it in small portions at a time. The majority of the iron still radiated a tremendous essence of pure golden energy. A bold thought began to take shape within him. Toxic body refinement. If Elder Mo could utilize the toxicity of poison crystal iron to refine his body, then could the pure, sharp golden energy contained within the Gungjin's spirit iron not also be employed for body refinement? Golden energy is associated with slaughter and sharpness, should he succeed. The strength of his body, his power, and even the penetrating force of his attacks would undergo a qualitative leap. The risks were monumental. The golden energy was far more volatile than toxins. If mismanaged, it could result in shattered meridians and a body torn asunder. Yet, a flicker of madness and resolve shone in Ling Hao's eyes. In the Black Wind Pass, the absence of risk equated to being at the mercy of others. He no longer hesitated, moving the remaining substantial blocks of the Gungjin's spiritual iron before him. The Yunling Ju operated at its utmost, cautiously extracting a thread of exquisitely fine, platinum-hued golden sharpness from the spiritual iron. Merely sensing this essence, Ling Hao felt as though his skin were being pricked by countless minute needles, causing an intense pain. He clenched his teeth, guiding this thread of golden sharpness slowly towards the tips of his fingers. Hiss! The moment the golden energy made contact with his skin, an unimaginable agony surged through him. His fingertip was instantly sliced open, blood gushing forth, as the golden energy, akin to a living entity, sought to penetrate his meridians through the wound. Ling Hao let out a muffled groan, unleashing his soul power from the Yunling Ju, desperately enveloping and directing this violent golden energy to circulate through his meridians according to the principles of Duke-GT. Pain. An indescribable pain. It felt as if countless searingly hot blades were scraping through his meridians, leaving behind a trail of scars. Yet under the gentle soul power of Yunling Ju and the foundation laid by his previous Duke-GT, they were laboriously mending and becoming more resilient. This was an unimaginably perilous and excruciating process. Ling Hao trembled violently, sweat cascading down like a stream, quickly soaking the ground beneath him. He bit down hard on his teeth, his lips now bloodied, mingling with the sweat that dripped down. Xiao Hui seemed to sense his torment, anxiously halting its gnawing, circling around him in concern. 1 thread, 2 threads, 3 threads. Ling Hao cautiously guided the golden sharpness, each time teetering on the brink of collapse. His control over the Yunling Ju became increasingly exquisite under such extreme pressure. Time slipped away unnoticed. And when the glow of the large block of Gungjin's spiritual iron dimmed slightly, Ling Hao, nearly exhausted, finally completed his first golden sharp body refinement. He collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, feeling as if his entire being had been irreparably torn apart and then painfully stitched back together. Yet within, He could clearly see that his meridians, though marred with minute scars, had undeniably widened slightly, glimmering with a faint metallic luster, growing more resilient. His flesh and bones felt as though they had been tempered through countless trials, containing a strength far surpassing what it had been before. The results were remarkable, yet the process was excruciatingly painful and perilous. He rested for a full 2 hours before managing to regain some strength. Looking at the remaining substantial portion of Gungjin's spiritual iron, he gritted his teeth and began the refinement once more. For the next 2 days, Ling Hao remained indoors, wholly immersed in this self-inflicted torment of cultivation. Each time was a harrowing ordeal, each time dancing on the edge of his meridians shattering. But with his formidable willpower and the restorative nature of Yunling Ju, he persevered. After consuming nearly half of the Gungjin's spiritual iron, his physical strength reached an astonishing level. His skin bore a faint golden sheen, remarkably resistant to ordinary blades. His power, speed, and reflexes had all significantly improved. With his fingers brought together, he could effortlessly etch deep grooves into stone walls. Though his cultivation remained at the 8th tier of Beastmaster, his actual combat prowess had undergone a transformative change. He was confident that if he were to encounter the initial tier assassin from that night again, even if he could not emerge victorious, he would not be without the means to fight back. Xiaohui had also finished consuming its share of the spiritual iron. The little creature had grown in size, its fur now shining like silver, smooth as silk. Its claws gleamed with a metallic sheen, moving with such speed that it left behind afterimages. More importantly, its ability to manipulate the subtle ripples of space seemed more adept, and the duration had extended slightly. Just as Ling Hao prepared to muster the strength to refine the remaining spiritual iron, a knock echoed from outside the stone house. It was Ho-san. Upon entering and witnessing Ling Hao's state, a look of astonishment flickered in his eyes. At that moment, Ling Hao, though still exuding a restrained aura, possessed a gaze sharp as a blade, standing there like a drawn sword, radiating an unsettling sharpness. He was a stark contrast to the person he had been just days prior. Ling Shi, your progress is astonishing, Ho-san exclaimed. Do you have something to discuss, Brother Ho? Ling Hao, tempering his aura, inquired coolly. 2 matters, Ho-san lowered his voice. First, there is news about the Kongming spring water you inquired about. The gentleman Liu who secured the spring water seems to be in urgent need of spirit stones, and has discreetly spread word that he is willing to part with a vial for 800 spirit stones. 800 spirit stones. Ling Hao's brow furrowed. This was higher than the price at which it had been auctioned previously, and he currently had less than 100 spirit stones in total. The second matter, Ho-san said, his expression growing more serious. Brother, it appears you have drawn attention, and not just from one group. The members of the Chao gang have been loitering in the Western District these past few days, seemingly gathering information about you. There are also several unfamiliar faces that resemble officials who appear to be investigating you in secret. Ling Hao's heart sank. The Chao gang? Was this retribution for that night? Officials? Could it be the Tianji Pavilion? Or perhaps the Black Armored Army? Thank you for the warning, Brother Ho, Ling Hao replied calmly. You must exercise caution, Ho-san urged. The Chao gang is notoriously vengeful, and their methods are exceedingly sinister. Those officials are even more formidable. After sending Ho-san away, Ling Hao's mood darkened. Troubles indeed followed one after another. The Kongming spring water was so close, yet utterly out of reach. Fierce adversaries lurked, making his situation increasingly precarious. He needed to acquire spirit stones promptly. He turned his gaze to the remaining half-block of Gungjin's spiritual iron, his eyes glimmering. Perhaps he could exchange it for spirit stones? But doing so would jeopardize Xiaohui's evolution and its sustenance. As he weighed the pros and cons, the pendant hanging on his chest suddenly emanated an exceedingly faint, yet chilling warning sensation. It was not the prior heat, but an icy cold. Simultaneously, an almost imperceptible clicking sound drifted in from outside the window, as if something had adhered to the outer wall of the stone house. In an instant, Ling Hao's hair stood on end. Without a moment's thought, he threw himself sideways, cradling Xiaohui. Thud, thud, thud. Several needle-like projectiles, shimmering with an eerie blue light, silently pierced through the gaps of the stone window, accurately striking the spot where he had been meditating, embedding deeply into the ground. The stone floor was instantaneously corroded, leaving behind several small craters. Immediately following, boom, the heavy stone door of the house, along with the frame, was shattered to pieces by an overwhelming force. Debris flew everywhere. Amidst the swirling dust, a giant over 2 meters tall, muscles bulging like iron, with skin gleaming a bronze hue and a sinister grin, stood like a ferocious beast at the entrance. The violent aura emanating from him unmistakably indicated he was a high-ranking beast master. Chao gang is here. You inside. Come out and die. The giant's voice boomed like thunder, causing the entire stone house to tremble. Simultaneously, Two figures appeared outside the only small window, sealing off any chance of retreat. One wielded a weapon resembling a blowpipe, clearly the source of the poison needles. The other, exuding a chilling aura, toyed with two poison daggers. 3 beast masters, one high-ranking, 2 initial tier. The leading giant exuded a formidable sense of oppression. The Chao gang's retribution had arrived, and it was an overwhelmingly terrifying lineup. Ling Hao's heart plummeted to the depths. Would the butcher appear this time? He slowly rose, shielding Xiaohui behind him, a glint of cold madness flashing in his eyes. Since there was no path for retreat, then he would fight to the death. Chapter 30, A Blood Battle in Desperation. The return of Old Imo. Within the stone house, the atmosphere was thick with murderous intent, the air as heavy as iron. 3 beast masters, one high-ranking, 2 initial tier. The imposing giant at the forefront exuded a ferocious aura, pressing down on Ling Hao's heart like an insurmountable mountain, nearly suffocating him. The doors and windows were thoroughly sealed, leaving no avenue for retreat. This was a true deadlock. The vengeance of the Chao gang was merciless and direct, leaving no room for mercy. Kid, are you going to crawl out yourself, or shall I drag you out and tear you apart to feed the dogs? The giant sneered, advancing step by step into the stone chamber, his heavy footsteps causing the ground to tremble slightly. He regarded Ling Hao with utter disdain. After all, he was merely a beast tamer, easily extinguishable. The 2 other assassins silently closed in, their poison needles and daggers locking onto every possible angle of Ling Hao's evasion. Ling Hao's heart raced while his blood felt as cold as ice. Beyond the fear came a reckless determination to fight back. There was no escape. Pleas for mercy would be futile. He had to risk everything. The spirit cultivation technique surged into unprecedented motion, his body, recently tempered by the golden essence, glimmering with a faint golden sheen. He gradually assumed a basic fighting stance, his gaze fixed intently on the leading giant, completely ignoring the other 2. For he recognized that the greatest threat emanated from this high-level beast master. Still daring to pose? A flicker of surprise crossed the giant's eyes, soon replaced by a more intense cruelty. I relish crushing stubborn bones. He ceased his chatter, his enormous palm slicing through the air with a whistling sound, descending upon Ling Hao like a millstone. Simple, brutal, yet imbued with terrifying power. At the moment the giant's palm was about to descend, Ling Hao moved. Instead of retreating, he lunged forward, his body bending like a taut bowstring as he narrowly evaded the lethal strike, simultaneously clenching his right fist. The faint golden soul energy combined with the residual golden essence within him surged into his fist, striking fiercely like a drill against the giant's vulnerable armpit. Using offense to counter defense. Attacking the critical point. The giant, clearly caught off guard by Ling Hao's speed and the precision of his angle, hastily tightened his arm. Bang! A dull thud resonated. Ling Hao felt as if his fist had collided with indestructible steel, the recoil rendering his entire right arm numb, his blood surging. A metallic taste filling his throat. Yet, the golden essence coalescing in his fist successfully pierced the giant's skin, leaving behind a shallow droplet of blood. In pain, the giant erupted with rage. How could he be injured by a mere beast tamer? Although it was just a surface wound, it was a profound humiliation. You little brat, I'll tear you apart. He roared, his other fist launching towards Ling Hao's face like a cannonball. Simultaneously, the 2 assassins' attacks arrived. Several poison needles silently shot towards Ling Hao's back, while a poison dagger slashed toward his neck. Caught in a pincer attack, there was no escape, just as death loomed. Xiaohui screeched, darting from Ling Hao's embrace. It did not target the strongest giant, but transformed into a streak of silver, charging at the assassin wielding the blowpipe. The speed was blinding. The assassin barely registered the flash of silver before instinctively shutting his eyes and turning his head. Thud! Xiaohui's sharp claws raked fiercely across his wrist, spewing blood. Ah! The assassin screamed, the blowpipe slipping from his grasp. Though it did not inflict a fatal wound, it successfully disrupted his aim, causing several poison needles to veer off course, embedding themselves into the wall. Meanwhile, facing the giant's fist and the approaching dagger, a bloodlust flickered in Ling Hao's eyes. Ignoring the dagger behind him, he channeled all his soul energy and golden essence into his left arm, bracing it in front of him to withstand the giant's blow, while twisting his body desperately to the right. Crack! The sound of bones fracturing echoed painfully. Ling Hao's left arm twisted grotesquely, clearly broken. The giant's terrifying strength nearly crushed it. Yet, utilizing the force of the blow and the twist of his body, he narrowly avoided a fatal strike to his neck. The poison dagger sliced through, carving a deep gash into his right shoulder, blood gushing forth. The poison spread rapidly, rendering his right shoulder numb. Agonizing pain surged like a tidal wave. Ling Hao's vision blurred, nearly succumbing to unconsciousness. But with immense willpower, he held on. He even used the momentum from being struck to propel himself backward, crashing violently into the assassin who had just been wounded by Xiao Hui. The assassin, taken by surprise, stumbled back. Though his right hand was numb, Ling Hao clutched the assassin's wrist, holding the dagger tightly, and with a fierce headbutt, he slammed his forehead against the assassin's nose. Bang! The impact sent blood gushing from the assassin's nose, stars dancing before his eyes. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. You useless fools. The giant, witnessing his two subordinates struggle against an injured Beast Tamer, was consumed with rage. He stepped forward, launching another punch aimed at Ling Hao's back, intent on crushing both him and the assassin. Ling Hao sensed the deadly wind of the punch behind him, a chill enveloping his heart. It was over. Just then, a languid, mocking voice unexpectedly resonated at the entrance of the stone chamber. How despicable it is for a few grown men to bully a child and a beast. The Chao gang truly regresses with each passing day. Immediately, an invisible yet weighty pressure descended like a mountain. The giant's seemingly unstoppable punch halted abruptly, mere inches from Ling Hao's back, unable to advance any further. The sneer on his face froze, morphing into sheer horror and dread. The other two assassins were similarly pinned down, as if held by an unseen hand. Collapsing to the ground, unable to move a single finger, time seemed to stand still. Ling Hao struggled to turn his head. There, at the shattered doorway, stood Old Amo. His presence unperturbed, draped in a faded gray robe, a wine gourd in hand, a teasing smile gracing his lips. Yet, his usually murky eyes now blazed with a terrifying brilliance, as if harboring a tempest. Merely standing there, he appeared to be the very center of the universe. The vastness of his aura pressed down on the three Beast Tamers, making it difficult for them to breathe. Forbear, the giant stammered, cold sweat cascading down like a waterfall. We are the subordinates of the vice leader of the Chao gang, acting on orders. We were unaware of your presence. Please forgive our offense. Vice leader of the Chao gang? That little brat, Black Crocodile? Old Amo scratched his ear, his tone casual, yet laced with an unsettling chill. Even if Black Crocodile himself came, anyone who dares to harm me shall find themselves torn to shreds and fed to the turtles. His gaze swept over Ling Hao's fractured arm and bleeding shoulder, his expression turning icy. Sever your own arm, and return to tell Black Crocodile. This debt, I will settle with him later. Should you dare disturb again, I shall raise your pathetic Chao gang to the ground. The giant's face drained of color, turning as pale as a sheet. Severing an arm. For a body cultivator, this was tantamount to a devastating blow. Yet he harbored no doubt. If he dared to utter a word of dissent, he would be a corpse in the next heartbeat. Endless fear and struggle flickered in his eyes, and finally, gritting his teeth, he transformed his right hand into a blade and forcefully struck down upon his left shoulder. Crack! A sickening sound echoed. He brutally severed his own left arm at the shoulder. Blood gushed forth. He stifled a groan, his complexion turning ashen, yet he dared not hesitate. Pressing against the wound to staunch the bleeding. Bowing deeply to Old Amo, he picked up his severed arm, not daring to glance at Ling Hao, and stumbled out of the stone chamber. The other two assassins followed suit, scrambling to escape. As the pressure dissipated, Ling Hao could no longer support himself. His vision faded to black as he collapsed forward. A gentle force caught him. Old Amo appeared at his side without warning, assessing his injuries with a furrowed brow. A broken bone and the venom of a blackwater viper. You truly have a knack for attracting trouble. He swiftly produced golden needles and elixirs, first administering an antidote to Ling Hao, then deftly setting his bones, bandaging the wounds, and expelling the poison. As the excruciating pain subsided, Ling Hao's consciousness gradually returned, and he gazed at Old Amo, who was diligently tending to him, feeling a surge of warmth and gratitude. Senior, you have saved me once again. Less chatter. Conserve your strength. Old Amo interrupted impatiently, yet his hands remained meticulous. Those rascals from the Chao gang have quite the keen noses. Once he had stabilized Ling Hao's injuries, Old Amo let out a sigh of relief. He surveyed the disarray of the stone chamber and the pool of toxic blood on the ground, then glanced at Xiao Hui, who was cautiously observing him from the corner. You are rather resilient, surviving the onslaught of Jin Rue's energy and still managing to injure a high-tier beastmaster. Though it's merely surface wounds, it seems you haven't been slacking off these past few days. Ling Hao offered a wry smile. Had it not been for Old Mo's timely arrival, he would have long since become a lifeless corpse. Senior, have you completed your matters? Indeed. I met with a few old acquaintances and gathered some information, Old Mo replied, his expression somewhat grave. The scoundrels from the Tianji Pavilion have not given up. They are still pursuing the whereabouts of the meteorite iron and you. The follow-up assassins from the Shadow Kill Palace are also approaching. Moreover, he paused, looking at Ling Hao. The young man from the Liu family and the girl from the Su family you encountered seem to be searching for the Star Soul Grass, and their quest is intertwined with the fragments of the ruins. A chill ran through Ling Hao's heart. Old Amo continued, We cannot linger in Heifeng AI. Once your condition improves, we shall depart immediately. Where to? To a place that is both safer and more perilous. Old Mo's eyes glimmered with a profound light. The Meteor Mountain Range. It is the site of ancient battleground relics, an inhospitable environment teeming with beasts, yet it harbors countless opportunities and secrets. It is also time for your little companion to undergo its first formal evolution. The Meteor Mountain Range. The ancient battleground. Ling Hao's heart raced, excitement and trepidation intertwining. And your old friends. They too will converge there. Old Mo waved his hand dismissively. Focus on healing. The Chaogang won't dare return for the time being. But do not underestimate the other troubles that lie ahead. For the next few days, stay put in this chamber. With that, Old Mo checked Ling Hao's injuries once more, left behind some elixirs, and took his leave. Ling Hao leaned against the cold stone wall, acutely aware of his agony and weakness, yet his resolve grew ever stronger. The Meteor Mountain Range, a new challenge was about to unfold. Unbeknownst to him, in the shadow of a distant rooftop, a chilling gaze observed through a magical mirror, transmitting every detail of the happenings within the stone chamber, including Old Mo's arrival and words. Target and relationship with the mysterious powerhouse confirmed, suspected master-disciple connection. Plans to head to the Meteor Mountain Range. Recommendation, ambush during their separation from the mysterious powerhouse, seize the target and the mutated treasure ferret. Potentially collaborate with local forces to execute a backstab. The undercurrents did not cease due to Old Mo's intimidation. Rather, they surged towards the more perilous Meteor Mountain Range. Chapter 31. The star veins will unveil, dark currents surge. In the following days, Ling Hao adhered to Old Mo's counsel, remaining indoors and dedicating himself to recuperation. The elixirs left by Old Mo proved remarkably effective. Combined with the Yunling Ju and his nascent golden sharp body, his injuries healed at an astonishing pace. The fracture in his left arm had nearly mended, and the snake venom in his right shoulder was entirely eradicated, leaving behind only 2 ghastly scars. The remaining half-piece of Gungjin's spirit iron was no longer utilized for body refinement. His physical endurance had reached its limit. Instead, it was entirely reserved for Xiaohui. The little creature feasted day and night, its silver fur shimmering ever more brilliantly. When it darted about, the surrounding space rippled with a more pronounced aura, clearly on the verge of evolution. The recovery and enhancement of his strength did not afford Ling Hao a moment's respite. He understood that the retreat of the Chaogang was merely temporary. A far greater storm was brewing. Old Mo's solemn demeanor that day indicated that their adversaries were far more formidable than anticipated. He spent most of his time in meditation, consolidating his realm and familiarizing himself with his surging power, while meticulously analyzing every detail of his encounter with the hulking assassin. The might of a high-tier beast master was indelibly etched in his mind. Had the opponent not underestimated him, had Xiaohui not intervened, had Old Mo not arrived in time, he would have perished 100 times over. The desire to grow stronger had never burned so fiercely. On the evening of the 4th day, Old Mo returned, tossing Ling Hao a set of black, specially crafted garments and a new mask. Change, we prepare to depart. Ling Hao quickly donned the attire, which adjusted seamlessly to his body, providing a snug fit while seemingly offering protection and concealing his aura. The mask was no ordinary item. It could shield against soul probing. Senior, where shall we head in the Meteor Mountain Range? Ling Hao inquired. On the outskirts of the Meteor Mountain Range lies a supply point known as Shattered Star Town, a chaotic hub, a forward base for various factions entering the mountains. We shall meet there with an old friend of mine. Old Mo took a swig of liquor, his eyes narrowing. This journey shall not be peaceful. The Tianji Pavilion has a nose keener than a dog's, and the flies from the Shadow Kill Palace have caught wind of us. There may be other surprises in store. He glanced at Ling Hao. Remember, unless it is a matter of life and death, I will not intervene lightly. Be resourceful. I understand, Senior. Ling Hao nodded earnestly. As night deepened, the two quietly departed the stone chamber, merging into the darkness like 2 shadows. Evading all patrolling black-armored soldiers and hidden eyes, silently exiting the Heifeng AI. Outside the city, Old Mo whistled a peculiar tune. Moments later, a remarkably majestic azure wolf leapt from the forest, affectionately nuzzling Old Mo's hand. This giant wolf, comparable in size to a steed, boasted lustrous, satin-like fur, and its breath revealed its prowess at the low tier of the transformational stage. Old friend, take us a distance. Old Mo patted the wolf's head and, with Ling Hao, mounted its back. With a mighty howl, the azure wolf surged forward, its hooves stirring the wind, transforming into a streak of azure light as it raced along the winding mountain path towards the northwest Meteor Mountain Range, its speed surpassing any steed Ling Hao had ever encountered. The biting night wind whipped past his ears, the scenery on either side blurring into a rapid retreat. Ling Hao was awestruck. This azure wind wolf was undoubtedly a top-tier mount, further deepening the enigma surrounding Old Mo's identity. The journey was silent, save for the howling wind. However, as they traversed over 100 miles and neared a treacherous area known as Crow Ridge, Old Mo suddenly gave a gentle pat to the wolf's neck. Instantly, the azure wind wolf transitioned from vigorous motion to profound stillness, silently crouching beneath the shadow of a cliff, its emerald eyes vigilantly scanning the distant dark ravine. Ling Hao's heart tightened as he followed the direction of its gaze. In the distance, flickering campfire light was visible, accompanied by faint voices, suggesting a group was setting up camp. What alarmed him further were several formidable auras he sensed, one of which rivaled that of the hulking assassin from the Chow gang. "Let us take a detour," Old Mo whispered, wishing to avoid confrontation. Yet, just as the azure wind wolf prepared to stealthily withdraw, a gust of mountain wind fortuitously carried the conversation from the ravine to their ears. "Have you confirmed that artifact truly appeared in Shattered Star Valley?" "Absolutely. The message was obtained at the cost of several mercenaries' lives. While we did not acquire the artifact itself, we witnessed the phenomenon of energy eruption, undeniably emanating from ancient relics, identical in origin to the fragment auctioned at Haifeng AIE. That fragment was snatched by a mysterious figure in Box 0 at Haifeng AIE. I didn't expect there to be clues here. The young lady has ordered that at all costs, we must secure it. However, the fragmented Star Valley is currently in turmoil. It is rumored that members of the Earth Flame sect and the Heavenly Blade sect have also arrived, along with numerous solitary powerhouses. What is there to fear? With the alliance of the Liu and Su families, are we to be intimidated by them? We must hasten to rendezvous with young Master Qing and Miss Qing. The names Liu family, Su family, fragmented Star Valley, and relic fragments echoed in Ling Hao's heart with a sudden intensity. To encounter individuals from the Liu and Su families here is astonishing. Moreover, they too are in pursuit of the relic fragments, their destination being the Meteor Mountain Range, potentially close to the town of Fragmented Star, which they are heading towards. Old Mo's eyes narrowed slightly, a flicker of inscrutable light passing through them. Just then, someone in the camp seemed to have sensed something, a formidable spiritual perception sweeping across like a searchlight. "Who goes there?" A stern shout reverberated from within the camp. Immediately, several powerful auras erupted, locking onto the cliff where the Qingfeng wolf was concealed. "Trouble," Old Mo muttered under his breath, yet remained unfazed. The Qingfeng wolf let out a low growl, its body enveloped in a green glow, clearly preparing for battle. Ling Hao tensed instantly, his soul energy subtly circulating. However, as that spiritual perception swept over their vicinity, it seemed to encounter an invisible barrier, momentarily pausing, failing to pinpoint their exact location. Was it an illusion? A puzzled voice emerged from the mountain hollow. "Be cautious. The vicinity of the Meteor Mountain Range is precarious. It could be a powerful, mysterious beast passing through," another voice remarked. The perception lingered for a brief moment before gradually retracting. A smirk of disdain curled at the corner of Old Mo's mouth as he gently patted the Qingfeng wolf. Understanding the cue, the Qingfeng wolf silently retreated, melding into the deeper shadows, then circumvented the camp via a treacherous path. Only after they distanced themselves from the hollow did Ling Hao exhale in relief, a cold sweat trickling down his back. If they had been discovered, a fierce battle would have been inevitable. "The Liu family and the Su family have arrived as well." Ling Hao spoke in a low tone. "Humph, the allure of relic fragments draws in more than just them," Old Mo replied nonchalantly. "It seems the Meteor Mountain Range is destined for a lively affair. Just as well, the murkier the waters, the more opportunities there are to fish." He glanced at Ling Hao, his words laden with meaning. "Boy, it appears both your fortunes and tribulations are bound to manifest within the Meteor Mountain Range." Ling Hao fell silent, yet a tempest swirled within his heart. Su Qing, Liu Qing, relic fragments, unknown formidable foes. The evolution of Xiaohui. Every clue seemed to converge upon that ancient and perilous land. The path ahead grew increasingly enigmatic, yet ever more anticipatory. The Qingfeng wolf accelerated once more, carrying the two towards the direction of the Meteor Mountain Range with great haste. Behind them, in the distant shadows, a figure that almost melded with the night, like a weightless specter, drifted silently, trailing far behind. The target has altered its route, circumventing Crow Ridge. Contact has been made with the advanced teams of the Liu and Su families. The intended destination is indeed the Meteor Mountain Range's fragmented star town. It is suggested to expedite the deployment of the plan to eliminate using others' hands. The dark tide has already surged towards the Meteor Mountain Range. Chapter 32, Fragmented Star Town. Where heroes converge. The Qingfeng wolf journeyed tirelessly, traversing for 2 more days, the air growing increasingly wild and primal. In the distance, a range of black mountains, seemingly touching the heavens, became ever clearer. That is the Meteor Mountain Range. The peaks were perpetually shrouded in gray-black miasma. intermittently rent by fierce bolts of lightning striking the black ridges, producing thunderous roars. A sense of desolation, antiquity, and danger assailed them. At the foot of the mountains, alongside a turbulent and murky river, a haphazard array of rudimentary structures was scattered: crude stone houses, rickety wooden buildings, and enormous animal skin tents. This was Fragmented Star Town, a chaotic settlement born purely from adventurers and mercenaries without any planning. The town lacked walls, with only some rudimentary barricades and lookout towers. The streets were a quagmire, littered with wheel ruts and animal droppings. The air was lang of sweat, alcohol, blood, and the various odors emanating from mysterious beasts. The inhabitants bore the marks of hardship upon their faces, their gazes fierce, most wielding weapons and bearing scars. Quarrels and brawls were commonplace. Even the butchering of prey and the division of materials occurred openly on the streets, with no one paying heed, as if it were an everyday affair. Old Mo and Ling Hao dismounted from the wolf's back at the town's outskirts, the Qingfeng wolf growling softly before vanishing into the nearby woods. As the two walked into Fragmented Star Town, they immediately attracted numerous scrutinizing gazes. Old Mo's aura was restrained, appearing ordinary, yet his weathered and calm demeanor commanded respect. Though Ling Hao wore a mask, his tall stature and those sharp, battle-hardened eyes emanated an aura that suggested he was not to be trifled with. It was the small gray creature perched on his shoulder that sparked greed in the eyes of many, but upon noticing Old Mo, they quickly averted their gazes in disappointment. Here, subtlety did not equate to safety. A judicious display of strength could mitigate trouble, Old Mo cautioned quietly. Ling Hao nodded silently, activating the spirit cultivation technique. A faint aura of peak 8th level beast taming emanating from him, neither ostentatious nor enough to deter most petty individuals. Old Mo adeptly navigated through the cacophony of the main street, turning into a relatively quieter alley, finally stopping in front of a dilapidated and named old soldier's home. The inn appeared even more ramshackle than the drunken Beast Tavern, yet the broken shield and shattered sword hanging at the entrance exuded an aura of iron and blood. Pushing the door open, they entered a dimly lit interior with few patrons. Several individuals resembling old mercenaries were silently polishing weapons or drinking. Upon seeing Old Mo, they merely nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from further conversation. Behind the counter, a one-armed elder was dozing. Old cripple, 2 rooms, somewhere quiet. Old Mo rapped on the counter. The one-armed elder opened his bleary eyes, a glimmer of sharpness flashing through his murky gaze as he yawned. Humph, still alive, are you? Rooms available. 10 spirit stones a day, no credit. His voice was raspy, akin to sandpaper rubbing against wood. Old Mo tossed a small pouch of spirit stones. The one-armed elder did not even glance at it, pocketing it before tossing out 2 rusted keys. 2 rooms at the far end of the 3rd floor. After receiving the keys, Old Mo did not ascend immediately, but led Ling Hao to an empty table in the corner, ordering 2 cups of inferior wheat wine. Wait for me here, I need to meet someone, Old Mo murmured. Remember, do not trust anyone, and do not reveal Xiao Hui's capabilities easily. I will return shortly. With that, he vanished once more into the shadows of the town. Ling Hao sat alone in the corner, slowly sipping the bitter wheat wine while his spiritual perception quietly spread out, gathering information from the surroundings. The conversations of the old mercenaries in the inn were hushed. Yet Ling Hao was still able to catch some fragmented snippets of information. The Earth Flame sect and the Heavenly Blade sect clashed yesterday at the eastern edge of the town. Several lost their lives. The Poison Wolf mercenary group discovered an ancient relic entrance in the Fragmented Star Valley, but lost over half their members, gaining nothing. In the black market, someone is offering a high price for a silver beast that can flicker in space. The bounty is frighteningly high. Members of the Liu and Su families have also arrived, staying at the largest inn in the southern part of the town. Their presence is significant. The information was chaotic, yet all pointed towards the disorder and opportunities present in this place. Relics, treasures, bloodshed, bounties, and covetous gazes directed at Xiao Hui. Ling Hao felt an increasing wariness in his heart. Just then, the inn's door swung open once more, and a faint, fragrant scent that contrasted sharply with the surrounding environment wafted in. Ling Hao instinctively looked up, his pupils constricting in shock. Entering were 3 individuals. Leading them was none other than Su Qing, clad in a light purple outfit, her demeanor serene and her figure graceful. She was accompanied by the recently recuperated maid, Xiao Huan, and a middle-aged female guard whose demeanor was calm and whose gaze was sharp. They seemed to intend to rest here for a while. Su Qing's eyes swept across the dimly lit inn, pausing momentarily on Ling Hao. He immediately lowered his head, feigning interest in his drink, though his heart raced uncontrollably. Despite having altered his appearance and aura, he still dared not let his guard down in the presence of this perceptive woman. It appeared that Su Qing did not recognize him. She merely found the solitary, masked youth in the corner rather reclusive and thus lost interest, proceeding directly to the counter. 3 rooms. Su Qing's voice was cool and melodious. The one-armed old man maintained his indifferent demeanor, quoting the price. Just as Su Qing was about to pay with spirit stones, the inn's door was violently flung open, a gust of warm air swirling in, accompanied by an air of arrogance. A group of 5 or 6 cultivators clad in uniform crimson attire, emblazoned with a flame emblem on their chests, entered. Led by a haughty young man, none other than a disciple of the Earth Flame sect. They seemed to have just emerged from a brawl, still reeking of blood and malevolence. "Boss, clear out the best rooms for me," the young man from the Earth Flame sect shouted brazenly, his gaze sweeping across the inn, lighting up with a glimmer of lewdness upon spotting Su Qing. "Oh, where did this little beauty come from? Here to seek treasures as well? This Broken Star town is quite perilous. Why not stick with us, brothers? We can ensure your safety and have some fun." He and his cohort approached with mocking grins. Maid Xiao Huan and the middle-aged female guard immediately positioned themselves in front of Su Qing, their expressions icy. "Impudence. Humph. You're asking for trouble." The young man from the Earth Flame sect's countenance darkened. "Do you know who I am? I am Hui Yun, an inner disciple of the Earth Flame sect. If you are wise, you will accompany me for a few drinks. Otherwise..." Before he could finish, the middle-aged female guard suddenly unleashed a formidable aura, revealing herself to be a high-tier beastmaster, not at all inferior to the massive men from the Chao gang they had encountered previously. The overwhelming pressure caused the faces of the Earth Flame sect disciples to shift dramatically, their arrogance diminishing significantly. Hui Yun's expression flickered, clearly. He had not anticipated the strength of the opposing guard. Yet, unwilling to lose face in front of so many, he blustered. "So what if you are a high-tier beastmaster? An elder from the Earth Flame sect is in town. You all can leave." A frigid voice interrupted him. Su Qing slowly turned around, revealing a jade token in her hand, inscribed with a complex cloud pattern emblem. At its center was a small sword piercing through a scroll. Upon seeing this emblem, Hui Yun and the disciples of the Earth Flame sect paled, as if they had seen a ghost. Wind Whisper Academy, core disciple token. Hui Yun's voice quivered with fear and disbelief. The Wind Whisper Academy was a formidable institution, far beyond the reach of a sect like the Earth Flame sect. Core disciples were esteemed pillars of the Academy's future. "You ignorant fools. You have offended my senior sister. Please forgive us. We will leave at once." Hui Yun, terrified, bowed repeatedly, dragging his companions out of the inn in a state of utter disgrace. The inn fell silent once more, and the gazes of the veteran mercenaries towards Su Qing were tinged with awe. With an expressionless face, Su Qing tucked away the jade token, as if she had merely shooed away a few flies. As she passed by Ling Hao's table, her steps hesitated slightly, the corner of her eye seemingly scanning him again. Yet ultimately, she said nothing and ascended the stairs with her entourage. Ling Hao, however, felt a tempest within him. A core disciple of the Wind Whisper Academy. Su Qing's status exceeded his expectations. Moreover, she seemed to harbor a hint of suspicion towards him. Just then, Old Mo's voice whispered in his ear, "Kid, have you finished your observations? Head upstairs." Ling Hao looked up, realizing Old Mo had returned and was standing at the staircase's entrance, his gaze laden with significance. He hurriedly rose to follow. Upon entering the room on the 3rd floor, Old Mo established a simple soundproof barrier. "Have you seen that little girl from the Su family?" Old Mo inquired, a hint of amusement in his tone. Ling Hao nodded, recounting the earlier events. "The Wind Whisper Academy, huh? Trouble?" Old Mo scoffed, then turned serious. "Let's not dwell on that. My old friend has also arrived in Broken Star Town. There are some new developments regarding the relic fragments and Star Soul Grass." Ling Hao's spirits lifted. The Broken Star Valley indeed bore mysteries, with recent abnormal energy fluctuations suspected to be linked to ancient relics, though the entrance was erratic and perilous. Several groups had ventured in previously, but none had returned. Old Mo's voice grew grave. "As for the Star Soul Grass, it is rumored to exist deep within the valley. But the guardian beasts are exceptionally powerful, at least at the sovereign tier, perhaps even higher." Sovereign tier. Ling Hao inhaled sharply. That was equivalent to beings above the human beastmaster rank, far beyond his current capability. However, all was not lost. Old Mo shifted his tone. "My old friend is adept in formations and divination. He has predicted that in 3 days, the toxic miasma surrounding the Broken Star Valley will experience a brief period of abatement, making it the optimal time to enter. Moreover, he requires someone with pure soul energy and a robust physique to help anchor a formation node." Old Mo's gaze settled on Ling Hao. "I believe you are quite suitable." Ling Hao instantly comprehended. This was Old Mo's purpose for bringing him here. It was both an opportunity and a trial. "I am willing to give it a try," Ling Hao declared without hesitation. "Good." Old Mo nodded. "In these 3 days, you should refrain from going out and focus on adjusting your state. I will provide you with a simple map of the valley and cautionary details regarding dangerous areas. In 3 days, we shall set forth. After imparting his instructions, old Mo returned to his room. Ling Hao sat cross-legged on the bed, his mind tumultuous. The Broken Star Valley, relics, sovereign tier guardian beasts, star soul grass, Su Qing, and various factions, all clues intertwined. He took a deep breath, suppressing distractions, and began to cultivate the soul nurturing technique, striving to attain his peak condition. No matter the dangers that lay ahead, for the sake of gaining strength and unraveling the mysteries of his lineage, he must press on. Meanwhile, in the room below him, Su Qing stood by the window, gazing at the meteorite mountain shrouded in thunderclouds, absent-mindedly stroking the wind whisper Academy Jade token, her delicate brows furrowed. Xiaohuan, do you feel that the masked individual downstairs earlier, his gaze and the small beast on his shoulder, seemed somewhat familiar? Chapter 33, A Sudden Change at the Valley Entrance. The poisonous flood dragon blocks the path. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Ling Hao remained indoors, diligently cultivating in the third-floor room of the old soldier's home. The soul-nurturing technique ran continuously, bringing his condition to its zenith. Though his soul's origin had not fully healed, it had become remarkably stable under the residual effects of the star soul elixir and the cultivation technique. With his soul energy surging powerfully, his body, tempered by the golden sharp qi, now contained explosive strength, each movement emanating a sharp aura. Little Gray had consumed the last morsel of the gung metal spirit iron. The little creature had not grown in size, but its entire body shimmered with a silvery sheen, almost as if forged from mercury, exhibiting exceptional agility. It had become increasingly adept at manipulating spatial fluctuations, occasionally playing and managing to flicker briefly within a very small range. Old Mo visited once more during this time, handing Ling Hao a rudimentary map made of beast hide, marking several relatively safe routes around the perimeter of the Broken Star Valley and a few areas of extreme danger, while repeatedly cautioning him on the necessary precautions upon entering the valley. On the morning of the 3rd day, before dawn, old Mo knocked on Ling Hao's door. Let us go? The two departed quietly from the old soldier's home, without disturbing anyone. The streets were still desolate, with only a few early-rising mercenaries and adventurers preparing their gear. Upon exiting Broken Star Town, old Mo chose to walk rather than summon the Qingfeng wolf. As one draws nearer to the Meteor Mountain range, the oppressive atmosphere intensifies, and chaotic currents of energy swirl about, causing flying mounts to become increasingly difficult to control. The Shattered Star Valley lies to the northeast of the Meteor Mountains, a vast chasm seemingly carved by celestial meteors. Within the valley, a kaleidoscope of toxic miasma perennially lingers, corrosive in nature and capable of disorienting one's soul power, rendering it a forbidden zone for life. Only during specific periods does the miasma at the valley's periphery temporarily weaken, allowing for cautious exploration. The two individuals moved with remarkable speed, reaching the outskirts of the Shattered Star Valley in less than an hour. The sight before them was breathtaking. A colossal rift, unfathomably deep and spanning dozens of miles, lay across the earth, within which swirled a vibrant poison mist resembling a rainbow, intermittently illuminated by strange flashes of lightning. At the valley's entrance, a throng of no fewer than several hundred people had gathered, each faction clearly delineated in their positions of advantage. To the east stood a multitude of disciples from the Earth Flame sect, clad in fiery red garments, their presence exuding an intense heat. Leading them was an elderly man with a crimson complexion, emanating a profound aura, unmistakably a master of the beast mastery spirit realm. They had evidently caught wind of the diminishing miasma. To the west, the disciples of the Heavenly Blade sect, armed with long sabers and brimming with murderous intent, were led by a one-armed middle-aged swordsman, his gaze as sharp as a hawk's, also of spirit realm cultivation. The southern area, the most populous and chaotic, was occupied by various mercenary groups and lone wanderers, many of whom exuded formidable auras, yet fought independently, akin to scattered sand. To the north, a regimented group clad in uniform attire was led by members of the Lu and Su families. Lu Qing and Su Qing were prominently present, accompanied by several powerful elder guardians. Lu Qing appeared to be ingratiating himself with Su Qing, who maintained a cold demeanor, her gaze frequently scanning the valley, seemingly awaiting something. Old Mo and Ling Hao melded inconspicuously into the crowd of scattered cultivators. Old Mo suppressed his aura, resembling an ordinary old mercenary, while Ling Hao donned a mask, discreetly standing behind him. It seemed the news had spread more swiftly than anticipated. Old Mo muttered under his breath, "Well, the muddier the waters, the easier it is to fish." As time passed, the vibrant poison mist at the valley's entrance indeed began to thin at a visibly rapid pace, its colors gradually fading, and the oppressive corrosive energy and disarray of soul power significantly lessening. The crowd began to stir, all holding their breath in anticipation of the opportune moment to enter. Suddenly, the elderly man from the Earth Flame sect opened his eyes wide and bellowed, "Go!" In an instant, the crowd surged toward the valley entrance like a flood unleashed. "Stay close to me," Old Mo commanded, his figure moving not to the forefront, but rather skillfully navigating the periphery of the throng. Opting for a relatively secluded approach into the valley, Ling Hao followed closely, channeling the spirit-nurturing technique to its utmost, enveloping himself in soul power to ward off the lingering toxicity of the miasma. His poison-resistant body proved invaluable in this moment, granting him resilience far surpassing that of ordinary individuals. Upon entering the valley, the light dimmed instantly. Surrounding them were grotesque, twisted rocks, the ground riddled with fissures, exuding an odor of sulfur and decay. The thin, colorful miasma drifted like gauze, visibility dwindling to less than 50 meters. The various factions, upon entry, immediately dispersed, hastily advancing in different directions according to their respective goals and maps, soon vanishing into the varying densities of the miasma. Inevitably, clashes over routes or treasures ensued, with shouts, the sounds of battle, and agonizing cries emanating from different directions. Old Mo appeared quite familiar with this place, leading Ling Hao through a convoluted path, steering clear of several hazardous areas marked on their map and avoiding skirmishing groups, swiftly advancing deeper into the valley. Their objective lay in the northeastern section, a place known as the Poison Dragon Pool, where Old Mo's old friend, along with a potential area for Star Soul Grass, was believed to be located. As they ventured deeper, the miasma thickened once more, the ground becoming adorned with various bizarre and highly toxic mosses and fungi, while the air was laced with a dizzying sweetness. Occasionally, rare poisonous insects and serpents from the outside world scurried past. Suddenly, a violent commotion erupted from the forefront, where the disciples of the Earth Flame sect and Heavenly Blade sect were located. "Be careful, it's the poison miasma centipede. Retreat." "Ah, my leg." Before them lay a relatively open area filled with stone formations, where countless monstrous centipedes, the thickness of an arm and adorned with vibrant colors, had emerged from the ground. Covered in a mass of legs, they spewed toxic mist, their speed akin to lightning, ruthlessly attacking the intruders. Several disciples from the Earth Flame sect and Heavenly Blade sect, having charged too hastily, were enveloped by the toxic fog, their screams echoing as their bodies rapidly decayed and melted away. The remaining individuals, seized by terror, hastily retreated, unleashing various mystical techniques to fend off the poisonous creatures, momentarily obstructing their path. "Divert," Old Mo commanded decisively, immediately altering their course to navigate through a narrower passageway lined with slick toxic moss beneath a steep cliff. Ling Hao followed closely, executing the spirit-nurturing technique, his steps light and agile as he narrowly evaded the seemingly innocuous, yet lethal toxic moss. However, just as they were about to traverse this precarious cliff area, a thunderous boom resounded from above. A massive boulder, eroded by the miasma and precariously loosened, suddenly collapsed without warning, plummeting towards Ling Hao with the force of a thunderbolt. The rock's sheer expanse and velocity offered no opportunity for evasion. "Watch out," Old Mo shouted in alarm, but it was too late for any rescue. Ling Hao's pupils dilated, and at this life-and-death juncture, the power of the spirit-nurturing technique and his golden-sharp body surged to their zenith. Instead of retreating, he lunged forward, his body twisting as golden-hued soul power coalesced upon his right fist, transforming him into a drawn sword as he struck the descending boulder. Countering with aggression, golden-sharp rock breaker. A deafening crash reverberated through the valley. Ling Hao's fist collided violently with the colossal boulder. The surface of the stone instantly fractured into a web of cracks before erupting into countless fragments that scattered in all directions. Ling Hao was thrown back by the tremendous recoil, blood surging within him as he staggered back 7 or 8 steps, each footfall leaving deep impressions upon the hard ground. His right fist was bloodied and raw, his arm numb and aching, yet he ultimately weathered the impact. This spectacle was witnessed by Lu's and Su's groups, who were desperately fending off the poison centipedes nearby. Lu Qing stood dumbfounded, incredulously staring at the masked youth who had shattered the boulder with a single punch. What terrifying strength and physical prowess was this? How could one at the Beast Mastery realm achieve such feats? Su Qing's beautiful eyes sparkled with astonishment as she fixated on Ling Hao's bloodied fist, glimmering with a faint golden sheen, and the silver creature perched on his shoulder. Its fur bristled in fright, emanating a faint spatial fluctuation. All her previous doubts and the inexplicable sense of familiarity coalesced into clarity in that moment. A powerful physique, enigmatic strength, a silver creature, spatial fluctuations, one name, thought long forgotten and presumed dead, flashed like lightning through her mind. Ling Hao. She gasped in shock, her voice barely above a whisper, yet brimming with disbelief and astonishment. How could he still be alive? Not only alive, but so powerful. How had he appeared here? Her exclamation, though not loud amidst the chaos of the valley, distinctly reached the ears of several nearby individuals. Lu Qing abruptly turned his gaze towards Su Qing, then towards Ling Hao, his expression morphing from shock to profound jealousy and darkness. Meanwhile, further afield, several scattered cultivators, who had appeared to be evading venomous creatures, suddenly exchanged glances filled with icy malice, stealthily closing in on Ling Hao's direction. A sense of foreboding washed over Ling Hao. He had ultimately been recognized. Old Mo furrowed his brow, stepping protectively in front of Ling Hao, a glint of fierce determination flashing in his murky eyes. At that moment, as tension escalated, a terrifying, soul-shattering roar erupted from the depths of the valley. The sound resonated like thunder, imbued with boundless ferocity and pressure, instantly drowning out all fighting and commotion. The entire Shattered Star Valley seemed to tremble in response to that roar. Everyone's faces paled, eyes wide with dread as they gazed into the valley's depths. They beheld the dense, multicolored poisonous miasma swirling violently, as if boiling. Following that, an enormous shadow slowly raised its head from within the miasma. It was a dragon's head, resembling a small mountain, covered in grimy black-green scales, with a prominent bulge on its crown. Its scarlet vertical pupils exuded a chilling malice, reminiscent of a portal to hell, emanating a terrifying pressure of the monarch-tier beast. The poison dragon, the guardian of the Shattered Star Valley, had been roused prematurely. Its frigid gaze swept across the humans below, resembling mere ants, before it suddenly opened its massive jaws. A torrent of dark green venom, cascading like a waterfall, surged towards the densest cluster of people, akin to a wave of destruction. The stench of death swiftly enveloped the entire entrance of the Shattered Star Valley. Chapter 34. Escaping the Dragon's Maw, Shadows of Doubt loom. The oppressive aura of the monarch-tier beast surged like a tangible tsunami, sweeping through the entrance of the entire valley. Before the torrent of dark green venom could reach them, the horrific corrosive energy it emitted caused the air to hiss and groan, as the rocks beneath dissolved at a visible rate, vaporizing. The shadow of death seized every heart in an iron grip. Quick, take cover. Defend yourselves. Erect barriers. Yet, the cries of alarm, screams of terror, and desperate roars were instantly drowned out by the roaring torrent of venom. The disciples of the Earth Flame sect and the Skyblade sect, at the forefront, bore the brunt of the assault. Several slower reacting disciples were instantly engulfed by the venom, their protective soul lights shattering like paper. Their bodies along with their armor and weapons disintegrating in an instant, their cries cut short. Even their spirit beasts could not emit a sound before turning to wisps of smoke. The red-faced elder and the one-armed swordsman were driven to the brink of madness, simultaneously unleashing their formidable soul power at the spirit master level. A blazing shield of scarlet flames and a barrier of condensed sword energy swiftly unfurled, barely shielding their core disciples behind them. Boom. The torrent of venom collided violently with the hastily erected joint defense of the two sects, producing a deafening crash. The flame shield swayed violently, the sword energy barrier shattered inch by inch, and both spirit masters turned pale, simultaneously spitting out blood and staggering backward. Their disciples behind them were thrown into chaos, suffering heavy casualties. The scattered cultivators experienced an even grimmer fate, resembling a hellscape. Without organization or strong protectors, the venom swept through, mowing down entire groups of adventurers like wheat before a scythe, leaving only despair in its wake. On the side of the Liu and Su families, the situation was somewhat better, but equally dire. Several spirit masters adept at beast control reacted swiftly, joining forces to erect a massive energy barrier, sheltering their own disciples within. The dark green venom crashed against the barrier with tremendous force, causing it to twist violently, emitting groans of unbearable strain. The guardians maintaining the barrier trembled violently, their faces turning ashen. Lu Qing, pale with fear, instinctively sought to huddle closer to Su Qing. Though her complexion was wan, her gaze remained unnaturally calm. The jade token from the Wind Whisper Academy in her hand emanated a soft glow, forming a smaller personal shield that enveloped her and Xiao Huan, providing temporary safety. Amidst the swirling venom and chaos, an eerie tranquility enveloped the area occupied by Ling Hao and Old Mo. Just as the cataclysmic surge of venom was about to engulf them, it appeared to encounter an invisible barrier, parting effortlessly to bypass their small haven. Indeed, it was Old Mo's doing. Maintaining his languid demeanor, he had raised a finger at some point, a barely perceptible glimmer of dark light flickering at his fingertip, forming an exceedingly minute yet remarkably stable force field that perfectly shielded both him and Ling Hao. While the outside world was engulfed in venomous turmoil, they remained utterly unmoved. Ling Hao could even vividly witness the dark green venom cascading like a waterfall on either side, corroding everything in its path. The acrid stench and the imminent threat of death loomed perilously close, yet were firmly kept at bay. He was profoundly shaken. Was this truly Old Mo's true prowess? To face the full might of a monarch-tier beast with such nonchalance? However, Old Mo's brow furrowed slightly, and he muttered under his breath, "This troublesome serpent. What madness drives it? It seems to be targeting us specifically." Before his words could settle, the poison dragon seemed to sense the anomaly in their vicinity. Its cold vertical pupils pierced through the chaotic miasma, locking onto the unscathed forms of Old Mo and Ling Hao, especially when its gaze fell upon Ling Hao, or rather, a certain spot in Ling Hao's arms. An unmistakable flicker of human-like greed and fury flashed in its pupils. Roar! The poison dragon emitted an even more frenzied roar, abandoning all others. Its massive form surged forward, churning the miasma like a black mountain, barreling straight towards Old Mo and Ling Hao. The enormous tail of the dragon swept through, obliterating all obstacles in its path, be they rocks or unfortunate cultivators, reducing them to dust. Damn it, something is indeed amiss. Old Mo's expression darkened, losing his prior composure. While he may not fear the poison dragon, being ensnared would expose too much of his strength, inevitably attracting the scrutiny of all hidden forces, an outcome too dire to contemplate. Moreover, he was burdened by Ling Hao. A liability. Let us go. He grasped Ling Hao's shoulder, his figure instantly blurring, no longer moving in a simple straight line, but rather employing an arcane gait, traversing the twisted rocks and rampant miasma with astonishing speed, leaving trails of afterimages in his wake. The poison dragon, incensed, pursued relentlessly. Wherever it passed, the earth quaked and the venom spewed forth, turning the entire valley entrance into chaos. This scene left those who had narrowly escaped the venom momentarily dumbfounded. The red-faced elder of the Earth Flame sect and the one-armed swordsman of the Sky Blade sect exchanged glances, a glimmer of deep apprehension flickering in their eyes as they beheld Old Mo's ghostly agility. They questioned whether they could have evaded the poison dragon's relentless targeting and assault under such circumstances. That old man was undoubtedly a concealed master. "Elder, what do we do?" One of the Earth Flame sect disciples asked, still shaken. "Keep up. Maintain your distance." The red-faced elder's eyes gleamed with greed and calculation, realizing that the old man and the boy must possess treasures that attracted the poison dragon. In a struggle between clam and clam, the fisherman benefits. The Skyblade sect harbored similar intentions, the one-armed swordsman commanding, "Follow from a distance. Wait for the opportune moment." On the Liu and Su family side, the barrier dissipated, leaving a scene of devastation, including several fallen outer guards. Lu Qing watched in glee as Ling Hao and Old Mo were relentlessly pursued by the poison dragon, a malicious grin spreading across his face, deservedly so. Offending Sister Su Qing, even the beasts cannot tolerate it. It would be best if the poison dragon turned them into mush. However, Su Qing's brows knit tightly, her beautiful eyes flickering with uncertainty. She perceived more clearly than others that the poison dragon's intent was sharply focused, not merely aimless. Ling Hao. What secrets dwell within him that incite such frenzied pursuit from the fearsome beasts of the June rank? Moreover, the elder safeguarding him possesses an unfathomable strength. "Miss Qing, this place is perilous. Should we retreat?" suggested the female guard beside her. Su Qing pondered for a moment before shaking her head. "No, let us follow closely, but with caution. I sense that matters are far from straightforward." An instinct stirred within her, hinting that this could be an opportunity to unveil the mysteries surrounding Ling Hao and perhaps even to reconcile with him. The thought left her momentarily astonished. Thus, an extraordinary scene unfolded. Elder Mo, with Ling Hao in tow, fled ahead at an astonishing speed, pursued relentlessly by the June rank poison serpent, which laid waste to everything in its wake. In the distance, the forces of the Earth Flame sect, the Heavenly Blade sect, the Liu and Su clans, and other audacious rogue cultivators, who had narrowly escaped, trailed behind like relentless parasites, forming a bizarre chain of pursuit. The entire periphery of the Shattered Star Valley devolved into chaos due to this sudden onslaught. Despite Elder Mo's swiftness, carrying a companion rendered him slower than the full-force chase of the poison serpent. The distance between them steadily diminished. The serpent intermittently exhaled toxic breath, which, though easily dispelled by Elder Mo, severely disrupted their trajectory. Several times, Ling Hao felt the terrifying gust and foul odor as the serpent's tail swept past him. "Senior," Ling Hao exclaimed, anxiety gnawing at him. "This cannot continue like this." "Silence. Conserve your energy," Elder Mo barked, his sharp gaze scanning the surroundings as if searching for something. At last, a massive, inky black cold pool appeared ahead. The icy waters emanated a numbing chill, intertwining with the surrounding poisonous miasma to form a hazy zone. This was marked on the map as an extremely dangerous area, the poison dragon pool's edge. Behind them, the poison serpent drew near, its gaping maw opening once more, this time unleashing a concentrated, dark-hued toxic breath that rocketed toward them like a cannonball, sealing off all avenues of escape. To their left, right, and ahead lay steep cliffs shrouded in poison and the endless cold pool. There was no escape, no retreat. Now, a gleam flickered in Elder Mo's eyes. Instead of defending or charging onward, he suddenly thrust Ling Hao toward the cold pool at an angle. Simultaneously, he straightened his previously hunched back with remarkable vigor. A terrifying aura, surpassing that of the spirit realm and causing even the distant pursuers to shudder in their souls, erupted from him like a slumbering volcano. For the first time, he released his grip on the wine gourd, his fingers splayed forward in a commanding gesture. Buzz, a complex and intricate arcane rune, forged from pure soul energy, materialized before his palm, magnifying as if it were an indomitable ancient shield. Boom! The concentrated black toxic breath struck the rune shield with tremendous force. There was no cataclysmic explosion, only a disconcerting hissing sound, the energy annihilating itself. The rune shield trembled violently, its brilliance flickering, yet it steadfastly absorbed and dissipated the terrifying toxic breath capable of obliterating a small mountain. Elder Mo's form swayed slightly before regaining its steadiness. His robes billowed as if caught in an unseen wind, his gaze as frigid as millennia-old ice, devoid of the usual nonchalance. In that moment, he transformed from a disheveled old drunkard into a peerless powerhouse, gazing down upon the world. All those tracking from a distance, including the two from the spirit realm, gasped in astonishment, halting in their tracks. What level of mastery is that? King level? Or even emperor level? Who exactly is this old man? The poison serpent seemed to sense the threat, emitting a perplexed hiss, its massive body coiling slightly, its icy vertical pupils filled with wariness and a hint of barely perceptible fear. As Ling Hao was propelled towards the cold pool, he steadied himself in midair, landing upon a slick boulder at the pool's edge. He turned back to witness the shocking spectacle, his heart churning with tumultuous waves. Yet, before he could ponder further, an unexpected phenomenon occurred. The little gray creature in his arms, seemingly agitated by Elder Mo's explosive aura and the poison serpent's oppressive presence, suddenly became extremely restless, its silver sheen intensifying as it emitted a sharp shriek uncontrollably. Simultaneously, Ling Hao felt the pendant resting against his chest, previously quiet, now pulsating with a fervent, warning heat. It was as though it responded to the little gray-esque cry and the pendant-esque disturbance. Gurgle, gurgle the previously tranquil, ink-black surface of the cold pool began to boil violently without warning. A massive, deep whirlpool rapidly formed in the center of the pool. An ancient, chilling terror emanated from the depths of the whirlpool, a force more despairing than that of the poisoned serpent, suddenly ensnaring Ling Hao, who stood at the pool's edge. What? Ling Hao's complexion drastically changed, and before he could react, he felt himself seized by an invisible hand, yanked toward the unfathomable dark vortex. Little Gray, he managed to exclaim before being engulfed by the icy water and endless darkness. Roar! The poisoned serpent was momentarily taken aback by this unforeseen turn of events. Halting its assault, Elder Mo turned abruptly, witnessing Ling Hao being drawn into the whirlpool, his expression darkening ominously. Damn it! Is it the twin birth nest? That old fool miscalculated. He wished to intervene, but the poisoned serpent unleashed another threatening growl from behind, restraining his movements. The pursuers in the distance were equally astonished by the string of events. Beneath the cold pool lay an even greater danger. Had that young man been dragged in? What fate awaited him, life or death? Su Qing instinctively stepped forward, a glimmer of unacknowledged concern flashing in her beautiful eyes. The whirlpool continued to spin wildly, emanating a terrifying aura of devouring everything, as if it were a colossal maw leading to the depths of hell. Ling Hao's figure had long since vanished, leaving only the frigid waters as proof that the recent events were no mere illusion. Elder Mo faced the June-rank poisoned serpent alone, his face dark as thunder, exuding a low pressure that deterred the distant pursuers from approaching. The poisoned serpent warily fixed its gaze upon Elder Mo, glancing at the eerie whirlpool, seemingly filled with trepidation. Hesitant to act, the entire scene descended into an eerie stalemate. Countless questions filled every mind. What lies beneath the cold pool? What is the source of the terrifying pull that ensnared Ling Hao? Is it an even greater danger or an unexpected opportunity? What is the extent of Elder Mo's true identity and power? Can he escape the poisoned serpent to rescue Ling Hao? Is Ling Hao alive or dead? Why does he attract both the pursuit of the poisoned serpent and the lure of the whirlpool? What secrets do the pendant and the little gray creature conceal? How will the various factions proceed? Will they continue to gamble and wait, or will they retreat? The exploration of Shattered Star Valley had only just begun, yet it had already spiraled into unforeseen complexities, surpassing all expectations. Meanwhile, Ling Hao's fate sank into the unknown darkness alongside the whirlpool. Chapter 35, Survival in the Abyss. Legacy of the Ancient Cultivators. Frigid. The bone-chilling cold instantly enveloped every inch of Ling Hao's skin, as though even his soul were on the verge of freezing. Endless darkness and immense water pressure pressed in from all sides, the terrifying pull dragging him downward at an alarming rate. The only sound in his ears the furious rush of water. He struggled desperately, attempting to swim upward, but the force of the whirlpool exceeded all imagination, akin to countless invisible hands firmly pulling him into the abyss. The air within his lungs swiftly diminished, the sensation of suffocation coiling around him like a constricting python. Just as consciousness teetered on the brink of being devoured by darkness, the pendant affixed to his chest once again radiated warmth. A gentle force spread forth, barely dispelling some of the chill and providing him with a final, scant breath of air. Simultaneously, he felt the small creature in his arms, Xiaohui, clutching tightly to his clothing, emanating a faint silvery glow. This spatial fluctuation seemed to disrupt, to some extent, the oppressive water currents surrounding him, granting him a moment's respite. It was unclear how long he had been submerged, but just as Ling Hao was on the verge of surrendering, that terrifying suction abruptly vanished, replaced by an uplifting buoyancy. Instinctively, he fought against the water, propelling himself upwards. With a splash, he burst forth from the surface, collapsing onto the cold, hard ground, coughing violently while greedily inhaling the damp, yet unburdened air. Xiaohui also wriggled free from his embrace, shaking off its wet fur and emitting a cautious squeak. After regaining his breath, Ling Hao laboriously lifted his head to survey his surroundings. He appeared to be in an immense underground cavern. Above him was not the sky, but a multitude of stalactites radiating ghostly blue and pale green luminescence, providing a faint yet sufficient light. The air was humid, permeated by a subtle scent of sulfur and the essence of ancient dust. The dark underground cold pool from which he had just emerged occupied a significant portion of the cavern, its surface now tranquil, as if the horrific whirlpool had never existed. Surrounding the cavern were winding passages, their destinations unknown. In the face of despair, he found a glimmer of hope. Ling Hao collapsed to the ground, feeling the fatigue of surviving a near-death experience. The ominous poison serpent, the terrifying whirlpool, the mysterious deep pool, each element was steeped in enigma. What had become of old Mo? What was happening outside? A torrent of questions flooded his mind, yet none could be answered. The immediate priority was to regain his strength, explore the environment, and seek an escape. Struggling to sit up, he activated the spirit-gathering technique, endeavoring to dispel the chill and restore his nearly depleted soul power. Xiaohui remained alert by his side, its dark, bright eyes scanning the unfamiliar surroundings. Approximately an hour later, Ling Hao had regained much of his vigor. He stood up, resolved to explore the cavern. The interior of the cavern was even more expansive than he had anticipated, the passages intricate and labyrinthine. Utilizing his formidable soul perception and discerning abilities, he deftly navigated past hidden venomous creatures and natural traps along the way. As he delved deeper, he discovered signs of human excavation, faint runes on the walls, and a smooth stone pathway beneath his feet. This place was certainly not merely a natural cavern. Finally, after traversing a narrow corridor, he emerged into a grander underground expanse. At the center of this space lay a desiccated circular pool crafted from white jade, its bottom etched with intricate array patterns. Though long since inactive, its extraordinary nature still lingered. Scattered around were decaying wooden frames and shattered remnants of alchemical furnaces. Most striking of all was a slightly elevated stone platform at the far end of the chamber, upon which rested a complete human skeleton, seated in a meditative posture. The garments adorning the bones had long since crumbled, yet the skeleton itself bore a lustrous, jade-like sheen, indicative of its owner's profound cultivation during life. On the fingers of the skeletal hand adorned a quaint dark golden ring. Before it lay an intact jade slip in a palm-sized black box, neither made of metal nor wood. Name: remains of a meditating practitioner. Information: profound cultivation, fallen eons ago. The corpse remains uncorrupted, bones of jade-like quality. Status: energy expended. A faint residual aura of obsession lingers. Name: high-level storage ring. Status: contains a vast internal space. Residual restrictions are potent, requiring soul power to gradually unravel. Name: Heirloom Jade Slip. Effect: records information, requires soul power to access. Status: well-preserved, energy stable. Name: Sealing Spirit Treasure Box. Effect: seals living beings or extremely unstable energies through special means. isolating all sensory probing. Status: intact seal. Internal life energy is exceedingly faint, nearly non-existent. The box's surface bore subtle claw marks, the resting place of an ancient powerhouse. Ling Hao's heart raced with excitement, yet he remained vigilant. He first bowed thrice in reverence to the skeleton. I am Ling Hao, a junior who has inadvertently intruded upon your serene domain. If I have caused any offense, I humbly seek your forgiveness. Following his gestures, the storage ring on the skeleton's finger seemed to emit a faint glimmer, as if the lingering obsession acknowledged his respect. Only then did Ling Hao cautiously approach, first retrieving the jade slip and infusing it with his soul power. A torrent of information surged into his mind. This jade slip was not a manual of cultivation techniques, but rather the last words of an ancient practitioner who referred to himself as Xianyu Jinren. He hailed from a long-extinct ancient sect, and had established this abode to suppress the nether passage deep within the cold pool and to guard an extraordinary treasure that had flown forth from that passage. He had been gravely wounded in battle against a formidable foe attempting to seize the treasure, ultimately meditating to death in this place. His final words were filled with nostalgia for his sect, regret for not being able to fully seal the passage, and deep concern for that extraordinary treasure. The slip concluded with a warning that the treasure lay sealed within the adjacent sealing spirit treasure box, and cautioned that unless one possessed royal-level strength, they should never attempt to open it lightly, lest they suffer a backlash or even invoke catastrophic disaster. The storage ring was left as a gift for a fated individual. Ling Hao's heart trembled. The nether passage? An extraordinary treasure? Only royal-level cultivators could access it? What kind of calamity had Xianyu Jinren been suppressing? His gaze fell upon the black sealing spirit treasure box. If even royal-level cultivators were wary of it, the contents within must be extraordinarily fearsome. Reflecting on the earlier violent upheaval of the poison serpent and the strange suction of the cold pool, could they be related to what lay within that box? He forcibly suppressed the curiosity and trepidation swelling within, heeding the warning and refraining from touching the box. His attention shifted to the dark golden storage ring. As he probed with his soul power, he indeed encountered a formidable restriction. He activated the spirit gathering technique, his soul power flowing like a gentle stream, patiently washing over and unraveling the barrier. This process consumed nearly half of his soul power, but at last, with a soft click, the restriction was broken. As his consciousness entered the ring's interior, Ling Hao was instantly astounded. The space within the ring was far more expansive than his previous one, akin to the size of a room. Neatly arranged inside were numerous items, dozens of jade slips, categorized into various fields such as alchemy, weapon forging, formations, runes, and beast taming. Although most contained only foundational and intermediate knowledge, the comprehensive system was invaluable. Over 100 jade vials contained various elixirs, though most had lost their spiritual essence over time and had become waste pills. Only a few vials, specifically designed for preservation, still retained some efficacy in spirit-enhancing and body-tempering pills. A collection of luminous spirit stones sparkled within, including several exceptionally rare top-grade spirit stones. There were a few dull relics of magical artifacts and some precious materials for forging. Most delightfully for Ling Hao, in a corner of a jade box, he discovered 3 silver fruits, each the size of a pigeon's egg, perfectly round and emanating a gentle spatial fluctuation. Name: ethereal fruit. Effect: contains pure spatial power. Can significantly enhance the potential of spatial attribute beasts, stabilize spatial skills, and has a certain chance to promote bloodline evolution. Status: energy abundant. This was precisely what Xiao Hui needed at this moment. The immense bounty filled Ling Hao with uncontainable joy. He cautiously extracted an ethereal fruit and handed it to the eagerly salivating Xiao Hui. The little creature excitedly embraced the fruit, crunching into it with fervor, radiating a brilliant silver glow as the spatial fluctuations around it grew increasingly potent and stable. Ling Hao then stored away the remaining usable elixirs and spirit stones, turning his gaze towards the jade slips inscribed with knowledge. These were the true treasures, capable of laying the most solid foundation for his future. He picked up a jade slip labeled Detailed Explanation of Basic Arrays, preparing to peruse its contents. However, just as his soul force made contact with the slip, a sudden disturbance occurred. In the shadowy corner of the cave, a figure leaned against the wall, covered in thick dust and long overlooked by Ling Hao. Suddenly stirred like a metal statue. The dust cascaded down its surface. It was, astonishingly, a battle puppet, half destroyed yet still gleaming with a cold metallic luster, with a core in its chest slowly illuminating with a red glow. Name: Cave Guardian Puppet. Level: originally of high-tier general rank, now diminished due to damage and insufficient energy. Its strength approximates the pinnacle of soldier rank. Status: activated by a specific soul force fluctuation, executing commands to eliminate intruders. Vulnerability. Core energy supply is inadequate. Left leg joint is severely damaged, resulting in sluggish movement. Ling Hao's expression shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated such a mechanism. The red glow in the puppet's eyes locked onto him, its remaining arm raised, a hole in the center of its palm beginning to coalesce a blinding white light. An overwhelming sense of danger surged upon him. Xiaohui disrupted. Ling Hao shouted urgently, his body lunging sideways. Eager to unleash its newfound power after consuming the ethereal fruit, Xiaohui let out a sharp cry, and a ripple of spatial energy, more concentrated than before, swiftly enveloped the puppet. The puppet's energy accumulation faltered momentarily, its body swaying as the white light nearly dissipated from its grasp. Seizing the opportunity, Ling Hao closed in. He knew the puppet's defenses would be formidable, rendering his hunting knife useless. He activated the soul cultivation technique. Channeling his recently restored soul force and the strength of his golden body to their utmost limits, pointing his finger like a blade, he launched himself like a released arrow, aiming precisely at the severely damaged joint of the puppet's left leg. Bang! Crack! With all his might, his finger struck like a red-hot iron rod penetrating ice and snow, instantly disrupting its already fragile equilibrium. A sound of breaking echoed from the puppet's left leg joint, causing its entire body to lurch, losing balance. But at that moment, the white light it had gathered finally shot forth. However, due to its imbalance, the white light whizzed past Ling Hao's head, crashing violently against the rock wall behind him. Boom! Debris flew everywhere, leaving a deep crater in the wall. Ling Hao broke out in a cold sweat, yet his movements did not falter. He followed through with a powerful kick against the puppet's unsteady body, toppling it to the ground. Then unleashed a flurry of punches imbued with soul force upon its flickering red core. Thud! 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 The dull sounds of impact reverberated through the cavern. The puppet struggled fiercely, wielding its lone arm and generating a fierce wind, but its sluggish movements could not hope to strike the agile Ling Hao. Finally, after what felt like dozens of heavy blows from Ling Hao, crack! The core in the puppet's chest emitted a sharp sound, the red light extinguishing abruptly. The struggling puppet fell rigid, transformed into a mere heap of scrap metal. Ling Hao slumped to the side, gasping for breath, his arms aching as if they might tear apart, his soul force once again depleted. Yet, gazing at the wreckage of the puppet on the ground, he was filled with a mixture of dread and relief. Had it not been for the puppet's damaged state and insufficient energy, and Xiao Hui's newly acquired ability to interfere, he might have truly met his end here today. After such a harrowing encounter, Ling Hao dared not touch the jade slips lightly. He collected the remnants of the destroyed puppet into his storage ring, then meticulously examined the entire cave to ensure no further anomalies remained, allowing himself a slight sigh of relief. The rewards were immense. Ancient legacies, elixirs, spirit stones, and especially the ethereal fruit, crucial for Xiaohui. Yet, the risks were equally great. That sealed spirit treasure box, which must never be opened, and the possibility of unseen traps lurking within the cave. He returned to the edge of the cold pool, the water still tranquil, yet he could not retrace his steps. The whirlpool above possessed a pull far beyond his strength. The other passages loomed dark and deep, their destinations unknown. Just as he pondered his next course of action, the pendant at his chest stirred once more. This time, it was neither scorching nor frigid but bore a peculiar, gentle pulsation, as if resonating with some distant presence. The pulse directed him toward the depths of one shadowy passage. Simultaneously, Xiaohui, who had just digested the ethereal fruit, lifted its head, its silver eyes gazing toward the same direction, emitting a soft whimper tinged with confusion and longing. It was as if something at the end of that passage was simultaneously drawing in both the pendant and Xiaohui. Ling Hao's heart raced. What could it be? An exit? A greater opportunity? Or perhaps a more profound danger? Was the suppressed passage of the underworld spoken of by Master Xuanyu located in that direction? He gazed into the profound darkness, uncertain of where it might lead, while gently caressing the pendant that still pulsed faintly in his grasp. Should he venture forth into the unknown, or remain steadfast here, awaiting a rescue that might never arrive? Chapter 36. The Maze of Shadows, with shadows in tow. The entrance to the deep passage loomed like the throat of a monstrous beast, swallowing the faint light within the cave and emanating an unsettling silence. The pendant's peculiar, gentle pulse, coupled with Xiao Hui's yearning murmur, intertwined like invisible threads tugging at Ling Hao's nerves. Should he wait for assistance? Although old Mo was powerful, the external circumstances remained unknown. With the poisonous serpent at the king tier and various factions lurking, waiting might spell certain doom. Furthermore, the enigmatic deep pool's ability to reopen the passage remained uncertain. Should he dare to explore? The path ahead was fraught with uncertainty. With the underworld passage warned of by Master Xuanyu likely lying ahead, teeming with peril. Yet the unusual reactions of the pendant and Xiao Hui hinted at the potential presence of opportunities closely tied to him. Ling Hao's gaze flickered before solidifying into determination. The path of cultivation is, after all, akin to rowing against the current, seeking victory amidst danger. Since fate had led him to this place and provided guidance, how could he retreat? He took a deep breath, carefully relocating Master Xuanyu's remains to a dry corner and paying his respects once more. Then, he secured the perilous spirit treasure box, the remaining ethereal fruit, and most importantly, the legacy jade slips deep within his storage ring, leaving only a few spirit stones and elixirs for emergencies. Xiao Hui, we shall proceed, he whispered, adjusting his state to its peak. The soul cultivation technique began to circulate slowly, his soul force extending like tendrils into the passage ahead, while his perceptive abilities remained ever vigilant. Xiao Hui nimbly leaped onto his shoulder, its silver eyes shimmering in the darkness, equally alert as it gazed forward. With one hand gripping his hunting knife and the other clutching a spirit stone to replenish his energy, Ling Hao stepped into the passage indicated by the pendant. The interior of the passage proved far more convoluted and intricate than he had imagined, revealing signs of artificial excavation and rune reinforcement, though aged and crumbling in many places, necessitating careful navigation. The air was thick with an increasingly potent sulfuric odor and an indescribable, chilling essence that seemed to erode the soul force. No longer illuminated by glowing moss above, the darkness enveloped him, forcing Ling Hao to rely solely on his soul force to proceed with difficulty. The pendant pulsed erratically, guiding him onward. Little Gray grew increasingly restless, occasionally emitting a threatening low growl, as if it sensed some unseen peril. Name: Corrosive Dark Aura. Effect: gradually erodes the soul's power and vitality. Prolonged exposure may lead to soul power depletion and the withering of life force. Status: concentration is steadily rising. Evaluation: suspected to originate from a deeper realm of the underworld, requiring soul power for defense. A chill gripped Ling Hao's heart, compelling him to allocate a portion of his soul power to resist this encroachment, undoubtedly intensifying his exhaustion. After approximately half an hour of arduous progress, the passage began to slope downwards, the terrain growing increasingly steep and treacherous. Along the way, he triggered several fragmented ancient traps, some unleashed corrosive water arrows, while others consisted of giant stone blocks that suddenly closed in. Fortunately, these mechanisms had long fallen into disrepair, their potency significantly diminished. Coupled with his constant vigilance and ability to foresee danger, he managed to navigate through unscathed, albeit with a few new scrapes adorning his body. During one particularly perilous moment, he misstepped, and the ground beneath him suddenly collapsed, revealing an abyss that emitted an overwhelming aura of death. Thankfully, Little Gray emitted a ripple of spatial energy just in time, slightly slowing his descent, allowing him to grasp a protruding rock and climb back up, drenched in cold sweat. The journey was fraught not only with environmental hazards, but also with an intangible, malevolent gaze that seemed to follow him, sending chills down his spine. Yet its source eluded him. Just as his soul power dwindled to half and weariness enveloped him, he finally reached the end of the passage. Before him lay a hazy, ethereal blue light emanating from the exit, accompanied by a more pronounced spatial fluctuation. Cautiously, he approached the exit, and the sight that greeted him took his breath away. Before him sprawled an expansive underground space of unimaginable proportions, as if an entire mountain range had been hollowed out. At the bottom of this vast expanse lay an endless, bubbling black mire, exuding a potent aura of death and astonishing corrosive energy, with pale, immense skeletons occasionally surfacing within. Above the mire, approximately 100 meters from Ling Hao's position, floated countless massive, fractured black stone beams. These beams were not of natural origin. Their surfaces were inscribed with incomprehensibly intricate, ancient, even damaged runes, crisscrossing in a manner that defied logic, tenuously connecting to the opposite shore of the space. On the other side, a more colossal structure resembling an altar could be discerned, radiating a heart-stopping energy. It seemed to be the ultimate destination for the pulsing pendant. Most astonishingly, in the very center of this vast space, above the mire, the spatial structure exhibited a profoundly unstable, twisted state. The light there was contorted and fine. Black lightning like fissures in the fabric of space flickered in and out of view. A colossal, indistinct vortex, seemingly composed entirely of pure shadow, slowly rotated, emanating a terrifying aura that seemed to devour all light and warmth. Name: Damaged Underworld Passage. Information: a spatial fissure leading to an unknown underworld realm, extremely unstable, continuously leaking deathly energy, with interdimensional creatures occasionally traversing it. It has been precariously sealed by ancient powers using celestial means, now shifted to this location. Status: the seal is severely compromised, Energy is exceedingly unstable, and the spatial fissure could expand at any moment. Evaluation, extremely dangerous. Approaching without royal-level strength is tantamount to certain death. The leaked aura has contaminated the surrounding environment, giving rise to the mire and undead creatures. The Underworld Passage. The very place where the Xian Yuzhenren sought to suppress. Although it existed merely in a damaged, shifted state, the terror and desolation emanating from it, rooted in the essence of the world, still made Ling Hao's soul tremble, nearly rendering him breathless. He instantly comprehended that the object drawing both the pendant and Little Gray was not the passage itself, but something upon that altar across the way. To reach it, he must traverse the fractured stone beams suspended above the mire, teeming with spatial fissures, an almost impossible bridge to hell. This was an insurmountable task. Not to mention the ever-appearing spatial fissures, the deathly energy emanating from the mire, and the potential presence of undead creatures were lethal enough. Just as despair began to take root in Ling Hao's heart, prompting him to consider retreating into the passage for a more prudent plan, an unforeseen change erupted. From the shadows of the passage behind him, 3 lightning-fast, pitch-black chains shot forth without warning. These chains were not physical entities. They were composed of pure shadow energy, silent yet exuding a frigid aura capable of binding souls, targeting Ling Hao's legs and neck. An ambush from the shadowy presence that had been trailing him. Ling Hao's soul power perception had been on alert, but the assailant's stealth techniques were exceptionally sophisticated, only revealing themselves at the moment of attack. In this critical juncture, the soul-nurturing technique and his golden-edge body instinctively reacted. He lunged forward, narrowly dodging the chain aimed at his neck. But his legs were ensnared by the other 2 chains. A cold, penetrating energy surged through the chains and into his body, instantly numbing his lower half. Squeak! Little Gray, filled with fury and alarm, burst forth in a flash of silver light, unleashing a powerful ripple of spatial energy toward the 2 shadowy chains. As the ripple passed, the chains twisted violently, resembling a distorted image suffering from poor reception. Their potency significantly diminished, yet they did not immediately sever. Meanwhile, Ling Hao caught sight of his assailants. They were 3 humanoid beings entirely composed of dense shadow. They bore no facial features, no physical form. They seemed to be shadows stripped from the darkness itself. Wielding weapons also forged from condensed shadow energy. Name: Shadow Wraiths. Level: High-grade soldier. Characteristics: immune to most physical attacks, adept at stealth, specializing in soul attacks and shadow bindings. Yet fearful of light, thunder, and pure yang energy. Status: nourished by the underworld aura, their vitality has significantly increased. Such rare shadow beings. They had evidently lain in wait within the passage, trailing him all along, only to strike with lethal intent upon reaching this dead end. A chill coursed through Ling Hao. The timing of their assault was ruthlessly calculated. With the underworld passage and the mire of death before him, and the shadow wraiths attacking from behind, he was trapped in a true deadlock. He roared in fury, fully activating the soul-nurturing technique, his soul power igniting like a flame, dispelling the icy confinement in his legs while channeling golden edge energy into his hunting knife, fiercely striking at the chains of the shadow wraiths. Slish! The hunting knife sliced through the shadow chains, severing a significant portion, yet new shadow energy quickly replenished them. The effect of physical attacks was minimal. The other 2 shadow wraiths drifted forward like phantoms, their shadow daggers aimed directly at his vital points. Little Gray cried out, lunging at one, its claws infused with spatial power, managing to ensnare one of them. However, the other wraith's dagger was already poised to pierce Ling Hao's chest. There was no escape, no retreat. Behind him loomed a 100-meter drop and the lethal mire. A flicker of madness flashed in Ling Hao's eyes. He did not flinch nor evade, allowing the shadow dagger to stab into his chest. Instead, he concentrated all his soul power and golden edge energy into his left fist, which radiated a blinding golden light, and struck towards the core of the attacking shadow wraith. A life for a life. Thud! The shadow dagger pierced through his flesh, a wave of cold, soul-rending pain surged through him. But just as the dagger was about to reach his heart, the pendant on his chest erupted with searing light, forming an exceedingly thin barrier that barely warded off the dagger's most lethal edge. Simultaneously, Ling Hao's fist, infused with all his might, slammed into the chest of the shadow wraith. Bang! The shadowy specter emitted a silent shriek, its form twisting and convulsing violently, as the dark energy constituting its being was thoroughly dispersed by the punch, imbued with refined pure yang vitality and sharp golden energy, leaving it severely weakened. In an instant, it became thin and translucent, suffering a grave injury. Taking advantage of the recoil from that strike, and with Xiao Hui finally shattering the chains and snaring his legs, Ling Hao was involuntarily propelled backward. The trajectory led him directly towards the perilous region of shattered stone beams suspended in midair, riddled with spatial rifts. A wave of dread washed over Ling Hao as he realized the dire situation. Suspended in the air, he was unable to exert any leverage. He could only watch helplessly as he drifted further from the safety of the exit, plummeting towards the roiling abyss below and the intersecting spatial fissures. Xiaohui, filled with terror, transformed into a silver streak in an attempt to pursue him, but was ensnared desperately by the wounded shadowy specter. It seemed as though the abyss sensed the presence of life, swirling even more violently, as countless pale arms reached out from the viscous mire. What proved even more lethal was a slender, seemingly inconspicuous black spatial rift, akin to the silent smile of death, that quietly appeared in the path of his descent. The shroud of death loomed clearer than ever before. Chapter 37. A glimmer of hope amidst despair, the genesis of shadows. The chilling touch of death seemed to press against Ling Hao's skin. That slender, twisted spatial rift loomed above him like a guillotine, magnifying rapidly in his vision. Below lay the devouring abyss, and behind him, the relentless pursuit of the shadowy specter. Truly, there was no path to the heavens and no door to the earth. The desperate wail of Xiaohui sounded distant. Time appeared to stretch infinitely in that moment. Reflected in Ling Hao's pupils was the black rift embodying absolute emptiness. As an overwhelming instinct for survival erupted within him like a volcano, the spirit cultivation technique surged forth with unprecedented velocity, wringing out the last vestige of his nearly depleted soul power as the faint golden radiance of his golden body shone through. Yet, he was acutely aware that all of this was futile in the face of the spatial rift, just as he was on the verge of being consumed by the rift. To be torn into the most basic particles, the pendant resting against his chest, which had remained warm and even slightly heated, suddenly erupted with an unparalleled intensity. No longer merely the gentle pulsing or warning heat of before, it now radiated a scorching pressure that felt as if it would sear through his chest. It was as though some long-dormant entity had been awakened by the extreme forces of the external space and his internal will to survive. A deep, resonant hum, seemingly originating from the primordial chaos, emanated from the core of the pendant. The once indistinct patterns on its surface blazed to life as if branded by a searing iron. The light did not expand outward but rather collapsed inward, forming a miniature yet profoundly deep black vortex. In the very instant the miniature vortex emerged, the lethal spatial rift that had been poised to rend him apart abruptly faltered, as if encountering its nemesis or a higher existence of the same origin. The twisted, rending forces at the edge of the rift were forcibly drawn in, like rivers returning to the sea, swallowed by the miniature black hole on the surface of the pendant. The entire process unfolded with astonishing swiftness. Ling Hao could even feel an incredibly pure, yet violently chaotic spatial energy surging through the pendant, flooding into his body. This energy exceeded his limits, threatening to rupture both his body and soul. The agony transcended all else. He could not suppress a cry of torment, feeling as if his meridians, beast taming space, and even his soul were being violently washed, torn, and reformed by this incoming spatial energy. The spirit cultivation technique operated at its utmost limit, instinctively attempting to guide and refine this energy, but it was akin to an ant trying to stop a chariot. Just as he felt himself on the brink of complete collapse, the energy seemed to reach a critical threshold, and the miniature black hole on the pendant's surface abruptly reversed. No longer absorbing, it began to release. A formless, yet colossal spatial thrust erupted outward from the pendant, radiating in all directions. The first to bear the brunt was the spatial rift that had absorbed some energy. Under this thrust, it shattered like fragile glass, healing in an instant. Following this, the thrust acted upon Ling Hao, propelling him like a cannonball towards the nearest floating black stone beam. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. From the pendant's transformation to the rift's closure and Ling Hao's propulsion, the entire sequence took less than a breath. The two shadowy specters, who had just freed themselves from Xiaohui's entanglement and were poised to rush forward, were suddenly struck by this unforeseen spatial force, as if struck by an invisible hammer. Their shadowy forms twisted violently, emitting a silent wail, and they were forcefully driven back into the depths of the passage. Xiaohui was also sent tumbling through the air, but its sensitivity to spatial fluctuations allowed it to quickly stabilize, casting a puzzled glance at Ling Hao. With a thud, Ling Hao crashed heavily onto the nearest massive stone beam, the impact forcing another mouthful of blood from his lips, pain radiating through his entire body as if his bones were shattering. Yet, he had temporarily escaped certain death. He lay on the icy stone beam, gasping for air, filled with disbelief and shock. The pendant had saved him once more, and in such an incredible manner. It could absorb and harness the energy of the spatial rift. Instinctively, he turned his focus inward, and discovered that although pain still coursed through him and many of his meridians were damaged, a portion of that tumultuous spatial energy seemed to have lingered, now being painstakingly refined by the spirit cultivation technique, slowly nourishing his previously damaged beast taming space. The cracks in the spatial barrier appeared to be showing signs of subtle healing under the influence of this energy. Fortune and misfortune were intertwined. This was truly an unexpected boon. After a brief moment of recovery, Ling Hao forced himself to regain his composure. The crisis was far from over. The stone beam upon which he found himself was vast and ancient, its surface etched with worn runes, suspended above the abyss, connecting to other fractured stone beams, forming a treacherous path leading to the depths of the altar. Below, the abyss churned, the aura of death continually rising, eroding his soul power. In the distance, those fine black spatial rifts flickered in and out like venomous snakes, instilling a sense of dread. Although the shadowy specters at the passage had been temporarily repelled, they had not retreated. Two indistinct shadows lingered at the entrance, their crimson glimmers fixated on him, clearly still searching for an opportunity. He had to leave this place as swiftly as possible to find an escape route, or at the very least, a relatively safe foothold. He swallowed several healing and soul power restoration pills and cautiously rose to his feet. The surface of the stone beam was slick, and occasional faint spatial currents swept by. He needed to remain fully alert. He attempted to move forward, choosing the stone beam leading towards the altar. Xiao Hui returned, landing on his shoulder, vigilantly surveying the surroundings, especially the spatial rifts. Its acute spatial awareness allowed it to detect subtle changes, issuing warnings that enabled Ling Hao to evade the suddenly appearing rifts in time. Traversing this ancient maze of stone beams felt akin to dancing on the edge of a blade. Ling Hao's mind was intensely focused, his soul power rapidly depleting. Simultaneously, he scrutinized the structure of the stone beams and the entire spatial arrangement. Utilizing his insight and the fragmentary knowledge of formations gleaned from the jade slip of the Xianyu master, he gradually began to discern some clues. These stone bridges are not merely suspended at random. Their positions, angles, and the runes inscribed upon them collectively form an extraordinarily vast and intricate seal array. The primary purpose of this formation is to bind, deflect, and weaken the damaged infernal passage at its center, preventing its complete eruption. The altar, faintly visible on the opposite side of the passage, seems to be one of the core control nodes of the entire array. Could it be that what draws the pendant is the key to controlling the entire sealing formation? Is the extraordinary treasure guarded by Master Xuanyu located upon that altar? This conjecture quickens his heartbeat. If this is indeed the case, then the object upon the altar might possess the ability to control or even repair the damaged passage. Just as he muses, the pendant at his chest, which had only just calmed, once again emits a faint pulsation. This time, however, the pulsation does not direct him toward the altar, but rather toward the murky depths below. At the same moment, he notices that in a certain area of the dark mire below, amidst the churning viscous black waters, there appear to be vague traces of enormous, fractured chains and stone pillars, exuding an exceptionally dense aura of deathly energy, even carrying a hint of a resonance akin to that of the shadowy wraiths. A bold thought crosses his mind. These wraiths are not creatures that naturally originated here. They are highly likely to be otherworldly fiends that escaped from this damaged infernal passage during ancient times. And after being suppressed by the seal array for countless epochs, they have transformed into their current shadowy forms, devoid of substance, relying solely on the deathly energy to survive. Their source may lie beneath the mire, near a fissure that is most closely connected to the infernal passage. Is it possible that what the pendant senses is their lair? Or perhaps, a more formidable presence sealed beneath the mire? This notion sends a chill down his spine. Just as Ling Hao's thoughts wander, an unexpected change occurs. The area of the mire, thick with deathly energy, suddenly erupts in a massive black wave. A shadow far more solid and immense than the previous two surges forth like a coiled serpent striking at the sky. This shadow possesses a vaguely tangible outline, its menacing claws barely discernible, and it emanates a powerful aura that unmistakably reaches the level of an exalted being. It is evidently the leader of this group of wraiths. It seems to have been lurking at the bottom of the mire, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Its target is none other than Ling Hao, who is cautiously traversing the stone bridge. The speed is beyond Ling Hao's capacity to react. The dense shadow energy spreads like a domain, dimming the surrounding light instantaneously, and the overwhelming soul pressure nearly freezes his thoughts. It opens its massive maw, unleashing a shadowy annihilation beam, as dark as ink, imbued with the essence of death that seeks to obliterate everything in its path, hurtling toward Ling Hao. This strike far surpasses all previous attacks. It is sufficient to severely wound, or even instantly slay, an ordinary beast master. Eek! Xiao Hui emits a terrified scream. desperately releasing spatial ripples in an attempt to block it, but the beam merely wavers slightly, its speed unrelenting. Ling Hao's pupils constrict to pinpricks as the shadow of death descends again. The soul power within him has only just recovered slightly, utterly insufficient to withstand this terrifying blow. He doesn't even have time to activate the pendant again. It's over. However, at this moment of impending doom, the shadow annihilation beam, which was originally aimed at Ling Hao, seems to be drawn by some irresistible force as it passes before his chest, suddenly veering off course. No longer targeting Ling Hao, but instead colliding with the pendant that has spontaneously begun to glow anew upon his chest. No, not colliding, but rather being devoured. The miniature black hole on the surface of the pendant reappears, resembling an endless abyss, voraciously absorbing the annihilation beam capable of destroying everything. The leader of the exalted wraith emits a roar filled with both fury and alarm, attempting to halt the energy output, only to find it impossible. Its energy seems to have found a release, being frantically siphoned and consumed by the diminutive pendant. The pendant becomes searing hot, its surface patterns glowing with blinding brilliance. One can even hear faint, peculiar sounds resembling chewing and swallowing emanating from within. Ling Hao stands agape, witnessing this scene. The pendant is actually consuming shadow energy. What kind of extraordinary artifact is this? In mere moments, the aura of the exalted wraith leader visibly wanes, its form becoming ethereal and unstable. Fear and disbelief fill its eyes as it struggles desperately, ultimately severing the connection to its energy, falling back into the mire in a disheveled retreat, splashing up great waves, never daring to resurface. After absorbing such a vast amount of shadow energy, the pendant's radiance gradually recedes, returning to tranquility, even emanating a faint sense of satisfaction. A pure, yet cool and gentle energy slowly flows from the pendant back into Ling Hao's body, swiftly repairing his damaged meridians and physique, even replenishing his exhausted soul power. Ling Hao stands in place, feeling the rapid restoration of his strength, along with the residual, pure shadow energy belonging to the exalted wraith, momentarily lost in a dreamlike state. This pendant not only absorbs spatial power, but can also devour shadow energy and replenish its wielder. Following this transformation, the two low-tier wraiths at the passage's entrance have completely vanished, likely frightened away by the fate of their leader. The murky depths below have also momentarily returned to calm. Ling Hao dares not linger, hastening his pace along the stone bridge toward the altar. Having learned from the previous lesson, he proceeds with heightened caution, skillfully avoiding several hidden spatial fractures with Xiao Hui's warnings. At last, after crossing the final broad chasm, he steps onto the last stone bridge that connects to the altar on the opposite shore. The full visage of the altar comes into view. It is an exceedingly ancient circular altar, forged from an unknown black metal, inscribed with countless runes that are infinitely more complex than those on the stone bridges, many of which are already damaged. At the center of the altar is not the imagined treasure, but rather a vacant recess. The shape of the recess appears to bear a striking resemblance to the pendant resting upon his chest. Surrounding the altar are several severely weathered white bones and fragments of shattered weapons, clearly indicating that a fierce battle once erupted here. The source attracting the pendant, and Xiao Hui seems to emanate from that recess. Ling Hao's heart races with excitement as he prepares to approach for a closer inspection. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several sharp sounds of air being sliced open suddenly resonate from the direction he came. Immediately thereafter, a dozen figures, akin to hawks, perilously soar across the fractured stone bridges, landing upon this final platform using various flying talismans or brief moments of aerial prowess. Leading them are the red-faced elder from the Earth Flame sect and the one-armed swordsman from the Heavenly Blade sect. Behind them follow Lu Qing, Su Qing, and the elite disciples from both factions. Each bears wounds, clearly having endured countless dangers in their pursuit. Their gazes instantly lock onto the vacant recess at the center of the altar, as well as the approaching Ling Hao. Upon seeing that Ling Hao is still alive, Lu Qing is momentarily taken aback, but then his face reveals unmasked greed and malice. Brat, hand over your treasures and that beast, then get lost. The items on this altar are beyond your reach. Su Qing's gaze falls complexly upon the pendant on Ling Hao's chest, which still seems to carry a glimmer of light, her beautiful eyes reflecting uncertainty. The red-faced elder and the one-armed swordsman step forward, their spiritual pressure at the level of the spirit realm mercilessly bearing down upon Ling Hao. Just as he has barely escaped the peril of the infernal passage, a new crisis from humanity has already descended. Chapter 38. Desperation and the Altered Altar. A chilling aura of murderous intent and the terrifying pressure emanating from the spirit realm descended upon Ling Hao like a tangible shackle, rendering his recently regained strength into a state of rigidity, his breath suddenly becoming labored. In front of him loomed the predatory gazes of the Earth Flame sect, the Heavenly Blade sect, and the joint forces of the Lu and Su families, while behind him lay a precipice and the perilous spatial rift of the Nether Marsh, leaving him truly without escape. Lu Qing's voice, brimming with avarice and malice, coupled with the unabashed pressure from the red-faced elder and the one-armed swordsman, bore down upon Ling Hao like a multitude of needles, pricking at his very being. Xiao Hui perched on Ling Hao's shoulder, its fur bristling, emitting a low growl of threat, yet it too sensed the formidable power of their foes, daring not to make a move. Ling Hao's heart sank to the depths of despair. In the face of such a formidable assembly, any act of defiance seemed utterly futile. Yet, the resilience forged through countless trials and tribulations prevented him from being consumed by despair. Instead, his mind raced under the extreme pressure. Boy, have you gone deaf? Surrender your treasures and cripple your cultivation. Perhaps it might spare your miserable life. Lu Qing taunted, stepping forward with increasing arrogance, emboldened by the support of two spirit realm cultivators. The red-faced elder gazed greedily at Ling Hao's chest and the central groove of the altar. His voice hoarse yet commanding. Youngster, to have made it this far is a testament to your capability. However, some things are beyond your reach. Hand them over, and I may be inclined to spare your life. His words, seemingly lenient, carried an undeniable authority. The one-armed swordsman remained silent. Yet the icy intent of his blade was firmly locked onto Ling Hao, as if poised to strike at any moment. Taking a deep breath, Ling Hao forced himself to withstand the oppressive atmosphere and gradually straightened his posture. His gaze swept over the assembly, ultimately resting upon Su Qing's face. Suddenly, he spoke in a slightly hoarse but clear voice, eschewing a direct response to the threats, and instead posing what appeared to be an unrelated question. Esteemed guests, after enduring countless hardships and even casualties to track me down, what is it that you seek? Is it merely to slay an inconspicuous pawn such as I? Or is it for the ancient treasures that may lie beyond this altar? Or perhaps to gain control over this nether passage? His voice, though soft, resonated with remarkable clarity in the stillness of the altar, akin to a stone cast into stagnant waters, stirring ripples of intrigue. The red-faced elder and the one-armed swordsman exchanged glances, their oppressive demeanor slightly abated. Naturally, their true aim was the latter. The pursuit of Ling Hao was merely an ancillary endeavor. The genuine objective was this altar, suspected to be the core of a seal. However, Lu Qing scoffed. What difference does it make? To kill you and seize the treasure is one and the same. Your possessions are destined to become our spoils. Ignoring him, Ling Hao continued to address the two spirit realm cultivators, his tone calm, yet imbued with subtle persuasion. If that is the case, are you not curious as to how I managed to arrive here before you? How I escaped from the monarch tear-poisoned serpent and the gravitational pull of the nether? And why I stand here, unscathed by the deathly energy and spatial rifts that threaten to rend apart all who dare linger? His words deftly insinuated that he possessed unique means or advantages, intricately linked to the altar, redirecting their focus from mere murder and treasure to a deeper sense of wariness and curiosity. Sure enough, the red-faced elder and the one-armed swordsman exchanged uncertain glances, a flicker of surprise passing between them. They had pursued him through perilous terrain, acutely aware of the dangers here. And it was indeed peculiar that a mere beast master could arrive safely. Was it possible he had a powerful ally behind him? Or had he mastered some method to counter the dangers of this place? Su Qing's beautiful eyes sparkled with newfound insight. She had long believed Ling Hao harbored many secrets, and her conviction only deepened at this moment. Seizing the opportunity, Ling Hao's gaze shifted toward the vacant groove at the altar's center, his tone laden with significance. Perhaps to truly activate this altar and acquire what lies within, or even to control that perilous passage, mere brute force will prove futile. His words successfully sowed seeds of doubt among the three factions. The Earth Flame sect and the Heavenly Blade sect were never entirely united, and now they exchanged wary glances. Each desired the treasure, yet none were willing to strike first, fearing they might benefit their rival or trigger some unknown restriction. Lu Qing was about to retort when an elder from the Lu family discreetly restrained him. The elder clasped his hands toward the red-faced elder and said, "Elder Huiyun, this boy is cunning, aiming to sow discord and buy time. It would be prudent to subdue him first, interrogate him rigorously, and the truth will surely unfold." Elder Huiyun pondered momentarily, but shook his head. He was inherently suspicious and recognized the merit in Ling Hao's words. The altar was ancient and enigmatic. Should they act rashly, it might provoke unforeseen consequences, leading to disastrous outcomes. The one-armed swordsman coldly remarked, "Boy, all this chatter is merely a ploy for your survival. Reveal what you know, and perhaps you may be granted a path to safety." He was more direct, eager to obtain information first. Ling Hao felt a sense of calm wash over him. Realizing he had momentarily stabilized the situation, maintaining an impassive facade, he slowly replied, "What little I know is limited. I only understand that this groove seems to be pivotal. However, it requires a specific key to unlock. Forcing it open may trigger a backlash from the entire sealing array, potentially detonating the nether passage entirely." He spoke half-truths, magnifying the danger while subtly implying the existence of a key. A key? What key? Where is it? Elder Huayun immediately pressed, his eyes glinting with intensity. Instinctively, Ling Hao touched the pendant at his chest. This subtle motion was instantly perceived by all present. Lu Qing shouted, "It's on him. That pendant is the key." Su Qing's pupils constricted further. She had long suspected the pendant was extraordinary. Elder Huayun and the one-armed swordsman's gazes turned intensely fervent, fixated on Ling Hao's chest. The pendant, which enabled his survival in this place, surely was no ordinary item. Its likelihood of being the key was exceedingly high. The atmosphere grew tense once more. Distrust morphed into a shared greed. Ling Hao silently cursed his misfortune, contemplating how to navigate this precarious situation when suddenly, without warning, the altar beneath his feet trembled violently. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The ancient and damaged runes on the altar's surface began to glow with a dim light, and the entire structure emitted a deep rumble, as if some ancient mechanism that had slept for eons was being subtly awakened. What is happening? Is it him? He triggered the restriction. Retreat. The crowd's expressions shifted drastically, hastily stepping back in alarm, suspecting Ling Hao had meddled with something sinister. Ling Hao himself was taken aback, but he quickly discerned that the source of the tremors did not originate from him, but rather from the depths of the nether marsh beneath the altar. It was as though some colossal entity was awakening beneath the altar, battering against the very foundation that supported it. Simultaneously, the pendant at his chest surged with a potent, warning heat. This time, amidst the fervor, there lingered a hint of excitement and desire, almost as if it had encountered a fated adversary or prey. A roar, deep and resonant, yet brimming with boundless resentment and madness, erupted from the depths of the nether marsh. This roar was far more terrifying than that of the previous poisoned serpent, directly assaulting the soul and rendering all beast masters and below in attendance pallid, their spiritual energy in disarray. Even Elder Huayun and the one-armed swordsman felt their blood surge, their faces paling in shock. Something is beneath. Something is down there. A disciple exclaimed in terror, pointing at the altar's edge. Emerging from the darkness where the altar met the nether marsh was a colossal, terrifying tentacle, covered in black bone spurs and oozing viscous nether waters. Soon after, a second, then a third, followed suit. The mere portion visible above the water was as thick as a grand palace column. The aura it emanated was chilling, deadening, and brutally oppressive, approaching the very essence of the monarch tier. Name: Abyssal Tendril level, Semi-Lord rank, characteristics: remarkably potent in physical attacks, imbued with the essence of abyssal malevolence, capable of tainting spiritual energy, eroding vitality, and exhibiting formidable regenerative abilities. Status: drawn by the altar's disturbance and the presence of numerous life forces. It has momentarily awakened from its prolonged slumber. This is not an independent entity, but rather a fragment of a terrifying existence sealed beneath the abyssal swamp. Attack. Quickly attack. Elder Huayun was the first to react, bellowing as he formed hand seals, sending forth a colossal crimson fire python that roared towards the tendril that first emerged. The one-armed swordsman did not hesitate either, his long blade unsheathed from his back, transforming into a dazzling arc of light that cleaved through the darkness with ferocious intent. They were acutely aware that if this fiend were to fully break free, none would survive. The guards of the Liu and Su families also sprang into action, unleashing a barrage of arcane techniques and beast companions upon the horrific tendrils like a torrential downpour. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of violent explosions erupted at the altar's periphery, energy flickering wildly. The abyssal tendril was struck, causing black water to splatter, its surface spine shattering as it let out a pained roar, recoiling slightly. Yet, almost immediately, more tendrils thrust forth from the abyssal swamp, lashing out and ensnaring their victims with reckless abandon. One tendril lashed violently towards the gathering of disciples from the Earth Flame sect, moving with astonishing speed. Form a defensive formation, Elder Huayun commanded. The disciples hurriedly arranged themselves, igniting a crimson flame shield. Bang! The tendril struck the shield with immense force, causing it to sway violently before dimming instantly, sending several disciples flying, blood spraying as the weaker ones suffered shattered bones. Another tendril coiled like a venomous serpent towards the Tian Dao sect's camp. The one-armed swordsman roared, his blade like a waterfall, struggling to repel the tendril while being jolted back by the impact. Chaos erupted in an instant. The altar platform transformed into a brutal battlefield. Human cultivators and the terrifying fiend engaged in a frenzied melee, the air filled with roars of anger, screams of agony, and the cacophony of explosions. Countless individuals were ensnared by the tendrils, dragged into the abyssal swamp, or tainted by the abyssal malevolence, their screams echoing as they transformed into mere bones. Ling Hao, in contrast, found himself momentarily overlooked. Positioned at the altar's center, the tendrils primarily targeted the larger groups at the periphery. He pressed tightly against the central recess, his heart racing. This sudden turn of events had disrupted everything. The level of danger surged, but chaos also signified opportunity. Xiaohui screeched anxiously, continually releasing waves of spatial ripples to deflect the occasional splashes of abyssal black water that came their way. Ling Hao's gaze swept rapidly across the battlefield. Two spirit realm cultivators were ensnared by multiple main tendrils, unable to extricate themselves. Lu Qing and Su Qing, under the protection of their servants and guards, were in a state of disarray, struggling to evade the onslaught. His attention returned to the pendant hanging from his chest. It was scorching hot, vibrating slightly, directing him towards the wildly thrashing abyssal tendrils, exuding an overwhelming desire to devour. This pendant wished to consume this semi-lord rank fiend. The thought sent ripples of madness through Ling Hao. Yet, recalling its ability to absorb spatial rifts and shadow beams, perhaps it truly could? An extremely perilous plan instantaneously formed in his mind. Just as a smaller tendril broke through the defenses and lashed towards the temporarily isolated Su Qing, Ling Hao sprang into action. He did not flee, nor did he attack the tendril. Instead, he channeled the spirit-gathering technique and the strength of his golden sharp body to the utmost limit, charging fiercely at the tendril aimed at Su Qing. This audacious act took everyone by surprise. "What are you doing?" Su Qing exclaimed in shock as she beheld Ling Hao rushing towards her. Lu Qing cursed vehemently. "Fool! Do you wish to be a hero and save the damsel? You seek death." Even the abyssal tendril seemed momentarily taken aback. Just as the tendril was about to strike Su Qing and collide with Ling Hao, a wild determination flickered in Ling Hao's eyes. Instead of resisting or evading, he extended his hand, reaching for the terrifying tendril covered in spines and abyssal black water. Simultaneously, he concentrated all his willpower into the pendant, focusing on a singular thought: devour it. Thud! The sharp spines of the tendril pierced through his palm, blood gushing forth. The abyssal malevolence surged violently, corroding his arm and inflicting soul-rending pain. But at that moment, a resonating hum echoed from the pendant in response to his call. An unprecedented heat erupted. The surface of the micro-black hole re-emerged, albeit larger and with a stronger pull. An indescribable, overpowering suction targeting the nether energy surged through Ling Hao's bloodied hand. Acting upon the abyssal tendril, a howling roar erupted from the tendril and the terrifying entity deep within the abyssal swamp, a sound filled with fear and agony. The pure abyssal malevolence that constituted the tendril surged uncontrollably through Ling Hao's arm, frantically rushing towards the pendant. The once robust tendril visibly shriveled, losing its luster at an astonishing rate. Ling Hao endured immense pain and the shockwave of energy, feeling as if his body might explode, yet he gritted his teeth, refusing to relinquish his grip. This sudden and bizarre spectacle stunned the entire battlefield. All combatants involuntarily halted their actions, eyes wide in disbelief as they beheld the youth engulfed in black mist and ethereal light, grasping the tendril. He was absorbing the fiend's power. How could this be possible? Su Qing stared at Ling Hao, whose face contorted in pain yet radiated unwavering resolve, her eyes filled with unprecedented shock and complexity. Elder Hui Yun and the one-armed swordsman watched in disbelief, their pupils constricting in astonishment. However, Ling Hao's reckless gamble, though astonishingly effective, had thoroughly enraged the terrifying existence lurking beneath the abyssal swamp. The entire abyssal swamp boiled over. More, thicker tendrils surged forth, no longer targeting others but redirecting their wrath towards the altar's center, where the diminutive human who had inflicted such profound pain and inexplicable terror lay, preparing to unleash a cataclysmic onslaught. The true calamity had descended. Chapter 39, Devour and Backlash, the Yellow Bird in Waiting. The abyssal swamp boiled over, resembling scorching tar, bubbling with lethal foam. The roars emanating from the sealed entity, filled with endless resentment and fury, trembled throughout the subterranean space, causing debris to rain down. Countless tendrils, covered in menacing spines and flowing with viscous abyssal water, abandoned all other targets, like a swarm of enraged serpents, converging from all directions, above, below, left, and right. Charging towards Ling Hao, the minuscule ant that had inflicted upon it visceral pain and unfathomable fear, initiating a devastating assault. The view was filled with undulating shadows of death, The air compressed and exploded, as if the very fabric of space might collapse under the concentrated fury. Ling Hao stood at the forefront, the overwhelming pressure nearly suffocating him, his bones groaning under the unbearable weight. The hand gripping the withering tendril had long since gone numb. The dual assault of the abyssal malevolence's corruption and the pendant's devouring energy, pushing his body to the brink of collapse. Xiao Hui let out a heart-rending scream, desperately releasing spatial ripples in an attempt to twist and deflect the descending tendrils. Yet, before the furious strike of this formidable presence in the realm of the June, its power was akin to a feeble mantis attempting to stop a chariot. The ripples in space merely caused a negligible deviation in the trajectories of a few leading tendrils, before they were utterly obliterated. In the distance, the elder of the fire cloud, the one-armed swordsman, Lu Qing, Su Qing, and others, were already rendered speechless by this terrifying spectacle, completely oblivious to Ling Hao. In their overwhelming terror, they retreated hastily, desperate to distance themselves from the eye of the storm, fearing the indiscriminate assault might engulf them. At this moment, no treasure or key was more precious than their own lives. Ling Hao found himself plunged into an absolute, inescapable abyss of despair. Faced with this cataclysmic onslaught, a frenzied crimson glimmer flickered in his eyes. With no avenue for retreat, he could only fight to the bitter end. He roared, pushing the spirit essence technique to unprecedented limits, even at the cost of burning his soul power, squeezing every ounce of potential from his golden sharp body, pouring all his strength unreservedly into the pendant at his chest. Swallow, consume for me. This was his sole and final hope. The pendant, as if sensing its master's desperate will and the overwhelming source of energy surrounding it, erupted with an unprecedented blaze of light. The miniature black hole on its surface spun wildly, its size suddenly expanding, and the power of absorption it emitted increased manifold. An invisible, distorted force field of consumption rapidly expanded around Ling Hao. The first few tendrils of the underworld, upon contact, collided with an unseen, tooth-filled maw. Their dark energy instantaneously torn apart and devoured. The tendrils shriveled at a visibly rapid pace. However, this time, there were simply too many tendrils. The force was far too great. The pendant's veracity seemed to enrage them, and more tendrils surged forth, crashing down relentlessly. Bang, 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 boom. The ominous and terrifying sounds of impact echoed continuously. Most of the tendrils' assaults were weakened, delayed, or partially consumed by the force field. Yet several notably robust main tendrils broke through its limits and struck the ground around Ling Hao with tremendous force. The entire altar platform shook violently. The black metallic ground was pocked with massive craters, cracks spidering out like webs. A dreadful shockwave hurled Ling Hao violently, crashing him against the central recess, forcing him to spew forth a mouthful of blood, mingled with fragments of his internal organs. He grasped a tendril-less arm, but under the violent impact, it finally succumbed to the burden, with a sharp crack, bones fracturing. His entire being collapsed like a rag doll. The pendant's brilliance dimmed instantly, its surface black hole becoming exceedingly unstable, flickering erratically. It had consumed a vast amount of dark energy, reaching its own limits, and possibly sustaining damage. The energy rebounding into Ling Hao was now wild and chaotic, rampaging through his body, exacerbating his injuries. Trapped in a quagmire, his body was on the verge of collapse. His consciousness began to blur. At the climax, a reversal in dire straits and an unexpected ally. The entity beneath the dark mire seemed to sense Ling Hao's weakness and the pendant's exhaustion, releasing a triumphant roar. All remaining tendrils rose high once more, gathering their final and most potent force to deliver a final blow to this detestable insect and reclaim the pendant that instilled both fear and desire. The shadow of death loomed, unprecedentedly heavy. At this critical juncture, a low, resonant hum emanated from behind Ling Hao, where the ancient altar, long dormant with a central recess, suddenly reverberated with intense vibrations. The surface of the altar, where once only feeble runes glimmered, now shone brilliantly as though infused with new energy, dazzling and resplendent. Thick, azure beams of light shot upwards from the rune nodes, intertwining in the air, instantly forming an immensely intricate and expansive array of light covering the entire altar. This light array radiated not the silence and eerie energy of the underworld, but rather a magnificent, ancient power imbued with a sense of suppression and purification. This sudden turn of events left everyone in astonishment. Even the entity beneath the mire let out a perplexed roar, its descending tendrils momentarily halted. The colossal light array began to rotate slowly, its radiance converging, ultimately pouring into the vacant recess at the altar's center. The recess erupted with a blinding brilliance akin to a miniature sun. In the next moment, an irresistible, Gentle yet vast spatial pull erupted from the recess, targeting the pendant at Ling Hao's chest that resonated with it. No, it was not merely a pull, but a summoning, a completion. Whoosh! The pendant around Ling Hao's neck, under the call of this harmonious yet superior force, detached itself, transforming into a streak of light that shot towards the recess. No, Ling Hao instinctively cried out, for it was the sole relic left by his mother. The pendant fit precisely into the recess, seamlessly, as if it had always belonged there. Rumble. The entire altar trembled violently, light exploding forth. It was as if a slumbering giant had finally regained its missing heart, on the brink of awakening. A colossal, pure beam of spatial light erupted from the recess, centered around the pendant, soaring skyward, piercing through the dark rock above, venturing into the unknown. This beam radiated an immense and dignified aura, as if embodying the will of the spatial realm. Those sinister tendrils of dark energy, upon contact with this pure beam, reacted as ice does to the blazing sun, instantly emitting hissing sounds, belching forth clouds of black smoke, convulsing in agony as they desperately sought to retract back into the mire. The entity beneath the mire let out a roar of fear rather than rage. The beam did not pursue but maintained its stability, as if purifying the tainted space. The survivors, having narrowly escaped death, gazed in awe at this miraculous scene, utterly dumbfounded, their minds rendered incapable of thought. Yet, with the loss of the pendant, the force sustaining Ling Hao dissipated instantaneously, and the internal injuries combined with the energy backlash erupted completely. His vision darkened, and he lost consciousness, collapsing to the ground. Xiao Hui whimpered, staying by his side, licking the blood flowing from his wounds. The soaring beam of light did not last long. After a few breaths, it began to gradually weaken and retract. Ultimately, the beam vanished entirely, and the runes on the altar dimmed, returning to tranquility. Only that pendant remained firmly nestled in the recess's center, its surface shimmering with a gentle luster, as if it had fused with the altar itself. The mire returned to calm, the terrifying entity seemingly deterred. Reluctant to show itself again, the spatial rift appeared to stabilize significantly. The survivors, still shaken, gazed at the pendant in the altar's center and the unconscious Ling Hao, a mix of greed and murderous intent slowly resurfacing. Particularly, the elder of the fire cloud and the one-armed swordsman exchanged a fervent glance, their eyes ablaze with intensity. That pendant was undoubtedly the key to activating the altar. It was an unparalleled treasure. They silently reached an understanding, seized the treasure first, then discussed the division. However, just as they prepared to act, a sinister voice, laced with mockery and greed, suddenly echoed from the direction of the stone bridge entrance. What a spectacular show this is. Thank you all for clearing the obstacles and uncovering the true use of the heart of the void. Everyone turned in shock. They beheld a dozen figures clad in uniform white robes adorned with cloud patterns, emerging at the entrance of the stone bridge. At the forefront stood a pallid, middle-aged scholar whose gaze was imbued with a sinister edge, exuding an aura that rivaled even that of Elder Huiyun and the one-armed swordsman. Behind this assembly of white-robed figures, a cadre of black-clad assassins donned featureless masks, emanating a chilling presence. Members of the Shadow Kill Palace. They had stealthily infiltrated this place, lurking in the shadows, poised to strike like the final unsuspecting sparrow. The Celestial Mechanism Pavilion. The Shadow Kill Palace. They had indeed formed an alliance. The middle-aged scholar's greedy eyes fixated on the pendant nestled within the altar's recess, as he chuckled darkly. This heart of the void, along with this ancient spatial altar, shall be graciously accepted by our Celestial Mechanism Pavilion. As for you, his gaze swept over the battered and soul-exhausted assembly, akin to a butcher eyeing sheep destined for slaughter. You shall remain here forever, nourishing the nether marsh. Chapter 40. Surviving the abyss, yet more foes approach. The towering beam of light gradually dissipated, and the altar returned to silence, leaving only the pendant embedded in the recess, shimmering with a gentle radiance. A testament that the miraculous scene witnessed moments ago was no mere illusion. The nether marsh lay in wait, the fiendish creatures retreated, and the perilous spatial rifts seemed to have calmed significantly due to the altar's fleeting awakening. The sounds of survivors gasping for breath echoed across the altar. Yet this transient tranquility was abruptly shattered by the chilling voice that resounded. The Celestial Mechanism Pavilion. The Shadow Kill Palace. The mere mention of these names struck like a bucket of icy water, extinguishing the flames of greed that had just ignited in the eyes of the members of the Earth Flame sect and the Heavenly Blade sect, replaced instead by a profound chill and dread. From the entrance of the stone archway emerged a dozen figures, appearing like specters. Leading them was the middle-aged scholar from the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion, his pallid complexion and an ornate jade measuring rod entwined with ethereal clouds in hand. exuding an aura of profound depth, yet another formidable spirit realm expert. Behind him, the white-robed disciples each possessed pure soul power, well-trained and ready for battle. More disconcertingly, the faceless assassins of the Shadow Kill Palace blended seamlessly with the shadows, their icy, deathly presence palpable, their poisoned weapons glinting ominously like the fangs of a venomous serpent, locking on to every survivor present. The unsuspecting Sparrow remains. They had concealed themselves so deeply that they only revealed themselves at this moment, evidently intent on ensnaring the weary group in one fell swoop. The Celestial Mechanism Pavilion, Master Yunha? Elder Huiyun's countenance darkened as he recognized the middle-aged scholar. Known for his cunning and mastery of formations within the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion, the one-armed swordsman's pupils constricted, tightening his grip on his blade. His voice low yet fierce. The faceless ones of the Shadow Kill Palace are bold indeed. You dare to conspire together? Master Yunha smiled sinisterly, his gaze never straying from the pendant at the altar's center. In this world of opportunities, the virtuous shall inherit. This heart of the void and the ancient spatial altar hold great significance. How could mere brutes like you ever dare to covet them? As for our alliance, it is merely a matter of mutual benefit. Before he could finish his words, the disciples of the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion sprang into action, swiftly seizing advantageous positions, deploying formation flags as they prepared to ensnare all present. The assassins of the Shadow Kill Palace dispersed like bats in the night, their intent to kill palpable. Having just endured a fierce battle with the fiends, the Earth Flame sect, the Heavenly Blade sect, and the Lu and Su families found themselves engulfed in even greater despair. A tiger in front, a pack of wolves behind. Let us fight to the end. A desperate disciple of the Earth Flame sect shouted, channeling his remaining soul power to unleash a fireball. Yet before the fireball could approach, a shadowy assassin from the Shadow Kill Palace flickered past like a wraith, and with a flash of a blade, the disciple fell, clutching his bleeding throat. The overwhelming disparity in strength and condition was evident. The Celestial Mechanism Pavilion and the Shadow Kill Palace had prepared thoroughly, while those on the altar were at the end of their tether. Elder Huiyun and the one-armed swordsman, their faces ashen, exchanged a glance, both recognizing the resolve within each other's eyes. They understood all too well that falling into the hands of the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion and the Shadow Kill Palace would spell certain doom. Disciples of the Earth Flame sect, form the flame, sun, burning heaven formation. We will carve a path through blood. Elder Huiyun bellowed, swallowing a medicinal pill, forcibly igniting his innate true fire. His aura surging once more, though it was clear to all that this was merely a desperate gambit. Heavenly Blade sect, follow my lead and strike. The one-armed swordsman raised his blade skyward, its intent soaring, ready to fight like a cornered beast. The guards of the Lu and Su families gritted their teeth, positioning themselves protectively around Lu Qing and Su Qing, prepared for a death struggle. Su Qing, her complexion pale, glanced at the unconscious Ling Hao sprawled in the altar's center, then at the pendant, a complex struggle flickering in her beautiful eyes. She suddenly whispered to her female guard, Aunt Lan, if things take a turn for the worse, try to protect that person. She pointed at Ling Hao. The female guard, Aunt Lan, hesitated for a moment, then said softly, Miss He, obey my command. Su Qing's tone was resolute. Chaos erupted instantaneously. The flame formation of the Earth Flame sect clashed violently with the lethal blade light of the Heavenly Blade sect against the newly established barriers of the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion and the Shadow Kill Palace's ambush. Brilliant flashes of light erupted, energies roared, and screams echoed. However, the disparity in condition and strength was stark. The formations of the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion were intricate and layered, severely limiting the effectiveness of Elder Huiyun and his companions. The assassins of the Shadow Kill Palace moved like reapers in the night, each flicker accompanied by a spray of blood. Countless individuals fell, their blood staining the ancient altar. Elder Huiyun and the one-armed swordsman found themselves ensnared by Master Yunha and two other Spirit Realm disciples from the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion, along with the leader of the Shadow Kill Palace, unable to break free. Lu Qing, already pale with fright, cowered behind his guards, stripped of his earlier bravado. Yet, amidst the chaos, an extremely subtle, almost imperceptible shadow, like wisps of blue smoke, silently navigated around the most intense battle zones, its target fixed on the altar's center. The unconscious Ling Hao and the pendant. It was the assassin from the Shadow Kill Palace, previously gravely injured by Ling Hao's pendant, who had been lurking nearby, awaiting this very opportunity. The shadowy assassin moved with astonishing speed, closing in on Ling Hao in the blink of an eye, wielding a nearly invisible, translucent dagger aimed directly at Ling Hao's heart. He sought to eliminate this variable before seizing the pendant. Yelp! Xiao Hui let out a heart-wrenching cry. recklessly lunging towards the assassin in a desperate attempt to intercept. Yet, its speed was no match for that meticulously planned lethal strike. Just as the dagger was about to pierce Ling Hao's heart, an extraordinary turn of events unfolded. The pendant embedded in the recess seemed to sense its master facing imminent peril once more, erupting forth with a brilliant light. Buzz! An invisible force of spatial repulsion radiated outward from the pendant, catching the shadowy assassin off guard, as though he had collided with an invisible, elastic wall. His momentum abruptly halted, his dagger unable to advance even a fraction. He was even pushed back, stumbling. Simultaneously, the entire altar trembled slightly once more. The runes surrounding the recess flickered erratically. Master Yunhe had been distracted, his attention fixated on the altar. Upon witnessing this, his expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, "Not good." The heart of the void is beginning to merge with the altar, initiating a self-protective response. Quickly, seize it now, or once it fully integrates. It will be impossible to extract. He could no longer afford to concern himself with Elder Huiyun and the others. His figure blurring as he lunged towards the altar's center. The jade measuring rod in his hand radiated brilliance, transforming into a streak of light aimed directly at the pendant, attempting to forcibly extract it from the recess. Not on my watch. Elder Huiyun would not allow him to succeed. Enduring a blow from the one-armed swordsman, he spat blood as he unleashed a massive fire palm towards Master Yunhe's back. The scene instantly descended into even greater chaos. All eyes were now fixated on the pendant at the altar's center. The esteemed Yunhe Jinren was thwarted by Elder Huiyun. His emotions a tempest of rage and astonishment. He pivoted sharply, engaging Elder Huiyun in a fierce clash, their energies colliding with explosive force, resulting in both of them retreating with muffled groans. In that fleeting moment, another disciple of the Tianji Pavilion had already dashed to the altar's edge, brandishing a specially crafted metallic glove inscribed with runes, reaching directly for the pendant nestled within the recess. "Come forth," he exclaimed, his visage twisted with frenzied avarice. The runes on the glove ignited, unleashing a formidable suction that bore down upon the pendant. The pendant trembled violently, radiating blinding light, as if it were truly on the verge of being forcibly extracted from its resting place. The mounting pressure emitted a disconcerting creak that sent chills down one's spine. Even the unconscious Ling Hao seemed to sense the disturbance, his brow furrowing as his body convulsed reflexively. Xiao Hui, in a state of acute anxiety, found himself unable to breach the overwhelming energy field. Just as the pendant appeared destined to be completely liberated, a resonant hum erupted. The pendant, seemingly provoked to wrath. Or perhaps, something deeper within it awakened by this brazen act. An aura far more ancient and desolate, imbued with a savage ferocity, erupted violently from the depths of the pendant. The intricate patterns on its surface no longer merely glowed, they pulsated as if alive, akin to the rhythmic beating of arteries. The hue transformed from a gentle luminescence to a heart-stopping dark crimson. The disciple from the Tianji Pavilion, attempting to seize the pendant, was the first to bear the brunt of this unleashed wrath. The runes on his glove shattered instantaneously. That overwhelming, feral essence surged violently up his arm. He emitted a piercing wail, unrecognizable as human, as his entire arm seemed to be devoured by an invisible behemoth, withering away in an instant, turning to dust. The insidious spread continued, threatening to engulf his entire being. Yunhe Jinren's expression turned to one of sheer horror. Withdraw. That is the aura of ancient malevolence. But it was already too late. The dark crimson ferocity, having obliterated the disciple, did not cease. Instead, it spread like ink dropped into clear water, morphing into a vague, yet insatiably voracious shadow of destruction. This shadow lacked a definitive form, yet instilled in all who beheld it a primal terror that resonated deep within their souls. It uttered a silent, soul-piercing roar, lunging toward the nearest and most energetically potent targets, Yunhe Jinren and Elder Huiyun. The shadow moved with incomprehensible swiftness, instantly closing in on Yunhe Jinren. Terrified, he felt his soul scatter, as the jade ruler in his grasp erupted with an unprecedented brilliance, shielding him. While he retreated in haste, sizzle, the dark crimson shadow penetrated the radiant defense of the jade ruler as if it were not, crashing violently into Yunhe Jinren. No! He cried out in despair, feeling his soul force, vitality, and even the essence of his being voraciously consumed. Strange dark crimson patterns manifested upon his face as his body visibly withered. Elder Huiyun, witnessing the horror unfold, was paralyzed by fear, his resolve crumbling as he turned to flee. Yet, as the dark crimson shadow feasted upon Yunhe Jinren, it sent forth a tendril, like a streak of red lightning, pursuing Elder Huiyun, ensnaring him. The two formidable figures of the spirit realm found themselves utterly powerless against this sudden onslaught of malevolent energy, transformed into lambs awaiting slaughter. Their agonized cries echoing in the air. This terrifying tableau rendered all present speechless. The fighting ceased, greed evaporated, leaving only an abyss of fear. The one-armed swordsman wasted no time, bolting towards the stone bridge in a frantic escape. No treasure could outweigh the value of life. Lu Qing scrambled desperately, crying out as he fled. Su Qing, shielded by her female guards, turned pale, retreating rapidly, yet before she departed, she could not resist casting a glance back at the unconscious Ling Hao upon the altar and the pendant, which had returned to a state of calm, yet seemed to harbor even greater horrors within its dark crimson depths. The entire altar was engulfed in a shroud of terror and chaos, unbeknownst to anyone. Amidst the chaos wrought by the dark crimson shadow that captivated everyone's attention, a faint, nearly invisible silhouette glided silently across the altar's surface, stealthily approaching Ling Hao. The shadow gradually coalesced into a petite figure clad in a tight-fitting night attire, her face concealed by a veil. She glanced at the ominous pendant, a flicker of wariness crossing her eyes, before resolutely lifting the unconscious Ling Hao into her arms and signaling Xiao Hui to follow. In a swift motion, she darted toward the unexplored darkness at the altar's rear, in the opposite direction of the fleeing crowd, as if she were a specter. Her movements were graceful and uncanny, blending seamlessly with the shadows, evading notice amidst the turmoil. The mantis stalked the cicada, oblivious to the lurking yellow bird. At this moment, it seemed that even behind the yellow bird, there lurked a more enigmatic predator. Chapter 41. The Mysterious Figure. The altar transformed into a vortex of life devouring. The dark crimson shadow wreaked havoc, the anguished cries of the spirit realm cultivators chilling to the bone, while the panicked screams and trampling sounds of the fleeing masses echoed incessantly. Amidst this ultimate chaos and dread, a shadow so faint it was nearly imperceptible, moved with the precision of a fish swimming upstream, swiftly gliding towards the altar's center, where the unconscious Ling Hao lay. The shadow coalesced, revealing a diminutive figure, swathed in night attire. Behind her veil, a pair of clear, composed eyes, tinged with an unusual shade of emerald, swept across the scene. She cast a glance at the pendant emanating an ominous aura, her expression a mixture of caution and curiosity, before unhesitatingly bending down to secure Ling Hao upon her back with practiced ease. Squeak! Xiao Hui growled in vigilance, yet sensed no malice. The woman gestured clearly to him. Be quiet, follow me. Xiao Hui hesitated only for a moment before agilely leaping onto her shoulder. The woman melded once more into the shadows, like a specter, darting toward the deeper, uncharted darkness beyond the altar, away from the chaos. Her movements were enigmatic, perfectly harmonizing with the darkness, silently slipping away from that bloody inferno. The anguished cries and turmoil rapidly receded behind her, ultimately swallowed by an overwhelming darkness and silence. With Ling Hao upon her back, the woman traversed swiftly through a narrow, steep, naturally occurring tunnel. This was no man-made excavation, only rugged stones and slick moss. The air was cold and damp, laden with a heavy mineral and unknown fungal odor. Silence reigned supreme, punctuated only by the nearly inaudible footsteps of the woman and Ling Hao's faint breaths. Xiao Hui perched on her shoulder, his silver eyes scanning warily, occasionally alerting her to hidden insects or pitfalls with subtle movements or sounds. The woman seemed to understand intuitively, evading danger with ease. A silent rapport resonated in the darkness. After traversing for about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, the woman discovered a dry, concealed crevice in the rocks. She carefully set Ling Hao down and examined him. The condition was dire. His left arm was fractured, numerous external injuries marred his body. His meridians severely damaged by energy backlash, and his soul force depleted. Most troubling was the presence of a chilling, malevolent energy and a chaotic spatial force still raging within him, relentlessly eroding his vitality. The woman furrowed her brow, retrieving several items from a pouch at her waist. A small jade vial exuding a refreshing medicinal aroma, a roll of silver needles inscribed with runes, and several pieces of softly glowing moon-white spirit stones. With practiced precision, she set about realigning the broken bones and applying herbal remedies. Then, she wielded the silver needles with remarkable speed, piercing them accurately into Ling Hao's major acupoints. Her technique was exquisite, infused with a calming and guiding energy that gradually channeled and suppressed the violent energies within him, staving off the spread of malevolent force. Subsequently, she placed the moon-white spirit stones around Ling Hao, creating a rudimentary spirit-gathering array to aid in his gradual recovery of soul force. Upon completing all these tasks, she finally exhaled a sigh of relief, settling into a meditative state, her cerulean eyes vigilantly surveying the path from whence she came. Xiao Hui nuzzled close to Ling Hao, sensing his breath had steadied, affectionately rubbing against his cheek before lying down quietly to guard him. After approximately half an hour, Ling Hao's eyelashes fluttered, releasing a pained groan as he slowly opened his eyes. The surroundings were engulfed in utter darkness, save for a few moonlit stones emitting a faint glow, which illuminated a vague, petite silhouette wearing a mask. Instantly alert, he attempted to rise, but the movement exacerbated his injuries, causing him to inhale sharply in pain. "If you wish to live, do not move recklessly," a cool, slightly hoarse young woman's voice resonated, devoid of emotion. Ling Hao's heart raced. Forcing himself to suppress the overwhelming pain, he hoarsely inquired, "Who are you? Why did you save me?" His thoughts lingered on the altar, ensnared by terrifying phantoms. "I merely passed by and lent a hand," the woman succinctly replied, her azure gaze scrutinizing him in the dark. "Your internal state is chaotic. The intertwining of spatial and demonic energies would have caused an ordinary person to perish. That you have endured and even begun to refine a fragment is rather intriguing." Ling Hao was taken aback. She could discern his internal condition at a glance. This woman was undoubtedly extraordinary. "Thank you for your life-saving grace, miss," he sincerely expressed, momentarily suppressing his doubts. Regardless of her motives, she had ultimately saved him. The woman waved her hand dismissively, seemingly indifferent to his gratitude, and countered, "That pendant on the altar, is it yours?" Ling Hao's heart tightened. So she had come for that? After a moment of silence, he responded, "It is a family heirloom." "A family heirloom?" The woman's azure eyes flickered with a barely perceptible glint of surprise or scrutiny. "That item is quite dangerous and unique. It does not belong here." "Do you know its origins?" Ling Hao asked eagerly, for the pendant's secret had haunted him for far too long. The woman shook her head. "I do not know the specifics, but its aura resembles certain ancient forbidden objects recorded by my clan. It is absorbing and transforming various energies, particularly those of space, shadows, and even deathly miasma. This is highly abnormal." Her tone shifted, becoming grave. "Moreover, it seems to be sealing away something exceedingly ancient and fearsome. Today, merely releasing a trace could provoke a catastrophe. I advise you to refrain from further movements or forceful urges until your strength is sufficient." Ling Hao's heart churned with trepidation. Her words resonated with his own suspicions. The pendant indeed harbored profound secrets and terrors. "Your clan?" He seized upon the information. The woman immediately fell silent, clearly unwilling to elaborate on her lineage. She redirected the conversation. "You need to recuperate and take targeted medicinal pills to thoroughly eliminate the foreign powers and mend your meridians. This place is not safe for long. Although the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion and Shadow Kill Hall have temporarily retreated, they will not abandon their pursuit." "Do you know how to leave?" Ling Hao inquired. The woman gestured toward the deeper darkness of the tunnel, at the end of this tributary of the Dark River. "There may be a route leading to the other side of the Falling Star mountain range. However, I have not traversed it. It is merely a gamble." Suddenly, the woman's expression shifted slightly as she tilted her ear to listen, whispering, "They are closing in on us. We must hurry." Ling Hao's heart raced. He struggled to rise. "Do not move." The woman pressed him down, swiftly gathering spirit stones and silver needles before hoisting him onto her back. "Hold on tight." In a swift motion, she melded into the darkness, dashing deeper into the tunnel. Xiao Hui followed closely behind. They had not traveled far when the sounds of footsteps, shouts, and even the sniffs of pursuing beasts echoed from behind. The Heavenly Secrets Pavilion and Shadow Kill Hall had quickly shaken off their fear, regrouping their pursuit. Accompanied by tracking beasts. "This way. There's a scent of blood. Hurry. We are close." The woman moved with remarkable speed, yet carrying him hindered her pace. The pursuers were drawing nearer. Suddenly, a thunderous sound of rushing water echoed from ahead. The humidity in the air surged. Turning a corner, they emerged into a vast, rushing underground river, its water black as ink, emanating a bone-chilling cold, flowing toward an unknown destination. The opposite bank was a sheer rock wall, offering no escape. From behind, the flickering lights of torches and the sounds of footsteps were now distinctly audible. "Jump!" the woman commanded without hesitation, pointing to the river. "What?" Ling Hao exclaimed in shock. This river appeared perilous, concealing unknown dangers. "There is no time to hesitate. It is the only way. Hold on to me and breathe in," she urged, her tone brooking no argument. Without waiting for Ling Hao's response, she secured him tightly and leapt into the frigid, pitch-black river. Xiao Hui followed suit without hesitation. Splash! The icy water instantly engulfed the three of them. The biting cold and fierce impact nearly rendered Ling Hao unconscious, forcing him to gulp down several mouthfuls of the icy, murky water. Yet the woman remained remarkably composed and agile underwater, deftly evading submerged rocks and whirlpools, propelling them swiftly downstream. The pursuers reached the riverbank, cursing at the rushing dark waters, yet no one dared to plunge into the unknown peril, resorting instead to chasing along the bank, attempting to intercept them ahead. The underground river flowed with a rapidity far exceeding their expectations. Utilizing her exceptional swimming skills and unique sense of direction, the woman struggled to navigate through the darkness. Just as Ling Hao felt himself on the verge of suffocating and freezing, a faint light appeared ahead. The current intensified. "Hold tight. There may be a waterfall ahead." The woman's voice pierced through the water. Ling Hao's heart raced as he clung desperately. In the next instant, an irresistible force from the current surged upon them. The three of them were propelled like arrows shot from a bow, hurtling towards the glimmering light. Boom! The roar of the torrent resounded. They burst forth from the dark river, the brightness blinding them. A sensation of weightlessness overwhelmed them. They had been thrust from the mountain's cavern directly into a vast underground lake. At the edge of the lake, beams of natural light cascaded down from fissures above. That was the exit. Yet, before they could land in the lake, Ling Hao caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye, on the opposite side of the lake. Several uniquely shaped, rune-etched small boats lay quietly moored in the shadows. Along the lakeshore, several indistinct figures appeared to be waiting for something. Were they foes or allies? The woman evidently recognized them, her body tensing instantly. As the three of them plummeted toward the lake, the figures along the shore were startled into alertness, gazing at them with vigilance. A new unknown, a new choice, descended upon them with the thundering of the underground waterfall. Chapter 42. Encounter at the Dark Lake. Secrets begin to unfold. The frigid waters of the lake, combined with the immense force of impact, violently submerged Ling Hao and the masked woman into the underground lake. The piercing cold and the pain of the collision nearly caused Ling Hao to black out again, forcing him to sputter several mouthfuls of the icy, murky lake water. Yet the woman, even underwater, maintained an astonishing calmness and agility, swiftly breaking free from the underwater currents and pulling Ling Hao toward the surface. Xiao Hui shot out of the water like a silver bolt of lightning, anxiously circling above. With a splash, the two emerged from the water, coughing violently. Before they could fully comprehend their surroundings, several powerful auras had already locked onto them in an instant. On the lakeshore, beside the uniquely shaped, rune-emitting boats, stood 7 or 8 figures. They were all clad in simple yet remarkably clean gray robes, led by a gaunt elder whose gaze was gentle yet profound. Leaning on what appeared to be an ordinary wooden staff, the auras of these individuals were not overtly aggressive. Instead, they exuded a sense of restraint and steadiness. Blending subtly with their surroundings, clearly not ordinary beings. Their gazes towards Ling Hao and the woman were tinged with wariness, but more so with examination and curiosity rather than blatant hostility. Ling Hao's heart sank. Having barely escaped one danger, he had stumbled into another? He strained to muster the last remnants of his spirit power, bracing himself. However, the masked woman beside him seemed to relax slightly upon seeing the elder. Her taut body easing a fraction, a complex expression flickering in her cerulean eyes, as if relieved, yet somewhat resigned. To Ling Hao's astonishment, the elder's gaze swept over the woman, and a gentle yet reproachful smile graced his face as he spoke in a calm voice imbued with authority. "Shadow girl. Every time you sneak out, you manage to bring back quite the trouble. And this time, you've brought a guest?" This tone revealed an old acquaintance, and they appeared to share a close familiarity. The masked woman known as Shadow Girl curled her lips in apparent dissent, yet she respectfully performed a peculiar gesture, her voice returning to its original coldness, albeit with a hint less of vigilance. "Grandfather Witch Priest, this time it was not I who provoked trouble, rather, trouble came seeking me. Moreover, this individual is rather special." She gestured towards the disheveled Ling Hao beside her. Instantly, all gazes converged upon Ling Hao. The elder referred to as the witch priest fixed his piercing gaze upon Ling Hao, scrutinizing him closely, particularly pausing at his fractured left arm and the chaotic energy swirling within him, a look of astonishment and inquiry gradually illuminating his eyes. To sustain such grievous injuries, yet not succumb to the intertwining forces of nether chi and chaotic spatial energy within you. Young man, you are quite remarkable. The witch priest spoke slowly, refraining from inquiring about Ling Hao's origins. Instead, he highlighted his condition, affirming Shadow Girl's words. "Indeed, you are special." Ling Hao felt a tumult of uncertainty within. These individuals appeared devoid of hostility and possessed an astute perception. Struggling in the water, he clasped his hands in salute. "I am Ling Hao, and I extend my gratitude to the seniors and this young lady for your assistance. We have been pursued by enemies and inadvertently wandered into this place. Harboring no ill intentions, we shall take a brief respite before departing." "Departing?" The witch priest smiled faintly, shaking his head. The outside world has likely been turned upside down by the forces of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion and the Shadow Kill Hall. To venture out in your current state would be akin to courting death. Furthermore, he shifted his tone, his gaze deepening. The nether chi within you, originating from the underworld, cannot be easily dispelled by ordinary elixirs. If not eradicated, it will surely undermine your foundation, leading to endless repercussions. As for the spatial energy, though it stems from fortuitous circumstances, it is equally volatile and unruly, requiring special methods for guidance. Ling Hao's heart trembled. The other party could perceive his condition with such clarity and spoke directly to its crux. Grandfather Witch Priest, he. Shadow Girl seemed poised to say something. The Witch Priest raised his hand to interrupt her, fixing his gaze upon Ling Hao, his tone gentle yet firm. Young man, our meeting is serendipitous. If you do not mind, you may accompany us back to the village for a brief respite. There may be ancient remedies in the village that could alleviate your injuries. As for your departure, it can be decided once your condition improves. Back to the village? Ling Hao's heart surged with astonishment. How could they have established a village deep within the Meteor Mountain range? This was undoubtedly an exquisite opportunity to gain insight into this place and to heal his injuries. Yet it was fraught with uncertainties as well. He gazed into the Witch Priest's gentle yet profound eyes and then glanced at Shadow Girl, who remained silent, yet seemed to trust the elder implicitly. Ultimately, he steeled himself. At this moment, there appeared to be no better alternative. In that case, I shall impose upon you. Ling Hao responded earnestly. Seeing Ling Hao's acquiescence, the Witch Priest nodded with satisfaction. A burly middle-aged man behind him tossed a rope, pulling Ling Hao and Shadow Girl aboard the vessel. Xiao Hui obediently settled upon Ling Hao's shoulder, curiously observing the figures clad in gray robes. The boat glided silently into motion, its surface inscribed with glowing runes that effortlessly parted the waters, traveling swiftly and smoothly towards a more profound rocky wall on the opposite side of the lake. As they approached the wall, Ling Hao discovered a significant underwater cave entrance concealed behind a curtain of cascading vines. The vessel entered in single file, navigating through the winding waterways until suddenly, the scenery opened up before them. They had arrived in a vast underground chamber, the ceiling adorned with countless peculiar crystals radiating a gentle white light, resembling a starry sky. Within the chamber, numerous ancient stone and wooden houses were constructed in harmony with the terrain, creating a network of pathways where the sounds of fowl and kin could be heard. It was indeed a sizable underground village. The villagers, mostly clad in similar gray robes, greeted the return of the Witch Priest and his companions with respectful bows, their curious gazes falling upon the unfamiliar Ling Hao. The air here was fresh, imbued with a serene tranquility, standing in stark contrast to the perilous chaos of the Meteor Mountain range outside, as if it were an idyllic paradise. Ling Hao was settled in a clean and tidy stone house. Soon after, a village healer, an elderly woman in a gray robe with a kind demeanor, arrived to tend to him. Upon seeing the severity of Ling Hao's injuries, particularly the intertwining nether chi and spatial energy within him, the old woman displayed a look of astonishment. She whispered to the Witch Priest in an ancient tongue that Ling Hao could not comprehend for a moment, before retrieving several pots of peculiar herbal ointments and a bowl of dark green liquid that exuded a cooling aura. Child, you are gravely injured, especially with this nether chi having already infiltrated your meridians. The old woman spoke in a somewhat clumsy yet gentle common tongue. This is cleansing ointment, an ethereal essence, which can temporarily suppress and gradually dissolve the foreign energies within you, repairing the damage. However, rooting it out is not easy. It requires a methodical approach. Ling Hao gratefully accepted the remedies, consuming the essence and applying the ointment. Instantly, a soothing and gentle medicinal power spread forth, neutralizing the bone-chilling nether chi as if it had encountered its nemesis, while the turbulent spatial energy was likewise calmed and gradually absorbed by the ethereal guidance technique. The excruciating pain diminished significantly, replaced by an indescribable sense of comfort. He was further astonished. The nether chi that had posed challenges to both the Earth Flame sect and Heavenly Machine Pavilion could be countered by the village's healer? What was the true nature of this village? For the next 2 days, Ling Hao remained in the stone house to recuperate. Shadow Girl occasionally visited him. Her words remained few, yet her demeanor had softened considerably. Through sporadic exchanges, Ling Hao learned that her name was Yuying, and she was one of the village's sentinels, tasked with guarding the periphery. It was she who had sensed the immense energy fluctuations from the altar that led her to investigate, coincidentally encountering Ling Hao. Regarding the village's origins, Yuying was vague, merely stating that they were descendants who had dwelled here for generations, guarding certain secrets. On the 3rd day, with most of his injuries healed, Ling Hao was able to move freely. The Witch Priest sent someone to invite him to the largest stone house in the village's center. The interior was simply furnished, filled with incense that calmed the mind and spirit. The witch priest dismissed the others, leaving only himself and Ling Hao. Young man, do you feel better? The witch priest inquired with a smile. I am profoundly grateful for the life-saving assistance from you and the villagers. I am no longer in grave danger, Ling Hao replied respectfully. Ah, your recovery is swifter than I anticipated. Your foundation is quite solid, the witch priest nodded, his expression gradually turning serious. Young friend, I have summoned you today to verify a few matters. Ling Hao's heart tightened. Please, senior, go ahead. The spatial energy within you is pure and unique, not something ordinarily cultivated. It seems as if you have refined a treasure containing the very essence of space. The elder's gaze was keen. Ling Hao hesitated for a moment before nodding, revealing the existence of the ethereal fruit, but withholding its precise origins. The elder did not press further, continuing, and that nether chi, cold and pure, could not have originated from an ordinary underworld. Have you encountered the nether passage? Or perhaps even stirred the nether chi guarding it? Ling Hao's heart shook. The elder was aware of the nether chi's existence. He took a deep breath and recounted the events surrounding the altar, omitting only the details of the pendant. The witch priest listened intently, remaining silent for a long while before finally sighing. Indeed, the seal on that passage is weakening. Even the nether chi can project its power into the world. He turned his gaze to Ling Hao, his eyes filled with complexity. Young friend, do you understand the monumental secrets concerning that nether passage and the altar? Ling Hao shook his head. I only learned from the words of a deceased Xian Yu true person that he was suppressing the passage here to guard a certain extraordinary treasure. Xian Yu, so he was called. A glimmer of nostalgia and sorrow flickered in the witch priest's eyes. He was the last of our kind to stand guard at the periphery. I never expected him to have passed. Senior, do you know the Xian Yu true person? Ling Hao inquired. Not precisely. I merely knew of his mission, the elder side. This matter is lengthy to discuss. My clan, along with the Shou Mo sect led by the esteemed Master Xian Yu, and indeed several other nearly obliterated legacies across the continent, trace their origins back to an ancient, shared covenant known as the Jinyo Alliance. The Jinyo Alliance? Indeed. The elder's expression grew solemn as he recounted. During the primordial era, a star from beyond the heavens pierced through the fabric of reality, tearing open a passage that connected to the netherworld. An endless surge of deathly energies and malevolent beings poured forth, nearly precipitating an apocalyptic disaster. In response, the ancient powers of humanity united, weaving a formidable array to forcibly divert and seal that passage deep within the astral mountain range, leaving behind a legacy to guard it across generations, preventing its reawakening. This, then, is the genesis of the Jinyo Alliance. Ling Hao felt his spirit sway. He had not anticipated that such ancient secrets and weighty responsibilities were entwined in this tale. My clan was one of the ancient lineages tasked with safeguarding the core area of the seal. Meanwhile, Master Xian Yu's Shou Mo sect was responsible for perimeter vigilance and the first line of defense. The altar, as it stands, is a crucial node of the sealing array. The elder continued, the dark specters you have encountered are formidable entities born of the nether energies, serving as guardians of the passage. Their activity signifies that the seal is rapidly weakening. And what of that extraordinary treasure? Ling Hao could not help but inquire. The so-called extraordinary treasure is shrouded in various interpretations. Some say it is the core of a nether demon lord slain long ago, while others assert it to be fragments of a sealing artifact left by an ancient power. Yet, according to the oldest tomes within the Alliance, it is more likely a key. The elder gazed deeply into Ling Hao's eyes. A key? A singular key capable of either completely unlocking or irrevocably sealing the passage to the netherworld. The elder's voice was laden with gravity. Ling Hao inhaled sharply. To completely unlock or seal, such power could indeed upend the very fabric of the world. However, throughout countless ages, no one has truly laid eyes upon that key, nor knows its method of use. Various factions, such as the Tianji Pavilion and the Shadow Kill Hall, seek it not for the purpose of protection, but to wield its power for their own selfish desires. The elder's tone was tinged with profound concern. Should the key fall into their hands, the consequences would be unimaginable. The stone chamber fell into a heavy silence, punctuated only by the faint crackling of incense. Ling Hao felt an unprecedented weight pressing upon his chest. After a long pause, the elder spoke once more, his gaze fixed intently upon Ling Hao. Young friend Ling Hao, I reveal these matters to you for 3 reasons. Firstly, you possess extraordinary capabilities. Able to refine the forces of space and the netherworld, your constitution is unique, perhaps related to the seal in some profound manner. Secondly, your spirit is resilient. You were not consumed by greed upon the altar, but instead acted to impede the dark specters, demonstrating your integrity. Thirdly, and most importantly, the elder hesitated, tapping his wooden staff lightly against the ground. From an ancient ceramic jar in the corner of the stone chamber, a palm-sized, battered dark red scale emerged. This scale emanated a faint yet undeniable aura, akin to the malevolent energy that had erupted from Ling Hao's pendant. At the moment the scale appeared, the dark energy from the pendant, which had been temporarily suppressed, trembled slightly, producing an almost imperceptible resonance. Though the pendant was not at hand, the sensation of a blood connection was unmistakable. Ling Hao's expression shifted. The elder scrutinized his reaction closely, slowly stating, "This scale was obtained by my ancestors from the remains of a terrifying creature that attempted to breach the core seal. Its essence resonates with the power you unleashed that day. Young friend, could you divulge what else lies hidden within you? What connection do you share with the sealed netherworld? Or perhaps, with that potential key?" Ling Hao's heart raced violently. Chapter 43, The Inheritance of the Secret Patterns. Within the stone chamber, the air seemed to solidify. The floating dark red scale radiated a weak yet undeniable aura of malevolence, resonating with the nether energy deep within Ling Hao that had been temporarily sealed by the herbalist. The elder's penetrating gaze fell upon Ling Hao like a tangible force, awaiting his response. There was no pressure in his gaze, only a weighty inquiry and a hint of barely discernible anticipation. Ling Hao's heart thundered in his chest. The pendant was his greatest secret, entwined with his very identity and existence. Yet, the elder before him, along with the legacy he represented, had just saved his life and revealed ancient secrets and trust that far surpassed his imagination. To continue concealing the truth? It was evident that the elder had sensed something amiss. Concealment could breed suspicion and lead to the forfeiture of understanding the truth behind himself and the pendant. To divulge the truth? The risks were unknown, yet this could potentially be the key step in unraveling the mystery. In but a fleeting moment, countless thoughts raced through Ling Hao's mind. Ultimately, he took a deep breath, his gaze resolute. He chose to trust his instincts and the elder who had shown him kindness and healing. "Senior, your insight is keen," Ling Hao began slowly, his voice slightly hoarse. "I do indeed possess an object akin to the essence of this scale." He carefully controlled his soul energy, attempting to communicate with the dark energy sealed within him. As he activated the Yun Ling Ju, an exceedingly faint dark red aura struggled to pierce through the herbalist's sealing energies, swirling around his fingertips and generating a clearer resonance with the scale in the air. A glimmer of light flashed in the elder's eyes, not surprised by Ling Hao's ability to wield this power, but rather appearing to confirm something. He nodded slowly. "Indeed, there is no need to force the guidance. Your injuries are not yet healed, and you must avoid provoking a backlash." He waved his hand, withdrawing the scale back into the ceramic jar, and the disquieting resonance within the stone chamber dissipated. "This item, is it a family heirloom?" the elder inquired, his tone calm. "Yes," Ling Hao nodded. Sharing the origins of the pendant, its multiple rescues, its ability to absorb the forces of space and shadows, and the presence of something terrifying sealed within. While selectively omitting the details of the malevolent apparition's eruption, he sensed that the elder might provide him with answers. The elder listened intently, unconsciously tapping his fingers on the wooden staff, his eyes shimmering with contemplation. "Left by my mother, it can absorb and transform the forces of the netherworld and space. And it is sealed within," he murmured, seemingly recalling some ancient records. After a prolonged silence, he raised his head, gazing at Ling Hao with a complex expression. "Young friend, the object you possess is of great significance. According to the most ancient and incomplete records of my clan, in the primordial Jinyo alliance, aside from the dominant human powers, there appeared to be an exceedingly mysterious race involved. They were not human, yet similarly devoted to sealing the passage. It is said they possessed the innate ability to communicate with and even harness the powers of the netherworld and space. Their holy artifact was a device capable of balancing, transforming, and sealing these two extreme forces." Ling Hao's heart lurched. Could it be that the pendant is? Yet the records were vague, and that mysterious race had long since faded into the annals of history, their holy artifact lost to time. The elder shifted his tone, interrupting Ling Hao's conjecture. "Whether your pendant is related to them, I cannot ascertain. However, its characteristics do share certain similarities." He paused, his tone growing more somber. "As for what is sealed within, if the records are to be believed, it is highly probable that the holy artifact of that mysterious race sealed a fragment of a nether sovereign attempting to invade the mortal realm from the netherworld, a means to counteract its unparalleled strength." "Another sovereign?" Ling Hao gasped in shock. That was an existence even more terrifying than the dark specters. "Of course, this is merely one of the oldest speculations." The elder observed Ling Hao's pale countenance, softening his tone. "It could also be fragments of other terrifying entities, or even a portion of that key. Regardless, this item has chosen you as its master, which must hold its own cause and effect. Fortune and misfortune are intertwined. It may save you or plunge you into unimaginable calamity. You must tread with utmost caution." Ling Hao nodded solemnly, his heart weighed down with an immense burden. The origin of the pendant seemed to reveal a vague clue, yet it brought forth a greater sense of pressure and impending crisis. Your injuries are not yet healed. It is unwise to dwell excessively on such matters. Noticing Ling Hao's grave demeanor, the elder shaman deftly shifted the conversation. Given your connection to my clan and your burden of opposing the forces of the underworld, I may offer you a boon. He rose and approached a smooth stone wall within the stone dwelling. The wall was etched with countless intricate and arcane patterns and inscriptions. Far older and more obscure than the runes on the altar, this is one of the ancestral walls of my clan, inscribed with rudimentary methods for channeling soul power and dispelling the energies of the underworld, as well as a fragmented technique for refining the soul and forging the essence. Although its rank is not high, it is balanced and harmonious, particularly adept at stabilizing the soul source and resisting the encroachment of the underworld. It should prove beneficial given your current condition, the elder spoke slowly. You may study it here for 3 days. How much you can comprehend depends on your own fortune. Hearing this, Ling Hao was elated. This was precisely what he required at this moment. Not only could it enhance his control over the foreign power within him, but it could also solidify his foundation. He promptly bowed in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, esteemed elder, for your generous gift." For the next 3 days, Ling Hao immersed himself before the ancestral wall. The methods for channeling and dispelling the energies of the underworld were extraordinarily exquisite, far surpassing the pharmacological techniques of the old herbalist, delving directly to the very essence. Ling Hao, insatiably eager to learn, combined this knowledge with his own soul-nurturing technique and the characteristics of the pendant, significantly enhancing his mastery over the residual sinister energy within, and hastening the pace of his recovery. Although the technique for refining the soul was incomplete, it was profoundly mystical. It did not directly elevate soul power. Rather, it focused on honing the purity and resilience of the soul's essence, akin to the relentless forging of iron. As Ling Hao practiced, he felt his soul becoming increasingly solidified, the latent injuries from previous overexertions gradually mending. Even the last few cracks in his beast taming space healed considerably, becoming ever more stable and radiant. On the evening of the 3rd day, as he once again activated the forging technique, his soul power flowed to a delicate juncture, and an unexpected phenomenon occurred. The pendant, which had been sealed by the herbalist's medicinal power, emanated a gentle warmth once more. Simultaneously, a trace of the ominous energy originating from the pendant, which had been initially refined, began to flow spontaneously along the path of the forging technique. Where this power coursed, it did not bring destruction. Rather, it created a peculiar fusion with his own soul power and this ancient technique. Even more astonishing was that, as this force circulated, his exposed skin, particularly his back, experienced a slight burning sensation accompanied by a stinging pain. Just then, the shadowy figure of Yuying happened to bring food. Upon witnessing Ling Hao's appearance, especially the state of his back, she could not help but let out a low gasp of astonishment. Ling Hao's heart stirred. He immediately discarded his upper garments, turning his back toward a basin of clear water. Through the reflection, he clearly saw a complex, dark red, and ethereal pattern emerge on his back. The design was ancient and enigmatic, unlike any runes he had encountered before. Yet it bore a faint resemblance to certain patterns on the pendant and the dark red shadow that erupted on the altar that day. They wriggled slightly like living creatures, exuding a faint yet fierce aura. What is this? Ling Hao was left dumbfounded. Yuying's azure eyes were filled with shock, and she promptly turned to seek out the elder shaman. Shortly thereafter, the elder hurriedly arrived, and upon seeing the patterns on Ling Hao's back, his expression shifted to one of grave seriousness, even laced with a hint of incredulous excitement. This is the abyssal malice pattern? The elder's voice trembled slightly, recalling the ancient prophecy which stated that only one bearing the bloodline or contract of a monarch of the underworld could reveal such a forbidden mark under the influence of specific ancient techniques. It truly exists? Abyssal malice pattern? Bloodline? Contract? Ling Hao was utterly bewildered, urgently pressing, "Esteemed elder, what does this mean?" The elder took several deep breaths, suppressing his excitement. His expression a complex tapestry of emotions as he regarded Ling Hao. The ancient prophecy records that when the seal of the underworld passage weakens to its nadir, and the malevolence of the underworld permeates the earth, a person bearing the abyssal malice pattern shall emerge. He could either be a harbinger of utter destruction or the son of hope, who seals the passage anew, bringing a glimmer of life. Because his power stems from the underworld, he can truly comprehend and master it. His gaze fixed intently on Ling Hao. The prophecy is vague. No one knows whether he is a force of good or evil. But the manifestation of this pattern signifies that your connection to the underworld is far more profound than we had imagined. It is even possible that your bloodline's origin is tied to that which is sealed within the underworld or to that mysterious race. Bloodline origin? Ling Hao recalled his missing parents and the pendant of unknown origin, questioning whether his lineage was entangled in such terrifying secrets. Just as he was reeling from this revelation, a sudden, urgent, and mournful horn echoed through the skies above the village, each note more urgent than the last. The expressions of the three within the stone dwelling changed simultaneously. Enemy attack alert. Highest level. Yuying exclaimed, her form tensing like a poised leopard ready to spring. The elder shaman's face darkened, a flash of sternness crossing his gaze. They have found this place. Before he could finish, a panicked young man clad in gray rushed into the stone dwelling. Elder shaman, it's bad. The barrier outside has been forcibly breached. The forces of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion and the Shadow Kill Hall have joined forces to invade. They are also controlling several ferocious beasts tainted by the malevolence of the underworld. The news hit like a bolt from the blue. The Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion and the Shadow Kill Hall had not only returned, but had also discovered this hidden village, even managing to command beasts corrupted by the underworld's malevolence. They were evidently well prepared, their strength far exceeding before. They must be here for him. Yuying glanced at Ling Hao, her azure eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. The abyssal malice pattern on Ling Hao's back had yet to fully recede, and the eerie dark red markings appeared to grow clearer amidst the alarm. The elder shaman cast a profound glance at Ling Hao, his eyes brimming with myriad emotions, scrutiny, anticipation, concern, and determination. At that moment, Ling Hao's existence became exceedingly delicate in the eyes of all. Was he the harbinger of calamity, or the child of hope foretold in prophecy? The sounds of battle, the roars of the beasts, and the explosions of energy drew ever closer. The flames of war were about to engulf this last bastion of tranquility. Yuying, take him to the sanctuary for refuge. The elder shaman made a swift decision, his tone brooking no dissent. Above all, protect him. He is the one foretold in prophecy. His life and death may very well determine the fate of the entire seal. With that, the elder grasped his wooden staff and strode purposefully toward the exit, his stooped form now standing straight, emanating a formidable aura, ready to confront the approaching foes. Yuying looked at Ling Hao, her eyes struggling for a moment before solidifying into resolve. Follow me. Ling Hao hurriedly donned his clothing, suppressing the tumultuous waves of emotion within. He understood that he had no choice at this moment. Glancing at the encroaching chaos outside, he felt the lingering heat of the eerie patterns on his back. A harbinger of disaster? Or a beacon of hope? The answer perhaps lay within that so-called sanctuary, or perhaps it required him to prove it through action. Gritting his teeth, he followed Yuying, racing into the deeper, unknown darkness of the village. Chapter 44. The Origins of the Sanctuary. Outside the village, the cacophony of slaughter, explosions, and the roars of beasts melded into a singular, tumultuous sound, as the glow of runes clashed violently with the black mist of malevolence at the entrance, clearly indicating the battle was fierce. The elder shaman's ancient yet resolute incantation pierced through the din, summoning the village's defensive powers to momentarily halt the advance of the invaders. Ying dared not linger for a moment, leading Ling Hao swiftly through the labyrinthine stone houses and narrow alleys, racing towards the innermost depths of the village. Her figure flickered in the shadows, deftly evading the frantic villagers. As they ventured deeper, the light grew increasingly dim, the traces of human craftsmanship gradually diminishing, replaced by more primordial cave structures. The air was permeated with an ancient, heavy essence, as if they had stepped into a temporal tunnel. At last, the pair arrived before an unremarkable rock wall, thickly coated with moss. Ying extended her hand, her fingertips striking certain stones in rapid succession according to a specific sequence, while she murmured obscure syllables under her breath. A series of low, mechanical clicks echoed, and the heavy rock wall silently slid inward, revealing a narrow staircase that descended, barely wide enough for a single person. A chilling wind, seemingly from the depths of antiquity, wafted forth from the staircase, carrying a soul-stirring resonance. Quickly, enter, Ying urged, stepping onto the staircase first, with Ling Hao following closely behind. The staircase was steep and interminable, and vague murals began to emerge on the surrounding walls. Illuminated by a softly glowing orb in Ying's hand, Ling Hao strained to discern the contents of the murals. The initial mural depicted a celestial cataclysm, where colossal meteors struck the earth, tearing open a fissure leading to a dark abyss. From this rift, an endless horde of terrifying monstrosities surged forth, wreaking havoc upon the land and bringing devastation to all living beings. The scene then shifted, showcasing numerous towering figures exuding formidable auras, engaging in a fierce battle against these fiends, as the sky shattered and the earth crumbled. Subsequently, the murals branched out, One section illustrated how powerful human beings devised a celestial array, harnessing the might of falling stars to painstakingly seal off and divert the passage. In stark contrast, another segment sent a jolt through Ling Hao's pupils. The protagonists of this portion were not human. Instead, they were enigmatic humanoid beings, seemingly composed of shadows and starlight. Merging seamlessly with their surroundings, they traversed the battlefield, appearing to guide and even absorb the powers of the spectral monstrosities, transforming them into a peculiar energy that aided the human champions in their sealing efforts. Many of these beings bore a vague mark upon their chests or foreheads, a shape reminiscent of the abyssal pattern that had emerged on Ling Hao's back. This is, Ling Hao could not help but exclaim. According to ancient legends, they were the Ying clan, also known as the Night Watchers. Ying's voice reverberated in the narrow staircase, tinged with complex emotions. They were the oldest inhabitants of this land, born with the innate ability to resonate with the powers of the spectral realm and shadows. During the Age of Cataclysm, they chose to ally with humanity, jointly sealing the passage. Yet their power, arising from the spectral realm, was also corroded by it, causing many of their kin to gradually wither away post-seal, either merging into humanity or retreating deeper underground, rendering their existence nearly extinct. The Ying clan, the Night Watchers? Ling Hao's heart trembled with astonishment. Could the markings on his body be connected to this mysterious race? The pendant left by his mother. He suddenly gazed intently at the leading Ying, recalling her name, her movements, her affinity for shadows. Ying seemed to sense his gaze, her pace momentarily faltering, yet she did not turn back, merely whispering, "My clan has dwelled here for generations, guarding the seal and the remnants of our legacy. Perhaps within us flows a faint bloodline, intermingled with theirs." The staircase finally reached its conclusion. Before them lay a vast subterranean cavern. At its center was not the opulent palace one might expect, but a more ancient, rugged natural altar, seemingly intertwined with the very veins of the earth. The altar was constructed from unrefined black stones, etched with even older, more abstract patterns than those on the outer murals, closer to the source. These patterns were not static. They flowed gently, akin to living veins, absorbing the extremely thin spectral energy and earthly power seeping from the surrounding rock walls, maintaining a slow yet steady operation. Here lay one of the most primal and pivotal nodes of the entire sealing array. Compared to the artificially constructed altar outside, this place was far older and, paradoxically, more fragile. The center of the altar bore a depression, though its shape differed slightly from the one outside, being more intricate, resembling a fractured mark. The moment Ling Hao stepped into this cavern and onto the black stone altar, the pendant sealed by medicinal power against his chest suddenly became scalding hot. It resonated with an existence of the same origin, emitting an intense vibration. Simultaneously, the abyssal pattern on his back, which had faded, re-emerged uncontrollably, appearing clearer than before. The dark red markings twisted upon his skin like burning flames, emanating a faint yet undeniable aura of menace. The ancient altar seemed to pulse with vitality, the flowing patterns accelerating, radiating a ghostly luminescence. The depression at the altar's center generated a powerful pulling force, drawing Ling Hao and the pendant at his chest. Ugh! Ling Hao stifled a groan, feeling his spiritual energy, blood, and even that trace of malevolent aura being drawn towards the altar, surging towards the pendant. The pendant trembled violently, the sealing power rapidly collapsing. Ying's expression changed dramatically. "No, your bloodline and the sacred object have resonated with the core altar. This will hasten the consumption of the altar's already limited energy, even potentially triggering." Before she could finish, an unexpected anomaly occurred. The depression at the altar's center, having absorbed the aura emanating from Ling Hao and the resonant vibrations of the pendant, suddenly projected a hazy silhouette. This image was not an illustration, but a fragment of consciousness, seemingly traversing eons, crashing into Ling Hao's mind. Ling Hao's awareness was forcefully pulled into a fragmented temporal segment. He beheld a towering figure, its back blurred, yet resonating with the essence of the pendant, wielding a complete, radiant pendant, fiercely confronting a grotesque shadow emerging from the spectral passage, too horrifying to describe. That Ying clan warrior attempted to drive the pendant into the core of the passage for the final sealing. However, the power of the spectral sovereign was unfathomably terrifying. Even a mere fragment of its essence threatened to rend all asunder. At the critical moment, multiple powerful strikes from behind, belonging to humanity, struck the Ying clan warrior unawares. Betrayal. A blatant betrayal. The Ying clan warrior, caught off guard, suffered grievous injury, and the pendant in his grasp dimmed perilously. Nearly slipping from his fingers, he let out a cry of profound anguish and rage, turning to look back, his eyes filled with disbelief and despair. The scene fractured and flickered. In the chaos, a small piece of the pendant shattered, while most of its essence was swept away by a violent spatial turbulence, disappearing without a trace. The grievously wounded Ing clan warrior, clutching the broken pendant, filled with endless resentment and unwillingness, was consumed by the spectral sovereign's retaliatory force, ultimately seemingly sealing the last of his strength and a fragment of his essence within the shattered pendant, casting it into the unknown void. The vision abruptly ceased. Ling Hao snapped back to reality, drenched in cold sweat, his heart racing wildly, his eyes filled with shock and fury. That fragment of consciousness revealed a brutal truth. In ancient times, not all humans upheld the covenant. Some, in a bid to seize the Void Heart pendant, betrayed their Ing clan allies at the crucial moment, leading to the ultimate failure of the sealing and the downfall and curse of that Ing clan warrior. This pendant is not merely a sacred relic or a key of sealing. Rather, it encapsulates the wrath, resentment, and a trace of tainted primordial power belonging to an ancient powerhouse. This may very well be the source of the terrifying entity within. And what of the traitors? Has their legacy persisted? The Celestial Mechanism Pavilion? The Shadow Kill Palace? Or perhaps other hypocritical forces? What did you perceive? The shadowy figure inquired anxiously, observing the tumultuous shift in Ling Hao's expression. Ling Hao inhaled deeply, poised to divulge the fragments he had witnessed, when suddenly, the entire core altar convulsed violently, more fiercely than ever before. The ancient patterns that had just illuminated began to flicker erratically, becoming exceedingly unstable. It seemed that, due to the recent resonance and energy shock, the process of its collapse had accelerated. Even more terrifying was the fact that at the altar's center, where shadows were cast, the very fabric of space began to distort. As a minuscule yet utterly pure rift to the underworld slowly tore open, a chill far colder than the external realm of death and despair, infused with insatiable greed and malevolence, seeped out like a venomous serpent from the fissure. Concurrently, from the entrance of the cavern, hurried footsteps and boisterous laughter echoed. Found it. Indeed, it is here. Ha! The core altar. And those two little mice. Surrender the sacred relic and that brat. Master Yunha and the leader of the Shadow Kill Palace, accompanied by a cadre of elite subordinates, had breached the outer defenses and pursued them to this most sacred ground. Though they bore wounds, their eyes gleamed with greater madness and avarice, with the rift to the underworld gradually widening in front and powerful foes obstructing from behind. The shadowy figure instantly shielded Ling Hao, determination flashing in her jade-like eyes, as two obsidian blades, seemingly capable of absorbing light, materialized in her grasp. Ling Hao gazed at the slowly widening rift, then at the searing pendant in his hand that trembled as if resonating with some existence beyond the fissure, and finally turned his attention to the pursuing adversaries. A wild and perilous thought burgeoned in his mind. The elder shaman's words echoed in his ears. Because its power originates from the underworld, it can truly comprehend and wield the underworld. The memories of betrayal and wrath from the shattered past burned like flames in his heart. He abruptly lifted his gaze, fixating on the rift to the underworld, a glint of madness flashing in his eyes. He stepped forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with the shadowy figure, his voice hoarse yet imbued with an unprecedented resolve. Miss Shadow, perhaps there is still a way. In the midst of the shadowy figure's astonished gaze and the vehement shouts of Master Yunha and others, Ling Hao did not retreat. Instead, he boldly extended his hand, guiding the fierce aura within him and the burning pattern of the abyss behind him, slowly yet resolutely reaching toward the rift in the underworld that was beginning to tear open. He did not intend to seal it, but rather to communicate with it, to guide it. This action was tantamount to playing with fire and inviting disaster. Have you lost your mind? The shadowy figure exclaimed in shock. Master Yunha and the leader of the Shadow Kill Palace also changed countenance, clearly unprepared for Ling Hao's reckless action. However, just as Ling Hao's hand was about to make contact with the fissure, a pair of cold, ancient eyes, imbued with a hint of curiosity and inquiry, abruptly opened in the endless abyss beyond the rift. Crossing infinite space, they fixed their gaze upon Ling Hao, scrutinizing the abyssal patterns on his back and the pendant in his hand. A low, indistinct, yet profoundly resonant ancient syllable echoed directly within the depths of Ling Hao's soul, akin to a sigh or a summons emanating from the rift. Chapter 45, A Frantic Choice. Ling Hao's hand, enveloped in the dark crimson aura of death and the searing power of the patterns behind him, boldly reached for the gradually widening rift to the underworld. To any observer, this action was nothing short of self-destruction, an act of madness born of despair. Stop! You dare, brat! Master Yunha and the leader of the Shadow Kill Palace cried out in a blend of fury and alarm, seeking to intervene, but were momentarily repelled by the blade of shadow wielded desperately by the shadowy figure. Her jade-hued eyes brimmed with astonishment and confusion. Yet she chose to trust Ling Hao's resolute gaze, fighting for him in this fleeting moment. Finally, Ling Hao's fingertips grazed the icy, deathly edge of the rift, as if it could freeze the very soul. The anticipated violent devouring did not occur immediately. Instead, an extreme coldness and an immense, indescribable torrent of consciousness surged through his fingertips, violently crashing into his sea of consciousness. It was not an attack, but rather a form of examination and resonance. Beyond the rift, the ancient, cold eyes seemed to penetrate the fabric of time and space, focusing their gaze upon him. Ling Hao beheld endless darkness, shattered stars, and the colossal remains drifting within the underworld, enveloped by an aura of desolation and silence, yet infused with a semblance of ancient order. Simultaneously, the abyssal patterns on his back blazed with renewed intensity, and the pendant in his hand quaked violently, emitting a mournful yet joyous hum, as if a wayfarer had glimpsed a long-lost homeland, or an enemy had felt the presence of fate. The ancient syllable that resonated deeply within his soul echoed once more. And this time, Ling Hao seemed to grasp a fragment of its meaning: shared origin, covenant, return. Countless fragmented images and shards of information surged into his mind. An ancient civilization flourishing amidst shadows and starlight, a sudden cataclysm, a rift that tore the world asunder. Oaths of camaraderie, and that final, heart-wrenching betrayal. These fragments corroborated and supplemented the spiritual imprints he had previously witnessed, and though still incomplete, they provided him with a clearer understanding of that buried history, the shadowy race, and the origins of the pendant. This pendant, known as the Heart of the Void, is indeed a sacred artifact of the shadowy race, yet it is more than that. It is a living token of a pact. It is not a key of sealing, but rather a testament to the symbiotic covenant established between the shadowy race and some ancient entity dwelling in the depths of the underworld. The shadowy race harnesses its power to balance the realms of the underworld and the human world, while that entity gains a certain anchor or passage through the covenant. The ancient powers sealed the passage, effectively severing and imprisoning the other end of this covenant. And the traders of that time may have sought after this Heart of the Void, which, having lost its covenant counterpart, had significantly diminished in power. At this moment, Ling Hao, bearing the faint bloodline of the shadowy race, manifesting the abyssal patterns, and clutching the fragment of the Heart of the Void, had inadvertently reconnected this ancient covenant that had been severed for eons. Although the connection was merely a faint thought emanating from the sealed essence. The overwhelming flow of information and the underworld's consciousness scrutinizing him caused Ling Hao to feel as though his head would split, and he could not help but emit a howl of agony. Yet his gaze grew ever clearer and more fervent. He understood. The will that resided beyond the rift was not solely one of destruction and greed. It resembled a traitor who had been imprisoned for countless eons, adhering to an ancient covenant, but filled with resentment due to betrayal. Power. Grant me power, Ling Hao shouted to the rift. A plea that stemmed from the depths of his soul, not a supplication, but a demand rooted in that ancient covenant. By this covenant as proof, bestow upon me the strength to vanquish my foes. He was engaging in a gamble, wagering that this covenant remained valid, betting that this underworld will harbor a loathing for the traitors of old, far exceeding its indifference toward the living. The will beyond the rift fell silent for a moment, and a flicker of fluctuation seemed to pass through those cold eyes. Then, a torrent of pure, yet chillingly desolate power, imbued with the most primal rules of the underworld, surged through Ling Hao's arm, crashing violently into his body. This power far surpassed the deathly aura he had absorbed before. It was more advanced, closer to the essence. Boom. It felt as though Ling Hao's body would explode. The meridians were instantaneously ruptured, with fine beads of blood seeping through the surface of his skin. Yet, in the very next moment, that force compelled a rapid restoration, widening and reinforcing him. His aura surged at a terrifying pace. Beastmaster Apprentice, 9th rank. Pinnacle. Beastmaster. 1st rank. 2nd rank. Ascending steadily until it reached the zenith of 3rd rank Beastmaster, where it gradually plateaued. However, this was not merely an enhancement of profound energy or soul power, but a transient bestowal of absolute dominion over the power of the netherworld. A faint shroud of shadow enveloped his eyes, while tangible black streams of energy swirled around him. Cold and silent, yet exuding an unmatched majesty. The abyssal pattern on his back seemed to come alive, twisting and extending, resembling a dark crimson suit of spectral armor. Though this sequence of events may seem slow, it transpired in the blink of an eye. Yunhe Jinren, the leader of the Shadow Kill Hall, along with his subordinates who had just burst in, stood in stunned silence, witnessing this bizarre and terrifying spectacle, feeling the soul-chilling aura emanating from Ling Hao, which rendered them momentarily paralyzed with fear. Yu Ying was equally astonished, covering her mouth in disbelief, her azure eyes wide with incredulity. Ling Hao slowly raised his head, his darkened gaze sweeping over the intruders, devoid of any emotion. He lifted his hand gently towards the foremost assassins of the Shadow Kill Hall and made a slight grasping motion. In an instant, the shadows surrounding them seemed to animate, transforming into countless chilling spectral hands that ensnared them, voraciously siphoning their vitality and soul power. They were unable to utter a single cry, rapidly withering into ash amid their paralyzing terror. Words became law, mastery over shadow and death, the power of the netherworld. You have actually allied with the netherworld. Yunhe Jinren exclaimed in a voice tinged with terror, completely shedding any semblance of grandeur. Allied. Ling Hao's voice was hoarse and frigid, echoing with authority. No, they were always meant to heed my command. He locked his gaze on Yunhe Jinren and unleashed a punch through the air. A concentrated wave of netherworld death energy shot forth like black lightning, freezing and annihilating the very space it traversed. Yunhe Jinren, horrified beyond measure, desperately activated the cracked Jade Ruler to defend himself. Crack. The Jade Ruler shattered instantly. The netherworld death energy penetrated his protective profound energy without impediment, crashing into his body. Spurt. Yunhe Jinren spat a mouthful of black blood, which froze into shards upon leaving his body. He felt his vitality and soul power being rapidly frozen and devoured. Darkness enveloping his visage as despair and unwillingness filled his eyes. He toppled backward, his breath fading rapidly. The Tianshu Pavilion was on the brink of annihilation with a single strike. The leader of the Shadow Kill Hall, witnessing this, felt his heart shatter with fear and dared not harbor any battle intent. He exploded into a cloud of black mist, attempting to employ secret techniques to escape. Shadows? In my presence, there is no concealment. Ling Hao's voice was icy, his eyes shimmering with an ominous light, as if he could see through the essence of all shadows. He pointed at the cloud of black mist from afar. Buzz. The black mist appeared to be shackled by invisible spatial restraints, abruptly solidifying in midair, revealing the leader of the Shadow Kill Hall, whose face was filled with horror. The next moment, the shadows surrounding him began to roil like a swamp, countless pale skeletal hands emerging to drag him inexorably toward the abyss of darkness. He emitted a shrill, desperate scream, ultimately being consumed by the shadows, leaving no trace behind. The remaining disciples of the Tianshu Pavilion and assassins of the Shadow Kill Hall, already petrified with fear, turned to flee. Ling Hao did not even spare them a glance, merely exerting his will. The shadows on the cavern floor sprang to life, surging upward like a tide of darkness, engulfing and disassembling them before they could even let out a scream. In the blink of an eye, all the formidable foes that had invaded the sacred ground were annihilated. The entire cavern fell into a deathly silence, save for the chilling aura of the netherworld fissure and the unsettling fluctuations of Ling Hao's netherworld power. Yuying stood to the side, observing Ling Hao, who resembled the sovereign of the netherworld, her emotions a tumultuous mix. While he had quelled the crisis, his current state and power instilled an overwhelming sense of unfamiliarity and dread within her. Having vanquished all adversaries, Ling Hao's netherworld energy began to recede like an ebbing tide. The borrowed power from the pact ultimately did not belong to him, and the burden of forcibly bearing it was immense. His aura rapidly plummeted back to around the 8th rank Beastmaster, his complexion turning as pale as paper as he vomited a substantial mouthful of icy black blood. His body swaying precariously, the meridians throbbed with a tearing pain, and his soul felt utterly exhausted from the impact of the netherworld will. The abyssal pattern on his back gradually faded, and the pendant in his hand returned to tranquility, though its temperature remained elevated. Are you all right? Yuying hurriedly stepped forward to support him. I'm fine. Ling Hao weakly shook his head, his voice hoarse. The power, the price. He lifted his gaze toward the sliver of the netherworld fissure. Beyond the fissure, those icy eyes still lingered, seemingly observing him in silence, waiting for his next move. Just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred, perhaps due to the recent surge of netherworld power or the resonance with that will. The originally minute fissure began to slowly widen. Furthermore, from the depths of the fissure, a cacophony of chaotic, violent, and insatiable roars echoed, an unmistakable desire for destruction. It seemed as if more lowly netherworld creatures were drawn to this expanding fissure and the leaking aura, attempting to squeeze through. The expressions of Ling Hao and Yuying changed dramatically. They had repelled their human foes, yet they may have inadvertently opened a true Pandora's box. The ancient will beyond the fissure appeared unconcerned about this development, instead emanating a sense of cold anticipation. What did it wish to witness? A chill coursed through Ling Hao, from his feet to the crown of his head. Chapter 46, The Beast Tide Assault. That sliver of the netherworld fissure expanded slowly like a greedy black eye, filling the silent cavern with a chilling aura of death. The cold, lifeless energy of the netherworld surged forth like a tangible tide, frosting the ground into patches of frost flowers. Even more distressing was the increasing volume and clarity of the frenzied roars and scraping sounds emanating from within the fissure, as if countless ravenous minions were eager to tear through the barrier and invade this world. Ling Hao and Yuying's faces turned ashen. The recently alleviated sense of crisis returned with renewed ferocity. They had driven back their human adversaries, but they might have summoned an even more terrifying and uncontrollable disaster. It must be sealed immediately, Yuying urged anxiously, her azure eyes filled with urgency. She attempted to harness the surrounding shadow powers, even invoking the residual strength of the ancient altar beneath their feet. Yet the netherworld force field emanating from the widening fissure was overwhelmingly powerful, rendering her attempts futile as if a cow had sunk into the sea. Ling Hao, enduring the tearing agony of his body and the exhaustion of his soul, struggled to stand upright. He attempted to communicate with the ancient will beyond the fissure, hoping to persuade it to retract its power and quell the fissure. However, all he received in response was a chilling silence, accompanied by a sense of detached observation, as if the will reveled in the chaos's expansion, scrutinizing how Ling Hao would respond, perhaps even assessing the value of him as a contractor. It did not care. Ling Hao's heart sank to the depths of despair. For an entity imprisoned for eons, this minor chaos might be utterly inconsequential, even a form of amusement. What to do? Forcefully seal it? In their current state, it was utterly impossible. Ignore it? The fissure would only continue to widen, ultimately risking a catastrophic collapse, as the two individuals were gripped by an overwhelming sense of urgency. The entrance of the cave echoed with the sound of chaotic footsteps and exclamations. The elder shaman, supported by several warriors from the village, arrived. Clearly having endured a fierce battle, blood stained his robe and his breath was unsteady. Upon witnessing the widening crack and the horrific aura seeping from it, shock and despair instantly etched themselves onto his aged visage. So, it has come to this, he muttered, his wooden staff thudding heavily against the ground. His eyes filled with desolation. Grandfather Shaman, please think of a solution. The shadowy figure seemed to see a glimmer of hope. The elder shaman stepped forward briskly, inspecting the fissure with an increasingly grave expression. The crack had been forcibly pried open by an extraordinarily powerful force from the realm of the dead, establishing an uncanny connection with the core altar. Conventional sealing methods were rendered ineffective, unless he suddenly raised his head, his gaze piercing as he fixed it upon Ling Hao, or more precisely, upon the now scorching pendant he held, the Heart of the Void. Unless we can genuinely awaken the power of the Heart of the Void and use it as a medium to channel the residual energy of the altar, perhaps we can temporarily mend this fissure. The elder's tone bore a hint of reckless desperation, yet this method was fraught with peril. Someone would need to use their own soul power and bloodline as a conduit, delving into the edge of the crack to withstand the pressure from both realms. One misstep could lead to their soul being torn asunder. All eyes turned to Ling Hao. He alone bore the bloodline of the shadowy figure and held the Heart of the Void, making him the only viable candidate to resonate with the power of the fissure. Ling Hao gazed at the ever-expanding crack that emitted terrifying howls, then glanced at the battered shadowy figure beside him, the breathless elder shaman, and the villagers who, despite their fear, remained steadfast. He did not hesitate. What must I do? His voice was hoarse yet resolute. The calamity had arisen from him, and thus the responsibility lay squarely on his shoulders. A flicker of approval mingled with reluctance flashed in the elder's eyes as he swiftly instructed. Infuse your soul power into the Heart of the Void, attune to its contract through your bloodline, and attempt to guide its force rather than forcibly compel it. I will lead the tribe to awaken the altar's final strength through ancient chants to assist you. Remember, your mind must remain steady. View this as a conduit rather than a confrontation. Should you find yourself overwhelmed, withdraw immediately. Do not force it. Ling Hao nodded solemnly, sitting cross-legged directly before the fissure, a mere 3 feet away from the chilling, lifeless aura. Xiao Hui anxiously paced at his feet, which he gently patted to soothe. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes and with great difficulty began to circulate the soul spirit technique, slowly channeling the scant remnants of his soul power into the pendant resting against his chest. This time, he endeavored not to control or devour, but rather to feel and communicate. He recalled the fragments of ancient will that had been imparted to him, the resonance within his bloodline, and the spirit of the pendant that had protected him on numerous occasions. A miraculous phenomenon unfolded. As he relinquished his desire for control and shifted towards a mindset of communication, the previously scorching and resistant pendant gradually softened, emanating a gentle glow interwoven with silver and black. The once hidden patterns of the abyssal seal resurfaced, warming slightly, resonating harmoniously with the pendant. Now, the elder shaman intoned, his voice commanding as he, along with the remaining villagers, began to chant an obscure, ancient melody. The song was not loud, yet it seemed to harbor an extraordinary power, resonating with the ancient altar beneath them. The once dim patterns upon the altar reignited, a faint yet resilient light flowing like a stream toward Ling Hao. Ling Hao guided this energy, a blend of his own soul power, the heart of the void's essence, and the altar's strength, slowly extending towards the widening crack. Sizzle. The energy made contact with the edge of the fissure, producing a sound that sent shivers through the bones. Two forces, originating from the same source yet opposing in nature, collided, annihilated, and curiously intertwined. Ling Hao's body trembled violently, as if subjected to the dual tortures of extreme cold and extreme heat, tearing and compressing simultaneously. His soul felt as though it were being ripped apart. Blood once again trickled from the corner of his mouth. Yet, he gritted his teeth, remembering the elder's admonitions, striving to maintain a steady state of mind, treating this power as a bridge for guidance, carefully smoothing the restless energy at the fissure's edge. This process was slow and excruciating. The expansion of the crack noticeably slowed, and even began to show the faintest signs of closure. Hope ignited in the eyes of everyone present. However, this moment of respite was fleeting. The chaotic roars emanating from the depths of the fissure suddenly intensified. It seemed the denizens of the underworld had sensed the fissure was being mended, and they became frenzied. A claw clad in black bone armor, its sickle-like talons reaching out from the fissure, began to frantically claw and tear at the energy bridge Ling Hao had established. Subsequently, a second, a third, and an increasing number of claws, tendrils, and even indistinctly horrific heads attempted to force their way through. Not good. The minions of the abyss are breaking through. The elder shaman cried out, his song abruptly shifting to an urgent and heightened pitch in an effort to amplify the altar's strength. But the number of underworld creatures surging from the other side of the fissure was overwhelming. Individually, they were far weaker than the previous malevolent entities. Yet their sheer numbers were staggering, driven solely by an insatiable thirst for destruction and consumption. The energy bridge Ling Hao had painstakingly coalesced was on the verge of collapse, and the fissure, which had just begun to show signs of mending, was being forcibly pried open once more. The pressure he endured multiplied instantaneously. His skin began to erupt with fine cracks, his soul power depleting at an alarming rate. He was about to succumb. Eek! Seeing this, Xiao Hui let out a desperate shriek, a burst of silver light exploding from its form as it dashed towards the fissure, attempting to repel those claws with ripples of spatial energy. Yet, its strength was but a drop in the ocean against the surging horde from the abyss. The shadowy figure also cried out, transforming into a flurry of afterimages, her dark blades slicing at the protruding limbs. While she managed to sever a few, the severed limbs quickly dissipated into black mist, only for more to surge forth. The situation escalated to a critical point. Should Ling Hao exhaust himself, or if the energy bridge were utterly shattered, the fissure would spiral completely out of control. At this critical juncture, Ling Hao suddenly opened his eyes wide. His gaze was a striking dichotomy. His left eye retained the emotions and determination of humanity, while his right eye transformed into a cold, emotionless void. It was as if the ancient will lurking beyond the fissure had temporarily bestowed upon him a glimpse of its vision, an indescribable aura of authority and wrath, originating from the deepest recesses of his bloodline, erupted explosively from him. This was not a borrowed power from the underworld, but rather an innate strength belonging to him, wholly awakened by the looming crisis and the aura of the abyss. Begone, return, he bellowed, his voice transcending human articulation, imbued with ancient syllables and boundless authority. The abyssal seal patterns on his back blazed like molten lava, instantly spreading across half of his visage. The heart of the void in his grasp radiated an unprecedented brilliance. The minions of the abyss, who had been frantically assaulting the fissure, suddenly halted in their tracks beneath the weight of his roar and the oppressive force of his bloodline. In their chaotic consciousness, they seemed to encounter a nemesis, emitting terrified shrieks as they retreated like a receding tide into the depths of the fissure. Even the fissure itself quaked violently under the sudden pressure of his bloodline's authority. Its expansion abruptly halted, and it began to close more rapidly. Seizing the opportunity, Ling Hao poured every last ounce of his soul power and will, along with the altar's strength, forcefully into the fissure. Buzz! The fissure contracted sharply. Ultimately, it dwindled to a mere thread, stubbornly lingering without any further release of the underworld's aura, nor any sound emanating from it, as if forcibly stitched together, leaving behind an everlasting scar. Thud! In the fleeting moment when the fissure sealed, Ling Hao could no longer bear the strain. Darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed heavily to the ground. His complexion resembled that of gold paper, and his breath was faint to the point of extinction. akin to a flickering candle in the wind. Ling Hao, my young friend. Yu Ying and the elder shaman rushed forward to inspect him, relieved to find that he merely fainted from exhaustion and had not succumbed to a loss of soul. Nonetheless, the concern in their eyes remained unabated, for his body and spirit had been severely overdrawn. Xiao Hui mournfully licked Ling Hao's cold cheek. However, before anyone could recover from this harrowing victory, the entire core altar suddenly began to tremble violently, more ferociously than ever before. The surface of the altar, already in disrepair, began to crack and crumble in all directions after enduring the final exertion of power, as if it had lost its last support. Simultaneously, at the center of the altar, the forcibly sealed fissure, as slender as a hair, began to exhibit an unstable, glass-like quality that slowly spread outward. A more profound and unsettling gravitational pull emanated from that glassy epicenter, as if the core altar's purpose had been fulfilled or had utterly collapsed. It was transforming into a more perilous and unknown spatial singularity. The sacred land is about to collapse into oblivion. An elderly villager cried out in despair. The elder shaman gazed at the ever-expanding glassy region and the unconscious Ling Hao, his aged face displaying an unprecedented resolve. Yu Ying, take him away. Leave the dark current passage immediately. Quickly, the elder commanded sternly, driving his wooden staff forcefully into the ground, attempting to slow the inevitable process. But Grandpa, this is an order. The elder shouted. To protect the one foretold is our most urgent mission. Go. Tears welled in Yu Ying's eyes. She understood that this was not a moment for hesitation. With a sudden surge of determination, she hoisted the unconscious Ling Hao onto her back and called out to Xiao Hui, "Follow closely." Without looking back, she dashed towards a narrow passage on the other side of the cavern, from which the sound of flowing water could be heard. Behind her, the elder shaman and the remaining villagers chanted the last ancient ballad, their figures gradually being engulfed by the expanding glassy light and the warping space. What awaited them in the depths of the dark current passage? Chapter 47, Survival in the Dark Current, Awakening of the Wasteland. The frigid, bone-chilling water instantaneously submerged Yu Ying and the unconscious Ling Hao. This so-called dark current passage was, in truth, a narrow fissure completely inundated by underground water. The current surged with tremendous force, propelling them into the unknown abyss. Yu Ying gritted her teeth, one hand tightly securing Ling Hao on her back, while the other struggled against the cold, rough rock walls, attempting to slow their descent and avoid the lethal underwater reefs. Xiao Hui transformed into a streak of silver light, forging ahead to scout the path, occasionally emitting urgent cries to warn of danger. Behind them, the ominous sounds of collapsing space and the glassy light were swiftly drowned out by the roar of the rushing water, gradually receding and ultimately vanishing altogether. Yet, after a brief silence, a deeper and more terrifying ripple of space surged towards them like a silent tsunami. The entire waterway convulsed violently, the rock walls groaning under the unbearable weight, and a torrent of debris cascaded down. Yu Ying's expression changed drastically. She realized that the core's sacred land had been completely obliterated. The elder shaman and the others, a wave of profound sorrow swelled within her. But she had no time to mourn. The instinct for survival ignited her latent potential as she propelled herself forward, narrowly evading a massive boulder that had collapsed due to the tremors. Boom. The boulder crashed down, nearly blocking their escape route. There was no retreat. They could only move forward. The current grew even more turbulent, as if the entire subterranean water system had been thrown into chaos by the annihilation of the sacred land. They were like leaves caught in a tempest, swept downward. Deeper into the abyss, time became an indistinct blur until, just as Yu Ying was on the verge of exhaustion and unconsciousness, a glimmer of light finally appeared ahead. The speed of the water reached its zenith. An exit. Yu Ying's spirit surged. She summoned every last ounce of strength to adjust her position, shielding Ling Hao in front of her. Boom. The tremendous current shot them out like cannonballs. Blinding sunlight replaced the darkness of the underground, and they felt a profound sense of descent. Splash. Splash. The trio, two beings and one creature, plummeted into a cold yet relatively expansive pool of water, creating a great splash. Yu Ying struggled to surface, coughing violently, greedily inhaling the fresh, albeit dusty, air. She immediately checked Ling Hao on her back and found him still unconscious, though there seemed to be a faint breath, which provided her with a modicum of relief. Xiao Hui, also drenched, climbed onto a nearby rock, cautiously surveying their surroundings. It appeared they had arrived at a pool at the foot of a wasteland, surrounded by an endless expanse of yellow desert dotted with sparse, drought-resistant vegetation, with distant, barren hills rising against the sky. The climate was dry and scorching, a stark contrast to the chilling underground world. Yu Ying painstakingly dragged Ling Hao to a cooler, shaded area by the water's edge. Assessing his injuries, she found the situation dire. He was utterly exhausted, with multiple meridians torn, his soul wounded, and more troubling. Although the ethereal power had receded, it seemed to have left a remnant of extreme cold within him, gnawing at his vitality and creating an eerie stalemate with the surrounding spatial energy. She attempted to channel her meager shadow power to dispel the cold, but the effect was minimal. Most of the medicinal supplies she had brought were lost in the torrent, as if fate conspired against her. Distant howls of wolves and the rustling sounds of some large lizards crawling echoed ominously. This wasteland was evidently not a safe haven. They needed to find shelter quickly and seek remedies for Ling Hao's wounds. With determination, Ying hoisted Ling Hao onto her back and oriented herself towards a mountainous region in the distance, which appeared to harbor potential caves. She trudged onward, the scorching sun beating down and the yellow sands swirling around them. Each step was a Herculean effort. Ling Hao's body felt icy and heavy, and Ying's strength was waning rapidly. Along the way, they encountered several wasteland wolves, resembling hyenas with bared fangs, drawn by the scent of human presence. Though Ying was agile, burdened as she was, and needing to protect Ling Hao, the battle was arduous, and she sustained several claw marks before managing to repel the pack. At last, as dusk approached, she discovered a narrow yet dry cave beneath a wind-sheltered cliff. After settling Ling Hao inside, she almost collapsed from exhaustion. After resting briefly, she dared not delay and ventured out in search of water and any potential herbs. Leveraging her acute perception of energy fluctuations, she located some herbs imbued with a faint sun attribute, which might temporarily combat the extreme cold within Ling Hao. She also retrieved some murky water using large leaves. Upon returning to the cave, she crushed the herbs, mixing them with the water, and carefully fed them to Ling Hao. She continuously infused him with her scant shadow power. Though the effects were slow, she managed to stabilize his deteriorating condition for the time being. As night descended, the temperature in the wasteland plummeted. Inside the cave, it became even more bone-chilling. The remnant of the ethereal cold within Ling Hao surged to life under the external low temperatures, launching a frenzied counterattack. Ling Hao, still in a coma, let out a pained groan, his body trembling violently, frost forming on his skin, lips turning purple, and his breath rapidly weakening. The shadow power Ying had infused dissipated instantly, unable to penetrate the overwhelming cold. Ling Hao, hold on, Ying cried out in desperation, yet found herself powerless to intervene. The sun-soaked herb she brought, imbued with attributes of warmth, proved utterly futile against the fierce chill of the cold poison. Little Gray, in a state of frantic agitation, continuously emitted faint ripples in the fabric of space, yet was equally powerless to influence the primordial cold emanating from the depths of the underworld. As the life force of Ling Hao teetered on the brink of complete frostbite, a moment of dire urgency ensued. At that critical juncture, the pendant resting silently on his chest, the heart of the void, spontaneously ignited with a luminous glow once more. However, this time, it radiated not the ominous or malevolent light of before, but rather a soft, warm, milky white aura, akin to the gentle warmth of the winter sun, which swiftly dispelled the chill within the cave. The halo flowed gracefully, enveloping Ling Hao entirely. Under the embrace of this resplendent glow, the formidable cold poison from the underworld began to dissipate rapidly, just as snow melts beneath the blazing sun, retreating back to the depths of his dantian, transforming into a frigid root, which the halo gradually encased and subdued. Ling Hao's trembling ceased, the frost melted away, color returning to his face, and his breathing became steady and elongated. This milky white glow seemed to embody an exceptionally pure, gentle, and life-infused power, starkly contrasting with the previous malevolent force from the underworld. Both Ying and Little Gray gazed in dumbfounded awe at this miraculous spectacle. What secrets lay hidden within this pendant? It had the capacity to summon the dark energy of the underworld while simultaneously exuding such vibrant life force. The milky white halo lingered for a moment before gradually retracting and vanishing, restoring the pendant to its ancient form. Ling Hao's immediate crisis averted. He found that under the nurturing influence of this life-giving power, the restoration of his meridians and soul accelerated significantly. As the latter part of the night unfolded, Ling Hao's breathing stabilized entirely, and he even began to autonomously absorb the thin, ethereal energy of the world, evidently on the path to recovery. Ying felt a slight sense of reassurance. However, fatigue and pain soon enveloped her, compelling her to lean against the rocky wall and succumb to a deep slumber. Little Gray remained faithfully vigilant at the cave's entrance. Time passed, and just as the horizon began to blush with the faint light of dawn, an exceedingly subtle sound of footsteps, not of beasts, roused the alert Little Gray and the lightly dozing Ying. Someone was approaching. Ying instantly awoke, seizing her dagger, and stealthily crept to the shadowed entrance to peer outside. Through the hazy morning light, she discerned a diminutive figure clad in a tattered, oversized linen robe. Its face obscured by a hood, standing on a nearby dune, silently gazing in their direction. The figure appeared devoid of hostility, merely standing there, seemingly leaning on a long wooden staff. Were they friend or foe? Were they merely passing by, or had they come specifically for them? Ying's heart raced, and she tightened her grip on her dagger. The figure seemed to sense her scrutiny and slightly raised its head. Beneath the shadow of the hood, two pure white eyes, devoid of pupils, became faintly visible. The figure raised a hand, holding something that it gently shook towards the cave. Then, without further hesitation, it turned and walked away, its steps appearing slow yet vanishing in the morning mist of the wilderness in the blink of an eye, as if it had never existed. Ying, filled with uncertainty, hesitated for a moment before cautiously stepping out of the cave to the spot where the figure had stood. On the sand, she discovered a small grass ring intricately woven from withered grass, with a peculiar shape, and at its center lay a small segment of dry, aromatic purple root. Name: Purple Essence Earth Emperor Ginseng. Effect: contains pure earthly vitality and yang energy, capable of solidifying the foundation, dispelling cold, and repairing physical and spiritual injuries. Condition: the medicinal properties remain intact. Evaluation: an extraordinarily precious healing elixir, remarkably effective for the host's current condition. Ying picked up the small grass ring and the purple root, her azure eyes filled with astonishment and confusion. Who was that mysterious figure? And why had they bestowed such a precious remedy upon them? What did those white eyes signify? She gazed towards the direction where the figure had vanished, then glanced back at the unconscious Ling Hao within the cave. This seemingly desolate wasteland appeared to hold deeper mysteries. The road ahead remained shrouded in fog. Chapter 48. The Sand People. The morning light struggled to pierce the cold silence of the wasteland, illuminating the solitary silhouette of Ying standing atop the dune, clutching the grass ring and the purple essence Earth Emperor Ginseng, her mind clouded with doubt. The appearance of the white-eyed figure and the gift of the remedy felt unsettlingly coincidental. Returning to the cave, she examined the Earth Emperor Ginseng repeatedly, confirming its potent and non-toxic nature before she hesitated no longer. Carefully scraping the ginseng into powder, she administered it to Ling Hao. As the medicinal properties dissolved, like the sun melting snow, a gentle yet overwhelming vitality surged through Ling Hao's limbs and body. The relentless grip of the cold poison from the underworld rapidly dissipated as if meeting its nemesis. His damaged meridians were swiftly restored, and the pallor of his cheeks began to flush with color, his breath growing strong and steady. Several hours later, Ling Hao's eyelashes fluttered, and he slowly opened his eyes, the confusion fading as his former brilliance returned. "You are awake." Ying felt a slight release of the tension that had gripped her heart. Ling Hao sat up, warmth and strength coursing through him once more as he surveyed the unfamiliar cave. Sensing his nearly healed injuries, bewildered he asked, "Where is this?" "My wounds." Ying succinctly recounted the collapse of the sacred land, their escape across the wasteland, the eruption of the cold poison, the pendant's mysterious glow, and the gift of the remedy from the white-eyed figure. Upon hearing that the shaman elder and the villagers might have perished alongside the sacred land, a profound sorrow flickered in Ling Hao's eyes. He instinctively touched the cool pendant resting against his chest, and then glanced at the grass ring, his brow furrowing. The white-eyed figure, the Earth Emperor Ginseng. They appeared to offer assistance, but surely harbored ulterior motives. With his injuries healed to a significant extent, Ling Hao resolved to seek out the whereabouts of the white-eyed figure. Their ability to locate them precisely and provide them with the spiritual remedy could not be mere coincidence. The trio exited the cave and returned to the dune. The night's winds and sands had obscured their footprints, rendering them nearly indistinguishable. However, Ying was adept at tracking, and Little Gray, being exceptionally sensitive to the lingering fragrance of the Earth Emperor Ginseng, allowed them to discern a direction leading deeper into the wasteland, towards an even more desolate area filled with wind-eroded rock pillars. As they pressed onward, the harshness of the wasteland was laid bare. The scorching sun, scarce water sources, and the venomous insects and ferocious beasts lurking beneath the sand and stones brought one trouble after another. Were it not for their considerable strength and seamless cooperation, they would have long been unable to advance. Along the way, they discovered further clues: a black stone deliberately shaped like an arrow, and a broken, withered grass marker visible only from a specific angle. The white-eyed figure seemed to be intentionally guiding them. As the sun set, they arrived at a vast labyrinthine expanse of wind-eroded rock pillars. These pillars, sculpted by millennia of wind and sand, took on bizarre shapes, casting elongated, twisted shadows in the fading light of dusk. The surrounding silence was eerily oppressive. At the base of the stoutest pillar, resembling a colossal support beam. They discovered a narrow entrance, barely wide enough for one person to pass through. On the sandy ground at the entrance lay a clear imprint resembling the shape of the grass ring they held. The two exchanged wary glances and cautiously stepped aside to enter. Beyond the entrance lay a narrow passageway ascending upward. The walls on either side were etched with a multitude of intricate patterns, their style markedly different from the Sacred Land's murals, yet equally steeped in the aura of antiquity. These patterns no longer depicted celestial battles or underworld monstrosities, but rather scenes of hunting, rituals, and coexistence with strange creatures upon the wasteland. The protagonists of these images were alive people, seemingly merging with the desert, their eyes often carved into pure white. Insignificant ritual scenes. A staff adorned with a peculiar design and topped with a purple eye-like crystal made an appearance. Was this a glimpse into another lost civilization? Ling Hao could hardly contain his astonishment. Ying scrutinized the intricate patterns, her expression increasingly grave. Look here, she pointed to a relatively simple mural. The image depicted a group of individuals clad in coarse robes, their eyes in immaculate white, bestowing food and fresh water upon a multitude of indistinct figures emerging from fissures in the ground, their forms seemingly woven from shadows. The backdrop was a shattered starry sky and a fiery earth. During the cataclysmic upheaval, they had aided the ancestors of the Shadow Tribe. And as Ying's voice trembled with incredulity, she recalled that our most ancient ballads contained vague legends about the Eye of the Desert and the benefactor with white pupils. Could it truly be real? At the end of the passage lay a vast natural cavern. A central bonfire flickered, warding off the chill, while surrounding niches housed clay pots and animal hides, clearly indicating a dwelling. Most striking was a stone pedestal at the cavern's heart, upon which rested an ancient scepter remarkably similar to that depicted in the mural. At its apex was a violet eye-shaped crystal, glimmering with an enigmatic sheen under the firelight. You have arrived. A hoarse yet tranquil voice resonated from the shadows. A diminutive figure, draped in a voluminous linen robe and hood, stepped forth slowly. She leaned upon a simple wooden staff, lifting her hood to reveal a weathered face adorned with gentle wrinkles and a warm smile. Most unforgettable were her eyes, devoid of pupils, merely a pristine expanse of white, as though they contained the entirety of the desert sky and its celestial trails. Though she appeared entirely blind, her gaze seemed to pinpoint Ling Hao and Ying with uncanny precision. Do not be anxious, children, the old woman smiled, her voice akin to the whisper of wind over sand dunes. I am the guardian of this desolate expanse. You may call me the Sandwich. Though Ling Hao and Ying remained on guard, they sensed no hostility or energy fluctuations emanating from her, only a profound tranquility shaped by the passage of time. We are grateful for your life-saving gift, esteemed elder. Ling Hao bowed respectfully, maintaining a cautious tone. Might I inquire why you have summoned us? The Sandwich chuckled softly, her white eyes seemingly penetrating the depths of their souls. The medicine is both a greeting and an expression of gratitude. Gratitude? Ling Hao echoed, bewildered. Thank you for not succumbing entirely to the embrace of the underworld in that dark realm, but instead choosing to mend the rift. The Sandwich's voice deepened. Though the path has been convoluted, the outcome has temporarily sustained the fragile balance of this place. Ling Hao and Ying were taken aback. How could she possibly know of the events occurring in the Sacred Land? Who was she really? The Sandwich, as if aware of their confusion, approached the scepter, her aged hand gliding over the violet eye-shaped crystal. We, the sand-dwelling people, have inhabited this land for generations, living in harmony with the world. Our power may be feeble, yet we possess a unique ability to vaguely perceive the trajectories of fate and the flows of energy. She gestured toward her own white eyes. The energy disturbances in the Sacred Land and the leakage of the underworld's essence create ripples so vast that I can certainly perceive them. I can also faintly discern the roles you play within this tapestry. You can foresee the future? Ling Hao asked in astonishment. Not foresight, the Sandwich shook her head. I can only glimpse potentialities of fate and the currents of energy. It is akin to observing a great river. One can discern where the waters rush and where hidden rocks may lie, yet which specific droplet will splash where remains unknown. Turning her gaze upon Ling Hao, her white eyes seemed to focus intently on him. Child, the thread of your destiny is entwined with immense and chaotic forces. Darkness and starlight coexist, destruction and vitality intertwine. I cannot see it clearly, but I know your choices are of paramount importance. She then looked towards Ying. And you, descendant of the Shadow Folk, your fate is inexorably linked to his. It is both a guiding force and a bond. You have brought us here for more than merely sharing this knowledge. Have you not? Ling Hao intoned gravely. The Sandwich's expression grew increasingly somber. She approached a massive mural on the cavern wall, depicting a colossal black vortex in the sky. The desert fracturing, flames descending from above, and countless terrifying shadows surging from the depths, a harbinger of doom. The obliteration of the sacred land is not an end, but a beginning. Her voice resonated with deep concern. The forcibly mended rift is akin to a wound that continues to seep, having temporarily staunched the great hemorrhage. Yet it still contaminates the ley lines. More alarmingly, it has awakened some ancient and voracious entities beneath the desert. She gazed upward as if her sight could pierce through the rock to glimpse a distant future. I see a black sandstorm brewing. Ancient tombs are stirring, and hungry gazes have awakened from slumber. A colossal catastrophe is poised to sweep across the western expanse of the fallen star mountain range. Ling Hao and Ying's hearts plummeted. We must immediately alert the forces beyond the mountains. Ling Hao urged. There is no time, and no one will believe you. The sandwich shook her head. Moreover, the source of the calamity is not beyond prevention. She turned her gaze back to Ling Hao, her tone turning exceedingly grave. An ancient prophecy speaks of when the balance is shattered and calamity arises from the earth. Only the one who bears the starbound contract can find the eye of the sand and quell the wrath of the buried bones. The one who bears the starbound contract. Ling Hao instinctively reached for the pendant at his chest. The eye of the sand. Ying glanced at the violet crystal atop the scepter. The wrath of the buried bones. This clearly referred to the ancient entities that were soon to awaken. Children, the sand which lifted the scepter from the pedestal, solemnly extending it toward them. The fate of this barren land may rest in your hands. Head east, traverse the sea of quicksand, and seek the ruins of the Thousand Caves city. The eye of the sand will guide you, and the source of the wrath of the buried bones lies deep within that realm of death. Why us? Ling Hao hesitated, not immediately accepting the scepter. Because fate has chosen you, for you possess keys and eyes that others lack. The sand witch's white gaze seemed to penetrate all. Moreover, this is both a compensation for the calamity you have stirred and your sole chance of survival. At that moment, the entire cavern trembled slightly. Grit cascaded from the ceiling. In the distance, a bone-chilling roar echoed, seemingly emanating from the very depths of the earth. The roar was imbued with boundless fury and hunger. The sand witch's expression shifted. It has awakened, sooner than anticipated. You must depart at once. She thrust the scepter into Ling Hao's hands. The violet eye-shaped crystal felt warm to the touch and emitted a faint directional pulse. Remember, there is little time. Ling Hao gripped the scepter tightly, exchanging a glance with Ying, both recognizing the gravity and resolve reflected in each other's eyes. There was no turning back. They bowed deeply to the sandwich, then turned and dashed out of the cavern, braving the ominous winds sweeping across the wasteland, heading toward the eastern expanse, a realm even more unknown and perilous, the land of death. Behind them, the roar from the depths of the earth grew ever clearer. Chapter 49, The Sea of Quicksand. The winds and sands whipped about as if countless invisible hands were tearing at the fabric of the earth and sky. Golden sand enveloped the horizon, obscuring vision, while the haunting roars from the depths behind them sent shivers down their spines, reverberating one after another, driving their souls to tremble. Ling Hao's fingers clutched the ancient scepter known as the Eye of the Sand. The violet crystal at its tip transmitted a faint yet persistent pulse, akin to a heartbeat, a rhythm that served as their sole anchor amidst the chaos. Ying's silhouette flickered in the swirling sands, like a shadow closely trailing him. Xiao Hui lay upon Ling Hao's shoulder, his silver eyes keenly scanning their surroundings, emitting low whimpers from his throat. The sand witch's words echoed in their minds. Head east. Traverse the sea of quicksand to reach the long-forgotten Thousand Caves city. Yet the sight before them was sufficient to obliterate any lingering hopes. The sea of quicksand lived up to its name. The earth had lost its solid form, transforming into an endless, undulating expanse of golden mire. Enormous sand dunes shifted as if alive, whirlpools appearing and vanishing at will, greedily consuming everything in their path. The air was thick with the acrid sting of dust, intermingled with an eerie force that disrupted the soul energy within the body. Keep close, Ling Hao bellowed, channeling his soul power into his legs, his form guided by the staff as he struggled to glide across the shifting sands. The shadowy figure followed closely behind, transforming into a wraith-like glow. Each step was precariously balanced on the edge of life and death. The quicksand was merciless, concealing potentially lethal traps beneath its surface. More than once, the sands beneath Ling Hao's feet suddenly collapsed, forming a whirlpool that threatened to consume everything. It was only thanks to the sharp warnings from Xiao Hui and the swift pull of the shadowy figure that he narrowly escaped. The Eye of Sand staff revealed its extraordinary nature at that moment. Not only did it indicate the direction, but the faint purple light also seemed to soothe a small patch of sand around them, dispersing the chaotic force fields that plagued their minds. However, traversing the quicksand was an exhausting endeavor. Ling Hao, still nursing old wounds, soon felt himself drained of strength. The shadowy figure fared slightly better, though its expression was grave, glistening with sweat. To make matters worse, the residents of this sea of death began to emerge from the swirling sands. Some sand golems, formed from clumping grains and shifting shapes, sensed the presence of the living and crawled forth from the sandy depths, emitting silent hisses as they lunged toward them. Their attacks were not particularly fierce, yet they exhibited no fear, quickly reassembling after being shattered, steadfastly hindering their progress. We cannot afford to linger. A depletion of soul power is tantamount to a death sentence. The voice of the shadowy figure was urgent as it wielded its dagger once more to slice through a sand golem. Ling Hao's gaze swept across the endless sea of sand, returning to the staff in his hand, a flicker of determination crossing his eyes. He attempted to channel a faint, yet fundamentally different power, originating from the spatial force of the pendant, and gradually infused it into the eye of sand. Suddenly, a transformation occurred. The purple crystal atop the staff erupted in brilliance, casting a hazy purple aura that enveloped the trio. The tumultuous sands around them seemed to bow before a sovereign, instantly becoming docile, even lifting their bodies as if they were gliding smoothly across water, propelling them forward with astonishing speed. The staff had the ability to command the sands. Thanks to the miraculous effect of the Eye of Sand, they managed to traverse the treacherous sea of quicksand without incident. As their feet finally touched solid ground, strewn with rubble, a sense of surreal relief washed over them. Before them lay an astonishingly vast expanse of mountain ruins. These were not natural peaks, but an intricate network of countless caves, honeycombed into the towering cliffs that seemed to stretch endlessly into the sky. The city of 1,000 caves. These caverns might once have been abodes of civilization, temples perhaps, but now only darkened entrances remained, resembling a multitude of indifferent eyes watching the unwelcome visitors. Beneath the cliffs, jagged rocks lay scattered, bones littered the ground, and the scars of erosion were etched with the weight of time and silence. The air was thick with the mingled sense of decay and death. Most horrifying of all was the gaping chasm beneath the city of 1,000 caves, a rift torn apart by an unimaginable force. The edges of the chasm were grotesque and contorted, plunging into unfathomable depths, from which an oppressive aura of death and despair continuously surged forth, more potent and chilling than anything they had felt in the sacred land. The terrifying roars emanating from the very depths of this abyss grew clearer and more violent. The abyss of buried bones, gazing upon that dreadful rift, turned pale, the wrath of the buried bones spoken of by the sand which originated from here. At that moment, the Eye of Sand staff in Ling Hao's hand reacted violently. The purple crystal flickered wildly, pointing towards a specific area in the midst of the cliffs. Something was calling to it from there. The two of them cautiously approached the city of 1,000 caves. As they drew nearer, the suffocating aura of death thickened, coalescing into a faint black mist that began to corrode their protective soul energy. Beneath their feet, the fragments of stone they tread upon revealed themselves to be massive, peculiar remnants of bones. This place had once been a battlefield, or perhaps a mass grave. Upon finally arriving at the foot of the city of 1,000 caves, they discovered that most cave entrances were adorned with long-faded murals and runes. Their style bore a striking resemblance to the murals they had previously encountered in the underground passage, depicting interactions between the Sandwalking people and the Shadow Clan. Could this city of 1,000 caves be a relic of the ancestors of the Sandwalking people? Just as they attempted to follow the staff's guidance to find a path, a sudden crackling sound echoed ahead. A mound of colossal beast bones stirred to life. Pale, grotesque skeletons, fashioned from various bones, clawed their way from the heap, their eye sockets ignited with ghostly green soul flames as they unsteadily rose to their feet. Armed with bone knives and spears, their jaws clacked open and shut, producing an excruciating sound. These undead, nourished by the aura of death, multiplied rapidly, soon numbering in the hundreds, a ghastly sight that blocked their path. "Fight our way through," Ling Hao shouted, gripping the Eye of Sand tightly in his left hand while drawing his hunting knife with his right. The shadowy figure wielded its twin blades in reverse, blending into the shadows. These skeletons possessed individual strength ranging from high ordinary to low soldier rank, yet their sheer numbers were overwhelming. They felt no pain and feared no destruction as they surged forward with reckless abandon. Ling Hao's blade glimmered with a hint of golden sharpness, effortlessly cleaving through their bony forms. The shadowy figure was even more elusive, its dagger targeting joints and vital points, often reducing a skeleton to mere fragments with a single strike. Xiao Hui continuously disrupted the space around them, throwing the undead into chaos, occasionally scattering several skeletons apart. Yet, the skeletons seemed endless. Shatter one, and two would take its place. They surged from all directions, even leaping down from the higher caves. What was worse, those shattered bones, nourished by the rich aura of death, began to slowly reassemble. Though the process was slow, if it continued, it would only be a matter of time before they were overwhelmed. "We cannot linger. We must break through, Ling Hao cried, striving to charge forward in the direction indicated by the staff. However, the sea of bones was layered thick, and their momentum was repeatedly thwarted. The shadowy figure was forced to reveal itself, unable to remain hidden for long. The situation grew increasingly dire. Ling Hao's gaze once again locked onto the Eye of Sand. If it could command the sands, could it not also affect the undead? He once more channeled soul power into the staff, intentionally guiding it to evoke the gentle, yet purifying energy within the purple crystal. The very power revered by the Sandwich clan for generations. With a hum, the purple light erupted from the staff's tip. But this time it was not the aura of controlling the shifting sands. Rather, it burst forth as pure, radiant beams of purple light, fierce as sunlight. Under the illumination of the purple glow, the ghostly green flames in the skeleton's eyes flickered violently, as if encountering their nemesis, emitting silent wails of despair. Their deathly forms began to emit hissing black smoke, their movements growing stiff and sluggish, with the weaker ones disintegrating entirely, unable to reassemble. The light of purification. Ling Hao felt invigorated, urging the staff with all his might. The shadowy figure seized the opportunity to dispatch the weakened skeletons. Wherever the purple light shone, the skeletons retreated like a receding tide. The pressure on the two of them diminished significantly as they carved a path forward towards the center of the cliffs. The closer they drew to the staff's indicated spot, the more magnificent and intricately carved the surrounding caves became, clearly marking the core area. Yet, the undead that appeared grew ever stronger, with skeletal sentinels clad in bone armor and wielding rune-etched bone blades emerging, even some pure manifestations of death energy. Although the purifying light of the Eye of Sand remained effective, its ability to weaken these formidable undead was considerably diminished. Ling Hao's soul power rapidly depleted. At last, they surged onto a massive platform. At the platform's edge stood an entrance to a temple far larger than the others, adorned with countless carvings of stars and desert motifs. The staff pointed straight into the depths of the temple. However, at the entrance stood a 3-meter-tall skeletal general, clad in tattered black armor and wielding a gigantic axe. Its eye sockets ablaze with dark golden soul flames, blocking their path like a guardian. Its aura clearly reached the high soldier rank, perhaps even stronger. It let out a low, rumbling roar as it swung its colossal axe, summoning a fierce gale of death energy that sliced toward Ling Hao, who was at the forefront. The power and aura of death embodied in this axe far surpasses all that came before it. Ling Hao's pupils contracted sharply as he summoned the full might of the Eye of Sand. A violet beam illuminated the skeletal general, momentarily halting its movements. Yet the dark golden soul fire flickered, and the colossal axe descended with the force of a mountain-splitting stone. "Be careful," Yuying cried out in alarm, her figure darting forward in an attempt to save him, only to be ensnared by several formidable skeletal guardians. There was no escape. Ling Hao had no choice but to position his blade before him, channeling all his energy into the spirit-gathering technique and his golden sharp body to withstand the blow. Clang! A deafening explosion reverberated across the platform. Ling Hao felt as though he had been struck by a tremendous force. The skin on his palms split. His hunting knife flew from his grasp, and he was sent crashing against the stone pillar at the temple's entrance, sliding down in a heap. Darkness clouding his vision as his injuries worsened in an instant. The skeletal general emitted a triumphant growl, advancing with heavy steps. Its dark golden soul fire firmly locking onto Ling Hao, the axe raised once more. Yu Ying's eyes widened in despair, yet she remained hopelessly bound. Xiao Hui let out a sharp cry as it lunged at the skeletal general, only to be swatted aside, crashing into the rock wall. Its movements momentarily incapacitated by the blow. In this moment of despair, the pendant Ling Hao had carried, the heart of the void, which had remained dormant, stirred once again. However, this time, it did not emanate the power of the netherworld nor the vitality of life, but rather an extraordinary resonance that connected deeply with the earth beneath his feet, this temple, and even the abyss of buried bones. Simultaneously, the violet crystal atop the Eye of Sand staff seemed to respond, erupting into an unprecedented brilliance, intertwining with the vibrations of the pendant. Buzz, rumble. The colossal, intricately carved doors of the temple, previously sealed tight, began to slowly open inward in response to the resonance of these two ancient powers. Beyond the door lay not darkness, but a deep, starry light that flowed forth. An even more ancient and profound aura, as though emanating from the very edge of time and space, seeped from within. The advancing skeletal general froze momentarily in the face of this aura, a flicker of fear and hesitation flashing within its dark golden soul fire. It dared not approach the now open temple doors. Ling Hao struggled to lift his gaze towards the ajar portal, his eyes filled with astonishment and unfathomable confusion. What awaited them within? Was it the answer to end the wrath of the buried bones? Or something deeper, more sinister and unknown? Chapter 50. The Luminescent Pathway of the Starry Temple. The opening of the temple doors was far more gradual than anticipated. The bronze doors, adorned with cracked star patterns, emitted creaking sounds with each inch they moved, akin to an ancient beast stirring from a long slumber. The light that poured forth was not darkness, but a soft glow interspersed with stardust, seemingly seeping from the very air itself. It landed on Ling Hao's bloodied wrist, causing the wounds seared by the necrotic energy to tingle with a peculiar sensation. Roar! The skeletal general behind him suddenly let out a short growl, yet it was not directed at them. The towering skeletal form abruptly halted, its bony claws tightening around the massive axe, which clanged against the ground, sending sparks that extinguished in the temple's gentle light. Within its hollow eye sockets, 2 clusters of ghostly green soul fire flickered violently. Yet it dared not take another step forward, as if the starry glow emanating from the temple posed a threat that could consume its very essence. The throng of undead became restless. Those skeletal remains missing limbs crowded behind the general, some daring to inch forward, only to recoil as the ancient aura wafted from within, as if scalded, their bones clattering in fear. Even the roars from the abyss of buried bones seemed to diminish under this aura, reduced to a muffled rumble. Ling Hao, barely managing to rise with the support of the Eye of Sand staff, wiped the blood from his lips, which had reappeared after he had forcibly summoned his soul power to fend off the undead. His insides felt as if they had been violently churned. He looked up towards the open door, his pupils narrowing in shock. This was no ordinary corridor. The black walls were adorned with countless tiny points of light, as though the night sky had been shattered and embedded within. When his fingertips brushed against it, it felt cool, yet carried a faint energy that surged through his veins, awakening his dizzying mind. This aura was older than the records of his clan regarding the origins of the shadows. Yuying spoke with a tremor in her voice. Having just freed herself from a few undead that had latched onto her, her shadow-woven cloak bore several torn openings, revealing the black marks left by the necrotic energy. Yet she paid no heed to this. Her emerald eyes fixated on the depths of the corridor, as if attempting to pierce through the luminescence to uncover the secrets hidden within. The shadow energy around her thrummed with agitation, not out of caution, but as if resonating in harmony. Xiao Hui stumbled back, 2 feathers missing from its wings, dust-covered and listless as it landed on Ling Hao's shoulder. It nuzzled against his chin, emitting a faint chirp, yet its claws clutched tightly to his collar, its little head swiveling towards the sides of the corridor, sensing something amiss. Ling Hao glanced at the staff in his hand. The serpent patterns along its shaft glowed with intensity, the violet crystal at its apex vibrating more violently. Transitioning from a mere hum to what seemed like it would leap from the staff's head, a thin thread of violet light creeping up the shaft towards the corridor's end. The heart of the void pendant against his chest grew warm, not with the gentle warmth of before, but akin to holding a heated jade stone against his skin, causing his heartbeat to quicken. Let us proceed. Ling Hao tightened his grip on the staff and stepped into the doorway. The moment he crossed the threshold, the cacophony behind him vanished, the growls of the undead, the dull thud of the axe striking the ground, even the roars from the abyss were all sealed outside, leaving only an absolute silence in their wake. Even the sound of his own breathing was strikingly clear, and a faint aroma reminiscent of pine needles mingled with starlight filled the air. As he inhaled, the soul power that had been depleted gradually began to recover, nearly 3 times faster than during his training on the desolate plains. The corridor was broader than it appeared, ample enough for 2 warhorses to walk side by side. The statues lining the sides were taller than any human, crafted not from stone, but from the same black material as the walls. The points of stardust on their surfaces flickered in tandem with their steps. Ling Hao scrutinized the nearest statue. It bore no fixed form, its upper half resembling flowing sand, while the lower half was entwined with faint ribbons of light. Atop it, there was no head, only a swirling mass of starry mist, which quickened as he passed, as if observing him. Do not stare at the statues. Yuying suddenly tugged at him, her voice lowered. When I glanced at the third one, its shadow moved. Ling Hao turned back to see, indeed, the third statue, one that appeared to be entwined with shadows and light, its shadow creeping along the ground towards their feet, its edges shimmering with a dark purple hue akin to Yuying's cloak. Yet when he focused again, the shadow had reverted to stillness, quietly adhering to the wall as if it had merely been an illusion. Xiao Hui suddenly screeched, flapping its wings and pointing towards the upper part of the corridor. Ling Hao looked up to find that the corridor's ceiling was not flat, but arched, embedded with countless white gems of varying sizes, arranged with meticulous precision. They were not haphazardly placed. Rather, they were aligned with the constellations of the night sky, the shape of the Big Dipper clearly visible. Even the 3 stars of Orion's belt could be discerned. What was even more astonishing was that the light from these gems flickered, dimming every few moments, then brightening again. Yet their positions shifted slightly, as if a living star map was turning. A living star map. Yu Ying's breath grew heavier. The elders of her clan had recounted that in ancient times, star seekers could use such star maps to navigate and even foresee danger. Before she could finish her thought, Xiao Hui's fur bristled unexpectedly, its wings erect as it emitted a frantic series of chirps directed at the corridor's end. Ling Hao and Yu Ying halted simultaneously. Arriving at the end of the corridor, which opened into a circular main hall, far larger than they had imagined, tenfold. In fact, encompassing the vast expanse of the wilderness's starry sky within its embrace. The dome of the hall was void of a ceiling, revealing instead a swirling celestial panorama. It was not a mere painting nor adorned with jewels, but an authentic night sky. Stars glimmered within, the Milky Way flowed, and the trails of meteors were distinctly visible. Even the faint lavender glow of distant nebulae was discernible. As Ling Hao gazed upwards, he felt as though he were not within a temple, but standing beneath the night sky of the wilderness. With that celestial expanse, so terrifyingly close that it seemed he could reach out and touch the stars. At the center of the hall stood not an altar nor a deity's likeness, but an astronomical instrument taller than both of them. This instrument was transparent, resembling a sculpture of ice, yet radiating a brilliance surpassing that of ice itself. Countless circular rings nested within one another, large encircling smaller, the smallest no larger than a palm, while the largest was broader than a grinding stone. Each ring was inscribed with runes. Not the script of the Sand People nor the shadow symbols of the Yu Ying clan, but a more simplistic and ancient pattern, akin to the trajectories of stars, the shapes of flowing water, and the traces left by the wind upon sand. These rings spun independently, some whirling rapidly as if propelled by flight, while others moved languidly. Their paths seemingly chaotic yet imbued with an ineffable order, as if calculating something profound. In the exact center of the instrument lay an empty recess, specifically a bowl-shaped indentation. Its edges etched with the same serpent motifs as those on the eye of sand crystal, identical in size down to the minutest detail. Ling Hao's breath caught in his throat. He raised his staff, the purple crystal atop it aligning perfectly with the recess, trembling as though it might slip from his grasp. This was not mere similarity, but a complete harmony, akin to a key fitting into a lock. Yu Ying, too, was transfixed, his gaze darting between the pendant hanging from Ling Hao's chest and the recess of the astronomical instrument, the shape of the pendant. Before he could finish his thought, a sudden, resounding bang echoed from the temple's entrance. Not the door through which they had entered, but a side door leading towards the abyss of buried bones. This door, made of stone, had been cracked open, debris cascading down, while the outside reverberated with the frenzied battering of undead, accompanied by the furious roar of the skeletal general. Ling Hao whirled around, witnessing the fissure in the door widening, as stone fragments fell to the ground, instantly turning to ash under the temple's starlight. A small gray creature fluttered above him, emitting a threatening chirp towards the door. But the battering grew louder, more insistent, shaking the very ground beneath them. Suddenly, the starry dome flickered, the once flowing Milky Way hesitated, and several stars dimmed. The rings of the astronomical instrument began to spin chaotically, their orderly paths disrupted, and a faint blackness emerged on the transparent ring walls. Death energy. It seeped through the cracks of the door, crawling towards the instrument. This was dire. The undead had found the side door. Yu Ying immediately positioned himself in front of Ling Hao, shadow energy coalescing in his palm to form a shield. You focus on the instrument. I will hold them back. Ling Hao tightened his grip on the staff, his gaze fixed on the recess of the instrument, his fingers brushing over the now burning pendant at his chest. The resonance had intensified, as if the instrument itself were calling to him, urging him on. Yet the pounding of the door grew ever closer, the cracks extending to the hinges, and with a few more blows, the door would shatter. As he looked up, he noticed another darkening spot in the celestial dome. One of the stars in Orion's belt had extinguished. The rings of the instrument whirled even more chaotically, with one small ring even beginning to rotate backward, the glow of the runes fading. Just then, the eye of sand staff suddenly moved of its own accord, the purple crystal at its tip shooting forth a beam of light towards the recess of the instrument, coiling like a serpent. The recess reacted immediately, the edges of the serpent motifs glowing brightly, intertwining with the light of the crystal, producing a soft hum. With a crack, the side door split in two, crashing to the ground. Outside, the skeletal general charged in, wielding a colossal axe, its eye sockets ablaze with soul fire, the blade still slick with death energy, bringing with it a frigid wind capable of freezing soul power. Behind it, a horde of undead surged forward, some brandishing bone spears, others extending bony claws, creating a dark mass that swiftly occupied half of the temple. Yu Ying's shadow shield clashed against the giant axe, shattering instantly, forcing him to stagger back 2 steps, deepening the black marks on his arm. The small gray creature lunged forward, pecking at the skeletal general's eye socket, only to be swatted aside, crashing heavily against the rings of the instrument and collapsing to the ground, struggling to rise. Ling Hao, Yu Ying shouted, forming a shadow blade to strike at the skeletal general's knee. Ling Hao remained still, his focus on the recess of the instrument, glancing down at the small gray creature. He understood that now was not the time for panic. The instrument's reaction had revealed everything. The Eye of Sand and the pendant were the keys. But the skeletal general was already upon them, the wind from its axe brushing against his cheek, the chill of death energy causing his soul power to falter. At the very moment the axe was about to descend, the Eye of Sand's crystal erupted with a blinding light. A purple glow burst forth from the staff's tip, enveloping Ling Hao in a protective dome. The axe struck the light shield with a tremendous clang, creating a small dent. The skeletal general staggered back, its soul fire flickering violently, as if in disbelief. Seizing the opportunity, Ling Hao stepped forward, approaching the astronomical instrument. The serpent motifs within the recess glowed blindingly, completely entwined with the light of the crystal, the very air around them growing hot. He reached out to grasp the crystal at the top of the staff. The moment his fingertips made contact, the crystal emitted a sharp snap, detaching itself from the staff, not falling, but appearing as though it had grown there. Easily removed with a gentle twist. The crystal in his hand was scorching yet not burning, instead radiating an energy that surged through his fingertips into his body, resonating with the pendant at his chest, causing his soul power to boil within him. The skeletal general charged once more, this time not swinging the axe, but extending its bony claws towards Ling Hao's back, realizing that Ling Hao was about to interact with the instrument, a transgression it could not abide. Yu Ying lunged forward to shield Ling Hao, channeling all his shadow energy into his back. He was struck by the bony claws with a resounding thud, stumbling 2 steps forward and colliding with Ling Hao. He coughed blood yet smiled, urging, "Hurry, embed it." Ling Hao did not turn back, holding the crystal and aligning it with the recess at the center of the instrument, softly pressing it down. With a click, there was no sound, yet an explosion of energy erupted. Purple light surged forth from the recess, climbing up the rings of the instrument. The previously chaotic rings suddenly fell into a rhythm. The smaller ring that had been spinning backward resumed its proper motion, and the glow of the runes intensified tenfold. The starlight within the temple became blinding. The rotation of the celestial dome accelerated, and the stars within the Milky Way cascaded down like rain, showering the ground with luminous particles that instantly enveloped the encroaching undead. Upon contact with the light particles, the undead shrank back as if melting like snow, their bones emitting wisps of black smoke, disintegrating into ash within moments. As the skeletal general's claws brushed against the light particles, they shattered with a crack, eliciting a piercing howl of despair as it turned to flee. But the light particles pursued, ensnaring its form. Its soul fire struggled momentarily within the light, then extinguished with a puff, leaving its skeletal remains to scatter across the ground. Consumed entirely by the radiant particles, Yu Ying, propping himself on Ling Hao's shoulder, rose to his feet, surveying the ground strewn with light particles. Then glancing at the astronomical instrument, his azure eyes filled with astonishment. Is this the power of the instrument? Ling Hao remained silent, his gaze fixed on the recess of the instrument. The crystal had embedded itself, yet half of the recess remained empty. The vacant portion bore an exact resemblance to the void heart pendant at his chest. At that moment, the pendant felt unbearably hot, as though it were attempting to leap from his clothing. From the depths of the temple, towards the direction of the abyss of buried bones, a roar erupted. More terrifying than any prior sound, it was neither the howl of the undead nor the call of the abyss, but a shriek imbued with rage and ecstasy, as if something had been stirred by the light of the astronomical instrument. The celestial dome's starry expanse abruptly dimmed, with the once bright stars extinguishing in great numbers, leaving only a handful of glaringly bright celestial bodies suspended directly above the astrolabe, as if they were intently observing them. Ling Hao reached for the pendant at his chest. As his fingertips brushed against it, a resonant hum emanated from the direction of the astrolabe. But this was not the previous resonance, it was a warning. Suddenly, Xiao Hui emitted a series of frantic chirps, its wings pointing towards the ground of the main hall. Ling Hao lowered his gaze to find dark liquid seeping from the cracks in the stone floor, moving as if it were alive, crawling towards the astrolabe and, upon contact with the luminous particles, voraciously consuming them. Yu Ying also noticed this, his complexion paling instantly. Was that the primordial essence of the underworld? From the depths of the bone burial abyss, how had it seeped here? Ling Hao clenched the pendant tightly, lifting his gaze towards the astrolabe's recess. He knew he had to embed the pendant within, yet the warning still echoed in his ears. Moreover, the roars from the bone burial abyss grew ever closer, causing the ground of the main hall to tremble violently, and the dark liquid continued to seep in greater volumes, nearly reaching the base of the astrolabe. At that moment, the circular rings atop the astrolabe suddenly halted. All the rings remained motionless, the runes dimmed, save for the embedded purple crystal, which continued to shine. The starry sky above also froze, and those few bright stars suddenly emitted a beam of light directed at Ling Hao. The beam struck his chest, and the pendant erupted with a blinding radiance, floating out from his garment to hover before him, swaying towards the astrolabe's recess. The roars from the bone burial abyss became increasingly pronounced. Outside the side door of the main hall, a thunderous crash resounded, as though some colossal entity was colliding against the cliffside. Fragments of stone cascaded from the dome, crashing to the ground, whereupon they were enveloped by the dark liquid and vanished instantaneously. Embedded, Ewing suddenly shouted, his shadow energy shielding against the dark liquid. Yet the liquid increased in volume, the shadow shield beginning to dissolve. Should they wait any longer, they would surely be consumed by the primordial essence of the underworld. Ling Hao inhaled deeply, extending his hand to grasp the pendant that floated before him. Just as he was about to place it into the recess, the pendant vibrated subtly, and a blurred image surged into his mind. It depicted a main hall much like the present one, with the astrolabe intact. An elder clad in the garb of the Sandwalkers was embedding an object identical to the pendant into the astrolabe's recess. However, at the very moment of embedding, the doors of the main hall were violently flung open, and several individuals dressed in human attire rushed inside, their weapons exuding dark energy as they swung them at the astrolabe. One of them bore a robe embroidered with a cloud pattern strikingly reminiscent of the Tianji Pavilion's emblem. The image shattered, and a sharp pain coursed through Ling Hao's head, but his grip on the pendant did not falter. Regardless of what transpired in the past, he had to act now. He took a step forward, aligning the pendant with the astrolabe's recess, and pressed it down gently. Chapter 51. The Betrayal of the Astrolabe's Memory. The moment the pendant made contact with the recess of the astrolabe, Ling Hao suddenly felt a tingling sensation in his fingertips, not the resonance of a crystal, but akin to an electric shock, as a foreign soul force burrowed through the pendant into his body, colliding with his own soul power, causing him to nearly release his grip. A resounding hum echoed. The astrolabe erupted with a brilliance tenfold stronger than before. No longer purple, but a pure white starlight surged forth from the recess, ascending along the circular rings, which instantly began to spin with incredible velocity, the runes illuminating the entire main hall as brightly as day. The celestial dome also awakened, the stars resumed their rotation, and the luminous streams of the galaxy cascaded down like a waterfall onto the astrolabe, flowing along the trajectory of the rings, ultimately converging at the junction where the pendant and crystal melded. Ling Hao was enveloped in the light, unable to open his eyes. Yet he could distinctly feel the soul power within him surged uncontrollably. The meridians scorched by death energy began to mend. Even the dark injuries left by the forced activation of his soul power were gradually soothed by this starlight. The pendant at his chest no longer burned. Instead, it felt like a warm jade, pressed against his skin, distributing starlight throughout his limbs and organs. Ewing was pushed back a couple of steps by the light, gazing at Ling Hao, now cocooned in radiance, then glancing back at the dark liquid on the ground. The primordial essence of the underworld recoiled from the starlight as if scalded, hissing and emitting black smoke before receding back into the stone crevice, disappearing entirely. The roars from outside the main hall also diminished, replaced by a muffled rumble, as if the entity had been intimidated by the starlight. Xiao Hui took to the air, its wing injuries nearly healed, circling around the orb of light, chirping jubilantly. Yet, this radiance did not endure for long. After approximately 3 breaths, the light from the astrolabe suddenly faltered, as if obstructed by some unseen force. The rotation of the rings decelerated, and the glow of the runes dimmed slightly. Following this, the walls surrounding the main hall abruptly illuminated, not with starlight, but with a different illumination, a soft golden hue emanating from the star patterns on the walls, weaving images in the air. These were not static murals, but living scenes, projecting past events vividly into the space. When Ling Hao opened his eyes, he beheld the first image. It was a clear day, devoid of spirits and death energy, and the direction of the bone burial abyss remained a flat wasteland. The doors of the starry dome temple stood ajar, and a group of individuals clad in white robes approached the main hall. They were the Sandwalkers. Their eyes a pure white devoid of pupils, wielding staffs reminiscent of the eye of sand, though the crystals atop were transparent. They reached the astrolabe, and the elder at the forefront pressed his hand upon it, muttering incantations. The rings of the astrolabe whirred to life, emitting a beam of white light that flowed across the ground of the main hall and out into the wasteland. The image followed the path of the white light, and amidst the arid sands of the wasteland, green shoots began to sprout, the withered grass rejuvenating, and even the air was filled with the fragrance of fresh grass. It is the regulation of the earth veins. Yu Ying's voice came closer, his azure eyes filled with astonishment as he observed the scene. The Sandwalkers were using the astrolabe to regulate the earth veins of the wasteland, enabling the land to bear life. The records of their tribe stated that the ancient wasteland was not as it is now. It was indeed true. The image shifted again, still within the main hall and still featuring the Sandwalkers. But this time, the light of the astrolabe appeared dimmer, the transparent crystal marred with faint traces of black, tainted by death energy. A fissure appeared in the direction of the bone burial abyss, from which black death energy seeped, drifting towards the wasteland. The Sandwalkers encircled the astrolabe, their staffs glowing in unison, and the rings of the astrolabe spun rapidly, emitting an even stronger beam of white light that pressed towards the direction of the fissure. The death energy recoiled under the onslaught of the white light, and the fissure shrank slightly. They are suppressing the death energy from the bone burial abyss, Ling Hao murmured, his gaze fixed on the fissure in the image, which appeared considerably smaller than the current bone burial abyss, more akin to an ordinary crevice in the earth. Yet the death energy emanating from it was identical to that of the present. The image transformed once more. This time, the main hall was filled with more individuals. The ancestors of the Yu Ying clan. They donned short robes woven from shadows, their skin a pale lavender, and their azure eyes lacked the vigilance seen today. Only weariness reflected within. They emerged from the depths of the earth, some wounded, supported by the Sandwalkers as they made their way into the main hall. The elder of the Sandwalkers exchanged words with the leader of the Yu Ying clan, gesturing towards the fissure on the astrolabe. The leader of the Yu Ying clan nodded, placing his hand upon the rings of the astrolabe, his palm releasing shadow energy, not for attack, but gentle, delving into the fissure through the runes of the rings. The astrolabe's light brightened momentarily, causing the death energy within the fissure to recede once more. Indeed, our ancestors were allies with the Sandwalkers, Yu Ying remarked, his voice tinged with solemnity as he observed the two clans standing side by side before the astrolabe in the image, his fingers subconsciously tightening. It is not merely a legend, they truly joined forces. Ling Hao remained silent, his gaze fixated on the leader of the Shadow clan depicted on the screen. Around the man's neck hung a pendant reminiscent of the Heart of the Void, albeit in a darker hue, seemingly crafted from shadow stone. Suddenly, the scene darkened, and the winds grew tempestuous, sweeping the sands of the wasteland into a chaotic frenzy. The fissure of the abyss of bones erupted violently, and a torrent of black death energy surged forth, more abundant than ever before, instantly engulfing half the wasteland. The sand people brandished their staves, beams of white light shooting forth, yet the overwhelming death energy compressed the light, rendering it increasingly feeble. The blackness on the transparent crystal of the star instrument deepened, fissures beginning to appear. The ancestors of the Shadow clan also sprang into action, their shadow energy intertwining to weave a vast net, standing behind the sand people to assist in suppressing the death energy. Yet the death energy continued to surge, the fissure widening, revealing the roiling black mist within, where bone claws emerged, identical to the giant skeletal claws that had earlier grasped the cliff. Both tribes depicted in the scene fought valiantly. The elder of the Sand People suffered burns on his white robe from the death energy, while the leader of the Shadow clan was scratched by a bone claw, purple blood oozing forth. Nevertheless, they did not retreat, remaining steadfast around the star instrument, striving to amplify its light. At that moment, the door of the main hall was suddenly burst open, not by the undead, but by humans. A group clad in black and gray robes stormed in, weapons emitting a black mist akin to that of the death energy, their faces obscured, revealing only their eyes. Without warning or a word, they launched a surprise attack on the backs of the Sand People and the Shadow clan, striking with lethal intent. Ling Hao's pupils constricted sharply as he focused on the two foremost figures. One donned a gray robe, wielding a dagger cloaked in black mist, the collar of his robe revealing half a crest, cloud patterns that bore a striking resemblance to the current emblem of the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion. Save for the absence of the central star point, he plunged the dagger into the back of the Sand People's elder, causing the elder's staff to clatter to the ground, the transparent crystal shattering, and the white light of the star instrument instantly dimming. The other, clad in black, emanated shadow energy not of the gentle kind associated with the Shadow clan, but a malevolent force capable of devouring soul energy. He struck the leader of the Shadow clan squarely in the chest, who coughed up a spurt of purple blood, his pendant flying from his neck to land beside the star instrument. The leader turned to the black-robed figure, disbelief etched in his azure eyes, as if silently questioning the reason behind this betrayal. It was treachery, The voice of the shadows trembled with anger. Were these humans their allies? Why the ambush? Ling Hao remained silent, his fists clenched tightly, knuckles turning white. He was all too familiar with the shadow energy of the black-robed figure. It was identical to the shadow-devouring technique of the shadow-killing hall, only executed with greater proficiency and ruthlessness than the current disciples of the hall. The slaughter commenced within the scene. The Sand People and the Shadow Clan suffered devastating losses due to the ambush. The white light of the star instrument waned further as the death energy from the abyss of bones surged in, enveloping those Sand People who failed to escape, leaving not even bones in their wake. The man in the gray robe approached the star instrument, retrieving the pendant of the Shadow Clan leader. Glancing at the indentation at the center of the star instrument, and suddenly smiled. He raised his dagger and struck down at the indentation. Crack! The core of the star instrument shattered. Not entirely, but a portion within the indentation cleaved away alongside the pendant of the Shadow Clan leader. The broken shard bore an identical shape to the eye of sand crystal that Ling Hao held in his hand. The remaining indentation was perfectly sized to accommodate the pendant of the heart of the void. The eye of sand was a fragment of the star instrument's core. Ling Hao suddenly realized, glancing at the embedded purple crystal of the star instrument, then at the fragment in the scene, was the color difference due to the passage of time. Having absorbed the power of the wasteland, or was there another reason? After the star instrument shattered, the white light was extinguished completely, the circular ring halted, and fragments began to fall. The death energy from the abyss of bones surged in frantically, annihilating all within the main hall, leaving only those few humans. The man in the gray robe collected the fragments of the star instrument, while the one in black retrieved the pendant of the Shadow Clan leader. Then they turned and exited the hall, allowing the death energy to consume it. In the closing scene, the hand of the elder sand person, still alive though barely, pointed toward the star instrument, blood flowing from his palm to draw a symbol akin to the serpent pattern of the eye of sand, before he finally lay still. The golden light upon the walls suddenly dimmed, the scene dissipating as if swept away by the wind, leaving only the starlight within the main hall still aglow. Neither Ling Hao nor the shadows spoke. The silence in the main hall was oppressive, the only sound being the faint hum of the rotating circular ring of the star instrument. Thus, the old sand which spoke of quelling the wrath of the abyss of bones. Was it to restore the star instrument? Ling Hao was the first to break the silence, his voice hoarse as he fixated on the embedded crystal and the empty indentation of the star instrument. Realizing that its destruction had allowed the death energy from the abyss of bones to surge forth, resulting in the overwhelming presence of the undead. The shadow did not respond. Instead, he approached the spot where the leader of the Shadow Clan had stood in the earlier scene, crouching down to touch the ground, which bore no blood, no symbols. Only the cold black stone. Yet his fingertips trembled, the light in his azure eyes dimming. The clan's records stated that their ancestors vanished near the abyss of bones. It was, in truth, a betrayal by humans that led to their demise here. He abruptly lifted his head to gaze at Ling Hao, his eyes bloodshot. Those humans. Were they the ancestors of the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion and the Shadow-Killing Hall? Why would they do this? By destroying the star instrument. How would it benefit them when the death energy from the abyss of bones would flood the entire wasteland? Ling Hao too was at a loss. He recalled the greedy smile of the man in the gray robe from the earlier scene, akin to one seeking to seize a precious treasure. Was it for the fragments of the star instrument, or for something within the abyss of bones? At that instant, the star instrument emitted a resonant hum. Far louder than before, the embedded purple crystal and the pendant hovering above the indentation glowing simultaneously, casting light against the walls of the main hall. The wall illuminated once more, this time not with moving images, but with static text, the script of the Sand People. The shadow leaned in to read, furrowing his brow as he translated. The core of the star instrument shattered into two. One, the eye of sand, fell into the wasteland. The other, the empty core, was taken by the shadow thief. Both must be united to restart the star instrument and suppress the Lord of the Abyss. The Lord of the Abyss. Ling Hao's heart sank. There was something at the very bottom of the abyss of bones. The shadow continued to translate. The entity at the abyss's depths is neither undead nor death energy, but the dark essence of the world's origin, requiring the star instrument network for suppression. The star instrument is not singular. To the west lies the Beast Mountain Range, and to the east the ocean node. The subsequent text faded, as if corroded by death energy, rendering it indecipherable. The wall's light extinguished, and the glow of the star instrument waned. The embedded purple crystal ceasing its tremors, the pendant returning to Ling Hao's hand, regaining its previous warmth. Ling Hao clutched the pendant, a tempest of emotions swirling within him. The star instrument was not the only one. There were other nodes, the one in the Beast Mountain Range being the nearest. It turned out that at the very bottom of the abyss of bones resided a Lord of the Abyss, a being more fearsome than the giant skeletal claws. And the ancestors of the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion and the Shadow Killing Hall not only betrayed their allies, but also seized the core fragments of the star instrument. Suddenly, a thunderous rumble shook the main hall violently, more intense than any tremor before. The starry dome above began to distort, the stars flickering erratically as though on the verge of shattering. The circular ring of the star instrument began to spin wildly, the transparent ring's walls reabsorbing black mist, not the earlier essence of the abyss, but a denser, purer death energy surging up from the depths of the main hall. A resounding roar emanated from the abyss of buried bones, not the previous ferocity, but a wrathful clarity. As if that entity had fully awakened and was charging towards the temple. The ground of the main hall split open, a gaping fissure releasing a torrent of black death energy that crawled towards the celestial instrument. The instrument's radiance dimmed under the oppressive weight of the death energy, and fine cracks began to appear on the embedded purple crystals. This is dire. The celestial instrument could no longer contain the death energy from beneath. Shadowy immediately conjured a dark shield to protect the instrument, but the sheer volume of death energy quickly engulfed the shield, rendering it useless. The pendant must be embedded. We must restart the celestial instrument. Ling Hao also realized the urgency, having wasted too much time watching the imagery. The creature from the abyss of buried bones had awakened. If they delayed any longer, not only would they lose the celestial instrument, but they would also be consumed by the death energy. Grasping the pendant, he approached the celestial instrument once more, aligning it with the groove, and this time, without hesitation, pressed it down. As soon as the pendant made contact with the groove, the celestial instrument emitted a piercing hum, not a resonance, but a rejection. A powerful force surged from the groove, pushing Ling Hao away, and the pendant seemed to scald him, bouncing from his hand and clattering to the ground. What is happening? Shadowy exclaimed, his dark shield shattered. As death energy began to crawl towards him, Ling Hao bent down to retrieve the pendant, but as his fingertips brushed against it, a sudden explosion echoed in his mind. A clearer fragment of memory surged forth. It was a memory of the leader of the Shadowy clan. He was channeling power into the pendant, not mere soul energy, but a fusion of shadow bloodline and starlight. He spoke to a child by his side. The empty core requires dual guidance, bloodline as the guide, starlight as the medium. All are essential. Should the day come to restart the celestial instrument, seek the stargazer or the spirit weaver. Only together can we achieve the merging. The memory shattered, and a sharp pain pierced Ling Hao's head, yet he instantly understood. The pendant could not be embedded because it lacked the guidance of the shadow bloodline and starlight. Just relying on his own soul energy was utterly insufficient. Shadowy, Ling Hao shouted, suddenly looking up. Come here. Use your bloodline power to help me channel the starlight. Shadowy hesitated for a moment, not questioning why, but sprinted over. The death energy was already creeping up to his feet, and any delay would be too late. What should I do? Shadowy asked, his azure eyes filled with urgency, the ground of the main hall trembling beneath them. Chapter 52. The Celestial Instrument Restarts. The Hunger of the Abyss. Light surged forth from the groove, first intertwining in shades of purple and white, then rapidly transforming into pure golden starlight, imbued with an ancient aura, climbing up the circular rings of the celestial instrument, enveloping it entirely. The chaotic rotation of the rings suddenly fell into a rhythm, with the fast ones stabilizing and the slow ones rotating evenly. The runic light intensified 100-fold. The engravings upon the rings seemed to come alive, flowing along the trajectory of light, ultimately converging into a golden beam that shot from the apex of the celestial instrument into the starry dome above. Buzz. The beam collided with the starry dome, as if opening a gateway. The previously projected night sky suddenly came to life, the stars glowing with authenticity. The luminous band of the Milky Way cascading down like a waterfall upon the celestial instrument, flowing along the trajectory of the rings towards the ground of the main hall. Not in one direction, but dispersing outward in all directions, burrowing into the earth through the cracks of the main hall, even flowing towards the abyss of buried bones. Ling Hao and Shadowy were enveloped in the light, forgetting to breathe, not due to suffocation, but sheer astonishment. They could distinctly feel a tremendous, gentle force radiating from the celestial instrument to envelop the entire wasteland. The death energy seeping from the fissures in the ground retreated as if melting snow when illuminated by the starlight, hissing as it evaporated into black smoke, vanishing within moments. The fissures gradually closing under the flow of starlight, finally sealing with a crisp sound, leaving only a faint trace behind. From the side door came the anguished wails of the undead, not in fury, but in despair. The starlight flowed outward through the side door. Landing upon the undead that had not yet fled, they had no time to struggle before being enveloped, their bones sizzling and melting into ash. Even the death energy was utterly purified. The roar, filled with awakened fury from the direction of the abyss of buried bones, suddenly morphed into a howl of agony. The starlight streamed along the ground of the main hall towards the abyssal depths, as if an invisible hand forcefully restrained the entity at the bottom. The once ascending skeletal claw recoiled as if scalded, crashing into the abyss with a thunderous sound, sending clouds of black sand flying. The death energy emerging from the depths retreated dozens of feet under the weight of the starlight. Even the mouth of the abyss was sealed by the starlight, leaving only a faint black mist struggling within, unable to escape. The tremors of the main hall ceased. The starry dome resumed its steady rotation. The luminous band of the Milky Way no longer hung down, instead gently enveloping the celestial instrument. The circular rings of the celestial instrument revolved more slowly, yet with greater steadiness, the runic lights softening, no longer blinding, but continuously emitting a gentle golden glow, flowing through the cracks in the stone. As if repairing the foundations of the temple, Ling Hao and Shadowy simultaneously exhaled in relief, collapsing onto the ground. They had nearly exhausted all their soul energy in that moment, Shadowy's fingertips still oozing blood, while Ling Hao's palm bore faint red marks from channeling the starlight. Little Gray fluttered over, landing on Ling Hao's knee, nudging his hand, and emitting a soft chirp, as if offering comfort. "We did it," Shadowy panted, his voice laden with exhaustion yet tinged with a smile. "We truly restarted the celestial instrument. The death energy of the wasteland should be suppressed now." Ling Hao nodded, gazing at the pendant and crystal upon the celestial instrument, now harmoniously merging and radiating a gentle light, becoming one with the brilliance of the celestial instrument, inseparable. A hollow feeling lingered in his chest, yet there was an inexplicable sense of grounding, as if something long lost had finally returned to its rightful place. However, just as he began to relax, the celestial instrument suddenly buzzed again, illuminating with a faint golden light, not the overwhelming radiance from before, but a delicate beam shooting from the apex of the celestial instrument, marking several points in the starry dome above. These points were not random. They were positioned, one in the west of the meteorite mountain range, labeled Beast, another in the east, labeled Sea, and a third further away, obscured by the Milky Way. Its label unclear. These were the nodes mentioned earlier on the wall. Shadowy immediately sprang up, rushing to the side of the celestial instrument. Fixating on the light points in the starry dome, the beast in the west is the mountain of beasts. It's the closest to us. Ling Hao also stood, his gaze fixed on the sea in the east. The ancient family records mentioned a dead sea to the east of the meteorite mountain range, perpetually shrouded in mist. A place no one dared approach. So there exists a celestial instrument node there as well? Just then, a stream of information surged into Ling Hao's mind. Not a fragment of memory, but a message relayed by the celestial instrument, intermittent and fragmented, like a poor signal. Celestial instrument network. All nodes must be activated. Node of the mountain of beasts, beast spirit guardian, heart of the void, complete power, seek the remaining shadowy kin, Ling clan, east of the meteorite. The message cut off there, and Ling Hao furrowed his brow, attempting to sense further, but the radiance of the celestial instrument had already waned. The light points in the starry dome beginning to blur, as if the energy was running low. Ling clan. Shadowy noticed Ling Hao's expression. The message mentioned your family? Ling Hao nodded, a tumult of emotions surging within him. The information referred to the Ling clan, east of the meteorite, indicating his parents? His parents were from the Ling clan, and they had vanished years ago while heading towards the east of the meteorite mountain range. Could their disappearance be related to the celestial instrument node in the east? And the remaining shadowy kin, wasn't he Shadowy the only one of his kind? The message spoke of seeking the remaining shadowy kin. Could there be other members of the shadowy clan alive, hidden away in some place? As he contemplated attempting to glean more information from the astrolabe, a sudden crack resonated, and its brilliance dimmed abruptly. It did not fade gradually. Rather, it extinguished significantly, leaving only the pendant and crystal aglow, while the circular ring's rotation slowed. The runes flickered erratically, as if on the verge of complete extinguishment. What on earth is happening? Yuying instantly became anxious, reaching out to touch the astrolabe. The instant his fingertips made contact, he felt a searing heat. Was the astrolabe running low on energy? Ling Hao too felt a surge of panic. Just moments ago, it had successfully rebooted. How could it suddenly be energy deficient? He lifted his gaze toward the celestial dome, only to observe that the starlight had also diminished, with several stars snuffed out, and the luminous ribbon of the Milky Way had grown faint, as if some unseen force was siphoning its energy. At that moment, he felt a subtle tremor beneath his feet, not the prior earthquake, but a rhythmic thump, thump, like someone was pounding the ground beneath the temple. The vibrations intensified, and the floor of the main hall began to crack, but this time, the fissures exuded a chilling essence, not the stench of death, but a deeper, more primordial cold, an ancient chill that seemed to have existed since the dawn of the world. wafting upward through the cracks and settling upon his skin, freezing his soul energy to some extent. Xiao Hui suddenly became agitated. Her wings erect and issuing frantic chirps directed at the depths of the main hall, her voice laden with terror, not fear of the undead, but of the unknown. Yu Ying sensed it too. He took 2 steps back, his azure eyes fixed intently on the fissures. This was not the essence of death. What could it be? Ling Hao remained silent, squatting down and pressing his ear to the ground. The thump grew clearer, reminiscent of a heartbeat or some creature's breath. More terrifying was the consciousness he sensed, not the chaotic awareness of the dead, but a lucid, ravenous awareness slowly creeping up from the depths, drawing ever closer. This hunger was not for soul energy, nor flesh and blood. It craved energy, the energy of the astrolabe, the energy of the cosmos, even the life energy of living beings. It was something from the bottommost layer of the abyss of burying bones. And Ling Hao's voice grew hoarse as he recalled the words inscribed on the wall. The entities from the abyss's depths are neither undead nor deathly essence, but the primordial darkness of the world's origin, the lord of the nether realms. The astrolabe's light dimmed further, the pendant and crystal's glow waning, as if being drained by the force lurking beneath. The tremors of the main hall intensified, the fissures widening, and that insatiable hunger grew stronger, nearly suffocating. Yu Ying abruptly grasped Ling Hao's arm, urgency lacing his voice. The astrolabe cannot hold out much longer. We must leave. Ling Hao glanced back at the astrolabe. The pendant and crystal still nestled in their grooves, yet their light was nearly extinguished, and the circular ring had slowed to a crawl. If the astrolabe ceased functioning, the entity from below would emerge, consuming the entirety of the wasteland. Yet, he was devoid of soul energy. Yu Ying was exhausted, and even Xiao Hui had wilted. How could they assist the astrolabe? Just then, the pendant of the astrolabe flickered momentarily, not with great intensity, but enough for Ling Hao to discern that a fine pattern had surfaced on its surface, identical to the designs on his family's jade pendant. Ling Hao instinctively reached for his waist. The family jade pendant was still there, a gift from his parents before their departure, ever worn close to him. He removed the pendant and held it towards the astrolabe. As the pendant made contact with the astrolabe's light, a brilliant white glow erupted, intertwining with the pendant's radiance. The astrolabe buzzed, its brilliance rekindling slightly, and the rotation of the circular ring quickened, the rune's glow reigniting. The thumping from below paused momentarily, and the overwhelming hunger receded, as if intimidated by the light of the pendant. This is effective, Ling Hao exclaimed in delight, attempting to push the pendant closer to the astrolabe. The pendant's glow intensified, and the astrolabe's light strengthened in tandem. However, the radiance of the pendant did not endure long, perhaps 2 breaths, before it began to wane, a fine crack appearing on its surface. Ling Hao hastily withdrew the pendant, sensing the energy within it was rapidly depleting. The astrolabe's light dimmed once more, and the thumping from below resumed, this time more urgent, more proximate. The pendant could only sustain for a brief moment. Clutching the pendant tightly, Ling Hao felt a heaviness settle in his heart. We must reach the node at the Wan Beast Mountains and activate it. Perhaps it could provide the astrolabe with the energy it requires. Yu Ying nodded in agreement. Glancing towards the main hall's entrance, the deathly essence outside had been purified, and the sound of wind stirring sand from the wasteland filled the air. Devoid of the howls of the undead or the roars of the abyss, at least for now, it was safe. Let us go. Yu Ying supported Ling Hao, and Xiao Hui took flight, perching on Yu Ying's shoulder. They moved towards the main hall's exit, and after 2 steps, Ling Hao turned back to glance at the astrolabe. The pendant and crystal still emanated light, albeit faintly, while the circular ring rotated exceedingly slowly. The thumping from below continued, that insatiable hunger trailing them like a shadow. Yet it did not pursue, seemingly held at bay by the last vestiges of the astrolabe's light. It is not yet fully awakened. The astrolabe's radiance can temporarily restrain it, Ling Hao murmured, as if to reassure Yu Ying and himself. Yu Ying nodded, quickening his pace. Upon exiting the main hall and entering the corridor, Ling Hao glanced back once more. The celestial domes still glimmered, though the stars were fewer, the luminous points marking the nodes having become utterly blurred. The statues along the corridor had also lost some of their starlight, as if bidding them farewell. Upon stepping out of the temple's grand doors, the sky outside had brightened, not the dull gray light of the wasteland, but a warm morning glow, creeping up from the eastern horizon and illuminating the bronze doors of the temple, casting a golden sheen upon the cracked star patterns. The deathly essence of the wasteland had vanished, tiny green sprouts emerging from the sandy earth, reminiscent of the ancient wasteland depicted in the images. In the distance, the abyss of burying bones was enveloped in a soft golden light, no longer exuding deathly essence, and even the oppressive roars had ceased completely. Yet, neither Ling Hao nor Yu Ying had the heart to admire this scene. They knew it was only temporary. The energy of the astrolabe would not last long, and the Lord of the Underworld was awakening. The note at the Wand Beast Mountains concealed unknown dangers, and the mess left by the ancestors of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion and Shadowkill Hall awaited their resolution. More importantly, the whereabouts of Ling Hao's parents and the clues regarding the remnants of the Yueying clan lay hidden within the astrolabe's information. They had to press onward. Ling Hao clenched the jade pendant in his hand and lifted his gaze toward the west, where the Wand Beast Mountains were shrouded in a faint mist, as if awaiting their arrival. "Let us proceed," Ling Hao declared. Yueying nodded, walking alongside him towards the west. Xiao Hui flew overhead, chirping, her voice devoid of previous trepidation, now imbued with newfound resolve. The morning light bathed them, elongating their shadows until they stretched to the very edge of the wasteland, towards the unknown and perilous Wand Beast Mountains. Meanwhile, deep beneath the astral temple, the thump continued to resonate, that ancient, profound hunger slowly coalescing, biding its time for the moment the astrolabe's light would extinguish. Chapter 53. The Aftershocks of the Astrolabe, the Heartbeat of the Abyss. The humming of the astrolabe gradually subsided, akin to the eternal river finally regaining its flowing rhythm. The pale golden power of the stars coursed along the runes of the transparent circular ring, weaving a delicate web of light upon the temple's floor. The residual essence of death from the netherworld, upon touching this web, emitted a hissing sound as it dissolved, dissipating into wisps of black ash in the air. The wind from outside, laced with sand, swept in, landing on the web of light and imbued with a hint of warmth, an unprecedented temperature for the wasteland, as if life had been awakened by the astrolabe. Ling Hao leaned against the celestial instrument's pedestal, the lingering heat of the guiding star power still tingling at his fingertips. He cast a glance at his palm, where the wound inflicted by the skeletal general's massive axe had healed, leaving only a faint white scar. Even the sluggishness in his veins caused by forcibly channeling soul power had been thoroughly cleansed by the gentle energy emanating from the celestial instrument. Yet, the depletion of his soul power was severe, rendering him weak, and his throat felt parched as if it were ablaze. "Water," he murmured. Yueying handed him a water pouch, her complexion scarcely better than his own. Her pale lavender lips bore no trace of color, and the excessive consumption of shadow power caused her fingertips to tremble slightly. Earlier, she had bravely absorbed a wave of necrotic energy to protect Ling Hao's back, and now the hem of her cloak was stained with remnants of dark essence. Like an indelible ink blot, Ling Hao accepted the water pouch and tilted his head back to drink deeply. The cool liquid flowed down his throat, refreshing his mind. Xiao Hui lifted its head from his lap. Its silver eyes still held traces of fatigue, yet remained vigilant, fixated on the depths of the temple, where lay the shadowy entrance to the abyss of buried bones, now securely sealed by the celestial instrument's luminous barrier, not allowing even a whisper of necrotic energy to escape. To his astonishment, they had truly managed to restart the celestial instrument. Yueying gazed at the slowly rotating starry projection on the dome, her tone tinged with a surreal sense of survival. The ancient texts of her clan had chronicled the legends of the celestial temple, said to be a sacred site from ancient times utilized to suppress the netherworld, yet she had never imagined that one day she would partake in its reawakening. Ling Hao nodded, his gaze resting on the core of the celestial instrument, where the heart of the void pendant and the eye of sand crystal were embedded in their respective grooves, softly glowing in tandem with the instrument's operation. Akin to two pulsating hearts, he could distinctly sense a mysterious resonance coursing among the three, a power so vast it made his heart race. Yet it bore an inexplicable familiarity, as if tethered to his very bloodline. At that moment, Xiao Hui suddenly chirped, its wings erect, claws gripping Ling Hao's fabric tightly. Its silver eyes locked onto the ground. A sudden tension gripped Ling Hao's heart, just as he was about to inquire. He felt an exceedingly faint tremor reverberate beneath his feet. It was not the violent shaking of the previous undead siege, but rather a slow, rhythmic thudding, thump, thump, echoing from the depths of the earth, penetrating through thick rock layers and the celestial instrument's luminous barrier, resonating clearly with his very soul. What sound is this? Yueying also stood alert, her azure eyes brimming with caution. Her shadow power was especially sensitive to dark presences. And now she sensed something even more terrifying than the necrotic energy of the netherworld emanating from the tremors. It was neither wrath nor destruction, but pure void, akin to a black hole capable of devouring all light and energy. Ling Hao held his breath, attempting to perceive with his soul power. As soon as his soul power brushed against the ground, it was repelled by an icy force, imbued with an intense hunger, as though it sought to uproot his very essence. He swiftly withdrew his hand, his fingertips cold. It was emanating from the depths of the abyss of buried bones. There was something down there. Thump! Another tremor resonated, this time clearer than before, causing the celestial instrument's luminous net to quiver, the transparent ring's rotation momentarily faltering, the runes dimming for an instant. The starry projection on the dome also exhibited fluctuations. Several bright stars began to flicker, as if disturbed by an unseen force. Yuying staggered back a step, her shadow power coalescing into a thin shield around her. This presence is more dreadful than the remnants of the Netherworld Lord. The celestial instrument's barrier seems inadequate to contain it. Ling Hao turned his attention to the core of the celestial instrument. The glow of the pendant and crystal had waned somewhat, as if they were resisting the force arising from the depths. Suddenly, he comprehended that the wrath of the buried bones, as recounted by the Sand Witch, was not the undead, but rather the entity dwelling at the very bottom of this abyss. Their revival of the celestial instrument, while having subdued the undead and necrotic energy, had inadvertently roused this ancient monster from its slumber. It has not fully awakened yet. Ling Hao forced himself to remain calm. The previous tremors were merely its instinctive reaction. However, if they lingered here, or if the power of the celestial instrument waned, it could very well awaken in its entirety. Yuying nodded, her azure gaze sweeping across the temple's grand entrance. We must depart swiftly. But where to? Before Ling Hao could respond, the celestial instrument suddenly emitted a low, humming sound. The runes on the transparent ring brightening abruptly, the starry projection on the dome ceasing its rotation. Several previously dim stars erupted into blinding brilliance, interconnected by delicate golden threads, gradually forming a clear star map. Is this the Star Track node? Yuying gazed at the star map in astonishment. Ancient texts indicated that the celestial instrument was not an isolated entity, but rather a network composed of multiple nodes. Yet, Ling Hao's attention was drawn to the inscriptions beneath the star map, ancient script of the Sand People, which he had previously encountered in the murals of Qianku City, now slowly materializing as the star map turned. Main node, Celestial Temple of Qianku City. Node 2, Roaring Valley of the Southwest Beast Mountain Range. Node 3, Island Beyond the Endless Sea to the west. Node 4, Ever-Frozen Ice Wall of the Northwest Polar Region. Next to each node was marked a faint energy line. Only the connection between the main node and Node 2 remained weakly intact, while the others had all severed, resembling withered vines. So we have only activated the main node. Ling Hao furrowed his brow. To stabilize the celestial instrument's network entirely, the other nodes must be repaired. At that moment, the star map flickered. A golden stream of information surged into Ling Hao's mind like a tidal wave, not in words, but as images directly impacting his consciousness. In the vision, a group of individuals clad in white robes encircled the celestial instrument, each forehead marked with a symbol akin to that of the Heart of the Void, channeling some energy into the instrument. One of them turned, and Ling Hao's heart skipped a beat. This person's visage bore a striking resemblance to his father. The scene swiftly transitioned to a chaotic battlefield. The white-robed figures were engaged in combat against a group clad in black armor. One woman in white pressed a pendant into a child's arms before charging toward the enemy. Finally, the image froze in a dense forest. A faint distress signal emanating from deep within, marked with a label, Roaring Valley of the Beast Mountain Range. Father, Mother. Ling Hao clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms, blood trickling through his fingers. The individuals in that vision were undoubtedly his parents. They too were guardians of the celestial instrument. Their disappearance in the Beast Mountain Range was not an accident, but rather a call for help. The information stream continued. The final segment of text imprinted directly into his consciousness. Detection of a Heart of the Void Bearer with the Mark of the Watcher. Associated signal source, Roaring Valley of the Beast Mountain Range. Signal status, ensnared, maintaining a weak output. Ensnared? Ling Hao's voice trembled. Who was it that imprisoned their signal? Was it those who betrayed the Sand People? Or a force within the Beast Mountain Range? Yuying approached him, gently patting his shoulder. Whoever it may be. We must head to the Beast Mountain Range. We need to repair the nodes and find your parents. Ling Hao took a deep breath, suppressing the tumult of emotions within. He gazed at the star map. The location of Node 2 lay to the southwest, across vast desolate plains, a perilous and distant journey. Yet he had no choice. It was his only lead to locate his parents. Just then, the celestial instrument's brilliance suddenly dimmed, the star map growing hazy, and the golden information stream was interrupted. The rotation of the transparent ring slowed to a crawl, the runes flickering sporadically, as though its energy was on the verge of depletion. The celestial instrument lacks sufficient power. Yuying's expression turned grave. The main node had just been activated and could not sustain the star map projection for long. We must embark without delay, lest the celestial instrument stabilize completely, rendering the precise location of Node 2 irretrievable. Ling Hao nodded. Just as he reached for the pendant and crystal at the core of the celestial instrument, the ground suddenly trembled once more. This time, it was not a singular thud, but a continuous shudder, causing tiny fissures to appear in the temple's walls. The luminous web of the celestial instrument began to manifest gaps and tendrils of black. Lifeless energy seeped through these openings, hissing as they struck the ground. "It is awakening," Yuying shouted, her shadowy power coalescing into a blade in her palm, poised to confront any unforeseen threat. Ling Hao hesitated no longer. He grasped the pendant and crystal, yanking them free. With a sharp crack, both items dislodged simultaneously from their recess, and the brilliance of the celestial instrument dimmed instantly. The transparent ring ceased its rotation, and the projection of the starry sky upon the dome vanished entirely, leaving only an impenetrable darkness. The tremors of the temple intensified, and a narrow fissure split the ground, releasing a cloud of black mist that drifted towards Ling Hao and Yuying, carrying with it a familiar sense of hunger. "Hurry!" Ling Hao shoved the pendant into his bosom, tightened his grip on the eye of sand crystal, and grasped Yuying's hand as they sprinted towards the temple's entrance. Xiao Hui followed closely behind, wings flapping with great urgency. Just as they burst forth from the temple, a deep, resonant roar echoed behind them, not from the undead, but from the very depths of the abyss. It seemed that something truly was on the verge of awakening. Chapter 54. The Dark Lines of the Star Map, the Emergence of Danger. As they escaped the temple, the winds of the wasteland enveloped them, carrying grains of sand alongside a refreshing scent, recently purified by the celestial instrument. Ling Hao cast a glance back. The colossal bronze doors of the starry dome temple were slowly closing, the last vestiges of light swallowed by the encroaching darkness, leaving only the ominous roar reverberating across the wasteland, akin to a foreboding omen. "We must find a safe place to regroup." Yuying tugged at Ling Hao's sleeve, her emerald eyes scanning their surroundings. Although the wasteland was devoid of undead traces, faint shadows could be discerned swaying behind distant dunes. Someone was watching us. Ling Hao sensed it too. He stowed the eye of sand crystal into his sleeve and gripped the dagger at his waist. "Are they from the Tiangong Pavilion? Or another faction? It is hard to say." Yuying lowered her voice, her shadowy power forming a thin veil around them, rendering their figures indistinct against the sandy terrain. The commotion caused by the celestial instrument's reactivation would undoubtedly attract many prying eyes. "We must leave this place swiftly and seek a concealed location to restore our spiritual energy." The two traversed the leeward side of the dunes towards the southwest, with Xiao Hui flitting ahead, occasionally emitting soft calls to alert them to potential dangers. After walking for approximately half an hour, they stumbled upon a cluster of abandoned stone houses, reminiscent of a temporary stronghold once held by the Sand People, the walls still etched with fragmented star patterns. "Let us go there." Ling Hao pointed to the innermost stone house, though its doors and windows were damaged. It still offered some shelter from the wind and sand, making it relatively concealed. They hurried inside, and Yuying conducted a thorough inspection, confirming there were no ambushes before using her shadow power to seal the broken doors and windows, leaving only a narrow gap to observe the outside. Ling Hao leaned against the stone wall, retrieving the Heart of the Void pendant from his bosom. Its glow had dimmed significantly, only emitting a faint halo when near the eye of sand crystal. He attempted to infuse the pendant with spiritual energy, but found it blocked as if some force prevented entry. "What is wrong?" Yuying noticed his distress and leaned closer to inspect the pendant. "I cannot invoke its power." Ling Hao furrowed his brow. Earlier in the temple, it resonated with the celestial instrument, yet now it seemed to have slipped into slumber. Yuying took the pendant, her fingertips enveloped in a soft, shadowy energy. She infused the pendant with her power, causing it to glimmer slightly, though it remained unresponsive as before. "Its energy has likely been expended," Yuying remarked. "It depleted its stored power during the reactivation of the celestial instrument and requires sufficient energy to recover." Ling Hao nodded, retrieving the jade box he had discovered in the side chamber of the temple. Inside were 3 pale blue pills, still exuding a faint aura of spiritual energy, reminiscent of ancient healing elixirs. "First, we must restore our spiritual energy." He handed one of the pills to Yuying, taking another for himself and placing it in his mouth. The pill dissolved instantly, a gentle energy flowing down his throat into his dantian, rapidly dispersing throughout his limbs. Ling Hao closed his eyes, activating the spirit refining technique to guide this energy in mending his damaged meridians and replenishing his depleting spiritual energy. Yuying also closed her eyes, her shadowy power circulating around her, healing the injuries inflicted upon her dantian by the lifeless energy. Xiao Hui curled up beside Ling Hao, resting with closed eyes, its silvery fur shimmering softly in the dim light. After approximately an hour, Ling Hao was the first to open his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within. His spiritual energy had been restored to nearly 70 or 80%, even surpassing its previous state. The ancient elixir not only replenished his spiritual energy, but also fortified his foundation, stabilizing his third-tier beast master realm. He attempted to activate the Heart of the Void pendant once more, and this time, it finally responded, emitting a faint glow that pulsed gently in his palm. "How is your recovery?" Ling Hao inquired, glancing at Yuying. Yuying opened her eyes as well, the sparkle returning to her emerald gaze. The shadowy energy in her palm coalesced into a diminutive lotus before dissipating. "It is nearly complete. Are we ready to depart now?" Ling Hao nodded and was about to rise when Xiao Hui suddenly let out a sharp call, its wings flapping vigorously as it darted towards the crevice of the stone house. "What is it?" Ling Hao and Yuying both grew alert, moving to peer through the gap. In the distance, atop the dunes, a dozen figures clad in gray robes emerged, the cuffs adorned with the emblem of the Tiangong Pavilion, advancing towards the stone house. Leading them was a middle-aged man, his face somber, wielding a black longsword wreathed in a faint aura of lifeless energy. Identical to the weapon used by the human assailants from the temple. "They are from the Tiangong Pavilion." Yuying's voice turned icy. "They have indeed pursued us." Ling Hao's fists clenched tightly. The ancestors of the Tiangong Pavilion had betrayed the Sand People and the Yuying clan in the past, and now their descendants were here to hunt him down. This reckoning would come in due time. How did they discover our location? Perhaps the shadow that followed us reported our whereabouts. A flicker of ferocity flashed in Yuying's emerald eyes. Their target must be the Heart of the Void pendant and the Eye of Sand crystal. The disciples of the Tiangong Pavilion were drawing nearer, and the middle-aged man suddenly halted, shouting towards the stone house. "Those inside, come out. Hand over the core of the celestial instrument, and we shall spare your lives." Ling Hao scoffed, stepping towards the entrance of the stone house and pushing aside the barrier formed by shadowy energy. "The Tiangong Pavilion members, just like your ancestors, are nothing but opportunists." The middle-aged man's eyes glinted with greed upon seeing Ling Hao. "Boy, if you are wise, surrender the Heart of the Void and the Eye of Sand. Such power is beyond your grasp. Only we, the Tiangong Pavilion, can wield the might of the celestial instrument." "Wield?" Ling Hao sneered. "Your ancestors destroyed the celestial instrument in the past, and now you seek to seize its core merely to satiate your own ambition." The middle-aged man's expression darkened. "You refuse to drink the wine offered and choose instead the punishment of the wine. Attack." At once, the Tiangong Pavilion disciples surged forward, their long swords glinting ominously as they lunged at Ling Hao. Yuying instantly positioned herself in front of Ling Hao, her shadowy power forming a massive shield that deflected the onslaught of the Tiangong Pavilion disciples. "You take on the leader. I will handle these lackeys." Ling Hao nodded, gripping the Eye of Sand crystal tightly, charging towards the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man let out a cold grunt, raising his black longsword and cleaving it towards Ling Hao. The deathly aura on the sword twisted and coiled like a venomous serpent, eager to consume Ling Hao's soul energy. Ling Hao sidestepped the attack, simultaneously channeling the power of the Eye of Sand into his dagger. In an instant, the dagger erupted with a brilliant purple glow, aimed directly at the man's wrist. The middle-aged man, taken aback by Ling Hao's swiftness, hastily retreated, yet still felt the dagger slice through his wrist, blood dripping onto the sandy ground. "You can actually harness the power of the Eye of Sand." A flicker of surprise passed through the man's eyes, soon morphing into greed. "It seems you possess numerous secrets. I must subdue you today." He raised his long sword once more, the deathly aura intensifying, forming a massive serpentine shadow that lunged towards Ling Hao. Rather than confronting it head-on, Ling Hao summoned his soul energy, drawing upon the power of the Void Heart pendant into his palm, and struck out at the serpentine shadow. Boom! The golden radiance collided with the Black Death energy, producing a thunderous sound that sent a cloud of dust swirling into the air. The middle-aged man was forced back 3 steps, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with disbelief. "Is this the power of the Watcher? You are indeed a descendant of the Watcher." Ling Hao did not respond. Instead, he seized the opportunity to charge forward and thrust his dagger towards the man's chest. The middle-aged man hurriedly attempted to block, but Ling Hao delivered a powerful kick to his abdomen, sending him crashing to the ground. Ling Hao raised his dagger, poised to strike, when suddenly he heard the shadowy figure's warning. "Be careful." Ling Hao turned, only to see a disciple of the Tianji Pavilion circling behind him, lunging with a long sword aimed at his back. He quickly dodged, but the blade still grazed his sleeve, leaving a deep wound on his arm from which blood flowed instantaneously. The middle-aged man took advantage of this moment to rise, delivering a palm strike to Ling Hao's back, the death energy surging into Ling Hao's body like a tidal wave. Ling Hao let out a muffled groan, collapsing to the ground as his soul energy spiraled into chaos. "Ling Hao!" The shadowy figure cried out, rushing to assist him, but was ensnared by several Tianji Pavilion disciples, unable to escape. The middle-aged man approached Ling Hao, stepping on his chest with a cold smirk. "Kid, do you now understand the might of our Tianji Pavilion? Hand over the Void Heart and the Eye of Sand, and I can offer you a quicker death. Ling Hao coughed up blood, his gaze fixed on the middle-aged man. Even in death, I will never relinquish the core to you traitors. Refusing a toast and opting for a penalty drink. The middle-aged man scoffed, reaching for the pendant that Ling Hao clutched tightly. Just then, a burst of golden light suddenly erupted from the pendant, propelling the middle-aged man away. The pendant floated gently into the air, emitting a low humming sound. And the star map he had seen earlier in the temple reappeared, several bright stars shooting golden rays towards the Tianji Pavilion disciples. Ah! The disciples screamed as the golden rays struck them, their death energy instantly purged, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The middle-aged man was also grazed by the light, his gray robe igniting in golden flames. He rolled frantically to extinguish the fire, his eyes wide with terror. This is the power of the star instrument. You are capable of summoning its might. Seizing the moment, Ling Hao scrambled to his feet, grasping the pendant that had fallen to the ground, and struck out at the middle-aged man. The golden radiance flared once more, causing the man to spew blood as he turned to flee. The remaining disciples of the Tianji Pavilion, sensing the tide had turned, also made their escape. The shadowy figure took the opportunity to dispatch the disciples that had ensnared her and rushed to Ling Hao's side, supporting him. Are you all right? Ling Hao shook his head, his arms still bleeding, the death energy within him continuing to corrode his meridians. We must leave here quickly. The Tianji Pavilion will surely return. The shadowy figure nodded, helping Ling Hao into the stone hut, where she again sealed the doors and windows with her shadow power. She produced a healing pill and offered it to Ling Hao. Take this to mend your wounds. We will set off once you're better. Ling Hao accepted the pill and placed it in his mouth. The energy from the pill swiftly spread throughout his body, healing the wound on his arm and suppressing the death energy within him. Leaning against the stone wall, he gazed at the pendant in his palm, filled with confusion. Why did the pendant suddenly unleash its power? Can it sense danger and protect itself automatically? At that moment, the pendant emitted a faint glow, and a stream of information surged into Ling Hao's mind, revealing a part of the star map that outlined a hidden route from Qianku City to the Wan Beast Mountain Range, marked with several energy points for replenishing star energy. So that's how it is, Ling Hao realized, understanding that the pendant contained the secret route of the star map and could sense danger. With this route, they could avoid most perils and reach the Wan Beast Mountain Range swiftly. The shadowy figure leaned closer, examining the star map on the pendant, a glimmer of delight flashing in her azure eyes. Wonderful. This way, we need not fear being followed by the Tianji Pavilion. Ling Hao nodded, his confidence solidifying. Regardless of the dangers that lay ahead, he was determined to find his parents, uncover the truth of that fateful day, and make the Tianji Pavilion pay for their betrayal. Chapter 55. The Shadow of the Sandwich. Crisis Alert. The light within the stone hut gradually dimmed as the night descended upon the wasteland with unusual rapidity. The wind whipped up sand particles that battered against the stone walls, producing a rustling sound reminiscent of some creature lingering outside the door. Ling Hao leaned against the stone wall, the void heart pendant still emitting a faint glow, the secret route of the star map vividly etched in his mind. This route avoided the necromancer gathering zones and the strongholds of the Tianji Pavilion, following the abandoned path of the Sand People. With 3 energy points along the way to replenish the pendant and crystals. We'll set out early tomorrow. Ling Hao stowed away the pendant and looked towards the shadowy figure. According to the route, it should take us about 5 days to reach the edge of the Wan Beast Mountain Range. The shadowy figure nodded, diligently using her shadow power to secure the doors and windows of the stone hut, sealing any gaps more tightly. Tonight, we will take turns keeping watch to prevent another surprise attack from the Tianji Pavilion. Ling Hao had no objections and took out the remaining ancient healing pill, splitting it in half and offering one part to the shadowy figure. Here, replenish some energy first. We must remain vigilant while on watch tonight. After consuming the pills, the two leaned against opposite corners of the stone wall to rest. The shadowy figure took the first watch while Ling Hao closed his eyes, though sleep eluded him as images of his parents from the star map replayed in his mind, along with the haunting call for help that had been imprisoned. What secrets lay hidden within the Wan Beast Mountain Range? Were his parents still alive? These questions entwined around him like creeping vines, preventing him from finding peace. After an indeterminate period, Ling Hao was startled awake by a faint sound. He abruptly opened his eyes to see the shadowy figure watching the center of the stone hut, her shadow power coalescing into a sharp blade in her palm. What is it? Ling Hao whispered, gripping his dagger at his waist. The shadowy figure remained silent, merely gesturing towards the center of the hut. Following her gaze, Ling Hao noticed a flicker of purple light suddenly appear on the ground, gradually coalescing into a hazy silhouette. A hooded old woman with misty white eyes, the Sandwich. Sandwich, Ling Hao exclaimed, rising in astonishment. You are still alive? The silhouette offered no reply, only slowly raised her hand. The purple light in her palm condensed into a small grain of sand, which floated towards Ling Hao, gradually unfolding to reveal a vision. In the vision, the sand which sat before an altar in Qianku City, praying to an ancient statue. Before her lay a jade box containing a crystal similar to the eye of sand. Suddenly, the altar trembled violently, and a roar echoed from the direction of the bone burial abyss, as black death energy surged forth like a tide. The sand which raised the jade box, channeling the crystal's power into the altar, forming a protective barrier against the oncoming death energy. Children, by the time you see this vision, I may no longer be here. The voice of the sand which emanated from the flickering shadow, imbued with a tinge of weariness, yet resolutely unwavering. The mission of the Sand People is to safeguard the astral instrument and subdue the netherworld. Now, this solemn duty has been entrusted to you. The scene shifted to the vast Beast Mountain range. In the imagery, a dense forest was engulfed in flames, as black-armored soldiers ruthlessly slaughtered mystical beasts. A woman clad in a flowing white robe clutched a child, fleeing deeper into the forest, pursued by a throng of black-armored soldiers. The Beast Mountain range, particularly the Roaring Valley, not only harbors nodes of the astral instrument, but also the descendants of the traitors from years past, the black-armored army. The Sand Witch's voice grew heavy, revealing that they are the progeny of human warriors who once assaulted the temple, perpetually seeking the core of the astral instrument to seize the powers of the netherworld. The distress signal from your parents is bound by their captivity. Ling Hao clenched his fist tightly, his nails digging deeply into his palm. The black-armored army, another faction of traitors. They dare to continue their nefarious deeds, imprisoning his parents. The black-armored army wields formidable strength, controlling the majority of the Beast Mountain range and taming many powerful mystical beasts. The Sand Witch's spectral form continued, warning that you must navigate the Beast Mountain range with utmost caution, avoiding the patrols of the black-armored army and the enraged mystical beasts. As the nodes of the astral instrument have been damaged, causing the creatures within the mountains to become exceedingly ferocious. The imagery shifted again, revealing a vast canyon. The Roaring Valley. At the valley's heart lay an ancient altar, embedded with a dull crystal, the core of the astral instrument's node. Black chains coiled around the altar, emanating a sinister energy that confined a faint distress signal. That signal belongs to Node 2's core. The Sand Witch's voice took on a note of hope, indicating that by infusing the heart of the void and the eye of sand with power into the core, the node could be activated, releasing your parents' signal from its confinement. However, heed this warning. Beneath the altar lies a powerful mystical beast, the Roaring Beast, a guardian of the Beast Mountain range, controlled by the black-armored army through dark energy, rendered exceedingly savage. At last, I offer you a word of caution. The Sand Witch's apparition began to blur, the purple radiance dimming further. Trust no one within the Beast Mountain range, including those tribes that may appear harmless. The influence of the black-armored army runs deep. A moment's carelessness could lead you into a trap. Furthermore, the Abyssal Devourer has been stirred. Your time is limited. You must hasten to activate the node and restore the astral network. With those final words, the Sand Witch's apparition vanished entirely, the violet glow merging into the stone floor of the dwelling, disappearing without a trace. Ling Hao and Ewing exchanged a glance, each reflecting the weight of the situation in their eyes. The black-armored army, the frenzied mystical beasts, the controlled guardian. The perils of the Beast Mountain range. Far more dangers loomed than they had anticipated. I cannot believe the black-armored army still exists. Yu Ying's voice was frosty. They have not only imprisoned your parents, but also seized control of the astral instrument nodes, seeking to dominate the powers of the netherworld. Ling Hao inhaled deeply, suppressing the anger within him. No matter how powerful they are, I must find my parents and activate the node. Even if it means venturing into a den of dragons and tigers, I shall proceed. Ewing nodded, a glimmer of resolve flashing in her azure eyes. I will stand by your side. Though the black-armored army is strong, we possess the secret routes of the star map and the protection of the pendant. We might not be without a chance. Just then, a chilling howl echoed from outside the stone dwelling, piercing through the air as if something dreadful had been encountered. Ling Hao and Ewing instantly became alert, moving to peer through the cracks of the stone structure. In the distance, atop a sand dune, a pack of black wolves emerged, their eyes glowing red, shrouded in a faint aura of dark energy. These were the frenzied netherworld wolves, tainted by the energy of the netherworld. There were a dozen or so netherworld wolves, racing toward the stone dwelling, drool dripping from their jaws, their gazes filled with insatiable greed. The netherworld wolves. Yu Ying's expression shifted. Their sense of smell is keen. They must have caught the scent of our blood. Ling Hao tightened his grip on his dagger, the eye of sand crystal warming in his palm. Prepare for battle. Although these netherworld wolves are ferocious, they should not be overly powerful. We can handle them. Yu Ying nodded, her shadowy power coalescing into a longbow. A black arrow knocked upon its string. In no time, the netherworld wolves reached the stone dwelling's entrance, and the foremost wolf charged violently against the door, shattering it with a resounding crash. The pack surged inside, lunging toward Ling Hao and Yuying. Yuying immediately released her bowstring, the black arrow striking true into the eye of the leading netherworld wolf. It let out a howl of anguish, collapsing to the ground, its body rapidly consumed by shadow energy, dissipating into wisps of black smoke. Ling Hao surged forward, thrusting his dagger toward the throat of another netherworld wolf. The creature attempted to evade, but he stomped down on its tail, allowing the dagger to find its mark. The battle ignited, the stone dwelling filled with the cries of the netherworld wolves and the sound of dissipating dark energy. Ling Hao and Yuying worked in perfect harmony, one engaging in close combat, the other providing ranged support, swiftly dispatching the majority of the pack. Only one netherworld wolf remained, its eyes flickering with fear as it beheld its fallen comrades, and it turned to flee. Ling Hao would not grant it the opportunity. He quickly pursued, aiming his dagger at its back. At that moment, the netherworld wolf suddenly spun around, spewing forth a jet of black energy toward Ling Hao. He hurriedly sidestepped, but the dark energy grazed his arm, rendering it numb and disrupting his soul power. Seizing the chance, the netherworld wolf lunged at his throat. Yuying reacted instantly, releasing another arrow that struck the wolf squarely in the head. The creature crumpled to the ground, convulsing a few times before expiring completely. Ling Hao leaned against the stone wall, panting heavily as the numbness in his arm intensified. The dark energy from the netherworld wolf was far stronger than that of the previous undead. Yuying approached him, producing a medicinal pill and offering it to Ling Hao. Quickly, take this to suppress the dark energy. These netherworld wolves likely escaped from the burial bone abyss, their dark energy having been amplified. Ling Hao accepted the pill and placed it in his mouth. The energy of the potion rapidly spread, the numbness in his arm gradually dissipating, and the dark energy within him was subdued. It seems the dangers of the wasteland have not yet been fully resolved. We must set out early tomorrow and leave this place as quickly as possible. Yuying nodded, beginning to clear the wolf carcasses from within the stone dwelling. The lingering dark energy emanating from the bodies needed to be dealt with swiftly, or it would attract more netherworld creatures. Ling Hao leaned against the stone wall, gazing at the heart of the void pendant in his palm. The Sand Witch's message made him acutely aware of the arduous path ahead, yet it also fortified his resolve. No matter how perilous the journey, he would find his parents, activate the astral instrument node, and ensure that the traitors and malevolent forces pay the price they deserve. Chapter 56. The silent ruins conceal hidden mechanisms. The dawn over the wasteland always carries a piercing chill, the wind whipping sand against his skin like countless tiny needles. Ling Hao tightened his grip on the heart of the void pendant, the faint glow seeping through his fingers, casting delicate star-like points upon the sandy ground before him. The star map was guiding his direction. With every 3 steps, the pendant would emit a soft flicker, reminding him to adjust his bearing and evade the chasms of dark energy buried beneath the earth. Yuying walked slightly behind him on his left side, her silhouette occasionally melding into the shadows along the roadside, leaving only a faint outline of black. Her azure eyes sparkled in the morning light, utilizing her shadow power to probe for any movements within 100 feet around them. The black threads entwining her fingertips extended like antennae, relaying immediate feedback regarding any unusual energies upon contact with the sand dunes or rocks. 300 steps to the left, there is a residue of dark energy. It appears to be the lair of lower-tier netherworld creatures. Her voice was barely above a whisper, carried by the wind to Ling Hao's ears. Avoid it. Do not waste time. Ling Hao nodded and, following the guidance of the pendant, turned to the right. Xiao Hui crouched on his shoulder, its silver eyes half closed, the tip of its tail gently swaying. Its spatial awareness was more acute than the shadowy probes of Yuying, capable of detecting fluctuations beyond the reach of soul energy. At this moment, it was fixated on a distant weathered stone pillar, emitting faint gurgling sounds from its throat, as if issuing a warning. The pillar stood taller than 2 men, its surface etched with indistinct star patterns, resembling something eroded by sand and wind, leaving only fragmented lines. As Ling Hao approached, the pendant's glow suddenly intensified. Placing his palm against the stone revealed a faint flow of star energy, a marker left by the Sandwalker tribe. The orientation of the star patterns perfectly aligned with the star map, confirming they had not strayed off course. The Sandwalkers likely established a watch post here long ago. Ling Hao caressed the carvings on the pillar. Within the grooves of the star patterns lingered a trace of pale blue powder, remnants of weathered star energy crystals. Look here, he remarked. The end of the star pattern points east, directly towards the first star energy point. Yuying leaned closer, brushing a fingertip against the blue powder and bringing it to her nose. There is still a lingering scent of star energy, indicating this place has been abandoned for not too long, perhaps only a few decades. Her gaze swept over the sandy ground surrounding the pillar before abruptly fixating on a slightly raised dune. There was something there. The two approached, using a dagger to sift through the surface sand, revealing a fragment of broken pottery. The pottery bore a simplified star map, with a circular design at its center that mirrored the shape of the Void Heart pendant. Next to it lay half of a rusted metallic weapon, its tip engraved with the same star pattern, though the blade had corroded beyond recognition, crumbling into iron dust at the slightest touch. It was a star energy dagger of the Sandwalker tribe. Ling Hao picked up the weapon, sensing a faint remnant of star energy within. It was clear this was indeed their ancient path, now buried by the sands. At that moment, Xiao Hui suddenly perked up its ears, its silver eyes fixed intently on the dune to the east, its fur bristling. Ling Hao and Yuying instantly became alert. Yuying's shadowy power expanded, enveloping a radius of 50 steps around them. In her perception, 3 faint auras of death energy were swiftly approaching, not particularly fast, yet undeniably aggressive. They were nether beetles. How trivial, Yuying scoffed, low-tier nether creatures that feed on death energy, though their teeth can pierce ordinary beast leather armor. No sooner had she spoken than 3 black beetles crawled into view from behind the dune. Each was the size of a fist, their shells gleaming with a metallic sheen, dribbling black saliva, while death energy oozed from the crevices of their shells. Upon spotting Ling Hao and Yuying, the beetles hastened towards them, producing a rustling sound. Ling Hao refrained from drawing his hunting knife, instead channeling the energy of the sand eye shard into his fingertips, launching 3 pale blue light blades at the beetles. The blades sliced through the air, striking the beetles' shells with precision, shattering them instantly, and spilling forth their black innards, which quickly corroded into a pool of dark ichor. Let us not waste time. We must reach the star energy point swiftly. Ling Hao retracted the light blades from his fingertips, glancing at the sky. The eastern horizon was already tinged with dawn, and the winds seemed to be intensifying. Encountering a sandstorm would complicate their journey. They continued eastward, the traces of the ancient path becoming increasingly evident. They came across 2 more stone pillars inscribed with star patterns and a partially buried stone water reservoir, its bottom still holding some murky water, with tendrils of death energy floating within. Ling Hao used the pendant to sense the area. The star map indicated that the first star energy point lay less than half a mile ahead. After about the duration of an incense stick, a circular stone platform, partially buried in the sand, came into view. The platform measured approximately 3 zhang in diameter, constructed from massive white stones, with the gaps between stones filled with star energy crystal powder. Although most of it had weathered away, faint traces of pale blue remained visible in the crevices. In the center of the platform was a depression, perfectly matching the shape of the Void Heart pendant, surrounded by a circle of intricate star patterns, more complex than those on the previous pillars. This is the place. Ling Hao inhaled deeply. The pendant in his palm began to heat up, seemingly resonating with the star patterns on the platform, ready to activate the star energy point. Once we replenish our energy, we must leave immediately. Yuying nodded and retreated behind a massive stone beside the platform, her shadow power expanding to vigilantly monitor their surroundings. Xiao Hui leapt from Ling Hao's shoulder onto the platform, its silver eyes scanning the vicinity, serving as a temporary sentry. Ling Hao approached the center of the platform, crouching down to gently place the Void Heart pendant into the depression. The moment the pendant made contact, the star patterns on the platform ignited, a pale blue light flowing rapidly along their contours, resembling a glowing river. Chapter 57. The black armored shadows patrol the wasteland. The illumination of the star patterns quickened, enveloping the entire platform in a radiant blue glow. Ling Hao could sense a pure surge of star energy rising from the base of the platform, coursing through the depression and infusing the Void Heart pendant. The pendant's glow became blinding, the star patterns on its surface seemingly animated, whirling rapidly to form a small luminous wheel. Such formidable star energy. Ling Hao couldn't help but exclaim. The energy flowed into his body like a warm stream, dissipating the fatigue from previous battles, and even the areas of his left arm that had been corroded by the death energy of the nether wolf felt a refreshing coolness. The black marks fading significantly. The sand eye shard embedded in his wrist armor also began to radiate heat, pale blue light seeping from the cracks on its surface, actively absorbing the dispersed star energy. Ling Hao could distinctly feel the shard's energy rapidly recovering. The power previously consumed in activating the star node was gradually replenishing. Yuying, hidden behind the massive stone, observed the scene on the platform, her azure eyes filled with astonishment. She could feel that this star energy was purer than any soul crystal she had ever encountered, devoid of impurities, and the energy contained within was immensely vast. Even the portion merely dissipating was sufficient to fully restore a mid-tier soldier-level soul practitioner. The Sandwalker's mastery of celestial power is truly astonishing, Yuying mused softly. She recalled the elders in her tribe mentioning that the Sandwalkers were children of the stars, capable of communicating with the celestial vault and wielding star energy. At the time, she had been skeptical, but witnessing it firsthand, she understood that those words were not mere exaggeration. The infusion of star energy lasted for approximately the duration of an incense stick. As the glow of the star patterns began to wane, the luminous wheel of the Void Heart pendant came to a halt, returning to its previous state. Yet when held, it felt at least 3 times more potent than before. Ling Hao retrieved the pendant from the depression. Its soft glow became more stable, and its responsiveness in guiding directions heightened. Our energy is replenished. We must depart. Ling Hao secured the pendant and approached Yuying. The next star energy point lies in the Broken Stone Valley, about a day's journey from here. We must hasten our pace. Yuying nodded, poised to step forward when her expression suddenly shifted. She grasped Ling Hao's arm, pulling him into the shadows behind the massive stone. Someone is approaching. Their aura is unfamiliar, imbued with dark energy. They are not from the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. Ling Hao's heart sank instantly. He held his breath and peered through the crevice of the stone. In the distance, figures appeared atop the dune, advancing towards them. There were about 10 individuals. Their movements synchronized and devoid of any unnecessary gestures, clearly a rigorously trained unit. These figures were shrouded in matte black armor, with sharp spikes protruding from the shoulders and elbows. Their helmets were closed, leaving only 2 narrow slits for their eyes, which flickered with a sinister crimson glow. In their hands, they clutched elongated black weapons, the tips of which emanated a faint dark energy. As they traversed the desolate terrain, the joints of their armor emitted a subtle clicking sound, which resonated sharply in the silence of the wasteland. It was the Black Armored Legion. Ling Hao's voice carried a note of gravity. The image of the sand, which had mentioned that the Black Armored Legion were the descendants of traitors, commanding the majority of the Beast Mountain range. It was unexpected for them to appear in this barren land. The leading soldier of the Black Armored Legion held a compass-like instrument, its metallic casing adorned with a wolf's head insignia, the black needle wavering slightly as if searching for something. Their trajectory paralleled that of Ling Hao and his companion, approximately 200 paces from the stone platform, advancing towards the direction of Qianku City. Ling Hao could sense that the dark energy emanating from the Black Armored Legion was of the same origin as the eerie, deathly aura, albeit more refined and aggressive. This energy caused his Void Heart pendant to tremble slightly, as if rejecting it, or perhaps issuing a warning. What were they searching for? Yuying lowered her voice, the shadows clinging tightly to the ground as they dared not approach too closely, fearing detection. The direction of the compass seemed to point towards the locations of Qianku City and the Astral Dome. Ling Hao shook his head, his gaze falling upon a metallic shard that had fallen from one of the black armored soldiers. The shard had detached from the joint of the armor, engraved with a small wolf's head mark that matched the design on the compass. Perhaps they were searching for the fluctuations of the astral nodes, or looking for us. He recalled the sand which mentioning that the Black Armored Legion had long been in pursuit of the core of the astral device. The activation of the astral node in Qianku City would undoubtedly generate energy fluctuations, drawing their attention. The Black Armored Legion moved with remarkable speed, reaching the front side of the stone platform in less than a quarter of an hour. The lead soldier halted, scanning the direction of the stone platform with the compass, the needle flickering slightly before settling back into calmness. He seemed oblivious to any anomalies and signaled to the soldiers behind him, the contingent continuing onward until they vanished behind distant sand dunes. Ling Hao and Yuying exhaled in relief only after the figures of the Black Armored Legion were completely out of sight. Yet, both wore grave expressions. The appearance of the Black Armored Legion in this wasteland indicated that their sphere of influence was broader than anticipated, and they had likely sensed the fluctuations emanating from the astral node, rendering the path ahead even more perilous. We must depart from here swiftly. Ling Hao picked up the cold metallic shard from the ground, the dark energy still lingering upon it. The Black Armored Legion might leave traces for tracking. If they discovered our whereabouts, it would spell trouble. Yuying nodded. Just as she prepared to step forward, she suddenly looked up at the sky. The eastern sky, once clear, was now cloaked in a yellow-brown sandstorm, advancing towards them at an alarming speed, the wind intensifying, causing the grains of sand to strike against the boulders with a crackling sound. A sandstorm. Yuying's complexion changed. We need to find shelter, or we will be buried by the storm. Ling Hao also beheld the scale of the sandstorm. The wall of dust towered dozens of feet high, devouring everything in its path like a colossal beast. He quickly scanned his surroundings, his gaze landing on a nearby rock face, where a wind-eroded cave lay at its base. The entrance modestly sized, just enough to accommodate 2 individuals and a beast. There is a cave over there. Quickly, let us proceed, Ling Hao shouted, grasping Yuying's hand as they dashed towards the cave. The wind howled ever louder, sand stinging their faces, while Xiao Hui clung tightly to Ling Hao's shoulder, its silver eyes squinting to shield against the barrage of sand. Chapter 58. The Life and Death Struggle in the Sandstorm Cave. The two stumbled into the cave just as the sandstorm engulfed the entire wasteland. Outside the cave, the wind howled like a wailing specter, and the flying sand and stones crashed against the rock face with a thunderous roar. The cave entrance was soon buried by shifting sands, leaving only a narrow gap through which faint light trickled in. Ling Hao leaned against the cave wall, gasping for breath. His face and hands bore several small lacerations from the abrasive sand, blood seeping out, quickly obscured by the dust. Yu Ying fared similarly. Her cloak was tattered by the wind. Her emerald eyes filled with vigilance as she utilized the power of shadows to reinforce the cave entrance against collapse. For the time being, we are safe. Yu Ying sighed, approaching Ling Hao with a clean piece of beast hide to wipe the sand from his face. The sandstorm would take at least half an hour to pass. Let us use this time to recuperate our strength. Ling Hao nodded, retrieving the void heart pendant, initiating the spiritual nourishment technique to absorb the residual star energy within the pendant. The star energy coursed through his meridians, bringing a soothing sensation to his wounds, alleviating the pain significantly. Xiao Hui curled up by his legs, its silver eyes occasionally darting towards the cave entrance, remaining alert. However, just as Ling Hao's soul power reached 70% recovery, Xiao Hui suddenly bristled, emitting a sharp warning towards the cave entrance. Almost simultaneously, a fierce intent to kill pierced through the sands at the cave's opening, precisely locking onto the two inside. They have discovered us. Ling Hao's eyes flew open, his hand instinctively grasping the hunting knife at his waist. Yu Ying immediately entered a combat stance, the power of shadows coalescing in her palm into a short blade. Her emerald eyes fixated on the cave entrance. Boom! The sand blocking the cave entrance was suddenly blasted open by a tremendous force. Amidst the swirling dust, three dark figures surged into the cave like phantoms, landing with a dull thud. It was three of the soldiers from the previously encountered Black Armored Legion. Their armor was caked with shifting sand, the crimson glow in their eyes piercing through the dimness of the cave. And the energy swords they wielded gleamed with a dark light, pointed directly at Ling Hao and Yu Ying. They are trackers, Yu Ying suddenly realized. Their armor is equipped with trackers that can sense fluctuations in star energy. No sooner had she spoken than the central black armored soldier suddenly gripped his hands as if casting a spell, a powerful gravitational field instantly enveloping the entire cave. Ling Hao felt as if his body were laden with lead, each movement becoming extraordinarily laborious, his soul power stagnating in his meridians, even breathing becoming a heavy task. Yu Ying fared slightly better. Her shadow abilities mitigated some of the gravitational effects, but her form became distorted, her movements noticeably slowed. Gravitational manipulation. Ling Hao gritted his teeth, the spiritual nourishment technique working furiously, the strength of his golden sharp body surging forth, his arm muscles bulging as he barely managed to lift the hunting knife. He glanced at the black armored soldier to his left, who was raising his energy sword for an attack. The dark energy on the blade carried an erosive quality that sent sharp stings across Ling Hao's skin. Xiao Hui, Ling Hao shouted. Xiao Hui immediately comprehended. Leaping from his side, a flash of white light sparkling in its silver eyes as it unleashed a ripple of spatial energy towards the soldier controlling gravity. The ripple spread, causing the cave walls to tremble slightly, and the gravitational field experienced a momentary fluctuation, significantly alleviating the pressure enveloping Ling Hao. Now's our chance. Ling Hao seized the opportunity, channeling all his strength into the void heart pendant. This time, he did not draw upon the powers of the underworld or vitality, but instead infused his soul power into the star patterns of the pendant, awakening the resonance with the star's power. An invisible wave emanated from the pendant, crashing like ripples of water towards the soldier, manipulating gravity. The soldier clearly did not anticipate that his ability could be interfered with. The crimson glow in his eyes flickered, and the strength of the gravitational field weakened by more than half. He instinctively took a step back, attempting to regain control of the gravity, unaware of the approach of Yu Ying. Yu Ying had seamlessly melded into the shadows of the cave. Now, seeing the black armored soldier distracted, she appeared behind him like a specter, her short blade imbued with concentrated shadow energy, thrusting deftly towards the weak point where his armor connected at the nape of his neck, an area devoid of dark energy. With a soft thud, the short blade effortlessly pierced the soldier's neck, blood flowing along the blade. The black armored soldier's body stiffened, the crimson glow in his eyes rapidly dimming as he crashed heavily to the ground, his armor clanging against the rock wall with a dull thud. With the gravity-controlling soldier dispatched, the remaining two black-armored soldiers were visibly alarmed. The soldier on the left raised his sword, lunging at Yu Ying in a desperate bid for vengeance, while the one on the right launched a fierce assault against Ling Hao, attempting to impede his movements. However, Ling Hao would not grant them the opportunity. He swung his hunting knife, the golden sharpness imbued upon its blade, cleaving towards the black-armored soldier's longsword. The sound of metal clashing reverberated through the cavern, forcing the black-armored soldier back 2 steps, his hands tingling with numbness, a fine crack appearing on the energy longsword he wielded. Meanwhile, Yuying adeptly utilized her shadowy movements to evade the black-armored soldier's attacks, simultaneously seeking opportunities for counterstrikes. Her short blade struck like a viper's fang, each swing targeting the enemy's vital points, the joints of their arms, the seams of their helmets, the junctions of their chest armor. The battle raged fiercely within the confines of the narrow cavern. Ling Hao's strikes were ferocious, each blow suffused with golden sharpness, designed to breach the black armor's defenses, while Yuying's movements were elusive and her short blade cunning, continually sapping the soldier's stamina. Xiao Hui lurked nearby, waiting for the opportune moment, intermittently releasing spatial ripples to disrupt the black-armored soldier's actions. In less than a quarter of an hour, Yuying detected a flaw in the left soldier's defense. Her short blade pierced through the gap in his chest armor, causing his dark energy to dissipate in an instant as he collapsed to the ground, breathless. The last black-armored soldier, sensing the dire situation, fumbled a black communicator from his pocket, intent on sending a distress signal. "Do not allow him to send that signal," Ling Hao shouted, his hunting knife slipping from his grasp and hurtling toward the soldier's wrist like a meteor. The knife struck its mark with precision, causing the communicator to tumble to the ground, emitting a crackling sound. The black-armored soldier let out a cry of anguish, bending down to retrieve it just as Yuying's short blade found its way into his throat. The battle finally concluded. Both Ling Hao and Yuying, exhausted, leaned against the rock wall, gasping for breath. The cavern was thick with the scent of blood and the acrid smell of dark energy. The bodies of the 3 black-armored soldiers lay sprawled upon the ground, their once vibrant crimson eyes extinguished. "Quickly, search their bodies for any useful information," Ling Hao urged, recovering his hunting knife from the ground and addressing Yuying. Nodding, Yuying approached the gravity-controlling soldier, using her short blade to slice open the interior of his armor. Inside, she discovered a letter inscribed with special runes on black paper, the runes glowing faintly with a red light. Yuying handed the letter to Ling Hao, then enveloped it in shadow energy, which could penetrate the surface of the runes and decipher the contents within. Gradually, the runes became clearer, revealing lines of text: order, expand the search radius of Thousand Cave City, focusing on tracing the source of anomalous energy fluctuations from the celestial instrument and the target carrying the sacred relic of the Yuying clan. The fragments of the Eye of Sand. The seal at the Roaring Valley node is unstable. Initiate the sacrificial ceremony on the night of the full moon in 3 days, using 100 beast corpses as offerings to fully control the roaring beast and open the branch of the Netherworld passage. Additionally, the beast tide induction plan has been successful. The eastern and southern flanks of the Black Wind Pass have been restrained. The main force must ensure that the sacrificial ceremony remains undisturbed. Bloodwolf. The content of the letter caused Ling Hao and Yuying's expressions to shift dramatically. The full moon in 3 days. The sacrificial ceremony. Ling Hao clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms. They intended to open a new netherworld passage. The beast tide had been deliberately incited to restrain the forces at Black Wind Pass. A chilling murderous intent filled Yuying's azure eyes. Bloodwolf must be the commander of the Black Wind Army in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. We must reach Roaring Valley within 3 days to thwart the sacrificial ceremony. At that moment, the sound of the sandstorm outside the cavern suddenly diminished significantly. Ling Hao approached the cave entrance, peering through the gap to observe the distant sky, where several immense beasts were circling, their wings cloaked in black metallic scales, their eyes gleaming with a scarlet light. Indeed, they were the reconnaissance beasts of the black-armored army. "We're being watched," Ling Hao's voice tinged with urgency. The reconnaissance beasts possessed exceptional vision, capable of locking onto targets even amidst the sandstorm. "We must leave this place immediately." Yuying swiftly dealt with the letter and the bodies of the black-armored soldiers, utilizing shadow energy to disintegrate the corpses into energy, thereby erasing all traces. Then, she followed Ling Hao out of the cavern. The sandstorm had not yet completely subsided, but the wind had diminished considerably. The two kept their bodies low, hiding behind a sand dune as Ling Hao concealed the light of the Void Heart Pendant, ensuring they wouldn't be detected by the reconnaissance beasts. The reconnaissance beasts continued to circle above, their crimson gazes sweeping over the sand dunes as if searching for something. Ling Hao and Yuying held their breaths, waiting for the reconnaissance beasts to depart. "We cannot follow our original route," Ling Hao whispered to Yuying. "The black-armored army has undoubtedly set ambushes along the way. We must take the shortcut through Broken Stone Valley. Though it is perilous, it will save us time." Yuying nodded, her azure eyes filled with determination, No matter how dangerous it may be, we must reach Roaring Valley within 3 days. The wind continued to blow, sand grains pattering against the dunes with a rustling sound. Finally, the reconnaissance beasts altered their course, flying toward the direction of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. Ling Hao and Yuying exchanged glances, seeing the same resolve reflected in each other's eyes. Even if the path ahead was fraught with peril, they would press on to thwart the black-armored army's schemes and rescue Ling Hao's parents. The two stood up, hastening toward the direction of Broken Stone Valley, their figures swiftly vanishing into the vast sea of sand. Chapter 59, Star-Eye Shattering Illusions and Sensing the Kill Intent. The aftermath of the sandstorm continued to ravage the desolate plains, the wind whipping up sand that struck against Ling Hao's beast hide armor with a crackling sound. He pressed the void heart pendant against his palm, slowly channeling his soul energy into it, the pendant's faint glow seeping through his fingers, casting intricate star patterns in his eyes. Ever since defeating the black-armored soldiers in the cavern, he had felt that the pendant harbored untapped power. Now, with the murderous intent of the reconnaissance beasts locking onto him, he decided to boldly attempt to guide the energy resonating with the stars. As his soul energy brushed against the star patterns deep within the pendant, Ling Hao's vision abruptly transformed. The formerly blurred sand and wind became crystal clear. The trajectory of rolling sand grains a slow-motion spectacle before him, even the flying debris in the air revealing its sharp edges. Strangely, the world seemed to be veiled in a colorful halo. The dead energy drifting through the air was a shade of grayish-black, slithering like serpents across the sand, while the energy from the ancient pathways below was a pale yellow, flowing slowly along the runes left by the sand-dwelling people. In the distance, 3 reconnaissance beasts circled about, their bodies pulsating with blinding dark red energy, the core of which emanated particularly intense malevolent waves, resembling 3 lanterns glowing in the night. Star-Eye, Ling Hao murmured softly, the pendant warming slightly in response to his awakening. He turned to look at Yuying, noticing a faint purple shadow energy swirling around her, the edges of the energy glowing with a delicate white light. This was the residual power of the sacred relic of the Yuying clan, which had never manifested before. What's wrong? Yuying sensed his unusual state, her azure eyes filled with vigilance, as the reconnaissance beasts seemed to be drawing closer. Just as Ling Hao was about to speak, he suddenly spotted one of the reconnaissance beasts diving down rapidly. Its wings spanned 3 zhang. The black metallic plates glinting coldly in the wind and sand, and dark red energy coursing along the edges of its wings, clearly having locked onto their position. Duck! Ling Hao grabbed Yuying. As the Star-Eye instantly captured the trajectory of the reconnaissance beast's attack. Its target was not them, but rather a sand dune 20 steps ahead, where a corpse of a netherworld beetle lay buried, its concentration of dead energy notably high. The reconnaissance beast likely sought to confirm the presence of any living beings. However, this diving motion unexpectedly revealed its weakness. Beneath the left wing's metallic plate lay a region of diminished dark red energy, the node where the malevolent energy was transmitted. Yuying, target its left wing. Ling Hao lowered his voice, as Xingtong vividly etched the location of their vulnerabilities into his mind. With the shadow arrow, he aimed for the crevice in the metallic surface. Without hesitation, Yuying swiftly conjured a black short arrow in her right hand and, seizing the moment as the reconnaissance beast dove, unleashed the arrow with great force. The arrow shot forth like a streak of black lightning, precisely penetrating the gap in the left wing of the reconnaissance beast. With a sizzling sound, dark red energy instantly spiraled into chaos. The reconnaissance beast emitted a piercing shriek. Its wings tilted dangerously as it nearly plummeted into the sand, hastily flapping its wings to ascend, no longer daring to dive low. Effective. A wave of joy surged within Ling Hao. Xingtong's perceptiveness was indeed formidable. Ahead lay a rocky forest, where he discerned a chaotic energy field capable of obscuring the reconnaissance beast's senses. We should take refuge there. The two immediately crouched low, using the dunes as cover, and hastened toward the eastern stone forest. The reconnaissance beast circled above them, its dark red gaze sweeping the sandy terrain. Yet it failed to accurately pinpoint their location due to the celestial power guided by Xingtong, which shrouded their energy fluctuations. After running for approximately half a stick of incense, a stone forest composed of gigantic wind-eroded rocks came into view. The rocks within the forest were bizarrely shaped. Some resembled sharp blades, while others appeared as lurking behemoths. The tallest rocks towered over 10 zhang, their bases inscribed with indistinct runes. Upon inspection with Xingtong's aid, Ling Hao discovered that the runes retained a faint blue starlight, a remnant left by the Sand People. These are the defensive runes of the Sand People. A thought flickered in Ling Hao's mind. Xingtong sensed that the starlight emitted by the runes intertwined with the earth's energy of the stone forest. forming an invisible barrier that isolated the internal energy fluctuations from the outside world. This place is safe. The reconnaissance beast cannot enter. As soon as they dashed into the stone forest, the reconnaissance beast behind them emitted several unwilling shrieks, circling a few times before flying toward the direction of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. Ling Hao and Yu Ying sighed in relief, resting against a rock. Although the sandstorm had weakened, they had been running for nearly 2 hours, resulting in considerable fatigue. What exactly is wrong with your eyes? Yu Ying finally couldn't restrain her curiosity. She had just noticed a faint starlight shimmering in Ling Hao's eyes, clearly indicative of an awakened special ability. It is the power of the pendant, Ling Hao explained. I can perceive the flow of energy and weaknesses, as if I can see through illusions. He pointed to a seemingly ordinary rock not far away. Look at that stone. Its surface is gray, yet within it lies a hidden faint blue starlight. Likely a mark left by the sand people. Yu Ying followed his gaze, but could only see an ordinary rock. Attempting to probe with her shadow power, she indeed sensed a weak fluctuation of starlight within. This ability is quite useful, especially in the face of the black armored army. A glimmer of approval flickered in her emerald eyes. After resting for a moment, the two continued deeper into the stone forest. In Xingtong's vision, the energy field of the stone forest grew increasingly chaotic, with earth energy, starlight, and a faint trace of death energy intermingling, forming a complex energy web. Ling Hao discerned a faint blue energy source deep within the stone forest, its fluctuations stable and pure. This was the second energy point marked on the star map. The energy point is just ahead, approximately a mile away, Ling Hao informed Yu Ying, but suddenly halted, for in his vision, behind 3 enormous rocks lay 3 clusters of earthy yellow energy, pulsating vigorously and exuding a vital essence, yet simultaneously radiating wariness and hostility. There are ambushers. Ling Hao lowered his voice, quietly gripping the hunting knife at his waist. Behind the rocks, there were 3 individuals, each wielding a weapon. Yu Ying promptly stopped, extending her shadow power along the ground, quickly sensing the presence of the ambushers, human in nature, imbued with the weight of the earth, devoid of death energy or darkness. They must be tribesmen, she whispered. However, the sand which warned us not to trust anyone from the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, including tribesmen. Just then, 3 piercing sounds sliced through the air. 3 crude stone spears shot forth from behind the rocks, propelled with astonishing force, aimed directly at Ling Hao and Yu Ying's vital points. The spearheads gleamed with a faint green light. Ling Hao, using Xingtong's vision, noticed they were coated with a plant toxin capable of paralyzing nerves. Beware of the toxin, Ling Hao shouted, abruptly pushing Yu Ying aside, while simultaneously swinging his hunting knife. The blade, imbued with a sharp golden aura, clashed with the incoming spear with a clang, deflecting it. At the moment of impact, the toxin splattered onto the ground, corroding the sand into small pits. Yu Ying, employing her shadow movement technique, transformed into several afterimages, effortlessly evading the other 2 spears. The spears thudded against the ground, their toxin quickly dissipating into the air. Come out, Yu Ying commanded sharply, twirling her short blade, while the shadow power coalesced around her, forming a black barrier. Hiding in the shadows and ambushing, what skill is that? Footsteps echoed from behind the rocks as 3 towering, muscular men emerged. Their skin bore a bronze hue, clad in garments woven from animal hides and vines, their faces adorned with white rock patterns, wielding stone axes and spears. Their eyes warily fixed on Ling Hao and Yu Ying. The leader, nearly 2 meters tall, had broad shoulders and bulging muscles on his arms. The patterns on his face were the most intricate, and he wielded a stone axe larger than the others, its blade still caked with sand. He fixed his gaze on Ling Hao, his voice deep as the grinding of stones. Outsiders, why do you intrude upon the sacred stone forest? This is not a place for you. Ling Hao sheathed his hunting knife, signaling for Yu Ying to lower her guard. In his vision, the energy fields of these 3 men were pure, devoid of dark energy fluctuations. They were likely not members of the black armored army. We merely passed through, seeking an ancient energy point to replenish our reserves. We bear no ill will. As he spoke, he revealed the void heart pendant in his palm. We were guided here by the Elder of the Sky's Eye. We are not enemies. As the soft light of the pendant shimmered, a flicker of surprise crossed the leader's eyes. He swiftly stepped forward, intently examining the pendant, then glanced at the starlight in Ling Hao's eyes. Suddenly, he knelt on one knee, respectfully declaring, "Messenger of the Star People, please forgive our rudeness." The other 2 men followed suit, kneeling as well. Their initial wariness transformed into reverence. Ling Hao and Yu Ying exchanged glances, both astonished. It appeared that the Sand People shared an extraordinary connection with this tribe.